Chapter 234 The winner lives, the loser dies. It was Poison Nail Yaksun who stole the stinky kin of corpses. What does that have to do with me, Linyo? Besides, it's only stealing if you borrow and don't return. After I extract the genetic samples, I'll return the corpses, so how can it be called stealing? In a secluded corner of the wolf knife, Linyo chuckled to himself, stripping off the power armor from the boarding captain of the Death Guard's 131st Company, 5th Boarding Squad. Perhaps because he was born on Terra and not Barbarus, this boarding captain didn't smell too bad. While extracting samples, he simultaneously used the fungus simulation function to reverse engineer and purify the expression vector of the genetic samples. Half an hour later, 19 types of gene organ samples were extracted, and the true nature of the expression vector came to light. It was Linyo's old acquaintance, seal yeast. Unlike the seal yeast extracted from the Dark Angel's Inner Circle veterans last time, the seal yeast obtained this time actually had a prefix. Name, poison-resistant sealed yeast. Type, Chinook organism. Analysis result. This is a specially modified seal yeast, capable of better sealing warp creatures related to poison. Toxins, poisons, poisonous mushrooms. Warp creatures with these elements should all fall under the category of poison. From this, it seems poison-resistant sealed yeast is a bane to Nurgle. No wonder Father Nurgle went to such lengths to corrupt Mortarion. If such a powerful weapon remained in the Imperium of man's hands, Father Nurgle's days would not be easy. Linyo was content, happily pocketing the poison-resistant sealed yeast. The fungal gene simulation continued with the atavism experiment of the ancient crystal fungus. This time, Linyo also added the poison-resistant sealed yeast to the experiment. The system would automatically select this type of yeast as the expression vector for genetic engineering. He cleaned up the scene, erased his tracks, and then redressed the bravely sacrificed boarding captain in his power armor. Linyo used vibration art to levitate the corpse and returned the way he came. Regrettably, the 5th boarding squad had already returned to their company's battleship. Their search for their captain's corpse was fruitless, so they could only escort the gene storage gland away. When Linyo arrived back at the starting point, besides a few uncollected space marine corpses, there were only orcs from the Orc Emperor's forces. These orcs were fumbling around the corpses, pulling off power armor and putting it on themselves, looking comical and ugly. Several tech boys took out drills and cutters, busily working away to assemble makeshift armor for themselves on the spot. As for the shrimp wrapped inside the power armor, alas, orcs are omnivores, those who know. Seeing this, Linyo simply used corpse dissolution art to dispose of the boarding captain's body, lest he be defiled by these crude and barbaric green-skinned creatures. The corpse dissipated into liquid ammonia fertilizer, and a strong smell of rotten eggs spread down the corridor. Da-da-da-da. Dense footsteps came from afar. Linyo thought the smell of rotten eggs had attracted the greenskins, so he quickly activated optical stealth and hid. But he was overthinking it. Greenskins didn't care how much their territory stank, their hearts were only filled with the desire to become stronger. A group of pain boys, wearing uniform armor with a wolf-tooth scimitar emblem on their chests, rushed from afar. They burst into the spoils-sharing scene, shouting and forcing back the greenskins collecting loot, then jointly lifted the space marine corpses and left. Get out! Get out! Don't block the way! Spit out that piece of meat in your mouth! Idiot! That's a Gretchen's second heart, Mad Doctor needs it for an experiment. A pain boy hit the orc boy's head with a wrench, pulled the half-eaten heart from his mouth, and casually stuffed it back into the corpse's chest cavity. What are you doing? This is our loot. What's wrong with pain boys? Pain boys can't steal our stuff either. The orc boy was displeased, the boom boy was agitated, and the choppa boys picked up their chainswords, wanting to fight. The pain boys didn't flinch. The leader displayed the wolf-tooth scimitar emblem on his chest and shouted. Open your eyes and see clearly. We are the Chief Mad Doctor's boys, specifically doing chores for the Mad Doctor. If anyone dares to block the way, the Mad Doctor will throw them into the pot. At the mention of the Chief Mad Doctor's name, the orc boys went from being enraged to cowering, immediately scattering. The pain boy's leader waved his hand, leading his subordinates to pack up and take away all the corpses on sight, not even leaving behind parts from the bodies. Linyo was worried about not finding URG's whereabouts, so he followed from a distance. The group meandered through the vast interior of the greenskin battleship for a full 20 minutes before finally stopping at the Mad Doctor's territory. This was a sprawling laboratory, with hundreds of chains dangling from the ceiling, their ends terminating in hooks that suspended shrimp in the air, like a bloody slaughterhouse. In the center of the laboratory was a bronze throne, upon which sat a terrifying green-skinned creature. It stood at least 10 meters tall, covered entirely in thick ceramite armor, a living steel beast. To the left of the throne leaned an exaggeratedly massive chainsword, its blade over 10 meters long, while to the right of the throne leaned a heavy multi-barreled melta-gun, its barrel caliber even exceeding Linyo's height. Was such a colossal being the Mad Doctor on the wolf blade? No. Wrong. It wasn't the Mad Doctor. The true Mad Doctor was a small individual, less than 3 meters tall, currently busy dissecting shrimp on the experiment table. The terrifying creature seated on the throne was actually the Emperor of the Ulana Orc Empire, Ulrich Urg. He bent his right arm, resting it on the armrest of the throne, propping his jaw with his fist, and from the observation slit of his helmet, shot out cold eyes, quietly watching the Mad Doctor busy at the experiment table. An invisible pressure enveloped the Mad Doctor, urging his movements to be quicker and quicker. He separated a powerful muscle gland from a Gretchen. This gene organ could actively secrete a hormone that enhanced muscle strength. The Mad Doctor cut the powerful muscle gland into small pieces, threw them into a crucible, cooked them over a high flame, added oddly colored medicinal liquid and powder, and frantically stirred the thick liquid in the pot. As the temperature rose, dense bubbles appeared on the liquid's surface, gurgling and emitting a pungent odor. The liquid's color changed from brown to dark green. The mad doctor turned off the furnace, impatiently having a pain boy lift the crucible and bring it before the throne. Boss. Quick, taste it. This is a Chinook dish I just made, it can use the Gretchen's gene glands to stimulate your growth and development, I've named it. Before the mad doctor could finish speaking, the Orc Emperor on the throne grabbed the pain boy and the crucible, stuffing both the person and the pot into his mouth. Crunch, crunch, squish, squish. The metal crucible was crushed by Urg's teeth, his bite force incredibly astonishing. The pain boy didn't even have time to scream before becoming a pulpy mess and blood sliding between his teeth. Gulp. The sound of swallowing boomed like a great bell, echoing through the laboratory. A faint Chinook fluctuation appeared on Urg's body, and his joints made slight creaking sounds. His size seemed to have expanded somewhat, though not very noticeably. Urg stretched out his right hand, sweeping over the Gretchen corpses hanging in the air. Your new potion works, but it's not enough. I need more alchemical potions. Chop all the Gretchen up and boil them, I want to eat them all. All right, boss. The mad doctor nodded and bowed, excitedly jumping onto the experiment table and shouting. Didn't you hear what the boss said? Get moving. The pain boys began cooking and alchemy. The scene was unbearable to witness. Linya watched from the shadows for a long time, gaining a very clear understanding of the Ulaner orcs' nature. These were a primitive, barbaric, and bloody race of Xenos, veritable engines of violence, without a shred of pity or morality in their hearts. Their threat to him was no less than that of the Space Marine Legion who would betray the Imperium in the future. However, despite this, Linya still intended to use Urg to eliminate the Chaos Orcs and obstruct Lorgar Aurelian's plan. He dropped his disguise and approached the door. The Beast Emperor's guard stood on either side of the door. Stop, little bug, who are you? This isn't where you belong, get lost. The Beast Emperor's guard let out a low growl. Linya unfastened the poison nail dagger from his waist and held it above his head. I am Poison Nail Yaksun, a special ops boy personally appointed by Boss Urg. I need to see the boss, I have important intelligence to tell him. The Beast Emperor's guard bent down, squinting at the small dagger, then stood up and waved a hand. Go in. Don't cause trouble, or you'll regret it. All right. Linya responded simply and walked towards the door. The moment he stepped into the laboratory, a palpable gaze fell upon him, an intense mental pressure radiated from all directions, a terrifying aura emanating from the Beast Emperor. Linya braved it and stepped forward. Boss Urg. I bring bad news, several warlord bosses have betrayed you, here is their list. Betrayal? Who dares to betray me? Urg lowered his head slightly, looking down at the ant at his feet. His voice noticeably rose at the end, seemingly showing strong interest in the ant's words. Betrayal is practically impossible in orc society, as their brain capacity is insufficient to calculate the gains and losses of betrayal. Compared to pondering this complex and profound question, orcs prefer to respond to bad guys instigating them to betray their boss with do him. Linya didn't waste words, directly pulling out a data slate and handing it to the Beast Emperor's guard, who then placed it into a holographic device for projection. A holographic screen popped up, displaying the avatars of 4 warlord bosses and 3 tribe bosses, with the details of their betrayal of Ulaner beneath their images. This intelligence came from Corfarin, and Corfarin had single-handedly handled the task of corrupting the orcs, so the authenticity of the intelligence was beyond doubt. But the problem was, the orcs' brain circuitry wasn't very good. The dense text content gave Urg a headache, he'd rather just rush to the front lines and fight. Humph. Urg exhaled heavily. I've seen the intelligence you collected, but I don't quite believe it. You'll come with me, and we'll go ask, then we'll know if you're right or not. Hey? Go ask? Ask where? Just run up to the renegade warlord bosses' faces and unleash a big move? This. Linya was speechless for a moment, once again awed by the orcs' brutal savagery. Boss, but aren't you fighting the Gretchen? Will going now delay the battle? Nah, it's fine. Urg raised his hand and slapped a button on his throne, activating the ship's internal communication. Helmsman kid, get the ship moving, I'm going to take a stroll over at the Iron Scum warlord's place. With the Orc Emperor's command, the boys dared not disobey. The various squads also paid no mind to the remaining Shrimp and Gretchen inside the ship, directly controlling the vessel to forcefully leave the battlefield and open a warp entrance nearby. This scene stunned the humans who hadn't been able to leave the ship, including the 5th boarding squad who had returned. They returned to the battleship to regroup, supplemented by 4 assault troops promoted from new recruits, and then immediately launched another boarding action, forcibly entering the Greenskin battleship. Seeing that they were about to enter the warp with the Greenskins, the 5th boarding squad's heads buzzed, utterly bewildered. Why is this battleship forcefully leaving the battlefield? Have the orcs been defeated? No. Then what's going on? No one gave them an answer. The ship accelerated with a tremor, shutting down its void shields, and brutally smashing a path through with its 300-meter thick armor. 3 minutes later, a buzzing hum spread throughout the ship, the green glow of the bad stuff shield filled the compartments, and the Greenskin battleship vanished into the warp. Don't forget one crucial detail. Orc ships generally don't use metal bulkheads to cover portholes when traveling through the warp. Upon entering the warp, the 5th boarding squad immediately saw constantly shifting light and shadow, colors, and shapes. It was a kaleidoscope of a scroll, filled with indescribable shapes, creatures, and structures. When they saw blood-red waves tens of thousands of meters high rushing towards them, and the ship passed straight through them, the boarding squad members' minds and bodies completely froze. Where are we? It seems like the warp. Isn't there nothing in the warp? But why are there so many strange things here? Calm down, gentlemen, calm down. Apothecary Weiler acted as temporary captain, reassuring everyone over the internal comms channel. Don't believe your eyes, and don't question imperial truth. I believe the sights we're seeing might be related to the Orkskeller field. It's this greenskin device that's distorting light and shadow, creating illusions. The squad members looked at each other, their Mk3 type Gretchen visors filled with confusion. Waik. There are Gretchen here. Someone come. There are Gretchen here. A Gretchen suddenly fell from a crack in the ceiling, shouting and calling for greenskins. The boarding squad immediately went into combat mode, shooting the Gretchen dead with a bang, but attracting even more enemies. Suddenly, a rough voice came over the loudspeaker. "Ah, that's great, I still have a few Gretchen on my ship to play with, this journey won't be too boring. That one, Poison Nail Yaksun, yes, you. I'll pick a boy to compete with you, to see who kills the most Gretchen. The winner lives, the loser dies. If you lose, I'll flatten you into meat paste." Chapter 235 The Art of Top Number. The Beast Emperor's guard, tall and strong, stood over 5 meters, clad in ceramite armor, resembling an iron tower. And Poison Nail Yaksun, whom Lienyo was currently possessing, was merely a special ops boy skilled in picking locks and prying open doors, not even 2 meters tall. Make a special ops boy compete with a Beast Emperor's guard to see who kills more Gretchen? Are you serious? Why don't you just make me fight the Beast Emperor's guard one-on-one? What? You're not convinced? Then you can fight my Beast Emperor's guard. If you win, I'll reward you handsomely. URG looked down at the ant with a playful glint in his eyes. Lienyo's mouth twitched slightly, feeling a bit speechless, but also indifferent. His goal for this trip was merely to report the orc's treachery. Now that his objective was achieved, Poison Nail Yaksun's life or death was no longer his concern. He'd find a place to log off, and leave the rest to Yaksun. Speaking of which unlucky individuals didn't manage to get off the ship in time? Lienyo secretly pondered, deciding to find an opportunity to rescue them. The greenskin battleship had as many hiding crevices as there were Gretchen. "Boss, whatever you say goes. I'll go find the Gretchen now." Lienyo shouted, glanced at the location marked on the holographic map, tightened his cloak, activated the cloak's built-in optical stealth module, and silently departed. URG raised a hand and pointed below the throne. The Beast Emperor's guard he selected stepped forward and ran towards the Gretchen's cabin, following the holographic map's guidance. This Beast Emperor's guard wore heavy ceramite armor, wielded a chainsaw scimitar, and was equipped with a heavy multi-barreled bolter. When it ran at full speed, the ground shook, and its speed and momentum were terrifying, even more so than a mud hauler. But don't forget this was a greenskin battleship, with countless nooks, crannies, and winding passages. Lienyo didn't even need to activate teleport, he simply squeezed into any crevice he saw and entered any pipe, taking shortcuts to approach the Space Marine's location. Bang bang bang! A series of explosions came from the pipe exit ahead. By the sound, he knew it was the heavy bolters standard for the Space Marine Legion. Lienyo poked his head out of the ventilation pipe. Below, the battle was raging. Several unlucky individuals were trapped by a tidal wave of greenskins, unable to advance or retreat. The markings on their armor revealed their identity. It was the Death Guard 131st 1st Company 5th Boarding Squad that Lienyo had encountered before. Alright, it seems Space Marines fight to the death. Even with heavy casualties, it doesn't stop them from regrouping and continuing the boarding action. Since I got a free sample of your gene seed, I'll give you a hand. His gaze swept around, Lienyo searching for all exploitable factors. The ceiling beams were precarious and could likely be used to crush orcs, dividing the battlefield and creating an escape opportunity for the boarding squad. Several floor panels were warped and curled, revealing a cabin on the lower deck filled with a large amount of scrap, with no sign of orcs. Lienyo activated teleport, passing through pipes in the floor from top to bottom, arriving at the lower deck. This place was a warehouse orcs used to stockpile supplies, with small mountains of metal scrap everywhere, and occasionally a few tech boys passing by. The metal scrap piles naturally created electromagnetic interference, preventing orcs from tracking the Space Marines' biosignals, so the boarding squad could completely hide here to shake off the orcs. Lienyo planned the squad's route, then reactivated teleport, returning to the upper level. He hid inside the pipe, locking his gaze on the ceiling beams and the warped floor panels, continuously activating vibration art. Creak creak. The I-beam groaned, one end of the beam tilting downwards, subtly accelerating its descent. The sound it made attracted the attention of the boarding squad. The assault marine, with the veteran pattern emblazoned on him, reacted quickly, immediately realizing this was an exploitable environmental factor. He raised his gun, aimed at the weak point of the beam, and pulled the trigger. 5 heavy bolter rounds successfully shattered the cracked steel plate. Creak. Bang. The 100-meter-long beam snapped with a roar, crashing down heavily. Dozens of Gretchen and Choppa boys, unable to dodge in time, were instantly crushed into pulp. This cooperation between Lienyo and the Space Marines was perfect. The I-beam lay across the center of the battlefield, separating the orcs and Space Marines, creating an escape opportunity for the latter. Lienyo raised a hand and pointed at the curled floor panel. Vibration art, activate. The rivets on the floor popped out with a bang. Without this rivet, the internal stress of the metal plate uncontrollably burst forth, creating a domino-like physical effect. One rivet after another was flung out by the internal stress, and finally, an entire metal plate was thrown by the internal stress. Clang! The metal plate landed on the ground, its loud bang noticed by the Space Marines. Crimson oculars glowed faintly, and the power armor's sensors quickly scanned the underground space, a series of data appearing on everyone's holographic field of vision. There's a lot of metal scrap down there, almost no orcs. We might be able to find a place to hide there. I agree. Me too. The apothecary and temporary Captain Weiler immediately decided. Then what are we waiting for? Follow me, lads. The group came to the hole in the floor and jumped in, with the orcs behind them climbing over the I-beam and following closely. 2 melta grenades flew out of the hole, exploding into brilliant fireworks above the orcs' heads. Bang bang! Scorching lava splashed across the area, engulfing all the orcs near the hole. The sizzling sound of roasting meat was incessant, and the scene was a desolate mess. Lava spread on the ground, flames burned on the piles of corpses, and the orc boys who arrived later stopped, shouting and looking for water to extinguish the fire. The boarding squad gained a much-needed moment of respite. But this opportunity came quickly and left just as quickly. The Beast Emperor's guard arrived at the scene at this moment. Its feet and legs were encased in ceramite, treating the raging flames as nothing. Thump thump thump. Heavy footsteps rapidly approached, thick thighs sweeping aside obstructing orcs and Gretchen. The Beast Emperor's guard trampled the fiery carpet, leaped into the air, and plunged into the hole in the floor. Bang! The Beast Emperor's guard landed heavily, the scrap on the ground either flattened or flung away, its massive body casting a shadow in the light. Hiss, my Terra, this orc is actually 5 meters tall. Where did this monster come from? The boarding squad was suddenly startled, raising their guns at the colossal enemy, retreating and firing simultaneously. Bang 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 bang. Heavy bolters spewed a barrage of fire, the spinning projectiles sparking off the Beast Emperor's guard's armor, the clanging sounds deafening. The torrent of bullets was astonishing, yet it failed to penetrate the Beast Emperor's guard's armor, instead, it enraged him. Roar! The Beast Emperor's guard roared furiously, the chainsaw Great Choppa in his hand whirring, its sharp teeth spinning at high speed. The Great Choppa swept diagonally downwards, a gust of wind scattering the metal scrap, the saw chain cutting through the scrap pile and heading towards the boarding squad. In that instant, everyone felt how astonishing this orc's combat power was. Its height and reach, its muscular strength, and the weapon it wielded, destined it to be an efficient and merciless killing machine. In less than 0.1 seconds, the chainsaw Great Choppa arrived before the boarding squad, intending to cut all these Gretchen in half. The Space Marines made evasive maneuvers, their power armor's servomotors and electronic muscle fibers working frantically, the fusion battery pack's performance fully exploited. 6 people dodged the attack, but one person's reaction was half a beat too slow. Bang! Sizz! Ah! The saw chain pierced the power armor, the Great Choppa cut the Gretchen in half, his heart-breaking wails chilling to the bone. Damn it! Weiler roared an order. Disperse! Help me draw fire! I'll use the plasma gun to penetrate his helmet. Received. The boarding squad had no time to mourn their fallen comrade. They scattered, firing barrages from different angles to create a killing opportunity for Weiler. The Beast Emperor's guard picked up the tip of its blade, flicked it casually, and the body, severed in two, was tossed away like trash. The plasma gun in Weiler's hand glowed with brilliant blue light. The Beast Emperor's guard instantly became alert, raising its other hand to shield its face. Buzz! A dark green shield field popped out from its gauntlet, perfectly blocking Weiler's shot. Under the double protection of ceramite gauntlets and the force field, a plasma fireball was almost impossible to pose a threat to the Beast Emperor's guard's head. Attack his weakness. Help me move his hand. Weiler shouted over the internal comms channel. Bang 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 bang. Heavy bolter rounds wove a barrage, sweeping the giant orc's weak points. The saw teeth whirred fiercely, the Beast Emperor's guard, with its face covered, swept through the enemies, kicking up large amounts of scrap, making the scene incredibly chaotic. The battle was stalemated, neither side could gain an advantage in a short amount of time. Lignot knew it was his time to act. Only when the scene was chaotic enough could he fish in troubled waters. The Beast Emperor's guard was tall and fierce, and its armor was almost indestructible. Defeating it head-on was basically impossible. But no matter how fierce it was, wasn't it still an orc? If he forcibly logged in and took over its account, wouldn't it be useless? Lignot opened the system interface, selected the second WAAC simulation reward, and clicked Redeem. I want to simulate this Beast Emperor's guard in front of me. Search complete. Search results, 1 item. The simulation target is the Ulaner Orc Emperor's Guard. The starting price for simulation is 10,000 magic spores. The simulation target has undergone extensive modifications, increasing the simulation price by 300%. The simulation target is in combat, increasing the simulation price by 100%. The final simulation price is 50,000 magic spores. Magic spore count, 570,000. Are you sure you want to proceed with the simulation? Only 50,000 consumed, that's just a drop in the bucket. Lignot unhesitatingly started a new simulation. His consciousness left Yaxun and entered the body of the Beast Emperor's guard. Lignot opened his eyes and saw the palm covering the helmet's observation window. Slight vibrations came from various parts of his body, that was the effect of bolter rounds exploding on the armor. Rampant emotions surged in his mind, the inherent warlike traits in his genes were aroused, and surging physical strength and raw power filled every corner of his body. Too strong. It's truly too strong. How could the Beast Emperor's guard's combat power be so terrifying? This orc's height was clearly similar to a Space Marine's, but why did its muscular strength and physical endurance far exceed a Space Marine's? A huge question mark flashed in Linio's mind, but now was not the time to seek the truth. He maintained the posture of shielding his face with his left hand and swinging the chainsaw chopper with his right, pretending to lose his footing inadvertently, and his body tilted backward. Clang. Rumble rumble. His mountain-like body crashed onto the floor, sending out violent tremors that made metal parts along the way bounce and jump. That apothecary named Weiler, you have to seize this opportunity. Linio roared in his heart, swinging the chopper with his right hand and propping himself up on the ground with his left, trying to stand up. Just then, the distinctive roar of a plasma gun exploded in his ears. Sizzle. Bang. Sizzle. Bang. Sizzle. Bang. 3 consecutive shots, 3 bright blue plasma fireballs landed on the Beast Emperor's guard's head. Linio only felt his scalp tingle and burn, and the next second, he plunged into darkness. Your current simulated character has been killed. This WAOC simulation has ended, beginning settlement. Ignoring the settlement information, Linio directly called up the save interface and loaded Poison Nail Yaxun's save. His 5 senses returned, his vision became clear, and the sight of the Beast Emperor's guard's head exploding entered his view. The boarding squad suffered 3 casualties, with 4 survivors. The survivors were unharmed, but their ammunition supply was insufficient. Simply eliminating the Beast Emperor's guard did not resolve the crisis. This was a greenskin battleship, large numbers of greenskins could emerge from any corner at any time. It wouldn't be long before the remaining 4 would once again be embroiled in a chaotic battle. You maintain vigilance, I will extract the gene seed. Weiler's voice was low and heavy as he knelt to collect his comrades' remains. The other 3 squad members nodded in agreement, and the atmosphere within the squad became incredibly somber. After half a minute, a new recruit sighed. If only we had stealth modules, then we could hide here and not worry about being discovered by orcs. The veteran coldly rebuked. Humph, stealth modules? If you had stealth modules, at least half of your chest armor would be gone. We are unbreakers, not sneaky thieves. Rapid assault is our style. The new recruit, scolded, dared not speak further. Weiler, who had finished collecting the gene seed, mused. The most urgent matter now is to send the gene seed back. Fighting the orcs to the death is unwise. I remember orcs also have stealth devices, don't they? Search around, maybe there are some readily available. What Weiler said was correct. In the Legion Company's combat priority sequence, recovering gene seed was as important as achieving combat objectives. The combat objective this time was to seize control of the ship, which now seemed unattainable, so hope could only be placed on recovering the gene seed. The 4 boarding members split up to search. Linio's eyes flickered, and he turned to leave. A short while later, he returned, dropping several items where the Space Marines could find them. A few minutes later. Hey? I think I found an orc stealth device. The new recruit picked up a piece of mechanical witchcraft from the ground. It was a slightly damaged optical camouflage cloak, with a black iron box at the collar, on which a line of orc language was written. The power armor's sensors collected the orc language and translated it into Low Gothic. Mao Gees, cloak. The new recruit poked the switch on the iron box with his finger. After an electrophoretic sound, the optical camouflage cloak became transparent. The team members who rushed over upon hearing the sound saw the scene, their eyes lighting up, their spirits uplifted. There really is a greenskin stealth device here, and it works with just one press. Quick, search around. Where there's 1, there's 2. We might be able to use these cloaks to completely shake off the greenskins. The boarding squad searched everywhere and indeed found several usable stealth cloaks. The entire squad entered a stealth state, disappearing into the scrap warehouse. Watching the scene, Linio smiled faintly from behind the scenes. Where would there be so many wild stealth devices in this world? Aren't they all gifts from nature? Chapter 236, Ancient Strengthening Fungus. No need to go offline just yet. Linio still had things to do. The Beast Emperor's guard's corpse lay horizontally on the cold floor, with a torrent of blood gushing from its head. Even in death, it remained a giant, an existence far beyond what ordinary orcs could aspire to. Linio opened the system interface and redeemed the reward for offline retrieval of gene knowledge base. System, I want to know how this giant orc was cultivated. Was it the psychic field fluctuations from combat that made it much stronger than orcs of the same height, or was it the work of some orc witchcraft? A system message popped up. Retrieving gene knowledge bases of simulated characters such as Wooji Boy Sake, Mad Dr. Samar, Tech Boss, Gulatin, Psychic Boy, Pengpa, etc. Retrieval complete. Retrieval result, 0 items. Hey? 0 retrieval results. Linio was stunned, his mind almost couldn't process it. After a few seconds of contemplation, a guess appeared in his mind. The upgraded version of the noisy box was called the Roaring Box, which allowed for zero delay interstellar communication. Linio had only seen the Roaring Box in the hands of Olaner Orc Empire members so far. Did this mean that it was a mechanical witchcraft that only tech bosses or tech boys of the Orc Empire level could unlock? Similarly, there was no giant orc-related witchcraft in the gene knowledge bases of the Para-Warlords Weird Boy, Mad Doctor, Tech Boss, and other members, which was likely due to the Para-Warlords level not being high enough. If it were a mad doctor from the Ulana Empire, it should be fine. System, search for the mad doctor on this battleship. Linio thought for a moment and added. Especially the mad doctor refining potions next to URG, prioritize listing its simulation price. The system text refreshed again. Searching for simulation targets. Search complete. Search result, 5 items. Name, Beast Emperor's Chief Mad Doctor, USA. The simulation target is a mad doctor, with a starting simulation price of 5 magic spores. The simulation target possesses the title Orc Emperor's Chief Mad Doctor, increasing the starting simulation price to 10,000 magic spores. The simulation target controls 3,333 pain boys, increasing the starting simulation price to 20,000 magic spores. The simulation target has undergone mechanical witchcraft and mad doctor witchcraft modifications, increasing the simulation price by 200%. The final simulation price is 60,000 magic spores. Number of magic spores, 520,000. Confirm simulation? Linio found a place to hide his current body and mentally confirmed to start the simulation. His consciousness materialized, passing through layers of cabins and entering the mad doctor's laboratory he had visited before. Opening his eyes, the alchemy crucible in front of him bubbled, and a deafening roar came from his ears. Damn Gretchen, how dare they kill my boy? And that damn poison nail, he's hiding. That guy is as cunning as ever. Beast Emperor URG was furious on his throne, his blood flowing faster, and waves of heat radiating from his body. Linio was a little curious how URG knew what was happening on the scene. He glanced at the holographic screen and instantly understood. It turned out that URG had dispatched his elite special ops boys to observe the battle from the side. These special ops boys were equipped with combat recorders and stealth cloaks, capable of transmitting real-time footage to the Beast Emperor. When Linio transferred his consciousness to Mad Doctor USA, the special ops boys had just arrived at the scene. Someone! Turn that place upside down for me, and make sure to dig out those damn Gretchen. Yes, da. 3 Beast Emperor's guards took the order and left with heavy steps. Linio buried his head, stirring the crucible, and searching Mad Doctor USA's memory. Soon, he found the answer. The moment the truth surfaced, his heart pounded uncontrollably. Following the guidance of memory, Linio stretched out his right hand, which was trembling slightly with excitement, and picked up a small jar of powder from the white alchemy table. At the bottom of the glass jar, pale green crystalline powder formed a small bulge, emitting a faint but perceptible psychic field fluctuation. He aimed at the powder and threw an analysis fungus. A system message popped up, and Linio's breathing hitched. He never expected to encounter a new type of ancient fungus here. Name, Ancient Strengthening Fungi. Type, Old One's Creation. Analysis result. This is a psychic yeast that can quickly ferment ingredients. In high temperature, normal pressure environments, its fermentation can convert ordinary ingredients into psychic ingredients, activating the consumer's psychic field. When an orc's psychic field is activated, it can strengthen the orc's body. Ancient, strengthening, fungus. This was the secret of the giant orcs. This fungus was a treasure Beast Emperor URG had discovered in an underground ruin. Currently, only the Beast Emperor's own Mad Doctor team had stock of it, other orc factions hadn't even heard of its name. It was this old one's creation, exclusive to the Beast Emperor, that laid the foundation for the immense physical advantage of the Beast Emperor and the Beast Emperor's guard. Linio forcefully suppressed the tremor in his heart and, following Mad Doctor USA's habits, unscrewed the lid of the glass jar, dug out a spoonful of powder with a small spoon, and sprinkled it into the crucible. When he put the lid back on the glass jar, Linio ran his fingertip over the powder at the mouth of the bottle, quickly collecting it into the fungus warehouse. On the system interface, in the last row, last column, and last slot of the fungus warehouse, a brand new fungus sample appeared. Now that this was done, wasting any more time here would be disrespectful to the ancient strengthening fungi. Offline. Log in. Log in as Woogie Boy sake. Linio switched perspectives like lightning, instantly arriving at the Weird Boy's hut 10 kilometers underground on Paraplanet. Zalger. Get me some of the biggest, fattest, and strongest squigs. And tell the cooking boys to come help. Neng, all right. Zalger was playing frisbee with Stupid Dog at the hut's entrance. Hearing the witch doctor's shout, he casually threw the frisbee and quickly ran towards the nearby rail train. Outside the Weird Boy's hut were artificial farmlands, above which were artificial sunlight pipes and irrigation facilities. Gretchen toiled in the fields, and material transport relied on unobstructed trains and capsule pods. Zalger's ride had changed from a clunky carrier to a nuclear-powered train. When he had nothing to do, he loved to race underground, a true underground racing enthusiast. In just 10 minutes, he had brought back 10 plump meat squigs from the neighboring squig farm. The Gretchen held down the squigs, using electroshock therapy to put them to sleep, and the cooking boys butchered them on the spot. Set the pot, boil water, add the cut meat and bones, and various orc spices, mainly mushrooms for fragrance, freshness, and to remove fishiness. Once the broth boiled, Linio stepped onto the high platform and sprinkled a pinch of ancient strengthening fungi into the 3-meter-tall cauldron. The system didn't lie, this fungus had an astonishing fermentation effect in high temperature, normal pressure environments. From the moment the powder dissolved into the broth until the entire pot of soup turned from meaty to pale green, only a few tenths of seconds had passed. A pungent aroma emanated from it, causing the throats of the greenskins to bob and their mouths to water. Linio took a deep breath, letting the fragrance fill his nostrils. He felt it. His psychic field was vibrating, very slightly, but it was indeed vibrating. An extremely faint psychic field fluctuation emanated from the psychic field, entering Wuji Boise's body. His muscles and bones felt faintly itchy, and so did his head. Wow! Witch doctor, what did you just add? I feel so hot. Ah, my head is so itchy, I'm going to grow a brain. Perhaps it was their first time encountering psychic food that could build muscle and strengthen bones, and the orcs in Gretchen felt it particularly strongly. Even Zalger, that big oaf, couldn't stop drooling, and he was scratching himself all over, as if countless tiny ants were crawling on him. Linyo stood on the high platform with his hands on his hips, chuckling. Quiet, boys. This is a new recipe I just thought up. I'll call it, Ancient Strengthening Fungi was too awkward a name. He needed a simple, easy to understand, and memorable name. I'll call it Mad Growth Spirit. Just smelling its aroma will keep you from all diseases. Drinking a sip of its soup will make you feel refreshed. Eating a bite of its meat will make you strong and healthy. Whoever performs well gets to eat it. The orcs and Gretchen drooled as they listened. Linyo turned to Zalger and said. Have Along come over, I have something to discuss with him. Ang. Along served as the commander of Paraplanet's garrison, possessing both combat prowess and prestige. Paraplanet rarely engaged in warfare since its establishment, but Along was not idle. He had established a fully simulated combat training ground in the underground armory, holding various combat drills daily. Orbital bombardment, air raids, urban warfare, field battles, and so on, were all included, except for space combat training. The weapons used in training were specially made by Linyo. They were tranquilizer guns, using chemical tranquilizer darts as ammunition. The darts contained two components, one was an anesthetic to simulate the effect of being incapacitated, and the other was an alchemical potion to strengthen the body. The more times one was hit by a tranquilizer dart, the more times one's body would be strengthened. This way, the new recruits in the garrison would quickly grow through repeated simulated deaths in combat, no longer being a burden to the garrison. Linyo called Along over, firstly to affirm his daily work, and secondly because the other's physical functions had reached their limit, and measures beyond mechanical modification were necessary to achieve a breakthrough. Along, all the parts of your body that could be replaced with mechanical constructs have been replaced with the highest grade metal objects. But I know you yearn to become bigger, stronger, and more warlike. Linyo stood on the high platform, his gaze level with the over 5 meter tall Along. Along, tell me, do you crave power? Of course. I dream of becoming stronger. Along thumped his chest, making a metallic clang. Linyo pointed at the large pot. Quick. Taste my new invention. I guarantee you'll be so excited you'll go into near-surface orbit. Along had already noticed the thick soup in the large pot. He took a ladle and a fork from a Gretchen, scooped a spoonful of hot thick soup into his helmet, absorbed it through the feeding port on his breathing mask, and then used the fork to stab a large piece of meat into it. The soup and meat traveled down the artificial esophagus into his stomach, being processed into liquid food by the shredder and compressor in the esophagus along the way. A few seconds later, Along's two bionic eyes widened, and a high-pitched cry came from his vocalizer. I feel myself, growing flesh. Apart from his head, nerve bundles, and a small amount of organic tissue that couldn't be replaced with artificial constructs, Along's body had no flesh and blood. But now, his psychic field vibrated violently, and the psychic field fluctuations acted upon his remaining flesh and blood, actually causing him to grow new organs. Orcs are naturally born with multiple hearts, lungs, stomachs, and a series of other organs, and the same goes for their muscles and bones. Bite after bite of meat, Along's body size shot up to nearly 6 meters, a meter taller than before, with the extra part being newly grown skin, muscles, bones, and organs. Great, I can start new modifications again. Along looked at his belly. A green swimming ring had appeared between his iron crotch and iron chest plate. It looked a bit ugly, but it was still better than his flesh body being unable to undergo further modifications. Several of Along's personal guards also tasted a few mouthfuls, happily welcoming new body parts. Linyo recorded the experimental data from the side, having different orc groups come over to drink the soup and eat the meat. Finally, at the moment approaching Terra's dawn, the experimental results were out. The fermentation effect of the ancient strengthening fungi was closely related to the life level of the ingredients. The higher the life level of the ingredients, the better the fermentation effect, and the stronger the psychic field fluctuations it induced. However, the strength of the psychic field fluctuations did not determine the quality of the strengthening effect. How good the strengthening effect was depended on the consumer's own tolerance level to the fermented product. Ancient strengthening fungi produced fermented substances during fermentation, and this substance would cause irreversible tolerance in the consumer. The stronger the tolerance, the weaker the strengthening effect. When the tolerance was high enough, the ancient strengthening fungi had almost no strengthening effect. Linyo calculated that if ordinary food was used to make psychic cuisine, a height of 5 meters and a weight of 500 kilograms would be the limit of the strengthening effect. URG's Beast Emperor's Guard was at this level. To go further, there were only two approaches. One was to increase the atavistic degree of the ancient strengthening fungi, enhancing the potency of the fermented product. The second was to choose ingredients with a higher life level. Clearly, URG adopted the second approach to strengthen himself, which led to the scene where he used Gretchen as ingredients. Gretchen, Linyo couldn't bring himself to eat, nor could demons. To be precise, he couldn't eat any humanoid creatures, at most, he would eat squigs. From this perspective, deeply optimizing the gene fragments of squigs to enhance their life level was a must. Linio pondered to himself and instructed Zalger to help him gather high-quality squigs. Having arranged the tasks, he went offline on the spot. Time passed in daily work, exploring the webway, and delving into the ancient strengthening fungi. A few days later, at night, Linio was about to go to bed when a system message appeared in his vision. Archived, Poison Nail Yaksun, Beast Emperor's Chief Mad Doctor USA. Archive briefing. After 9 days of warp travel, Orc Emperor URG's battleship is about to reach its destination. That is the primitive planet where the Iron Scum Warlord is located. The system detected the presence of Chaos Orcs in past records of the Iron Scum Warlord. Please pay attention to the movements of Yaksun and USA. If these two are corrupted by chaos, the simulation price for you to possess them will significantly increase. Linio knew that WarHammer simulation could simulate Chaos Orcs. But play is play, and joking is joking, don't joke about turning to chaos. Linio always felt that simulating Chaos Orcs was unsafe, and it was best to keep an eye on the simulated characters' movements to avoid accidentally contaminating them with chaos. After careful consideration between Yaksun and USA, Linio chose to simulate Yaksun, whose actions were relatively free. Chapter 237 So what is the price? Archive, Poison Nail Yaksun, read successful. Starting this WarHammer simulation. The system text flashed across his eyes. Linio's consciousness left Epimetheus and headed towards an unfamiliar star sea. Before long, a desolate yet slightly green primitive planet appeared in his vision. This was an exclave opened up by the Iron Scum Warlord. After establishing a base here, the Iron Scum Warlord moved his entire family to this planet, making it his main base of operations. The Wolf Blade, a green-skinned battleship, emerged from the warp, appearing at the highest point of the planet's near-surface orbit. The Iron Scum fleet patrolling orbital space noticed the warp signal and came to investigate the Wolf Blade's situation. After some communication, both sides stated their intentions, and the Iron Scum Warlord's boss boarded the ship to meet the Beast Emperor. Linio, possessing Yaksun, encountered the Iron Scum Warlord's boss and his guardsmen team near the hangar on the lower deck. This was a group of red-skinned orcs with horns on their heads, dark eye sockets, blocky black armor on their bodies, and several small bulges on their backs, as if something was about to burst out of them. At first glance, the appearance of the Iron Scum Warlord's boss and his guardsman team bore some resemblance to the bloodletters commonly found underkern. But they were far taller and more imposing than bloodletters, exuding a strong smell of blood and heat with every movement, like walking furnaces of blood. The most exaggerated part was their weapons, blood-red great axes woven from flesh and steel, with tangible blood-red light flickering on them, clearly powerful weapons enchanted with psychic power. The Iron Scum Warlord's level of chaos corruption surpassed that of the Blood Bowl Warlord. This was Linio's immediate impression. He followed behind this group, trying to enter the superficial layer of the warp to examine the demons within the red-skinned orcs. Indeed, the demons within these orcs had already grown into semi-finished products. The demons' body outlines matched the orcs, as if they were wearing the orcs' bodies like suits, and the hard lumps on the red-skinned orcs' bodies corresponded to the demons' spikes. When the demons grew to a certain point, the spikes would protrude from the orcs' bodies, making the latter's appearance even more terrifying and eerie, truly becoming enchanted sons. An orc boy by the roadside muttered softly. These guys seem a bit powerful, but I reckon they're still no match for URG's tough boys. Humph. A heavy snort came from the Iron Scum Warlord's group, and their crimson eyes glanced towards the orc boy by the roadside. The orc, swept by the cold, bloodthirsty gaze, instantly became as silent as a cicada in winter, timidly hiding behind the crowd. Its cowardly appearance drew a burst of laughter. Ha ha ha. You're such a coward. Someone looks at you, and you wet your pants like a Gretchen. Coward. Feeling humiliated, the orc boy returned to the front row of the onlookers and shouted at the Iron Scum orc who had snorted. This is URG's territory, I advise you guys to behave yourselves. If you dare to cause trouble, I'll make sure your butts get kicked. Hoo. Buddy, you're really tough. I reckon you're the coolest guy here. The surrounding crowd of beasts cheered him on. The Iron Scum Warlord's boss stopped and looked back at the leading orc boy. An Iron Scum guardsman turned around, his thick right arm striking out like lightning. Pfft. The iron fist pierced through the orc boy's head, red and white matter splattering everywhere, and the scene instantly fell silent. The warlord orc had actually attacked on the Beast Emperor's territory. This scene was beyond everyone's expectation, even Linio was a bit stunned. Going chaos really makes them tough, taking an orc's life at the slightest disagreement, turning from guest to host. Now it was up to the Beast Emperor to handle it. Thump, thump, thump. 2 Beast Emperor's guards approached, their steps heavy. The surrounding orc boys and Gretchen widened their eyes, eagerly anticipating a good show. Before the Beast Emperor's guards could speak, the Iron Scum Warlord's boss raised his great axe and swung it down with force. A blood-red blade light flashed, and the Iron Scum guardsman's right hand was severed at the root, blood gushing out. The massive hand fell to the ground, turning into a foul-smelling red sludge at a visible speed. The Iron Scum boss faced the orc guardsman's gaze and said in a booming voice. I'll trade one of my tough boys' hands for one of your insignificant orc boys. The orc guardsmen exchanged glances, put down their chainsaw choppas, and stepped aside to clear the path. The Iron Scum group set off again. The Iron Scum guardsman who lost his right hand didn't even look at the severed hand on the ground, turning his head and walking away. After a few steps, the wound on his right wrist stopped bleeding on its own, and with a surge of psychic fluctuation, a brand new right hand grew out of his wrist. This completely stunned the orcs and Gretchen who were watching the show. Holy crap, how did it grow its body so fast? Compared to it, I'm just a weakling. URG's tough boys can't grow a new right hand that fast either. A group of people surrounded the Iron Scum group, shouting and yelling. The Beast Emperor's guards roared, forcing back the onlookers and Gretchen, allowing the group to proceed. The destination of their journey was not the Mad Doctor's laboratory, but the council chamber on this ship. A throne for the Beast Emperor was cast on a skull platform, and URG sat upon it, looking down at the Iron Scum group gradually approaching below. Iron Scum, someone told me that you betrayed Olaner when I wasn't looking, is that true? Answer me honestly. URG's low tone echoed in the council chamber. The Iron Scum boss looked up, his crimson eyes meeting the Beast Emperor's from beneath his helmet. I did not betray you. Then what's with your skin and the trash inside you? URG raised a hand and said coldly. Don't think I don't know, you've been colluding with a group of Gretchen called Cruel Seekers. They've modified your body, stuffed a rotten thing inside, making you look as ugly as a Gretchen with a skin disease. Since you already know all this, then I'll tell you the truth, boss. Iron Scum stepped forward and roared in response. I did make a deal with the Gretchen, but I didn't betray you. Fusing with the rotten thing grants me even greater power. Far stronger, fiercer, and more warlike than the power you gave me. I'll use this power to kill more shrimp for you and expand your empire. Humph. Quibbling. URG slammed his armrest, stood up abruptly, and slowly walked down from the platform. Then I ask you. I don't like rotten things, I'm mortal enemies with rotten things. If one day, I go to war with rotten things, will you strike the rotten thing inside you first? This. The Iron Scum boss was momentarily speechless. Answer me. Iron Scum. Look into my eyes and answer me. When I go to war with rotten things, whose side will you be on? Will you, for the sake of that lump of mud inside you, raise your blade against me? URG strode closer, his aura menacing. Iron Scum clenched his fists and roared in a deep voice. Boss, you don't understand. The rotten thing is far more powerful than you. I have witnessed its might. It has granted me unparalleled power. As long as you join the rotten thing, we will be on the same side. Then I won't have betrayed you. Nonsense. URG roared. You damned scumbag has been blinded by the rotten thing, and now you dare to tell me to bow to the rotten thing. You're dead. Idiot. I'll use your blood to warn the other boys that betraying me only leads to death. URG raised his right hand, and the built-in grav field of his metal gauntlet activated, drawing the chainsaw-long knife from beside his throne into his hand. Whoosh. The blade whistled past, and the rapidly spinning toothed chain moved towards Iron Scum's face. At this instant, Iron Scum was locked onto by URG's killing intent, with nowhere to dodge. The massive height difference destined this to be an unequal battle. Iron Scum was dead for sure. At the critical moment, a grand and towering voice appeared in Iron Scum's mind. It walks among us. Wherever it sees, there shall be natural disasters, man-made calamities, plagues, and despair. It says, natural disasters are trials, man-made calamities are atonement, plagues are purification, and despair is the path to salvation. Fear not the suffering that destroys the flesh, for it brings liberation of the soul. Note 1. After this voice, another message followed immediately. Do you desire power? Do you want to defeat URG head-on and ascend to the Beast Emperor's throne? Iron Scum. I desire power. I desire to defeat URG. I want to become the Beast Emperor. But what is the price? It is your soul. Offer your soul, let me control your destiny, dominate your will. Then, you will get everything you desire, everything, everything, everything. The toothed long knife was right before his eyes, its sharp teeth stinging his eardrums, and at this moment of life and death, Iron Scum roared in his heart. I am willing. I am willing to offer my soul to you. I desire power. Iron Scum's roar exploded in the council chamber. A dense blood-red light screen appeared on his body. The chainsaw-long knife crashed against the light screen with a clang, producing a loud metallic clang. The toothed chainsaw furiously cut the light screen, and countless sparks flew out. URG's eyes widened, looking at the scene before him in disbelief. Iron Scum's body grew wildly, demonic spikes burst out from the hard lumps, and hot blood oozed from all over his body, which then instantly covered his ceramite armor, forming a layer of spiky blood-red armor. I challenge you, URG. My master has granted me supreme power. I will defeat you head-on. Eat your flesh. Drink all your blood. Iron Scum raised his hands high, and the great axe in his palm swelled several times in size, bloodlight erupting violently, the crimson axe blade like a guillotine, filled with killing intent. Blood for the blood god. Skulls for the skull throne. Iron Scum's height surged, and his great axe slammed down with a roar. URG stood frozen, seemingly stunned by the psychic fluctuations emanating from the other party, standing stiffly to receive the blood-red great axe. The orc guardsmen roared and charged, rushing to provide support while firing their guns. The barrage fired by the heavy multi-barreled meltaguns was all blocked by the blood-red light screen, unable to even touch URG and Iron Scum's bodies, as if the battlefield where the two were located was separated into an independent space by the light screen. Seeing that URG was about to be beheaded, Linyo's thoughts raced, and he decisively made his move. Brain freeze technique. Vibration art. Both fungi abilities advanced simultaneously, acting on Iron Scum at the same time. Iron Scum's movements paused for less than 0.1 seconds. URG snapped out of it at that moment, answering his subordinate's provocation with a roar and a sharp blade. You dare defy me? Die. Buzz 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 buzz. The chainsaw long knife roared forward, plunging into Iron Scum's face. Sizzle 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 sizzle. The saw teeth furiously shredded Iron Scum's head, and foul matter poured down like a rain curtain. The blood-red double-handed axe froze in place, its blade only a few centimeters from URG's head, but it never managed to continue its downward swing. Iron Scum's head was pulverized, and the chainsaw long knife split his body in half from top to bottom. Clang! Clang! The two halves of the corpse fell to the ground, shaking the earth. URG panted heavily, casting a vicious gaze at Iron Scum's guardsman, the chainsaw long knife wildly swirling, kicking up gusts of bloody wind. As the last Chaos Orc fell, the blood-red light screen covering the battlefield disappeared. The Beast Emperor's guards ran closer, delivering finishing blows to the corpses on the ground one by one. Linyo hid in the shadows, slowly retracting the finger he had pointed at the battlefield. At this point, there was nothing more to say. Helping URG was better than URG being beheaded by a Chaos Orc and the Ulaner Empire changing hands. Good thing I kept an extra eye out and logged on in time to monitor the situation. If I hadn't come, I really wouldn't have known what kind of chaos would have erupted here. It's not impossible for the entire galaxy's development trajectory to be completely altered due to URG's premature demise. Linyo sighed with emotion in his heart. On the other side, URG shook off the bloodstains from his chainsaw long knife and furiously issued the order to bombard the planet. The Wolf Blade went full throttle, all guardsmen and fighter jets inside the ship were deployed, seizing the initiative. URG personally led a team to sweep the enemies on the surface, venting his anger. A total of 40 Beast Emperor's guards, including those who had gone before, went to the surface via special shuttles, closely following the Beast Emperor. URG began to settle accounts with the warlords who had turned to chaos. The situation with the Iron Scum warlord was similar to that of the Blood Bowl warlord, only the warlord boss and his guardsmen had received chaos blessings, while the rest of the orcs and Gretchen were not eligible. URG didn't care whether they were related to the rotten thing or not, he just kept hacking and slaughtering, determined to completely wipe out the Iron Scum warlord from the planet. It wouldn't be long before the other warlords who had turned to chaos would receive the same treatment. Things were proceeding as expected, and the mastermind, Brother Lee, hid in the bridge, secretly watching the battle broadcast on the holographic screen, feeling quite pleased. It was time to do his own things, there were still many things waiting for him to research, and the webway space also needed to be properly developed. Linyo was about to log off, but then he suddenly froze. Right, what happened to that boarding party? I haven't been online these past few days, they haven't been discovered, have they? Just as he was thinking this, the finder in the bridge let out a strange cry. Holy crap, guys, this is bad. One of our guardsmen has been stolen by the Gretchen. They killed the crew on board and are activating the warp engine and rotten thing shield, it looks like they're trying to force their way out of here. Linyo raised an eyebrow, came to the porthole, and looked at the guardsman with a noticeably abnormal flight path. He didn't know how the boarding party managed it, but they actually infiltrated the guardsman and successfully seized control. Half a minute later, a warp rift opened, and the guardsman shot into it with a whoosh, disappearing without a trace. Linyo watched the ship enter the warp, pondered for a few seconds, and decided to find an orc on that guardsman to simulate, to see the situation on board. If the boarding party didn't know how to navigate, Linyo wouldn't mind possessing a word boy and acting as a guide. Chapter 238, The Tribunal of the 30K Era. Searching for word boy near Death Guard 131st Company's 5th Boarding Squad. Search complete. Search results, 1 item. Name, word boy navigator. The simulated object is the navigator of Green Orc frigates. The starting bid for simulation is 100 magic spores. The simulated object is in an amniotic tank, with limited mobility, so the simulation price is minus 50%. The final simulation price is 50 magic spores. You consumed 50 magic spores to start a new simulation. The system messages updated rapidly. Linyo's consciousness left Yaksun and entered the warp, catching up with the Green Orc frigates that had just departed. His consciousness completed the switch. When he opened his eyes again, Linyo was already in the amniotic tank on the dot matrix, becoming the word boy submerged in the water. A dark gun muzzle was pressed against the amniotic tank. The person holding the gun was the assaulter of the 5th boarding squad. Behave yourself, orc. Navigate for us obediently, or I'll blow your brains out with one shot. The assaulter issued a cold threat. Linyo just wanted to laugh when he heard it. Please. This is the warp. Without me, this word boy, how will you navigate in the warp? And you talk about blowing my brains out, haha, that's just fear-mongering. However, even so, Linyo didn't want to waste time here. He wanted to help these space marines settle down quickly, resolve a lingering concern, and avoid constantly worrying about these guys' safety. Alright, Gretchen, where you want to go is just a matter of a word. Linyo said casually from inside the amniotic tank. Quick, tell me, what's the destination? The boarding squad was surprised to see the word boy so cooperative. The 4 of them exchanged glances, and Weiler, the apothecary and captain, stepped forward. Tell me, can you see a bright light in the warp? Are you talking about the big guy's torch? Of course I can see it. That thing is too bright, it's hard not to see it. Weiler asked again. Then can you follow the guidance of the light and find the star sector where Yalisis is located? Linyo tried to ponder Yalisis's position and suddenly realized that the navigation talent of this current word boy was not very good. Peng Pa could accurately pinpoint a destination from thousands of light years of physical distance. But the weird boy he was currently possessing was like a blind man, let alone finding the destination. It was even difficult to see the navigation route in the warp clearly. However, the light of the star beacon was as strong as ever, especially in the direction of the star beacon. The light in that direction was terrifyingly strong, almost occupying his entire field of vision. I can't see Yalisis's position, but I can take you to Terra. The star beacon there is almost blinding me. Linyo knew that his obedient demeanor was highly suspicious, so he immediately added a sentence to dispel their doubts. You might not believe it, but I've wanted to visit Terra for a long time. I've always been curious about what the star beacon looks like and how it can emit such strong light. If I could go and see it, that would be great. Even if I were to die after going, I'd be willing. As Linyo spoke, a strong longing appeared on his face. The four space marine looked at each other, and the scene was somewhat silent. Orc's thought processes are indeed incomprehensible. Alright, Orc, take us to Terra. As a trade, we can show you what the star beacon looks like after we arrive near Terra. But you need to be mentally prepared. Orcs only have a dead end after going to Terra. Even if we don't act, others will come to deal with you. We Orc bosses are not afraid of death. Linyo yelled, controlling the spaceship to head in the direction of the star beacon. Then it's a deal. I'll take you to Terra, and you'll let me see what the star beacon looks like. Let's go. The green Orc frigates charged straight towards the strongest light of the star beacon. He didn't know if it was an illusion or due to the star beacon, but Linyo felt that the warp at this moment was extremely calm, without storms or turbulence, as gentle as a kitten. What should have been a nearly 2-month journey was suddenly shortened to half a month. When the green Orc frigates left the warp and appeared in the void thousands of kilometers away from Terra, a dozen ships bearing the Imperial Fist's emblem flew over, surrounding the green Orc frigates. The 5th boarding squad was startled and quickly activated the Orc sound array device to send a communication request to the Imperial Fists, stating their identity. After a tense negotiation, the 5th boarding squad was ordered to disarm and let the Imperial Fists take them away. And Linyo, as the weird boy, was indeed shot in the head by the Imperial Fists. Linyo thus ended his focus on the Death Guard 131st Company's 5th boarding squad. But what he didn't know was that the story of this team had only just begun. Guys, will we be locked up and subjected to strict interrogation and inspection? The rookie of the boarding squad was uneasy. His helmet was removed, revealing a resolute face with a hint of youthfulness. The Imperial Fist strongman, wearing Terminator armor, did not respond, only silently escorted the squad onto the shuttle. The shuttle's hatch closed, and the 4 boarding squad members were secured in metal seats, unable to move, but the Imperial Fists did not deprive them of the right to speak. The rookie nervously looked left and right. Wyler spoke to comfort him. It shouldn't be a big problem. If they suspected us of defecting to Xenos and betraying the Imperium, the Imperial Fists would execute us on the spot, rather than escorting us to another location. I think there will be an interrogation next, and this will be key to whether we live or die. As long as we answer every question honestly, I think we will return to the company alive. Wyler's words were well reasoned, and the rookie felt a little more at ease. The shuttle carrying the 4 flew over the horizon, and majestic mountains rose from the edge of the sky. A hidden passage opened in a corner of the mountain range. The shuttle flew into it, rapidly traversing under the illumination of numerous searchlights. After an unknown period of travel, the shuttle stopped, and the hatch opened. Greeting the 4-member boarding squad was a 13-member Space Marine team. They were entirely black, and the model of their power armor was quite unique. It was difficult to tell what model it was, but overall, it seemed to be between regular power armor and Terminator armor. The leader's power pack had something similar to an iron halo, but its appearance was not a jagged, spiky ring, but rather a symmetrical black scale that glowed faintly. Wyler, Max, Plank, Rendell. Answer me one question. The person wearing the scale device stepped forward, and the rest of the personnel surrounded the 4-man squad from the Death Guard, their heavy bolters slightly raised. If the 4's answers did not satisfy them, they would definitely open fire immediately. Tell me, have you ever seen the true face of the warp? Wyler and the other 3 had discussed this on the shuttle and had anticipated this question. When the Orc's ship navigated through the warp, it did not obscure the portholes. So, on their way to Terra, the 4 had often sighed at the true sight of the warp from inside the ship. Their understanding was overturned, the foundation of imperial truth was shaken, and their loyalty to the Emperor inevitably developed cracks. Regarding this question, Wyler's advice was to answer truthfully. To tell the questioner directly, we indeed saw the true face of the warp even though we repeatedly told ourselves it wasn't real. But when this question truly appeared before the 4, some would inevitably buckle under the pressure of the gun barrels and waver. I have not seen the true face of the warp, absolutely not. A rookie named Rendell rushed to answer, shaking his hands repeatedly. His answer caused a stir among the other 3. Due to the presence of others, the 3 did not dare to say much. Rendell shamefully turned his head away, not daring to look at his teammates, fearing their reproaching gazes. Very good, Rendell, stand to the side. The leader of the Black Space Marine waved his hand, and the encirclement opened a gap. Rendell let out a long breath, left the encirclement, and stood to the side. Plank, what is your answer? The assaulter, Plank, was called out. He looked hesitantly at Rendell, who was standing outside, then quickly glanced at the boarding captain Wyler, and gritted his teeth, saying, I haven't seen the true face of the warp either. Stand next to Rendell. Plank left the encirclement and stood in line with Rendell. Next, Max, have you seen the true face of the warp? With Rendell and Plank's examples preceding him, Max barely hesitated before choosing the same answer. I haven't seen the true face of the warp, absolutely not. Go stand over there. It's your turn, Apothecary Wyler, tell me your answer. The 13 black warriors tightened their encirclement, leaving no gap for Wyler. The immense pressure caused beads of sweat to form on his forehead. As a Terran, Wyler possessed a standard Terran appearance, and the education he received from childhood was all related to loyalty. To answer I haven't seen the true face of the warp would be to dissemble, to be deceptive, to feign loyalty while actually betraying. But to admit I have seen the true face of the warp would be to refute the imperial truth, and he would face judgment. With both outcomes before him, Wyler was in agony. He could only steel himself and follow his heart. I have seen the true face of the warp. It is a strange scene of constantly shifting light and shadow. Wyler held his breath, preparing for the gunfire, but the leader of the Black Warriors asked another question. Have your 3 teammates, Randall, Plank, and Max, seen the true face of the warp? As soon as this question was asked, Wyler was not the only one who became nervous. The 3 standing outside the encirclement felt their hearts tighten, instinctively clenching their fists, their hearts pounding. Wyler's pupils trembled, his breathing quickened, and his gaze swept back and forth between the Black Warriors in front of him and his 3 teammates, unable to respond for a long time. The leader of the Black Warriors raised his bolter and said in a deep voice. If loyalty is not absolute, then it is absolute disloyalty. Tell me the answer, Wyler. Have your 3 teammates seen the true face of the warp? Wyler took a deep breath, his heart pounding frantically, his whites of his eyes bloodshot, and he spoke with difficulty. They have seen the true face of the warp. Wyler. You actually. The 3 teammates cried out in surprise. Before they could finish their words, the 13 Black Warriors all turned around. Bang 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 bang. A horizontal spray of bolt rounds splattered, and the 3 lying boarding squad members were killed on the spot, turning into 3 scattered fragments. No, facing the tragic deaths of his teammates, Wyler painfully clutched his head. The leader of the Black Warriors lowered his weapon, raised his hand, and placed it on Wyler's shoulder. The loyal should not associate with the disloyal. You have done nothing wrong, Wyler, they are the ones who are wrong. From the moment they lied, they ceased to be loyal servants of the Emperor and no longer children of the Primarch. You should be glad to have rid yourself of the disloyal, not mourn and suffer for them. Wyler covered his face with his hand, exhaled a long breath, then lowered his hand and asked hoarsely. Yes, I understand. Now, how will you punish me? I exposed the lie of the imperial truth, and is that not also a sin? No, you are innocent. The leader of the Black Warriors removed his helmet, his face resolute, his eyes sharp, and the 3 golden service studs on his forehead gleamed. I am Monrit, from the Dark Angels Legion's Claw Monastery, and now a member of a secret department of the Imperium. The same goes for the team members around me. The Black Warriors successively removed their helmets, revealing their true faces. They were precisely the Claw Monastery boarding team who had ventured alone to the O'Neill homeworld, with their main members being the Assaulter Barb Rouse, Tech Sergeant Nixon, and Captain Monrit. By chance, we stumbled upon a truth powerful enough to shake the imperial truth. We made the same choice as you, which was to confront the divergence and respond honestly to the questioning. Finally, under the call of Imperial Chancellor Macardo, we joined a secret department, becoming the vanguard guarding the imperial truth. Monrit clenched his fist and knocked twice on his chest plate, making 2 thudding sounds. The imperial truth has indeed deceived us to some extent, but this is only temporary. The truth of the warp involves extremely powerful Xenos, so powerful that merely hearing of their existence is enough to corrupt one's mind. This is why the Emperor and the Prime Minister chose to temporarily blind us. Please trust the choices of the Emperor and the Prime Minister. When the time is right, we will reveal the truth to the world, face the powerful Xenos in the warp, slay them all, and let the imperial truth become the sole truth. Wyler asked with sorrowful murmuring. Then why execute Randall and the others? If you just convinced them, couldn't they also accept all of this? No, Wyler, you don't understand how powerful the enemies in the warp are. Those with wavering stances will begin to fall from their first lie, gradually becoming servants of the chaos inimical powers. If I were to let Randall and the other 2 live, they would surely become our enemies at some point in the future. Monrit parted the way, inviting Wyler to follow him. Let's go, we'll talk somewhere else. Please allow me, on behalf of Imperial Chancellor Macardo, to introduce you to the secret department you are about to join the Truth Tribunal. Chapter 239, Prophecy from the Future. The origin of the Truth Tribunal is a mystery, even the Gene Seed Primarches are unaware of its existence. Bang! Lorgar slammed his fist on the table, a dull thud echoing in the scriptorium of the Faith's Law. It had been 20 days, a full 20 days, and Lorgar had used Psychers to search for Cor Farron's whereabouts, but his adoptive father seemed to have completely vanished from the world, with no news whatsoever. What made Lorgar even more uneasy was that not only was there no news from Psycher communication, but even the gods of high heaven could not locate Cor Farron. This sent a chill down Lorgar's spine, leading to a series of terrifying conjectures. The Emperor could rival the Masters of High Heaven, and only he could make Cor Farron disappear without a trace, so much so that even the Masters of High Heaven could not ascertain Cor Farron's movements. In the worst-case scenario, Cor Farron might have fallen into the Emperor's hands and was currently revealing the betrayal secrets of the Word-Bearers in some corner. Lorgar hoped this worst-case scenario had not happened, and he had reason to believe it hadn't. He knew very well. If Cor Farron had truly fallen into the Emperor's hands, then by now, his 47th Expeditionary Fleet should have been surrounded by multiple Space Marine legions, and he, as a Gene Seed Primarch, would have been completely erased from history, just like the Emperor's other two children. Look out the viewport. The void was serene and distant, stars twinkled, and the star sea was vast, with no other Space Marine legions in sight. This meant his greatest fear had not come to pass. So where did Corferin go? Creak. The door was pushed open, and Erebus softly stepped inside, his face ashen. Aurelian, I just received news concerning Corferin. Lorgar turned his head towards the door, his heart heavy. What news? Erebus closed the door behind him and lowered his voice. Do you remember the Iron Scum Warlord? That was an orc unit of the Ulanar Empire. Corferin's cruel quest had contact with them. The Iron Scum Warlord boss and his personal guards converted to our lord and received the blessings of the gods. This orc warband was to provide assistance for our Corridor of Pain. But a few days ago, the Imperial Army discovered strong combat signals, and on the planet where the signals originated, there were large amounts of shipwreckage and orc corpses. Investigations revealed that the orcs on the planet were indeed the Iron Scum Warlord. Lorgar's expression slightly changed. Are you saying someone annihilated the Orc Alliance Farron developed? Yes. Erebus slowly nodded, his expression turning serious. You absolutely won't believe who the culprit is. It's Ulrich Urg, the Orc Emperor of Olaner. After he led his troops to eliminate the Iron Scum Warlord, he went to other planets, successively eliminating the Acid Uranium Warlord, the Rust Nail Warlord, and other orc factions. Without exception, all these factions were orc alliances developed by your adoptive father. Lorgar clenched his fist, resting his knuckles on the table to support his upper body, head bowed, not uttering a word. At the moment the truth of Corferin's disappearance came to light, sadness and anger surged in Lorgar's heart. It was highly likely that the Orc Emperor of Olaner had captured Corferin, extracting information from him through cruel means, which led to the successive downfall of the Word-Bearer's orc alliances. No wonder there had been no news of his adoptive father in the Imperium of Man's Psyker communication network. No wonder the gods could not pinpoint his adoptive father's location. The orc's strange Psyker field was enough to shield them from the gods' prying eyes. Contacting orcs was inherently a dangerous endeavor, and it was hard to guarantee that no accidents would occur. Furthermore, what his adoptive father was doing was poaching from the Orc Emperor, and once discovered, only torture and death awaited him. Lorgar was overwhelmed with grief and indignation, unable to express his bitterness. Aurelian, Erebus raised his hand and placed it on the Primarch's shoulder. I feel your sorrow and your rage. I promise to help you get revenge. But you must also understand that sorrow only has value when it is transformed into motivation. Yes, you are right. Aurelian spread his fingers, pressing them on the table, and deeply exhaled a turbid breath. I must admit the plan to rally the orcs has failed, but thankfully we already have a backup plan. Is the plan to impersonate the secret cult and spread rumors going smoothly? Erebus's expression became somewhat strange, and after a few seconds of hesitation, he spoke. I have to tell you another piece of bad news. Last night, I finished writing a lie that would be enough to ignite the Empire's wrath, and I also selected suitable candidates to spread the false prophecy. This morning, I was preparing to officially send people out to execute the plan, but an unexpected piece of news disrupted all my arrangements. More than 20 days ago, a group of people calling themselves the Secret Cult were spreading rumors in the capital of the Kirkili Star Zone, greatly proclaiming the prophecy that Olaner would surely win. Lorgar looked up, frowning as he asked. You mean, even before you issued the prophecy, a group of people were already spreading rumors as the Secret Cult? Yes. Erebus nodded slightly, his strange expression intensifying. You might not believe it, but my manuscript was only finished last night. But the prophecy spread by the people calling themselves the Secret Cult more than 20 days ago was identical to my manuscript. My manuscript claimed that Olaner would eventually besiege Terra, and the Orc Emperor would confront the human Emperor head-on, slay the false Emperor, and unify the universe. The prophecy proclaimed by those calling themselves the Secret Cult was also the same. Lorgar was bewildered. How can this be? Are those people truly members of the Secret Cult? If so, isn't the Secret Cult's prophetic ability incredibly powerful, able to glimpse the letter you would write in the future? Erebus frowned deeply. I suspect this is a warning. Why do you say that? The Secret Cult has always been mysterious, never appearing in public, but this time, they did, and they specifically used my manuscript as their sermon. This is a warning to us that they have already seen through our plans and schemes. We'd best not act under the guise of the Secret Cult, otherwise. Erebus did not finish his sentence, but Lorgar knew what he meant. This displeased the Gene Seed Primarch. He, as the master of the Word-Bearers, was actually being threatened by a group of shadowy Xenos. One day, we will make these arrogant Xenos pay the price. Lorgar grunted in dissatisfaction, then said. The Corridor of Pain plan will proceed as normal. It will be our sole focus from now on. Other matters can wait. Beep beep. A communication alert sounded, indicating a signal requesting connection. Lorgar pressed the answer button, and the captain's voice came through. Sir, the 47th Fleet has completed resupply and is ready to depart for the next destination at any time. I recommend we depart as soon as possible, as the Star Language Court has just received news that Olaner's reconnaissance forces are active around the destination, which indicates a crisis could erupt at any moment. Lorgar tidied his robes and replied loudly. Let's go. Let us save the unfortunate ones of the Kirkili Star Zone. Understood, sir. The communication ended. Erebus and Lorgar exchanged whispers, then the two proceeded to the bridge to command the fleet. The 47th Expeditionary Fleet thus departed from the Imperial world where it had been docked for over half a month. Meanwhile, the Orc Emperor eliminated traitors, spread his prestige, and consolidated his rule over the Orc Empire. At the same time, URG also realized that he must offer the warband bosses more temptation and power to ensure these powerful warmongers remained loyal to him. URG set his sights on the ancient strengthening fungi. This psychic fungi was named Giant Mushroom by URG. Even a Gretchen could grow into a towering giant if they ate a dish made from giant mushrooms. It could undoubtedly grant the warband bosses greater strength. But how to ensure the warband bosses wouldn't challenge his position after they became powerful? URG began to ponder. Pondering failed. URG felt he was more suited for fighting and killing, rather than thinking like a wise man. He threw the problem to his chief mad doctor. USA, think of a way for me to make the giant mushroom more addictive the more they eat it. The more the warband bosses eat, the stronger they grow, but the greater their addiction. If they don't eat it for a day, they'll feel terrible all over. I refuse to believe they'd dare betray me once they're addicted. All right, leave it to me. The Beast Emperor's chief mad doctor, USA, tinkered in his laboratory and invented a highly addictive mushroom. When this mushroom was mixed with the giant mushroom, a mushroom that made one stronger and more addicted with each bite was born. It was named the Beast Emperor mushroom, and only orc bosses with distinguished military achievements could enjoy it. URG returned to Olaner's capital, the Great Crown, and summoned the warband bosses and tribal chiefs. In front of everyone, he bestowed the Beast Emperor mushroom upon the orc leaders who had achieved outstanding military merits in the past year. After eating the mushrooms, these orcs' physiques exploded, and their strength surged, transforming them into towering giants 10 meters tall. From this moment on, the combat power and belligerence of the Olaner Orc Empire soared. Many imperial worlds that had not previously suffered Olaner attacks gradually descended into turmoil and conflict. 3 months later, in the morning, Epimedius Royal Court District, Governor's Office. Space Marines Commander Clanman stood with her hands clasped behind her back. Lord Wilsey, in the past 90 days, we have engaged in battle with orc fleets, on average, once every 5 days. The orc fleets typically consist of no more than 3 vessels, primarily guardsmen. They lose their way on the front lines and mistakenly navigate to the vicinity of the Epimite subsector. With the current unclear situation on the front lines, this situation may continue. Linio browsed the combat records on the data slate, already mentally prepared for Olaner's recent rapid offensive. On the day the Beast Emperor's chief mad doctor, USA, invented the Beast Emperor mushroom, Linio was also present, observing the entire process through Yaksun's perspective. He had USA's simulation save file but did not prevent the Beast Emperor mushroom from appearing. The reason was simple. If USA was gone, there would be USASA. The Beast Emperor URG was determined to create the highly addictive Beast Emperor mushroom, and no matter how many Chief Mad Doctor accounts Linio switched to, he couldn't stop it. Instead of doing something useless, it was better to use the WarHammer simulation to control the orc fleets to send themselves to Epimedius as cannon fodder, and to train the Space Marines well. That's right, those so-called orc fleets that strayed into the Epimite subsector due to getting lost were Linio's doing. To avoid making his actions too obvious, he also specifically sent some orc fleets that the local forces could handle to other regions. This way, the orc destroyers could occasionally engage in combat with orcs, and the soldiers supplied to the Imperial Army in the future would also possess excellent combat capabilities. Clanman, I've reviewed your combat reports. You haven't disappointed the effort I've put into you, which brings me great satisfaction. Thank you, sir, your affirmation is the best encouragement for us. Clanman brought her legs together and saluted with a fist to her chest. Considering the unclear situation on the front lines, I predict the Imperial Army will request troops from you early. I suggest you begin the next round of conscription now. Your prediction is entirely correct. Before you arrived, Khan spoke to me about this. Linio transmitted an encrypted document to Clanman. Look at this conscription letter. It contains the Imperial Department of Military Affairs requirements for us. The password is the last 6 digits of your authorization serial number. Clanman took out her data slate and viewed the document. As a few lines of text came into view, she couldn't help but let out a soft exclamation. The Solar Auxilia wants to conscript all new recruit companies, plus all members of the first company, to form the Orc Destroyer Warband under the Solar Legion? Conscripting so many people at once? That truly surprises me. This is understandable, Clanman, and within my expectations. Linio stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, and stopped by the floor-to-ceiling window. You might not yet realize how outstanding our Space Marines are. Our metabolic enzyme inhibitors have led to shipborne equipment and personal gear, which can suppress the Orcs' reproductive capabilities at both strategic and tactical levels. Thanks to the controlled materials provided by the Mechanikus, the lifespan issue of Gauss weapons has also been resolved. As for the anti-psyker device invented by the Terra Research Institute, I don't think I need to say much for you to realize how significant its impact on the Orcs is. Orcs can stimulate a psyker field through combat to strengthen themselves. But now, the aerosol medium created by the anti-psyker device will suppress the vibrations and feedback of the psyker field, preventing Orcs from growing stronger in fierce combat, stifling their chance to grow stronger with each battle. Linio paused, then slightly turned his body. Of course, what the Solar Auxilia values most is the Orc prediction expert I developed. The Orc Destroyer First Company has fully demonstrated the huge advantage of the Orc prediction expert in close quarters combat with Orcs in several boarding actions. It will completely change the landscape of boarding actions, urban warfare, and stealth reconnaissance, laying a solid foundation for the Empire's victory. Countless human soldiers fighting on the front lines will benefit from this, even returning alive from the battlefield. The Solar Auxilia is taking all members of the first company precisely because of the Orc Prediction Expert. They will test the effectiveness of this device in more intense real combat. Clanment was silent for a few seconds, then slowly said. I think this will be an extremely difficult challenge for Mona and the others. The fighting on the front lines is far more brutal than here. Clanment seemed to envision the day she would receive a casualty notification, and her mood couldn't help but feel heavy. Linio, of course, knew how immense the risks on the front lines were. It was not Linio's style to watch people he knew well go to their deaths. He had already secretly made plans, determined to steadily push Mona and the others to the peak, indirectly raising his own status within the Imperium of Man. Chapter 240, Anti-Psychic Shield. I had already prepared for Mona, Wick, and Leia's personal safety. This is the potion I prepared for them. Linio pressed a mechanical button on the table, and the wall deep in the office slid sideways, forming a small, 1-meter square window. Inside the window was a metal safe. The safe opened by itself, and a servo skull grabbed 4 potions from it, placing them in front of Clanment. Linio gestured towards the potions with a pleased gesture. There's one for you too. Drink a bottle and feel it. This is a strengthening potion I secretly developed. Its effect is comparable to genetic modification surgery, and the key is that it's painless, harmless, and has no side effects. Yes, da. Clanment picked up the glass bottle, glanced at the slightly viscous green liquid inside, pulled out the stopper, and drank it all in one gulp, showing complete trust in the governor. Gurgle gurgle. An entire bottle of potion poured into her stomach. Clanment took a napkin from the servo skull to wipe the corners of her mouth, put the potion bottle back, and quietly felt the changes in her body. A cool airflow started from her stomach, rapidly spreading along the blood vessels throughout her body, making her feel cold all over. Hiss. Clanment involuntarily gasped, preparing for an even more biting cold. But the next second, the cool sensation dissipated, and her body felt warm, as if soaking in a hot spring. Many sounds suddenly appeared in Clanment's mind. The electrical conduits embedded in the wall carried crackling static noise, the servo skull's miniature thrusters hummed, and faint footsteps came from the corridor, the sound of the governor's special ops boys patrolling back and forth. Thump, thump, thump. Her heartbeat was strong and rhythmic, this was the rhythm of life coming from within her own body. Clanment was astonished by the transformation of her hearing. But what truly surprised her was that she hadn't heard the governor's breathing. She gazed at the gentle governor, confusion flashing in her eyes. The other party was clearly there, not far from her, but why could she hear static but not sense the other party's presence at the sound wave level? How is it? The potion's effect isn't bad, is it? Linio asked with a smile. Clanment snapped back to reality, realizing her actions were inappropriate, and quickly bowed respectfully. Yes, da. The potion's effect is beyond imagination. My hearing and vision have been elevated to an unimaginable degree. My muscle strength and coordination also seem to have increased significantly. If I hadn't drunk it myself, I would find it hard to believe this is merely the effect of one potion. Linio raised his index finger and wiggled it. In fact, the potion's effects don't stop there. Linio snapped his fingers. Clanment suddenly turned around and looked at the corner of the office, where a bolter had appeared from within the wall at some point. The safety was disengaged, and the mechanical arm's finger rested on the trigger, ready to fire a lethal bullet at any moment. A murderous intent emanated from the muzzle, acting on Clanment's heart, sounding an alarm in her mind, and she immediately locked onto the bolter's position. Linio snapped his fingers again. The bolter and mechanical arm retracted into the wall, and the window on the wall was covered by a ceramite wall panel. At the same time, the murderous intent vanished, and Clanment slowly turned her head, muttering in disbelief. Why is my sixth sense so keen? Is this also an effect of the potion? That's right, Clanment. Linio pointed to the potion bottle on the table. This is a strengthening potion I secretly developed. After drinking it, your body's various indicators will be elevated to the level of a space marine, but this strengthening effect only lasts for half a year. After half a year, you need to drink a second bottle to regain the strengthening effect. That's amazing. Clanment was both surprised and astonished, unable to help but exclaim. If the Mechanikus knew you had this potion, they would probably send an entire team of tech priests to study it. That is precisely my concern. Linio tapped his fingertips on the desktop, emphasizing his tone. I hope you and the 3 of them, Mona, Wick, and Leia, keep my potion a secret. Only in life or death situations can you reveal your unique abilities, and you must try your best to ensure there are no witnesses. This confidentiality measure will continue until I am ready to face the Mechanikus' inquiries. Do you understand? Clanment's expression became serious, and she nodded solemnly. Yes, da. I promise to keep the existence of this potion a secret. I will also instruct Mona, Wick, and Leia to uphold the secret. I trust your promise. Keep the potions safe and take them to Mona and the others. Understood. Clanment took the potion box from the servo skull and placed the 3 potions inside. The 2 then discussed some conscription matters, and Clanment subsequently took her leave. Later that day, Clanment sent an encrypted video, which showed Mona and the other 2 drinking the potions. Clanment also recorded their process of testing the potion's effects, thereby proving that the 3 potions had not been misused or misappropriated. Responding to everything, that's professionalism. Linio silently gave a thumbs up to the dedicated Clanment. Clanment's dedication went beyond that. Lienyo had always wanted to obtain the AC parameters for the anti-psyker device. After hinting to Clanmont several times, she actually managed to get him the parameters today. The Mechanics had set 3 sets of parameters for the anti-psyker device. The first set of parameters was used to preheat the reaction chamber, lasting less than 0.5 seconds. The second set of parameters was used to electrolyze warp energy monocrystals, converting them into high-density aerosols. The third set of parameters used electric charges and artificial magnetic fields to project the aerosolized monocrystal powder onto a flat surface, forming an anti-psyker barrier. That night, Lienyo, with the acquired parameters, logged into Wojiboiseik's account to build an anti-psyker device for the Orc Dada. After a busy night, a greenskin-style anti-psyker device was freshly produced. It was twice the size of the one manufactured by the Mechanics, resembling a boiler, and projected an anti-psyker barrier through a metal pipe with a flared opening. Upon activation, the 3 current parameters switched in sequence under the action of the greenskinned power source. The device shook a few times, then puffed out white aerosol with a hiss. An orc boy stood in the mist, his face covered in the white substance. Achoo! 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 The orc boy sneezed 3 times in a row, looking a bit listless, as if he had caught a cold. Walk out of it. Lienyo raised his weird boy staff and pointed to the empty space outside the white mist. The orc boy quickly ran out of the white mist, his expression visibly enlivened, and his spirits quickly recovered. Witch doctor, how amazing! The orc boy touched his body and poked the white mist with his finger. Why was I itchy all over and uncomfortable when I was in the white mist, but as soon as I came out, my back didn't ache and my waist didn't hurt. This is because your psyker field is also a form of psychic energy, you silly child. After your psyker field is suppressed, you are nothing more than resilient Xenos. Lienyo waved his staff and commanded. Less talk, first cooperate with me to finish the experiment, then I will tell you the answer. Next, stand in the mist. The orc boy was pulled away by Zalger, who was guarding nearby, and a weird boy stepped into the mist. Achoo! The weird boy's reaction was even stronger than that of an ordinary orc boy, he could barely stand steady in combat. After emerging from the mist, the weird boy rested for a long time before recovering. Next. Lienyo waved his hand, successively ordering Choppa boys, Boom boy, Special Ops boys, and Clicker kid to enter the anti-psyker mist. After a round of experiments, Lienyo himself also entered the mist to feel it. The result was as he expected. The weird boy's own psyker field was suppressed by the anti-psyker mist, temporarily losing its activity. But Lienyo's own psyker field was completely intact. That layer of soft black veil was not affected by the anti-psyker mist, as if the two were not on the same dimension at all, not interfering with each other. Interesting, how exactly did I get this cheat? The system panel says it's a psyker field, but why isn't it suppressed by the anti-psyker device? Lienyo pondered in secret, his mind filled with questions. In any case, the para-warlord's combat power would be suppressed by the anti-psyker device, this was an undeniable fact. This suppression ignored unit types. From the most ordinary Gretchen to strong men like A Long, none were spared, all were completely suppressed by the anti-psyker device. The only difference was that the higher the life level, the more delayed the onset of negative effects. How could this be allowed? After all, the para-warlord was his own troop, how could they be countered by a technological device that he funded Shrimp to develop? Isn't this just shooting himself in the foot? Thus, Lienyo initiated a long-term research plan against the anti-psyker device. More than a month later, the Imperial Army completed conscription on Epimedius. Mona and the other two, as the headquarters of the Orc Destroyer Warband, officially became officers of the Solar Auxilia and departed Epimedius with the Solar Auxilia. Subsequent conscription and training matters were also put on the agenda. The anti-psyker device research plan was progressing slowly. The suppression of the psyker field by monocrystals was as solid as a rock, and Lienyo saw no hope in the short term. In desperation, he could only initiate a speculative fungal simulation experiment. As the saying goes, natural selection, survival of the fittest. He used the system's fungal simulation function to set up a virtual anti-psyker mist environment and placed orc reproductive spores inside for cultivation. As long as one spore developed completely and resisted the inhibitory effect of the anti-psyker mist, it would mean the environmental mutagenesis experiment was successful. The gene segment of this spore would carry the genetic encoding to resist the anti-psyker mist. Extracting this encoding and implanting it into para-warlord members would effectively counter the anti-psyker mist. But, again, the same old story. Lienyo had a premonition that this would be a long experimental process, as difficult as the atavism experiment of the ancient fungi. That's enough for today's experiment. Lienyo, possessing Wojiboiseik, ordered Zalger to drag the anti-psyker device back to the warehouse. He was preparing to go to the Crazy Growth Spirit cooking site to supervise the cooking boys and Gretchen in making psyker cuisine. Just then, a system message popped up. Archive, Blood Raven Clan Boss, Crone. Archive briefing. Crone and the custodian guards beneath the Golden Throne completed this transaction. On the way back to the outpost carrying the green light mud, Crone encountered 2 Dark Eldar fleets. These 2 fleets are engaged in a fierce firefight, which may affect Crone's reconnaissance vessel. Please closely monitor Crone's movements to prevent his death. Are the Dark Eldar fighting amongst themselves? Lienyo raised an eyebrow, pausing his steps. In the webway space beneath the Golden Throne, there was a webway node connected to the Dark Eldar territory. Every time Crone finished a transaction with the custodian guards, he would return to the outpost from this node. In the past dozen or so transactions, Crone had often encountered Dark Eldar, but they only had 1 fleet. This was the first time Lienyo had seen a scene like today, with two Dark Eldar fleets appearing simultaneously. Let's go up and see the situation. Maybe I can pick up some scraps. Lienyo's thoughts stirred, and he loaded Krone's archive. His consciousness switched, and the scene before him changed from Paraplanet's underground ecosystem to the bridge of the Blood Raven clan's reconnaissance vessel. Boss, these two Black Bean Sprouts fleets have really fierce firepower. Zhao Dongdong Boy typed furiously on the keyboard, speaking rapidly. I found 2 types of ship-mounted gravity weapons, 1 disintegration weapon, and 3 attack ships from the signal map. By Gork and Mork, I reckon the Black Bean Sprouts' firepower even surpasses our steel ingot. Zhao Dongdong Boy was extremely excited, inadvertently belittling the para-warlord's own aerial combat strength in his words. But no boy on the bridge raised an objection. As Zhao Dongdong Boy said, the Black Bean Sprouts' firepower was truly too fierce. The scale of these 2 fleets was enormous, the number of ships in either fleet was no less than 100, with countless guardsmen and cruisers, and battleships visible everywhere. The flagships of both fleets were each equipped with a gravity weapon and a disintegration giant cannon. The gravity singularities created by the gravity weapon used endless artificial gravity to gather enemy ships together. After a long period of charging, the disintegration giant cannon fired a black beam hundreds of meters in diameter, leaving nothing alive in its path. The finder's radar image was like a disco, with various energy signals jumping up and down. During the short period Lienyo observed the battle, several hundred more Black Bean Sprouts ships warped in from the webway node. At this point, the scene completely erupted. Counting before and after, nearly 1,000 warships were engaged in a massive free-for-all, with rays, torpedoes, missiles, and plasma sparks everywhere, and the circular shockwaves caused by explosions came one after another as if they were free. Seeing that the battle was about to affect his reconnaissance vessel, Lienyo quickly stepped forward to command the entire scene. Engage sublight speed, move away from the battlefield, and project our barge to the next station first. We'll watch the show here. Alright. Helmsman Kid turned the ship's rudder, and the reconnaissance vessel, towing the barge, entered sublight speed travel. The resulting energy reaction attracted the attention of the Black Bean Sprouts, but no ships came to obstruct the greenskins. Half a minute later, the reconnaissance vessel arrived near the webway node, activated its webway gate with an access device, and sent the barge containing the blue mud through. The reconnaissance vessel reactivated all its stealth equipment, entered silent mode, and quietly monitored the grand spectacle of the Black Bean Sprouts melee. Chapter 241 Black Bean Sprouts brought news about Fireheart. Boss, the Finder has compiled the status of the Black Bean Sprouts fleet. There are 8 Black Bean Sprouts fleets in this webway space, the Viper Tongue Conspiracy, the Setting Sun Conspiracy, the Iron Thorns Conspiracy, the Obsidian Rose Conspiracy, and the Shattered Magic Symbol Conspiracy. The number of warships has reached over 1,200. Wait. No, 3 more Black Bean Sprouts fleets have warped over. The Finder's radar image flashed brightly, and dense star points appeared on the holographic display of the star map. 3 Black Bean Sprouts fleets, totaling 600 warships, joined the battle. They were the Viper Tongue Conspiracy, the Flayed Skull Conspiracy, and the Falling Moon Conspiracy. The matter did not end there. The battle intensified, and more Black Bean Sprouts fleets warped in. The Severers Conspiracy, the Bloody Claws Conspiracy, the Malicious Gaze Conspiracy, the Dark Endless Conspiracy. At this point, it was completely meaningless to count which conspiracies had appeared on the scene. Because these warships simply couldn't last much longer. Even the most resilient flagship could only endure half an hour in a hail of gunfire. Once half an hour passed, even the sturdiest warship would turn into a plasma fireball, adding a fleeting glow to the dark webway space. After nearly 2 hours of this, the battle gradually subsided. Ship wreckage filled the webway space, and the remaining Black Bean Sprouts continued to fight fiercely within the ship cabins. Lienyo pondered for a moment, then instructed. Maintain silent status. We'll get closer and try to capture a few Black Bean Sprouts to question them. Understood, boss. The helmsman Kid pushed the lever, slightly increasing speed. Not far ahead were 2 ships broken into several sections. Within a relatively intact cabin, there were battle signals, as 2 factions of Black Bean Sprouts from different conspiracies were engaged in close combat. The scout ship stealthily approached, stopping 3,000 meters from its destination. The Bang Bang flyship ejected, hissing as it left the scout ship, plunging into the Black Bean Sprouts cabin. Lienyo opened the simulation interface, selected the orc boy on the Bang Bang flyship, and possessed him. The scene before his eyes instantly switched. Lienyo's vision moved from the bridge to the interior of the Bang Bang flyship. The ship body shook violently, and the laser cutter at the bow carved a path into the Black Bean Sprouts ship. After a jolt, the Bang Bang flyship successfully crashed into the Black Bean Sprouts ship. Lienyo picked up his twin-linked log-splitting gun, led the boarding party out the door, and immediately saw 2 groups of Black Bean Sprouts looking at his group warily. Bang 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 bang. Da-da-da-da. The green-skinned boarding squad unleashed a barrage of bullets. The 12 Black Bean Sprouts present were immobilized by Lienyo's brain freeze technique, and in an instant, 11 were killed, with only 1 surviving under the protection of vibration art. Cease fire. Lienyo clenched his fist and raised his hand, signaling. The greenskins behind him received the signal, tied up the sole survivor, injected him with anesthetic, and dragged him onto the Bang Bang flyship. The group successfully returned to the scout ship, and Lienyo switched his consciousness to Krone. The boarding party escorted the Black Bean Sprouts into the bridge. Lienyo injected the captive with a drug, awakening his consciousness, ensuring that this Black Bean Sprouts could do nothing but speak. Damn greenskins, you are seeking your own demise. Seeking your mother, do you have any right to be arrogant here? Lin Yo casually slapped him and pulled out a truth serum, injecting it into the black bean sprout's neck. The black bean sprouts were notoriously resistant to drugs. One injection of truth serum was not enough, it took 3 consecutive injections to take effect. The black bean sprout's facial expression became vacant, his head tilted back as he knelt on the ground, eyes staring blankly. Speak, why did you start fighting? Lin Yo asked calmly. We excavated the production line for the Fire Heart. It is an ancient legacy, and Kamarak has only this one production line. Fire Heart? What is that thing? Lin Yo was utterly bewildered. As a cloud hammer, his understanding of the black bean sprouts was limited to a few CGS and 3D animations, he had no idea what a Fire Heart was. However, from the name, it should be something related to fire, right? Fire is plasma. That is to say, the so-called Fire Heart might be a plasma reactor or a plasma controller. The ancient production line of the Fire Heart caused various conspiracies to fight over it, suggesting it must be one of the pinnacles of ancient Ildari technology. Such a treasure is absolutely destined for us greenskin overlords. Lin Yo's eyes flickered, feeling an urge to go to Kamarak to investigate. Tell me, how many Kamarak conspiracies participated in this battle? And how many conspiracies did not? All conspiracies participated. Good. This is definitely good news for us to reap the benefits. Why did you come here to fight? Why not fight in Kamarak? Because the overlord of the Shattered Magic Symbol conspiracy seized the key to the ancient production line's gate. We chased him all the way from Kamarak until we stopped him here. Lin Yo raised an eyebrow slightly, turned his head, and asked the Zhao Dongdong boy. When you scanned the battlefield earlier, did you find the Shattered Magic Symbol conspiracy's fleet? Yes, boss. The Shattered Magic Symbol's fleet was utterly devastated, their flagship was the first to be blown up. See, here's the wreckage of their flagship. The Zhao Dongdong boy brought up a long-range image on the star map, the flagship with the Shattered Magic Symbol pattern was scattered, its fragments pieced together, barely allowing the conspiracy's emblem to be discerned. Replay the combat footage and see if anyone salvaged the Shattered Magic Symbol's flagship amidst the chaos. The holographic screen quickly rewound to the moment the flagship was destroyed. In the footage, the Shattered Magic Symbol's flagship exploded, a plasma halo expanding like lightning, and a surging shockwave swept across more than 10 kilometers. Before the turbulence from the explosion ended, a large group of salvage ships, fighters, and boarding craft swarmed in. A flash appeared in a corner of the plasma halo. Stop. The footage froze. Magnify the flashpoint and isolate its radar signal. The pixelated image was magnified more than 10 times, depicting a heavily pixelated rectangular object. Its radar cross-section was very small, predicted to be no more than 2 cubic meters, most likely a metallic object with a radiation signature. Continue playback, slow down the playback speed. The combat footage played at 0.5x speed. More than a dozen ships rushed towards the flashpoint, attacking each other as they flew. A salvage ship with a snakehead pattern was the first to reach the flashpoint, after which the flashpoint disappeared, and the salvage ship immediately fled. But shortly after, this ship was destroyed, and another group of ships surrounded it to snatch the flashpoint. Lin Yo pondered for a moment, then handed the task of watching the footage to the boys, while he continued to interrogate the black bean sprouts. What's the situation in Kamarak now? The black bean sprouts was dazed, indigo-colored saliva dripping from his lips, speaking indistinctly. Kamarak. Kamarak is at war, fighting everywhere, everyone is fighting for the Fireheart's production line. Whoever controls this production line will become the overlord of Kamarak. What exactly is this Fireheart? Lin Yo asked curiously. It is a psychic device that can control a planet's molten core, capable of harnessing the power of the planetary core to shape the entire planet's terrain, or to detonate the core, completely destroying the planet. Hiss. A gasp echoed in the bridge, the greenskin's eyes wide as brass bells, too shocked to speak. I reckon the black bean sprouts have something special. How many more awesome goodies do the black bean sprouts have over there? I want the Fireheart, I want the Fireheart, I want the Fireheart. The Blood Raven kids were making a ruckus. Lin Yo recovered from his initial shock, unaffected by the boys' high spirits, and instead calmly asked. Which conspiracies might still have intact fleets? The black bean sprout's mind was nearing its limit, about to succumb to the high concentration of truth serum, speaking weakly. The Dark Endless Conspiracy, the Razor Lotus Conspiracy, and the Black Heart Conspiracy. How many fleets do you estimate each of these 3 conspiracies has? Lin Yo asked again. The black bean sprouts replied. The Dark Endless Conspiracy might have 1 fleet, Razor Lotus has 1, and the Black Heart Conspiracy is the strongest, it should still have 3 fleets available. Could this Black Heart Conspiracy be the conspiracy that will dominate Kamarak in the future? Then their boss should be the future leader of Kamarak. It's likely that it was in this battle for the ancient production line that they seized the key to the gate, thereby establishing the Black Heart Conspiracy's future dominance. Lin Yo, with the perspective of a transmigrator, planned comprehensively and had an idea in mind. He made a gesture, signaling the Blood Raven kids to finish off the black bean sprouts, then turned around and asked. Have you found the whereabouts of the flashpoint? Yes, boss, I'm certain the flashpoint was ultimately snatched by an unpainted guardsman. The combat footage froze, showing the pirate-class guardsman using a tractor beam to pull the flashpoint into its cargo hold, then, taking advantage of the various factions' inattention, quickly left the battlefield via sublight travel. Its engine signal disappeared near a webway node. Let's go see what's going on. Linio pointed at the star map, ordering the ship to head to where the guardsman disappeared. After a brief period of sublight travel, an unfamiliar node gate appeared ahead. There were clear signs of battle nearby, with dozens of shipwrecks floating in the void, their damage fresh, indicating the battle had just ended not long ago. The scout ship circled, finding no fragments of that guardsman, which meant it successfully entered the node gate and was not shot down. Linio aimed at the webway node and cast appraisal technique. Appraisal successful. Name, Star Bridge, A55-10T59. This is a military fortress space built by the Old Ones. Before entering, please ensure you have the relevant access permission to avoid accidental injury by the remaining Old Ones war machines within. An Old Ones military fortress. This was a bit troublesome. Linio had encountered many military fortress nodes when exploring the webway before. These nodes had one most distinct characteristic: they had not been corrupted by chaos. Many webway city nodes were corrupted by chaos, and single crystal production nodes, tech data library nodes, and warp graveyard nodes also frequently showed signs of chaos corruption. Only military fortress nodes had never appeared corrupted by chaos. Analyzing from the perspective of survivorship bias, it was not difficult to draw this conclusion. Any military fortress nodes not corrupted by chaos likely had Old Ones war machines still operational, strong enough to resist demonic invasion, which is why they remained uncorrupted. In other words, entering such a node space was extremely dangerous. A slight misstep could lead to being destroyed by the Old Ones war machines. Could there be another approach? The pirate-class guardsman carrying the key to the ancient production lines gate would eventually have to return to Kamarak. Finding a node space between the military fortress node and Kamarak to set up an ambush might allow them to intercept the guardsman. This was much safer than rashly entering the military fortress node. Linio's mind raced, and an ambush plan quickly formed. He ordered the scout ship to return to the battlefield, capture more black bean sprouts, and interrogate them one by one. More detailed intelligence surfaced. First, the military fortress node indeed contained a large number of operational Old Ones creations, primarily terrifying gravity weapons and implosion weapons. Second, between the military fortress node and Kamarak, there was only one safe route. This route started from the military fortress node, passing through the various corners of the galaxy's east, west, north, and south, circling the center of the galaxy in a large loop, and finally returning to Kamarak. The ideal ambush location was Star Bridge, T32-02T13, a deprecated webway city node, offering excellent ambush conditions with abundant cover for the fleet to hide. Linio spread out the scout ship's webway star map and easily found this node. He excitedly rubbed his hands and decisively switched his consciousness to space. Beast. Can you hear me? Linio's consciousness arrived at the outpost, picked up the squig gong on the table, and called out to his subordinate. Hey? Boss, what's up? I'm here at the webway graveyard eliminating rotten stuff. These guys are really like leeks, growing out of the ground in batches. No matter how much you kill, you can't get rid of them. I seriously suspect there's a demon lair underground. Beast chattered on and on. Linio interjected. Stop babbling, quickly gather the expeditionary fleet and follow me. We're going to snatch the black bean sprout's incredible treasure. Once we get the treasure, we can directly flip the webway graveyard. Alright. Beast responded excitedly. Before long, the para-warlord's webway expeditionary fleet was assembled. The fleet comprised 3 battleships, 12 cruisers, and over 30 guardsmen, with maximum mobility, firepower, defense, and interception capabilities, not even flinching if they encountered the black bean sprout's main fleet head-on. Linio personally led the fleet, taking approximately half an hour to reach the designated ambush point. This was Star Bridge, T32-02T13, a derelict Ildari webway city. City wreckage, like a small asteroid belt, spread throughout the webway space, forming concentric rings around the central city hub, drifting and circling slowly and silently. After the parafleet warped here, they collectively entered silent status, hiding among the city wreckage. Linio had calculated the time. In 5 minutes, the guardsman carrying the key to the ancient production lines gate would appear on the scene. His group would definitely not miss it. However, what Linio didn't expect was that as soon as the parafleet had hidden, 2 black bean sprouts fleets warped in from the direction of Kamarak. Their ship hulls were painted with a unified symbol, a black heart pierced by an arrow. Chapter 242 The Art of Fighting is Explosion. The fleet of the Black Heart Conspiracy, and 2 of them appeared at once. The finder obtained the fleet's engine signals, and the Suandong device listed the results, making Linio's heart skip a beat. The 2 fleets comprised a total of 315 ships. There were 15 battleships, 82 cruisers, and the rest were guardsmen, with gravity weapons and disintegration weapons everywhere, and they were also equipped with the Black Bean Sprout's unique shield shipborne flicker fields. The Blackheart Conspiracy's fleet was likely also here to ambush and intercept the key to the ancient production lines gate. Their combat power was explosive, completely overwhelming the para-expedition in both quantity and quality. When encountering such enemies, one must never engage them head-on, or else they would be completely annihilated in the end. Linio's thoughts turned, and he came up with a countermeasure, saying in a deep voice. Maintain silence. I'll go consult with the witch doctor. After speaking, Linio nodded slightly to Beast, temporarily handing over command. He opened the system interface and manually loaded the WordBoySake's save file. His vision shifted from the Wrench's bridge to the underground base on Paraplanet. Linio's consciousness awoke within Sake, and he picked up the noisy box, asking. Hey, Gulatin, how much thunderous boom do we have in stock? Gulatin was the chief tech of the para-warlord. Besides daily production matters, he also personally supervised the production of thunderous boom. Report, Witch Doctor, we currently have 72 thunderous boom, ready for use at any time. What about the shipyard? How many bomber ships are there? Report, there are 5 ready-made bomber ships, all test-flown, without any issues. Additionally, there are 2 growing battleships, 2 steel ingot-class battleships, 10 growing cruisers, and 20 guardsmen. They have all been test-flown and can take off at any time. Good, pull out all the bomber ships, load 1 thunderous boom onto each ship, and then add 10 guardsmen to escort them. Linyo instructed, and then called Along. Hello? Along, Gork, and Mork have given us a big task. Linyo recounted the space beast's discovery in the webway, and Along immediately became excited, clamoring to sweep away the Black Bean Sprout's fleet. This wouldn't do. He was the commander of Paraplanet's defense force, the boss of the Steel Warriors, how could he run around recklessly? The Steel Warriors were meant for defending the city. But if Along didn't go, it would be equivalent to losing a major general on the front line. As his thoughts raced, Linyo suddenly remembered the WarHammer simulation reward he had never used. Reward 6, Simulate Companion. Before starting a WarHammer simulation, redeem this reward option to allow a sentient being to become your simulated companion. You will conduct the WarHammer simulation together with your simulated companion. The simulated object possessed by the simulated companion must be a save file of your simulated character. Redemption price, several simulation points. The points consumed are determined by the simulated companion's comprehensive data. Setting Along as his simulated companion was certainly an option. But who would serve as his simulated object? Linyo recalled the prototype first-generation Black Knights cherished by Along. About a year ago, when the Steel Brave tribe had not yet left Ulaner, Linyo had made a clumsy Black Knights in the tribe. Due to flaws such as excessive monocrystal consumption and insufficient agility, this Black Knights was ultimately not put into use, but was instead treasured by Along at home like a precious item. Linyo mused that Along would probably be willing to possess his favorite life-sized doll and go into battle with the fleet. Linyo told Along his idea, and the latter immediately became excited. Wow! Witch Doctor! You are too amazing! Just thinking about the scene you described makes my heart pound. Then it's settled. Linyo smiled slightly. I'll transfer your consciousness to your Black Knights. You control it to follow the fleet into the webway and assist the webway expedition. We'll discuss the specifics when we meet at the shipyard. Alright. I'm heading out now. Along laughed a few wakaka sounds and hung up the communication. Linyo got up and left, taking Zalger's express train to the underground shipyard. Halfway there, several lines of system text popped up. Save file, space, beast. Save briefing, the guardsman carrying the key to the ancient production line's gate arrived at the webway city ruins. 3 Blackheart fleets launched an ambush, successfully annihilating the guardsman and capturing the key to the ancient production line's gate. The Blackheart fleet returned the way they came, heading to Kamarak. Space and Beast followed your instructions and did not attack the Blackheart fleet. What the system said was within Linyo's expectations. He tossed the system message aside and got off the train in the underground shipyard. Here were 5 unique ships, special warships that Linyo had conceived while possessing Tech Boss, Gulatin, named Greenskin Bombers. As the name suggested, these ships were specifically designed to launch extinction-level missiles. Bomber ships had no conventional firepower like autocannons or macro cannons, they had only magnetic railguns for launching thunderous boom. In exchange, the bomber ship's maneuverability far exceeded that of the Black Bean Sprouts and White Scars. Acceleration from 0 to 100 km per hour took only 1 second. The warm-up time from a standstill to sublight speed travel was only 5 seconds. In battle, they could forcefully jump into the warp while enduring enemy fire. The entire process from calculating the detonation point to the explosion of a thunderous boom could be completed in 10 seconds, with extremely astonishing firing efficiency, and each bomber ship could carry 10 thunderous boom. This type of strategic special ship was perfect for sweeping Kamarak. Yes, sweeping Kamarak, not attacking the Blackheart conspiracy's fleet. Linyo knew it was almost impossible to defeat those 3 fleets head-on, so he decided to pull the rug out from under them and blow up all of Kamarak. Fireheart was indeed a good thing, but compared to the excellent opportunity to destroy Kamarak, Fireheart and its ancient production line were completely insignificant. This was the flexible strategic wisdom of the Greenskin Dada. Along walked over, carrying a red and black mechanical device. The metal construct on his shoulder was precisely the prototype first-generation Black Knights he cherished. It was clear that in his free time, he would paint this Black Knights like a Warhammer player painting miniatures. The paint was applied and wiped off repeatedly, even scratching the monocrystal surface. Linyo didn't bother to comment on Along's little hobby. He gripped his staff, raised his hand, and, pretending to chant strange incantations, simultaneously redeemed the 6th reward of the WarHammer simulation. Calculating the cost of establishing a simulated companion. The target is the boss of the Steel Warriors tribe, the commander of the Para-Warlord's defense force, with a starting price of 1 million simulation points. The target's management experience is tribe boss level, starting price plus 1000%. The target's combat experience is tribe boss level, starting price plus 1000%. The final price for establishing a simulated companion is 21 million simulation points. Current simulation points, 230 million. Do you want to set Along as your first simulated companion? In the future, when you activate WarHammer simulation for Along again, the system will recalculate A Long's simulated companion price. You only need to pay the difference to conduct the WarHammer simulation with the target. 21 million simulation points, just a drop in the bucket. There were plenty of demons in the webway graveyard, so there was no need to worry about running out of simulation points. Linio clicked confirm. A Long's eyes went black, and he lost consciousness. Zalger supported A Long's body, while the red and black painted collectible emitted two beams of light from behind its goggles, letting out a high-pitched exclamation. Wow! I really got into the big treasure. Witch Doctor, amazing! A Long was overjoyed, and the orc boys nearby were full of envy. Linio waved his hand. Enough talk. Boys. Board the ships and let's go. The para expedition is waiting for our support. A Long, I've imported the star map into the dot map. Just follow the star map. Space and Beast will meet you halfway. Afterwards, just listen to Space's command. I've already told him all the battle plans. Alright. Linio herded the boys and Gretchen onto the ships, watching the 5 bomber ships and 10 escort guardsmen set off. The shaft passage opened, and the 15 ships, supported by the lift platform, reached the surface and entered cruising mode. A Long's body was unconscious and comatose, unresponsive to any calls. Presumably, during the WarHammer simulation, the physical body could not be forcibly awakened. Linio had Zalger take him back to A Long's residence, then switched his consciousness to Space. A moment later, A Long led the bomber fleet to rendezvous. With Space at the helm, the webway expedition and the bomber fleet were integrated. Linio was responsible for launching the thunderous boom, while Beast and A Long each led a certain number of ships, engaging with any potential Black Bean Sprouts fleets to prevent delays in the launch operation. After these arrangements, the expedition officially set off for Kamarak. Along the way, Linio encountered many node outposts guarded by Black Bean Sprouts. The good news was that all these outposts had been blown up, with not a single living soul left at the scene. The expedition swaggered through one node gate after another until they officially entered the webway space where Kamarak was located, only then being discovered by the local defenders. Boss, the Black Bean Sprouts are calling. They say they're the overlord of the Blackheart conspiracy. Do you want to accept the communication request? Not yet, first skin Kamarak. Alright. The crew clattered on their keyboards. An observation image of Kamarak appeared on the holographic screen. It was a black planet with 3 moons, surrounded by many space cities and military space stations. But this was all in the past. When Slaanesh was born, the Eldar Empire shattered, and no Eldar city was spared. Although Kamarak was located in the webway, it was still destroyed in an instant by the massive tremors of the warp. To this day, some webway nodes near Kamarak still retain warp storm rifts. And Kamarak itself had yet to complete its reconstruction, let alone capture a star from reality to illuminate itself. Yesterday's Kamarak was a ruin. Today's Kamarak, after a night of war, was even worse than a ruin. The planet was covered in dust, and its moons, space cities, and space stations were almost entirely blown to pieces. On the observation image, 5 fleets were fiercely fighting amidst overwhelming debris. There were many life signals on Kamaraka's surface, but they were not strong, likely indicating slave life forms. Linio regarded the webway as his own backyard. How could he allow others to sleep soundly beside his bed? Strike Kamarak while it's down. As for Fireheart, he would consider it after he had bombed Kamarak once. Beast, the Blackheart conspiracy's fleet is yours. A Long, you will contain the fleets of the other 2 conspiracies. Just hold them back, you don't need to annihilate them. Bomber fleet, attention. All forces attack. Execute the bombing plan. Let's blow this place sky high. Waik. Linio roared to the sky. The internal communication channel instantly erupted. Kill, kill, kill. Chop, chop, chop. We're the coolest boys in the webway. Kill the Black Bean Sprouts. The Black Bean Sprouts' home belongs to us. The fleet collectively entered sublight speed travel, transforming into slender streams of light, weaving through the dark webway space. A few seconds later, the expedition arrived at various points above Kamarak. Beast led the wrench and a host of cruisers and guardsmen, engaging the Blackheart conspiracy's fleet. A Long commanded the battleship Iron Block and its accompanying ships, preventing the Dark Endless conspiracy and the Pointed Blade Lotus conspiracy from approaching the bomber fleet. Under the cover of his 2 capable generals, the bomber fleet successfully dispersed to various locations above Kamarak, and the thunderous boom bombing protocol was initiated. Report. Kamaraka's environmental data is in. Surface temperature 10 to 30 degrees, atmosphere 22% oxygen, the rest primarily addictive aerosols, 62% of the surface is water with hallucinogenic effects, large numbers of Black Bean Sprout slaves found. Overall assessment, a weak world, addicted to drugs, beyond salvation. Report. Thunderous boom launch parameters set. Requesting launch. Launch. Linio slammed the mechanical button. The 5 bomber ships emitted loud thuds, and the electrical light from their magnetic railgun barrels burst forth, illuminating a small patch of the night sky, as 5 massive thunderous boom, trailing fiery plumes, plunged towards the ground. Exit velocity above safety threshold, projectile integrity 99.9%, flight angle matches calculated results, preset detonation altitude 215 km, estimated arrival at detonation altitude in 3 seconds. With the magnetic railgun's boost, the thunderous boom's flight speed was more than 10 times faster than before. Almost as soon as the artillery crew finished reporting the launch, 5 points of shimmering golden light appeared above Kamarak. Detonation successful. The artillery crew cheered. Linio, however, opened the broadcast switch for the internal communication channel and loudly commanded. All units evacuate Kamarak. Rendezvous at the designated location. The power of 5 thunderous boom was no joke. Not leaving now would be equivalent to being buried with Kamarak. The expedition immediately shifted positions, transforming into streaks of light, rapidly moving away from the explosion source. A miraculous phenomenon of physics occurred. Sublight speed travel approached the speed of light infinitely. During the journey, the exploding light points above Kamarak expanded at an extremely slow pace. But when the fleet disengaged from sublight speed travel and entered normal cruising, the webway space outside the viewport was filled with intense light within half a second. Kamarak transformed into a burning plasma fireball, projecting countless electromagnetic torrents and high-energy particle beams in all directions. The expedition's radar image lit up with a large area of red warnings. This situation lasted for a full 3 minutes before slowly subsiding. Search for Black Bean Sprout's ship engine signals. Scan Kamaraka's status. Beep boop beep boop. The Finder and Suandong device operated at high speed. Report, boss. Our thunderous boom ignited the hallucinogenic components in the atmosphere. A highly radioactive ion storm has appeared on Kamarak, expected to last at least 15 hours. A 15-hour ion storm, and a radioactive one at that. Kamarak was completely finished now, even the Eldar's living gods wouldn't help. Report, boss. I found 55 ship engine signals, all from the Blackheart Conspiracy's ships, including the Conspiracy Overlord's flagship. Boss, the Blackheart Conspiracy's Overlord has called you again. In the communication request, it said it knows we're after Fireheart's ancient production line. It has hidden the key to the production line's gate. If we want the key and the location of the production line's gate, we should sit down and talk, otherwise we won't get Fireheart. Sit down and talk? No way. Capturing the Blackheart Conspiracy's Overlord would also allow them to obtain the desired information using Truth Serum. Beast, Along, prepare for boarding action. The witch doctor gave me the Gao Mao goggles, I can use them to help you on the ship. Let's take down these black bean sprouts together. Alright. Beast responded loudly. Waik. Along roared excitedly, full of fighting spirit. Linio took out the Gao Mao goggles and put them on, activating his trump card fungi ability, Spiritual Network. Green light points symbolizing the para-green skins appeared out of thin air. With just a thought, he could control the para to perform corresponding actions. In that instant, Linio was the Webway expedition, truly achieving the feat of one person forming an army. Chapter 243, Lightning Strike Blackheart. The Darkheart battleship, flagship of the Blackheart Conspiracy. With its streamlined hull, blade-like wings extending backward from the ship, and a row of crimson barbs along its spine, every detail of this vessel showcased the cruelty and darkness of the Overlord Vect. That row of spikes distributed along the ship's spine were actually the spires where the conspiracy's high-ranking members resided. The most majestic and towering spire belonged to the conspiracy's overlord. Asdrubal Vect. Vect had transformed this place into a divination hall, where he not only questioned fate but also gathered his subordinates and held important meetings. Today was destined to be the most extraordinary day in Kamaraka's history. The slave team of the Shattered Magic Symbol Conspiracy discovered the gate to the ancient production line, and various conspiracies gathered at the site, vying for the gate key. This disturbance rapidly escalated into an unprecedented large-scale free-for-all, spreading with the speed of a chain reaction. Each conspiracy threw everything they had into the fight, just to obtain the gate key. The wise Vect chose to hold the production line gate, intending to contend with whichever conspiracy ultimately obtained the gate key. Vect possessed 3 fleets, making him incredibly powerful, and no matter who ultimately obtained the gate key, he was confident of victory. However, what he never expected was for a Green Orc frigate's fleet to appear near Kamarak. They not only carried weapons of annihilation but also launched an extermination strike against Kamarak without hesitation. This was too preposterous. Didn't these Green Orcs want the shinies on Kamarak? How could they resist? Vect sat on his throne, his facial features taut, and his eyes burning with fury. If it weren't for the Green Orcs messing things up, he should be embracing Fireheart on the ancient production line right now, instead of drifting in the void. Damn those Green Orcs! Vect gripped the armrest tightly, his fingertips rubbing fiercely against the metal frame. His anger spread with his heavy breathing, and the dark Eldar below the platform were silent, not daring to make a sound. Only 2 people were exceptions. They were a man and a woman standing at the very front of the queue, dressed in luxurious black formal wear, their lips glowing red as if they had drunk their fill of blood, like vampires. The graceful female Dark Eldar placed her hand on her chest and bowed, then opened her red lips with a hint of defiance. Those Green Orcs are truly audacious. Our ship numbers are slightly superior, and the specifications of our ships hold an absolute advantage. Yet, when they encountered us, they not only didn't flee but dared to launch an attack against us. Lord Vect, I suggest we launch a proactive attack and slaughter these incredibly bold Green Orcs. The glass dome of the spire reflected the fires of war, the frontline forces had already engaged the Green Orc fleet, and the battle between them was imminent, with laser weapons flashing brightly. The emerald glass mirrors distorted the light and shadows, casting dazzling and beautiful green light into the vast divination hall. Vect sat high on the platform, unmoved by the battle outside. His gaze shifted from the tall woman who had spoken earlier and fell upon another person. Lord Vect, my thoughts are completely opposite to Lady Isa Trazyn's. Scytherax, Vect's chief archon, stepped forward under the Overlord's gaze and said. I believe we should avoid these Green Orcs, leave Kamarak first, reorganize our forces, and return after the ion storm on Kamaraka's surface subsides. This current battle will only bring us greater uncertainty, and uncertainty often leads to disunity and low morale. Are you questioning the combat effectiveness and cohesion of the fleet? The female Dark Eldar named Isa Trazyn retorted sharply. Scytherax's expression became impatient and annoyed. I am not questioning the Overlord's power, but rather suggesting that the Overlord take a more sensible approach. Bang! Rumble! A massive macro cannon shell landed on the flagship's force shield, and the surging shockwave caused vibrations throughout the ship. The scene was quiet for a few seconds. Scytherax was about to continue his topic when several more explosions occurred. Bang! 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 Rumble! Dull rumbling vibrations echoed within the spire, the floor trembled slightly, and metal structures creaked. 2 green orc frigates flew past the spire, whistling as they grazed the outer perimeter of the force shield. There were several spherical machine gun turrets on the underside of the guardsmen. The green orcs in the turrets wore red goggles, their mouths wide open, screaming Wa'aik! Wa'aik! At the top of their lungs. Heavy machine cannons fired a rain of chemical bullets. Golden white points of positive ions exploded on the shield, and dense ripples spread outward, making one's heart heavy. More green orc frigates cut into the Blackheart fleet's formation, clinging tightly to the Overlord's flagship. At this point, talking about avoiding their sharp edge was just empty words. The Blackheart conspiracy had only one choice left: fight to the death, either you die, or I die. Vect propped himself up on the armrest and stood, a sinister glint flashing across his purple-white face. Issue orders, instruct the guardsman squadron to act as bait, luring the green orc frigates to converge on the Path of Malice battleship. All battleships are to prepare gravity weapons to destroy the green orc frigates in one fell swoop, and then concentrate fire to attack the green orc's flagship. The messenger touched a button with his mechanical arm behind his back, relaying the Overlord's command. Seeing that the Overlord was determined to engage the green orcs, Archon Scytherax's face stiffened, and he took a step back. Isa Trazyn curved her lips and smiled. All of the Blackheart fleet's guardsmen were dispatched, circling the Path of Malice battleship. The Path of Malice was charging its disassembler heavy cannon, adopting a stance as if it intended to blast the enemy flagship to smithereens with a single shot. The charging process for the disassembler heavy cannon required about 5 minutes. The green orcs had to interrupt the charging as quickly as possible, or their flagship would surely be doomed. No ship could withstand a full power bombardment from the disassembler heavy cannon. However, what Vect hadn't anticipated was that the green orc fleet completely disregarded the fate of their flagship, continuing to relentlessly bombard the Darkheart battleship. These damned green orcs had gone completely mad. Their guardsmen approached like a swarm of bees, firing at close range, while their cruisers employed a circling tactic, unleashing macro cannons and lances from medium range, and their battleships projected ion-infused shells one after another from the very limits of their range. The rest of the Blackheart fleet was almost untouched, with only the Darkheart becoming the focal point of all green orc fire. What a blatant decapitation strike! Vect showed no fear, sneering repeatedly. As the Overlord of the Blackheart conspiracy, he feared death the least. Buzz! The shield force field shattered, and dense gunfire landed on the external armor plates, with violent sound waves and vibrations raging inside the ship. The messenger cried out in alarm. Lord, this is bad. The external armor plates have ruptured. The green orc jumping off a boatkid boarding craft have broken through. Vect picked up the soul staff next to his throne and shouted sharply. Everyone, take up arms. As long as we hold out for 5 minutes, the Path of Malice's disassembler heavy cannon will be able to slay the enemy commander. Let us show the green orcs with our actions that their decapitation strike will not work. The Dark Eldar in the divination hall drew their weapons from their waists, preparing to fight the boarding green orcs to the death. Above them, a dozen green orc boarding craft flew in. The close-in defense array outside the divination hall activated, and small disassembler turrets fired beams of black light. The boarding craft exploded one after another, turning into historical dust in the webway space. However, one boarding craft, as if by some strange twist of fate, charged through the network of fire and slammed into the divination hall. Crack! The glass mirror of the spire shattered, and the boarding craft fell from the sky, plummeting straight towards the throne. Vect dodged aside, leaping to the area below the platform. Clang! The boarding craft landed heavily. Steel feet kicked open the deformed door panel, and a jumping off a boatkid wielding a twin-linked heavy bolter burst out. Vect laughed in extreme anger, raising his soul staff and pointing it at the green orcs. Green orcs! Your filthy souls are mine. The soul gem at the tip of the staff glowed, and a vicious soul extraction technique shot forth. The leading jumping off a boatkid crossed his feet, shielding the other green orcs in front of him. He released his bolter and raised both arms, sweeping them across the room. Freeze! 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 All of you, freeze for me. No moving. All the black bean sprouts in the room stood frozen like wooden chickens, while the green orcs furiously pulled their triggers. Bang 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 bang. A barrage of bolter rounds swept in, exploding into flakes of snow below the platform, and most of the black bean sprouts exploded into pieces. Only Vect, Isa Trazyn, and Scytherax survived the scene. When they broke free from the brain freeze technique, the three of them witnessed an incomprehensible scene. In the void outside the spire, the Blackheart conspiracy's ships had, at some unknown point, turned into scattered fragments, mixed with the corpses of the Dark Eldar. Green orc salvage ships and guardsmen shuttled between the wreckage, recovering high-value materials and finishing off the remaining survivors. A dense, Deathly silence permeated the glass dome, filling the minds of the three Dark Eldar. Vect and the two others were startled, unable to grasp the situation for a moment. Hadn't they just been engaged in a boarding battle? How, in the blink of an eye, had the Blackheart fleet been completely annihilated? And what about the shackles on them? When did the Green Orcs put restraints on them, and why did they have no memory of it? Vect and the two others were too shocked to speak, feeling as if they had blacked out and woken up in an absurd situation. Someone, give them some medicine. A loud Green Orc voice came from the high platform. Vect and the two others looked up. Vect's original throne had been crushed by the boarding craft. After a tech boy repaired it, the throne was re-erected, now adorned with various colored metal patches on its exterior. A burly orc boy sat confidently and calmly on the Green Orc-style throne, his rippling muscles reminiscent of hard stone. At this orc boy's command, several pain boys surrounded them, holding syringes as thick as bowls. The liquid in the syringe was thick and yellowish. Connecting it to their current predicament, Vect and the two others immediately understood that it was some kind of truth serum. Scytherax trembled, utterly terrified, muttering pleas for mercy. Vect appeared flustered on the surface, but inwardly, he was full of confidence. As an overlord of a conspiracy, his body was immune to all hallucinogenic substances. The Green Orcs wouldn't be able to extract the whereabouts of the production line gate key from his mouth. Vect's calm state of mind was shattered by a sudden female voice. Esteemed orc boy, I wish to cooperate with you. As a token of my sincerity, I will tell you a secret about Vect. Isa Trazyn raised her neck and said. Vect has several backup bodies, beings known as the Gelding. They are sealed in dimensional crystals and hidden deep beneath the core spur fortress. Vect's current body is immune to hallucinogenic drugs, so you cannot extract any secrets from him. If you kill him, he will awaken in a Gelding body and regain his freedom. Vect was stunned. His greatest reliance, his biggest secret, had just been exposed by his own subordinate. More importantly, Vect didn't remember ever telling Isa Trazyn about the Gelding. How do you know my secret? Vect was first startled, then became incredibly furious. Isa Trazyn. You knew I had a clone and still dared to betray me. And your object of allegiance is actually an ugly, disgusting, vulgar orc boy. You truly make me despise you. You will pay the price for your betrayal. Slap him. The orc boy on the throne said calmly. Slap, 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 slap. A Gretchen wearing open crotch pants came before Vect and delivered a dozen slaps with his hand. The pain boys injected Vect and Scytherax with the truth serum. As the female Dark Eldar named Isa Trazyn had said, Vect was immune to hallucinogenic drugs, so the truth serum had no effect on him. However, Scytherax was not so fortunate. Whatever the orc boy on the throne asked, Scytherax answered, and in no time at all, he had revealed all the secrets in his heart. Scytherax was killed by the pain boys, and his body was thrown into a furnace to be incinerated. The orc boy on the throne raised his hand and pointed at Vect, and a psychic fluctuation emanated from his body. Vect's eyes glazed over, his mind fixed by the strange psychic energy, entering a state of stupor. The orc boy on the throne was precisely Lienyo, and the psychic energy that fixed Vect was the fungi ability, brain freeze technique. The brain freeze technique was not psychic energy and should not have caused psychic fluctuations. However, when Lienyo was performing the brain freeze technique, he diverted a portion of his mind to use the headshot technique on himself, but without actually crushing his own head. This way, he added a psychic fluctuation to the brain freeze technique, creating a smokescreen. Indeed, Isa Trazyn fell for it. She looked at Vect's dazed expression and had some guesses as to why she had missed the fleet battle. It must have been this terrifying psychic energy at work. With such terrifying psychic energy, she definitely wasn't a match for the orc boy. Isa Trazyn broke free from the orc boy's wrist, bent her upper body, and touched the ground with her forehead, performing a grand bow to the orc boy on the throne. Your Excellency, please believe me, I sincerely pledge my loyalty to you. The knowledge of psychic energy and Ildari technology that I possess is enough to build an orc boy empire for you within the webway. Thump, thump, thump. Heavy footsteps moved from above. Isa Trazyn, with hopeful eyes, slowly straightened her upper body, intentionally or unintentionally twisting her waist to highlight her figure, completely forgetting that the green orc bosses were all castrated. When she raised her head to look at the orc boy, she was met with a rapidly enlarging needle on her retina. Pfft. Lienyo plunged the large syringe in his hand fiercely into the black bean sprout's neck. Watching the look of surprise on her face gradually turn into confusion, Lienyo curled his lips and chuckled innocently. Sorry, women only delay my business. Besides, you're not immune to truth serum, so why should I bother cooperating with you when I can just use truth serum to make you say everything you need to say, isn't that better? You are truly cunning. Isa Trazyn bit her lip, staring intently at the orc boy in front of her, trying to maintain her consciousness. Ildari psychic technology requires Ildari soul encoding to drive it. This is knowledge instilled in the soul, not carried by language. Your truth serum cannot obtain soul encoding, and you cannot use most psychic technology. Huff, huff. Isa Trazyn panted heavily, her will hovering on the edge of unconsciousness, her voice becoming intermittent. My soul encoding is inherited from the ancient Ildari. I know how to safely enter and exit the old one's military fortresses. If you kill me, you won't get anything. Isa Trazyn's head tilted, and she entered a dazed state. Lienyo's eyes narrowed slightly, catching the key points in her words. Most of the current Ildari should not know the term Old Ones, only those Ildari who inherited from the ancient Ildari were qualified to know of the Old Ones' existence. In other words, there was some credibility to Isa Trazen's words, she might indeed possess soul encoding inherited from the ancient Ildari. Chapter 244, The First Female Orc in the Warhammer World. The interrogation of Isa Trazen lasted for 3 hours. Linio verified Isa Trazen's statements from before the truth serum took effect. Isa Trazen's surname is Dulakai, and her family's bloodline can be traced back to the resurgence era of the ancient Ildari. During that period, the Dulakai family controlled 1/3 of the ancient Ildari Empire's gladiatorial arena industry, making them a colossal presence. The death storm unleashed by Slaanish's birth destroyed all the ancient Ildari Empire's realms in reality. Most of the Dulakai family perished, with only Isa Trazen surviving and escaping to Kamarak. After some tempering, Isa Trazen pledged allegiance to Vect, specifically managing gladiatorial arenas for him. It's worth noting that Isa Trazen created a persona of humble origins for herself, not revealing her ancient Ildari background to outsiders. The Blackheart conspiracy overlord, Vect's approach, was completely opposite to Isa Trazen's. Vect never concealed his ancient Ildari identity, telling everyone he met. Using void avatars to create multiple soul containers for resurrection was a common practice among the ancient Ildari. Isa Trazen knew Vect possessed void avatars from the very beginning of their interaction, yet Vect always regarded Isa Trazen as an intelligent, cunning, ordinary Ildari of humble origins. This was why Vect was so utterly surprised when Isa Trazen previously revealed his resurrection method. As for Isa Trazen's mention of the ancient Saint military fortress access permissions and the ancient orc intelligence contained within, these were also true. But as Isa Trazen said, knowledge, data, access permissions, and other matters related to the ancient saint are stored as soul encodings within the soul, not conveyed through language. Why does Slaanish crave Ildari's souls so much? A large part of the reason is related to the ancient saint data within the Ildari's soul encodings. Note 1. Linio pondered for a long time and ultimately decided to keep Isa Trazen. The main reason was that Ildari with an ancient Ildari noble background were exceedingly rare. It wouldn't be too late to replace Isa Trazen later when a more suitable collaborator is found. Isa Trazen is sharp-witted, quick-thinking, and understands how to seek advantages and avoid harm. To prevent her from harboring malicious intentions, Linio came up with a countermeasure. That was to use the Bone Drinker's gene recombination technology to write orc gene fragments into Isa Trazen's genes, making her, in a sense, an orc. As long as the system recognized her orc identity, he could completely control her through the Wadaak simulation. Thus, Linio could truly embrace the philosophy of not caring about one's background, only valuing talent. Speaking of which, what would it be like to possess a female orc? Linio thought about it but couldn't come up with a clear answer. It was still too early to talk about possessing a female orc. The black bean sprout's gene stability is very high, and Isa Trazen also used some kind of gene technology to conceal her true gene encoding, making gene editing work incredibly difficult. This could be seen from the system's fungal simulation experiment. Day 112-0932, you conducted the 6723rd gene editing experiment on Isa Trazen's gene template. You selected gene fragment frag number UN at number UN as the experimental object. You extracted a 157 nucleotide DNA sequence from an orc boy, whose 72 end is complementary to the experimental object, and 38 end binds to CAS9 protein, forming a new gene fragment. You knocked out gene fragment frag number UN at number UN and replaced it with a new gene fragment. Experiment failed. Gene fragment embedding work not completed. Reason: gene fragment frag number UN at number UN unrecognized. The same error messages appeared repeatedly. Especially the string of garbled characters following gene fragment. For some reason, the gene editing tools of the Greenskins, Bone Drinkers, and Imperium of Man were all unable to recognize Isa Trazen's gene encoding. Linio pored over the Imperium of Man's genetics texts but still couldn't find any knowledge on this matter. In desperation, he could only try his luck with brute force cracking while clearing out Kamarak. After the surface ion storm subsided, the pair expedition officially landed. The first task was to find the ancient production line of Fireheart. The search results were gratifying. That production line was located deep underground in Kamarak, possessing an indestructible adamantium shell, and had not been destroyed by the thunderous boom. After confirming the production line was undamaged, Linio turned to search for Vect's void avatars. These avatars are a form of psychic technology, stored in chips called dimensional crystals. Seeing that the orcs had found his avatars, Vect's heart turned to ash, and he voluntarily confessed the whereabouts of the Fireheart production line's gate key, hoping for a glimmer of survival. According to him, the key was located in an ancient saint military fortress, and the orcs could only enter it by loading the correct authorization sequence number into a netherworld access device. Vect used the sequence number as a bargaining chip, wanting Linio to release him. Linio immediately used truth serum on Isa Trazen, who clearly told him that she also had the same sequence number, stored in her soul encoding. Since Isa Trazen also had it, there was no need to spare Vect's life. Linio had a Gretchen place the crystal containing the void avatar into a raging furnace, the chip melted, the soul encoding shattered, and Vect's void avatar was thus annihilated. After clearing all the avatars, Vect was also completely erased from this world by Linio, and his buried treasures were taken by the para-warlord. At the same time, an opportunity arose for the female orc gene editing experiment. Here, one must first complain about the Dark Eldar's bizarre life philosophy. This Xeno race, which enjoys playing dark, deep, and twisted games, is obsessed with procreation and flesh sculpting. How decadent the ancient Ildari Empire was in its late stages is well known. In that absurd era, many Ildari developed a desire for cross-species procreation and put it into practice. To satisfy their desires, they modified their gene templates, adding a gene encoding that could fuse with most life forms. As long as a Dark Eldar entered a state of insatiable desire, this gene encoding would be activated. At this point, no matter what race a Dark Eldar engaged in that with, they could successfully obtain a cross-species life form. In other words, if a Dark Eldar wasn't in the mood, this gene encoding wouldn't take effect, and its actual function would be concealed. Lineal was able to discover such a peculiar encoding thanks to Isa Trazen's voluntary confession. That evening, Lineal collected Isa Trazen's blood sample as usual to gather samples for gene simulation. Through observation over the past few days, Isa Trazen gradually understood what the orc in front of her was doing. You want to control me at the genetic level, right? Implant some kind of genetic defect in me, and I'll have to rely on your medicine to suppress the negative effects of the genetic defect, thus achieving long-term control over me. Sigh, you really are domineering. But, I like strong men. Lineal remained silent, simply drawing blood with the gene extractor. Isa Trazen chuckled like a wicked woman. Actually, it doesn't have to be so troublesome. As long as an Ildari woman is devoted to someone, we will transform into his shape from the inside out. It's just a pity that you orcs don't have that kind of capability. The Dark Eldar consider themselves the true Ildari. But what true Ildari would be so frivolous? Lineal couldn't be bothered with her, put away the glass tube containing the gene fragments, and prepared to leave. Wait. Isa Trazen called out, and seeing that the orc didn't stop, she immediately quickened her pace. My body has been modified by the blood brides, and the stability of my gene fragments is unbreakable. If you want to edit my genes, you must first unlock the gene mask applied by the blood brides to the gene sample. Gene mask. Lineal stopped, remembering the garbled characters that appeared in the gene simulation. Isa Trazen said with a smile. It seems you were indeed stumped by the gene mask. It's all right. This is just a small problem. You help me get some of Vex's treasured bloody vintage. As soon as I drink a glass, the gene mask will temporarily disappear. The gene sample you extract while I'm intoxicated won't have a gene mask present. Drinking could unlock gene encoding? That was truly miraculous. Lineal said in a deep voice. I'll only give you one chance. If you lie to me, I'll control you in a different way. You won't want to know what that way is, it's definitely a future you don't want to face. Understand? Isa Trazen bit her lip lightly and nodded. Don't worry, everything I said is true. If you don't believe me, you can ask me with truth serum. Lineal didn't reply, turned and walked out of the cell, bringing back a bottle of blood-colored fine wine sealed in a crystal bottle from outside. The production process of this wine was indescribable, containing content unsuitable for adults. Lineal collected it not for consumption, but to extract an extremely rich microbial community from it, primarily yeasts that feed on the flesh and blood of various organisms. He pulled out the cork, had a nearby Gretchen untie one of Isa Trazen's hands, and handed her the wine bottle. Isa Trazen licked the bottle opening thirstily, her seductive eyes seemingly dripping with water. The Gretchen picked his nose, dug out a small piece of excrement, and flicked it with a pop onto Isa Trazen's nose, forcibly interrupting her casting. Boss told you to drink, so drink. What are you squirming around for, you chicken feather? Do you believe I'll whack you? Drink quickly. Look. This is what you call professionalism. The greenskin bosses have always been indifferent to women, no one could sway them. Isa Trazen's expression stiffened, she blew away the excrement on her nose, tilted her chin, and chugged the wine down. After an entire bottle of bloody vintage, 2 flushes of red rose to her cheeks, and a charming aura emanated from Isa Trazen. Lineal had studied the composition of the bloody vintage and knew it was a wicked way to heat up the atmosphere. He held Isa Trazen down, picked up the gene extractor, and drew a blood sample from her arm. The pain of the needle piercing the skin was transformed into an unusual sensation of pleasure by the vintage. Isa Trazen whimpered and writhed, her gaze meeting the greenskin boss's muscles, her eyes becoming increasingly hazy. Lineal slapped her with a swift hand. Smack. Isa Trazen fainted. Lineal took the blood sample and left, not forgetting to instruct the Gretchen before he went. Fix her down, seal her mouth. Intravenously administer saline to dilute the hallucinogenic components. All right, boss. The Gretchen, wearing steel underpants, clanked as they walked. They bound Isa Trazen with chains, completely devoid of any concept of cherishing beauty. Lineal left the cell, turned into the adjacent laboratory, and locked the door. The gene sample produced by Isa Trazen after drinking was named Drunken Sample by Lineal. He activated the gene simulation and instructed the system to examine this sample, attempting to obtain the gene encoding. A system message popped up, confirming that the gene mask had indeed been removed. Examination successful. Gene fragment, frag 000001. Function, this fragment determines the physiological gender of Dark Eldar. Current physiological gender is female. By modifying the gene encoding, you can choose among multiple genders such as male, female, hermaphrodite, asexual, dynamic hermaphrodite, dynamic random gender, and others. Oh my! The very first gene fragment astounded Lineal. Truly worthy of the Dark Eldar, they certainly have many tricks. Continuing to scroll down, Lineal quickly found a very unique gene fragment. Gene fragment, frag 177154. Function, this gene carries the life trait embedding encoding, a life form modification plugin created by the blood brides. This encoding can fuse with the genes of any life form, thereby allowing the Dark Eldar to possess certain traits of that life form. The Blood Brides did have some tricks up their sleeves, being able to invent such peculiar gene encodings. Cloudhammer's Lenio had heard that the Blood Brides could perform surgery on souls, even extracting someone's soul from Slaanish's mouth and putting it back into that person's body. Leaving aside whether such soul-related legends were true, just the gene encoding that could fuse with the genes of any life form was already quite extraordinary. Lenio clicked on the gene simulation interface, selected gene fragment FRAG177154, and started a new gene simulation. The simulation process was even smoother than he had anticipated. This gene fragment was like a container. Gene fragments from any life form could be placed into it, with no need to consider compatibility or immune reactions. Lenio extracted over a dozen gene fragments related to physiological habits from an orc boy and crammed them all into FRAG177154. After this operation, a magical scene occurred. The remaining gene fragments of the drunken sample actually transformed automatically under the operation of FRAG177154, perfectly fitting the orc's gene fragments. For example, FRAG000001. After Lenio filled in the orc's gene fragments, Frag 000001's panel became like this. Gene fragment, Frag 000001. Function, this fragment determines the physiological gender of Dark Eldar. Affected by FRAG177154 and the orc boy's gene fragments, the current expression effect of this gene fragment is fixed as asexual. Before deleting the orc boy related gene fragments in FRAG177154, the gene encoding of FRAG000001 cannot be changed, and its expression effect will always be asexual. Similarly, all gene fragments related to gender and desire also underwent dramatic changes. The original gene sample was filled with a craving for bloodshed, torment, and that. But after Lenio's modification, a black bean sprouts with no desire for bloody acts and unable to keep secrets was born. Whatever she thought in her heart, she would say with her mouth, but she herself wouldn't know it. Thus, she couldn't keep secrets, and Lenio wouldn't have to worry about her plotting schemes. As long as she didn't run off to reality and wasn't influenced by Slaanish demons, she would always be a normal Ildari without bad habits. Lenio conducted deductions in the simulation space to see if this black bean sprout's gene template was stable and if there were any potential risks. After a day and night passed like this, the gene simulation's timeline reached 100,000 Terra days later, and the gene template remained stable, not mutating under the influence of multiple factors such as chemical mutagenesis, environmental mutagenesis, and laser mutagenesis. Lenio was not at ease and continued the tests. 5 more Terra days passed, and the gene simulation's timeline reached 600,000 Terra days later, with the gene template remaining as stable as ever. At this point, Lenio finally felt confident enough to perform gene editing on Isa Trazyn. Using seal yeast as a gene expression vector, he created a gene gland containing orc gene fragments and implanted it into Isa Trazyn's body. Under the catalysis of alchemical potions, the gene gland developed rapidly, and the gene editing work was completed within 3 Terra days. Isa Trazyn remained asleep during the gene modification process, only waking up on the 4th Terra day on the cell bed. The internal changes brought about by gene modification still required further exploration, but the external changes were clear at a glance. The frivolous look on Isa Trazyn's face disappeared, her beautiful features became pure and lovely, and her proud figure became even more statuesque with the enhancement of orc genes. Her entire demeanor underwent a profound transformation, shifting from unrestrained to dignified and graceful. The difference was so great that she was like 2 different people. A genetic experiment that changed the character of the Dark Eldar was successfully completed. Was it? Chapter 245, Alainar's Talented People. Lenio pushed open the door and entered the cell. Isa Trazyn was observing her skin with her arm raised on the bed. After the genetic modification, Isa Trazyn's skin color changed from its original purplish-black to light purple, and her overall brightness significantly increased. Lenio opened the system interface, mentally locked onto Isa Trazyn, and redeemed the second reward of the WarHammer simulation. Please precisely describe the object you wish to simulate. Isa Trazyn. Searching for simulation object. Search complete. Search results, 1 item. Name, Isa Trazyn. Calculating simulation price. The simulation object is an orc boy. The starting price for simulation is 1 magic spore. The simulation object possesses gene encryption and life trait embedding codes set by Blood Brides. The starting price for simulation increases by 2,000 magic spores. The simulation object has undergone extensive genetic modification. Compared to a standard orc boy, the simulation object's genetic purity is only 1%, so the starting price for simulation increases by 1,000%. The final simulation price is 1 plus 2,000, asterisk, 1 plus 1,000%, equals 22,011 magic spores. Number of magic spores, 580,000. Do you want to start a new WarHammer simulation? It really works. Lenio secretly rejoiced and silently thought. Create a simulation save for Isa Trazyn, but do not start the simulation. You have consumed 22,011 magic spores to create a save for Isa Trazyn. Save creation complete. Lenio opened the save interface and saw Isa Trazyn's save file appear at the very bottom. Now he felt much more at ease. As long as he kept an eye on Isa Trazyn and didn't let her find an opportunity to perform gene editing surgery on herself, she would never escape the green-skinned Dada's grasp. Ga ga ga. Lenio suppressed the joy in his heart and said. You're awake? The surgery was a success. Do you feel any changes? Lenio gestured to the Gretchen in the cell, telling them to push the testing equipment over. Isa Trazen propped herself up on the edge of the bed, her brows tightly furrowed, her expression extremely complex, with 6 parts relief, 3 parts regret, and 1 part fear. Torment, sadism, ravage, these desires have left my body. I have never been as clear-headed as I am now. You have deprived me of my right to seek pleasure. I don't know whether I should thank you or curse you. I reckon getting rid of vulgar desires is a good thing for you. You should thank me from the bottom of your heart and be my loyal servant. Linio crossed his arms and ordered the Gretchen to attach electrodes to Isa Trazen to check her physical condition. Isa Trazen chuckled. If I wanted to get rid of vulgar desires, I could just find a blood brides. But I didn't do that. Do you know why? Linio shrugged slightly, because black bean sprouts all like that, they feel uncomfortable if they don't get wild for a day. Isa Trazen rolled her eyes at the orc. We need to strengthen our souls through the release of desire. When we enter reality, Slaanesh will devour our souls. If the speed at which we strengthen our souls cannot keep up with the speed at which Slaanesh devours them, we will surely die. Then you just don't go to reality for the rest of your life. That's not hard. Linio activated the monitoring equipment and scanned Isa Trazen's body data. All indicators were normal, and her physical condition had improved in all aspects. This was the reward for getting rid of bad habits. So, this is your way of controlling me? Erasing my desires, preventing me from strengthening my soul, and thus limiting my range of movement. At the same time, you physiologically erased that part of my physiological structure, making it impossible for me to remove the gene encryption by drinking bloody fine wine, thus eliminating the possibility of me performing gene editing. For the rest of my life, I can only be an Eldar without desires and unable to strengthen my soul. Isa Trazen gave a self-mocking laugh. Heh. I have to say, the combination of your two methods is surprisingly effective. I can't think of a way to break free from these shackles for a moment. It seems I've truly fallen this time. You're overthinking it. Linio glanced at Isa Trazen, didn't respond, and instead cut to the chase. Stop babbling. I need all the information in your soul encoding. First, give me the information about the military fortress space where the Fireheart production line gate key is located. I advise you to cooperate obediently and not play tricks. To be honest, if it weren't for the discomfort of possessing Isa Trazen, Linio would have long since used the WAAC simulation to control Isa Trazen and read her soul encoding. The so-called reading soul encoding was not a very complex technical task. From the confessions obtained, soul encoding was very much like a system. By simply mentally chanting to expand soul encoding, the Eldar could see the information inscribed in their souls. Linio strongly suspected that his mushroom farm system existed in the form of soul encoding. What will happen to me after you get the information you want? Isa Trazen asked, bewildered. Linio turned off the detection equipment, had the Gretchen drag away the device, and replied with his arms crossed. If you behave well, I can allow you to live here. If you want to leave, you can too. You'll allow me to leave? Isa Trazen's eyes flickered slightly, quite surprised. Yes. Linio nodded. I'm a man of my word. If you give me the information, I can let you leave. But let me be clear, letting you leave doesn't mean I'll allow you to restore your genes. I've added a gene code to your gene fragments. Without my permission, if you attempt gene editing, your only outcome is death. You can try if you don't believe me. Isa Trazen lowered her head and said gloomily. All right. I understand. You must have collected a lot of supplies in Kumarak these past few days, right? Have you found an octahedral rhombic crystal? Bring me a perfectly intact one. I will export my soul encoding into the crystal and then give you a blueprint for a soul encoding to digital signal compiler. You can make the compiler according to the blueprint and then convert the soul encoding into binary signals. Very good. Linio nodded slightly, pulled out his noisy box, and contacted the orc boys outside. A short while later, 4 Gretchen carried in a dark red metal box. The box opened, and on the velvet cushion lay a dazzling crystal. Next to the crystal was a beautiful note paper, on which a line of text was written in flamboyant, flowing script. This object is dedicated to the love of Perfilia and Contardas. This was a love token from a Craft World Eldar couple, a tragic and unforgettable story. Linio discovered this metal box in an underground secret room. On the ground nearby lay 2 disfigured Craft World Eldar corpses, surrounded by a circle of black bean sprouts. The shockwave of the thunderous boom had killed them, ending the cruel torture ritual, which could be considered a release for the Craft World Eldar couple. Linio picked up the crystal, felt the cold touch on his fingertips, and handed it to Isa Trazen. Isa Trazen caressed the crystal, closed her eyes, and a faint glow lit up inside the crystal. A moment later, the soul encoding was exported, and Isa Trazen handed over the blueprint for the compiler. The compiler was a device similar to a scale, with the crystal placed on the left side, and a pipeline connected to the right, which in turn connected to the Greenskins computer, the Suandongdong device. After powering on the compiler, the light from the crystal was absorbed by the compiler. The soul encoding was converted into binary data through complex Eldar runes, and then presented in Low Gothic through the Suandongdong device. The translation process was quite long, taking about half a year to complete. Fortunately, Isa Trazen had some self-awareness. The compiler she provided could translate and output text simultaneously. Whenever a section of text was translated, it would appear on the Suandongdong device screen in Low Gothic. Isa Trazen knew that the orc was eager to open the Fireheart production line gate, so she wisely placed this information at the front of the translation queue. After waiting for half an hour by the Suandongdong device, Linyo successfully obtained the most crucial information at the moment. The following content appeared on the Suandongdong device screen. Webway node, Starbridge, A52-15T23. Node type, Ancient One built military fortress space. Authorization serial number, Sohawart Sarkakakan Soja. Node details. This military fortress space was completed before the War in Heaven began. Its main facilities include 1. Webway node dispatch command room, used to lock or unlock webway nodes, change webway node destinations, etc. 2. Webway strategy room, used to search for intruders within the webway, formulate combat plans, command war machines within the military fortress, etc. 3. Integrated defense array, used to eliminate all uninvited guests without military fortress access permissions. 4. War machine teleportation core, used to deploy war machines and quickly respond to combat plans. The military fortress space contained a wide variety of facilities. Linyo extracted the two most critical pieces of information from the many details. First, there were war machines built by the Ancient One inside the military fortress. Second, these war machines could quickly reach any location within the webway via teleportation and immediately engage in combat. The information did not specify what these war machines were. Because ever since the Eldar appeared, the war machines built by the Ancient One had been sealed deep within the military fortress, never to be seen by outsiders. The combat capabilities of these war machines were beyond doubt. Whoever could control the Ancient One's military fortress would truly become the master of the webway. So, the question was, how to control the military fortress? The authorization serial number only granted visitors entry. Controlling the military fortress depended on the purity of one's bloodline. To put it more directly, it was genetic purity. Take the orcs as an example. Today's orcs have degenerated severely, with genetic purity only about 30% compared to the Ancient One era. Only when their genetic purity increased to over 99% would the orcs be recognized by the military fortress and become its controllers. Just getting the ancient strengthening fungi to revert to its ancestral form was already giving Linyo a headache, let alone promoting the orcs' reversion. Fortunately, there was always a way out. The Ancient One also didn't want to cut off their webway heritage. They had set up a treasure trove in both the webway and reality. The treasure trove contained complete genetic templates for later generations of Ancient One creations to improve their genetic purity. Linyo was extremely familiar with the treasure trove in the webway. It was the Dark Chaos Library, also known as the Black Library, which he had briefly visited before. The genetic templates sealed in the Black Library belonged to the Eldar. The orcs' genetic templates were stored in the treasure trove in reality. When Linyo learned its approximate location, he nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. That place was precisely the current Ulaner sector. The ancient strengthening fungi in Beast Emperor Urg's hands, could it be dug out from the Ancient One's treasure trove? That place is truly exceptional, no wonder it could give rise to the Ulaner Orc Empire. Linyo carefully recalled the memories of Beast Emperor Chief Mad Doctor, USA. Before USA became Chief Mad Doctor, Urg's Chief Mad Doctor was someone else, named Uklama. After Urg obtained the ancient strengthening fungi, Uklama disappeared somehow, and then USA officially took over. From the current situation, Uklama was very likely silenced by Urg to prevent the precise location of the Ancient One's treasure trove from leaking out. Linyo mused that if he wanted to get his hands on the genetic template, there were only two paths he could take. Either manually search for the whereabouts of the treasure trove, or accumulate a large number of magic spores, possess Urg, and read his memories. These two paths did not interfere with each other and could be pursued simultaneously. Linyo pondered in secret, left the translation room, and went outside. This place was on the surface of Kamarak. The sky above was pitch black, with occasional faint flashes of fire, which were the Para expedition eliminating the remaining black bean sprouts. The destruction of Kamarak did not mean the complete disappearance of the black bean sprouts. Many pirate teams who had gone to reality for plunder had escaped the Great Battle and the Thunderous Boom's bombardment a dozen days ago. These black bean sprouts pirates, upon returning to Kamarak, would be annihilated by the Para expedition stationed there, leaving none alive. A Long was in charge of commanding the annihilation battle. That boy, Beast, had already returned to the webway graveyard. The cleanup work on Kamaraka's surface was commanded by Space, whom Linyo was currently possessing. Linyo opened the system interface, selected the save file of Crone, the Blood Raven clan boss, and clicked to load it. His consciousness instantly switched, and Linyo descended into Crone, taking command of the Parafleet scout ship. Boys, listen up. Witch Dr. Dada just visited me in a dream and told us to go check out Starbridge, A52-15T23. Linyo wrote down the authorization serial number required to access the military fortress on a data pad and handed it to the helmsman kid below the command console. You input this serial number into the netherworld access device. With it, when we enter that webway node, we won't be wiped out by the gravity cannons there. Alright, boss. The helmsman kid connected the data pad to the netherworld access device, turned the helm, and headed towards the webway node following the star map's guidance. Soon, the scout ship arrived near the node. The netherworld access device projected a beam of light, illuminating the path ahead, and also illuminating the mysterious runes on the node's gate. The node gate slowly opened, and the scout ship flew inside, officially entering the military fortress built by the Ancient One. Hiss. Gork and Mork above, this place is truly amazing. I see so many shiny things. Loud shouts erupted on the bridge, the boys drooling over the scenery outside the viewport. This was a kaleidoscopic webway space. Exquisite geometric patterns formed a beautiful yet deadly tableau, unfolding at an extremely distant place from the scout ship. Some patterns resembled gears, some resembled the crystal structures of single crystals, and others resembled sliding rods moving back and forth. Each of their movements was precisely timed to a certain rhythm, mechanically executing the instructions left by the Ancient One. Lin Yo came to the viewport and stood gazing, admiring this unparalleled sight, and inexplicably felt as if he were inside a mechanical device. Now wasn't a good time to explore here, it was better to get the fire heart first. Lin Yo returned to the command console and shouted. Stop gawking. See that flashing point ahead? That's the key to the fire heart production line's gate. Use the tractor beam to get it and bring it to space. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Chapter 246 Passive Skill, Can't Control Your Mouth. Later that same day. Deep within a massive cavern, over 10 kilometers beneath Kamarak. Eldar runes shimmered under the glow of plasma lamps, and the 100-meter-tall Ling bone gate was tightly sealed, leaving only a 1-meter-wide gap in the center of its panels. This gap was where the gate key was inserted. Several Gretchen, carrying rocket packs, dragged the glowing rectangular metal key upwards and inserted it into the keyhole. Accompanied by several metallic clangs, points of starlight spread from the keyhole to every corner of the gate panels, and the Eldar runes on the gate lit up one by one at the same time. Waik! The orc boy in front of the gate stared blankly at the scene, his eyes reflecting the brilliant light emanating from the Eldar runes. Rumble! The heavy gate slowly opened under the traction of a psychic device, revealing a glimpse of an ancient production line. Everything here was constructed from ling bone, shimmering with a pearlescent luster. Soft, fluctuating psychic energy flowed slowly, and numerous crystals floated in the air, using psychic tendrils to pull parts and assemble fire heart. Oh, apologies, that was in the past. Don't forget this is an ancient production line. All its production facilities had already been damaged during the warp storm caused by Slaanish's birth. Now, there was no luster of ling bone or magnificent crystals on the production line. There were only ruined walls and deathly silence. Do you want to rebuild this place, Space? Isa Trazyn, dressed in a purple robe, had her hands clasped in front of her, her wrists bound by restraints. She looked up and glanced at the orc beside her. I can help you contact the Eldar commoners who roam reality. Many of them are Bonzingers. As long as you offer a good price, I think they would be willing to rebuild this production line for you. Lin Yo crossed his arms, rubbing his chin, his gaze wandering over the ruined production line as he thoughtfully asked. What kind of quote do you think the craft world Eldar would give? Isa Trazyn raised her hands and gestured a few times over the ruins. See those bulges? Those are the remains of large psychic engines. They can extract warp energy from the warp and mass-produce ling bone. The output of one large psychic engine is equivalent to that of 1,000 experienced Bonzingers. If you give one of those civilian groups the remains of a large psychic engine, they should be willing to help you repair a psychic engine of the same specifications. The repair costs for other production facilities should be similar. Lin Yo pondered and inquired. You just said that psychic engines can extract energy from the warp? Will chaos demons not come knocking because of that? Also, this is the webway. Can warp energy be extracted in the webway too? Heh, your orc's degeneration is truly severe, you've even forgotten such important common knowledge. Isa Trazyn chuckled as she explained. This is the webway, so psychic engines cannot directly extract energy from the warp. However, they can indirectly obtain warp energy by dissecting warp creatures. During the ancient Ildari era, fleets would enter the warp daily to hunt. The warp creatures and demons obtained from hunting would be sent to the webway graveyard for pre-processing, disassembled into things like skin, muscle, and bone, and then progressively fed into the psychic engines for decomposition. This method of obtaining warp energy is much safer than direct extraction. Lin Yo had not revealed his true situation to Isa Trazyn these past few days, so she simply assumed he was a greenhorn orc who had only recently entered the webway. Little did she know, the big green bosses were already fighting for territory with the rotten things in another webway graveyard. Lin Yo narrowed his eyes, feeling a little excited inside, but he didn't show it. If he hadn't miscalculated, the output of warp energy monocrystals was probably about to undergo a qualitative transformation. Boys, drag that psychic engine wreckage out and send it to the base for repairs. Along, you stay here and keep an eye on things for me, don't let them damage the engine parts. I'm going to find Fire Heart. Alright. Along, possessing the prototype first-generation Black Knights, tapped his chest plate, making a thudding sound. Lin Yo led a team into the ruins aboard a Clicker Kid aircraft. As soon as the Clicker Kid aircraft ascended to a height of 500 meters above the ground, a red light streaked across their field of vision. Isa Trazyn pointed towards the light source. You're lucky, there's one Fire Heart that's still usable, right there. The compiler I gave you can also be used to convert binary language into soul encoding. Have your tech boss and tech boy figure it out, they should be able to build a compilation device to control Fire Heart. Lin Yo controlled the Clicker Kid aircraft to fly towards the light source, casually asking. What is Fire Heart's energy source? Electrical energy, thermal energy, or warp energy? Isa Trazyn paused. I recommend you use warp energy, as that will maximize Fire Heart's utilization. However, it seems you haven't secured a source of warp creatures yet, have you? So, you should still stick to powering it with a plasma reactor for now. The Clicker Kid aircraft arrived above the light source. A Gretchen, wearing a rocket pack, flew down and rummaged through the mountainous pile of debris, finding a large, glowing red orb. This thing was scalding hot, making the Gretchen shriek like Tomcat with his tail stepped on. The accompanying tech boy quickly fashioned a heat-insulating container, finally managing to pick up Fire Heart. The subsequent few nights were spent repairing the psychic engine and building the compilation device. The decomposition chamber, pipelines, and feeding port of the psychic engine had little technical complexity, the difficulty of the repair lay in the controller. It was a control device that dynamically distributed psychic rays, capable of automatically adjusting the thickness, density, and distribution of the psychic rays based on the form and volume of the raw materials, precisely decomposing the raw materials into warp energy. In Isa Trazen's view, only Bonezingers and the Dark Eldar's blood brides could create high-precision controllers. These orcs who held her captive didn't understand the true value of Ling Bone at all, so how could they possibly build a controller? Oh, right. The big green bosses don't understand Ling Bone. But the big green bosses understand psychic power. Isn't it just about emitting psychic rays? Isn't it just about precisely controlling psychic rays? Is one weird boy's head enough? Not enough? Alright, then add 10, 100, 1,000 weird boy heads. In an instant, thousands of weird boy heads were severed, all of them crammed into the controller that the tech boss had devised. One weird boy's head was equivalent to one control unit, to use a term from ancient Terra, that would be a core on a graphics card. 1,000 weird boy heads equaled 1,000 control units. If they still couldn't build a controller after that, the tech boss would willingly be hung from a ceiling fan by the boss and whipped. Buzz buzz buzz. The plasma reactor started, and surging electrical energy poured into the psychic engine. The psychic engine's surface was covered with metal sutures, with metal patches here and there. As the electricity flowed in, it began to vibrate. A crowd of boys and Gretchen gathered around, excitedly watching this big baby light up with a strong glow. Isa Trazen's hands were fixed in front of her, a slight curve on her lips, anticipating the glorious sight of the psychic engine breaking down. How could orcs possibly repair Eldar devices? This device was bound to be scrapped. After this repair failed, she just needed to instigate a few more times, and that orc named Space would have no choice but to seek help from the craft world Eldar. At that time, she could easily contact other Eldar within the webway through the craft world Eldar, helping her escape from the orc's hands. Once she escaped, she just needed to create a void whale clone, then die and be resurrected, and she would be free from the shackles of this body, gaining true freedom. At that time, all those damned genetic defects could go to hell. Buzz 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 buzz. The psychic engine's operating sound grew louder and louder, its vibrations becoming more intense, and the curve of Isa Trazen's lips rose higher and higher. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. The psychic engine continued to operate under full load for over 10 minutes, showing no signs of breaking down. The curve of Isa Trazen's lips gradually froze, her expression shifting from smugness to astonishment. How is this possible? Orcs actually repaired an Eldar device. Isa Trazen muttered to herself. What surprised her even more was that 4 Clicker Kid transport aircraft airlifted a large fragment of a void whale's spine. The spinal fragment arrived above the psychic engine, a Clicker Kid untied the towing ropes, and the spinal fragment fell freely into the psychic engine's feeding port. The psychic engine swallowed the 100-meter-long bone like a hungry ancient beast, chewing with crunching sounds. Half a minute later, semi-solidified Ling Bone flowed out of the discharge port. Orc boys and Gretchen swarmed forward, grabbed handfuls of Ling Bone, and cheered with raised arms. Waak kaik. This is great. We can also make the Eldar shiny stuff now. Space is awesome. Isa Trazen was too shocked by the scene to speak. She carefully examined the spinal fragment inside the decomposition chamber, its markings showed signs of severe weathering, indicating that this bone had probably been settling in the void for tens of thousands of years. Isa Trazen's heart skipped a beat, and she suddenly turned her head to look up at the tall orc beside her. You found a webway graveyard. Yes, Lienyo replied calmly. Isa Trazen was incredulous. But weren't you watching me all this time? How could you have time to look for a webway graveyard? Also, the webway's terrain is so complex, and webway graveyards are extremely rare. How did you know there would be a webway graveyard in your direction of travel? Lienyo glanced at the pale female orc, chuckling. You're just my prisoner, I don't need to explain to you. Don't think I don't know your schemes. Weren't you planning to secretly contact other Dark Eldar through the craft world Eldar? I won't let you succeed. How did you know what I was thinking? Isa Trazen was both surprised and bewildered. Lienyo gave her a meaningful smile. Because I tampered with the genetic fragments I gave you. Everything you think will be spoken aloud without you realizing it. Whatever you think, you will say, and you yourself won't perceive it. Lienyo pulled out a datapad, tapped the screen, and played the recent recording. In the recording, Isa Trazen gazed at the psychic engine, her lips curved upwards, muttering to herself like a madwoman. How could orcs possibly repair an Eldar device? This device is bound to be scrapped. After this repair fails, I just need to instigate a few more times, and that orc named Space will have no choice but to seek help from the craft world Eldar. At that time, all those damned genetic defects can go to hell. I actually said those words out loud. Isa Trazen wanted to cover her mouth, but the restraints on her wrists fixed her hands to her abdomen, preventing her from moving. Looking at the burly orc in front of her now, Isa Trazen was utterly astonished, truly unable to imagine how his brain worked, to be so insidious. Not insidious, but brilliant. Lienyo heard Isa Trazen's inner voice again, and shook his index finger. A word of advice for you. Working for me is safer than wandering out alone. As long as you work wholeheartedly for me, there will be bread, and there will be milk. Now I'm giving you an opportunity. I authorize you to command the boys and Gretchen to operate this psychic engine, test its performance, and identify its flaws and areas for improvement. If you do well, you'll be solely responsible for ling bone production in the future. Understand? Isa Trazen was stunned for a long moment, truly at a loss for words. As a descendant of the ancient Ildari, she was now reduced to working black market for greenskins, and from the sound of it, she wouldn't even be paid. What's the point of living then? Might as well just cut herself down with one blow. Clang. Linio drew the chainsword from his waist and gestured with it at Isa Trazen's neck. Isa Trazen shivered, then remembered that due to her genetics, she couldn't hide anything she thought, and couldn't help but let out an awkward laugh. I was just joking, ha ha ha, don't take it seriously, I'll go command the boys and Gretchen to work right away. See? When I actually threaten to cut you, you don't like it. Linio put away his chainsword and waved his right hand. Go on, I'll be watching you, don't slack off. Linio yelled at the boys, telling them to listen to Isa Trazen's commands from now on. The boys and Gretchen enthusiastically called Isa Trazen Purple Sprout. Isa Trazen was angry but dared not speak, only forcing a smile as she gave commands. Linio handed over the supervision work to space and logged off on the spot. These days, in order to clear Kamarak and obtain Fireheart, his work in the Imperium of Man had been delayed, so he had to wake up early and work overtime now. He would test the effects of Fireheart when the psychic engine passed inspection. Linio closed and opened his eyes, waking up in his residence in the AP Might Royal Court District. It was just dawn. Linio got up, got dressed, ate the breakfast Brandy made, and then moved to his office and sat down. Many data pads and documents were piled on the desk. Linio sat down and processed them one by one until he finally had a moment to breathe that afternoon. Later that evening, Linio logged on as usual. After confirming that Isa Trazen had no ill intentions, he turned his attention to exploring Olaner. Finding the perfect genetic template for orcs sooner, ascending to an ancient orc sooner, and taking charge of the old one's military fortress only then could Linio confidently and boldly proceed with the super large-scale production of monocrystals. Opening the save interface and checking the save briefings one by one, Linio let out a soft exclamation. Hey? URG is back in the capital of Olaner? Shouldn't he be commanding the battle on the front lines? Chapter 247 I hid one piece in Olaner. Archive, Poison Nail Yaksun. Archive briefing, Yaksun is hiding on Beast Emperor URG's wolf knife. This ship arrived at Great Crown, the capital of the Ulaner Empire, a few days ago. URG has not returned since disembarking. Yaksun is following your orders, standing guard on the wolf knife, and is currently safe and undetected. Before knowing the location of the Old One's treasure, URG's return to Great Crown would not have been suspected by Linio. But after learning that the Old One's treasure was located in the Olaner sector, URG's desertion seemed a bit unusual. Linio pondered for a moment and decided to go check the situation. If he happened to catch URG opening the Old One's treasure, wouldn't he strike it rich? He selected Yaksun's archive, took out a magic spores, swallowed it, and loaded the archive. His consciousness left his body, traveling through the star sea, and soon arrived at a starry sky filled with spaceship wreckage. Here, Linio saw millions of greenskin salvage ships, as well as countless space factories. They moved through the wreckage-filled void like ants in the wilderness, never stopping for a moment. In the depths of this void was a junk planet that almost filled his entire view. Countless scraps, metal pieces, and oil stains were pieced together by adhesion, nesting, and welding, forming an irregular, supergigantic sphere. The volume of this artificial celestial body was so astonishing that by its own gravity alone, it could continuously attract wreckage from the void to fall towards itself, slowly and steadily expanding, enlarging, and growing. It was the capital of the Olaner Orc Empire, the largest megalithic space fortress in Greenskin history, the Great Crown. At some point in the future, Horus would defeat URG here, establishing his prestige for ascending to the War Master position. Linio was quite familiar with this history. In his vision, he could possess URG, or one of URG's Beast Emperor's guard, and backstab Horus at a critical moment during the Olaner campaign, thereby preventing Horus from falling to chaos. If he couldn't solve the problem of falling to chaos, he would solve the Primarch who fell to chaos. But doing so would only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. Falling to chaos was not Horus's original intention. In fact, no matter who became the War Master, they would ultimately face the same outcome as Horus. This was a conspiracy woven by the four Chaos Gods and Chaos Undivided. Linio changed his approach. Hadn't he unlocked a Wadaic simulation reward that could grant others a Psyker field? If he copied his Psyker field and granted it to Horus, helping him resist the corruption of the four Chaos Gods, wouldn't that prevent the War Master from falling to chaos? This was indeed feasible, but the problem was that it would expose his biggest and most hidden trump card. Linio did not immediately dismiss this approach, but before putting it into practice, he had to plan carefully, deduce various scenarios, and make foolproof preparations in advance. It was too early to talk about these things. The most urgent task was to find the Old One's treasure hidden within the Olaner sector. His consciousness passed through layers of wreckage and arrived at a ground port. URG's ride, the Wolf Blade, was resting there. Linio possessed Yaksun, used teleport, and arrived at the Wolf Blade's bridge. The navigation log showed that URG intended to stay here for at least a month. Less than 10 days had passed, leaving Linio with ample time. But Great Crown was so vast, where would he find URG and the Old One's treasure? What if the treasure wasn't in Great Crown? Wouldn't that be a waste of time? Lian pondered silently, and an idea came to him. He planned to spread rumors on Great Crown that there was a mysterious treasure hidden here that could make orcs bigger, stronger, and more warlike. Whoever found this treasure could become a super boss as mighty as Beast Emperor URG. At that time, regardless of whether there was really treasure here, as long as he found URG and saw where he went, he would know if there was treasure on Great Crown after all. This plan was a bit shameless, but Lian was currently cosplaying an orc, and orcs didn't care about face or anything, as long as the method was effective. Lian had already thought of a way to spread the rumors. In Great Crown, nothing was more efficient than broadcasting. As the Beast Emperor's ride, the Wolf Blade's status and authority were unquestionable. A global broadcast from the Wolf Blade would be enough to occupy every radio station on Great Crown in a very short time, and it was even possible for it to spread throughout the entire Olaner sector. Lian strolled around the bridge, selected a lucky individual, and formally initiated his plan. With a thought, his consciousness left Yaksun and entered the head of a noisy crew. He activated the noisy box, adjusted the broadcast mode to full frequency, cancelled all encryption, and sent the broadcast in plain text. Hello, hello, hello. This is the Wolf Blade radio station. You are now listening to a bedtime story I recently wrote. Here's the main story. Tell me, do you crave endless shiny things? Do you crave immense strength? Do you want to have a super gigantic battleship like the great boss URG? Well then, as Roger, the legendary orc collector, I tell you, I have hidden an unprecedented great treasure on Great Crown. Find it, and you will have endless shiny things like me, lift battleships with your bare hands, and become a super invincible cool awesome boss like boss URG. What are you waiting for? Go find my treasure now. The broadcast paused for a few seconds, then a strange cry came. Waik. What the heck? Why did I turn on global broadcast? Wah, 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 wah. Boss URG will skin me alive. Crack. Bang. The broadcast was forcibly interrupted, and the sounds of Beast Emperor's guard yelling and the broadcaster's screams could faintly be heard. Lian switched his consciousness back to Yaksun, mourning for the head of the noisy crew for a second. The name of the legendary orc collector, Roger, had been put out, but that wasn't enough. To get the orcs on Great Crown to help him find the treasure, he had to continue building momentum. Lian controlled Yaksun to hide on the ship, manually searched for simulation targets, and continuously spread rumors of the treasure throughout Great Crown. After 3 days of this operation, almost all orcs knew the name and life story of the legendary collector, Roger. This was an explorer, archaeologist, and collector who had traveled, explored, and deciphered the space for many years. He had traversed the Star Seas, and had even passed through Shrimp Mountains and Eldar Seas, just to find traces of ancient orc. Finally, he found it, an inheritance from the ancient orc. Unfortunately, when he returned to Great Crown with the inheritance, he encountered a Gretchen who flew recklessly. The two unfortunately collided, the Gretchen's spaceship exploded into sparks, and Roger's spaceship crashed onto Great Crown. This accident happened hundreds of years ago, Roger died on the spot, and the ancient orc inheritance he brought back was buried by the waste accumulated on Great Crown over the years, becoming a forgotten treasure. Whoever could find this treasure would inherit the ancient orc legacy, stand shoulder to shoulder with boss URG, or even become sworn brothers. Orcs were naturally a type who loved to watch chaos unfold and had no brains. After the rampant spread of stories about the legendary collector, Roger, Great Crown was in complete chaos, with orcs drilling holes everywhere, searching for treasure deep underground. As time passed, the orcs on Great Crown scurried around like cockroaches. What? Didn't the orc foreman care? Did you see that orc that just passed by? He was the most awesome foreman in this area, and he was also looking for Roger's great treasure. As long as he got his hands on the treasure, he could become the foreman's foreman, and his career would skyrocket. There were many other orcs with the same idea. By this point, no orc remembered the true origin of the legendary collector, Roger. He was actually just a virtual character concocted by the head of the Wolf Blade's noisy crew. This is how rumors spread. Don't expect anything like rumors stop at the wise, it's already good if the wise don't take advantage of the chaos. Of course, this refers to Olaner. Seeing the situation become chaotic, URG, the owner of Great Crown, had no choice but to step forward and suppress it. That evening, as Lian, possessing an orc tavern owner, was boasting about having drunk with the legendary collector, URG's Beast Emperor's guard suddenly ripped off the tavern roof and grabbed him from behind the bar. You're finished. You damned scum. You will pay for the rumors you spread. The Beast Emperor's guard held Lian in his hand and roared at him. Speak. Why did you spread such rumors? Lian feigned fear and stammered in reply. Because that way, my tavern business would be better. So, you haven't seen that damned Roger, have you? The Beast Emperor's guard roared, tightening his fingers, making Lian squeak. Boss URG said that spreading false rumors is a serious crime. Come with me to the execution ground. The Beast Emperor's guard escorted the tavern owner to the execution ground and casually threw him to the ground. There was an open space enclosed by a 3-meter-high metal fence, where orcs who spread rumors were confined like chicks. URG, who had not appeared for a long time, was also present. He stood with his arms crossed not far from the open space, yelling furiously, with a microphone in front of him to broadcast his voice throughout the planet, and a green-skinned camera next to him for live streaming the scene. All of you, open your eyes and watch carefully. From now on, whoever dares to spread Roger's rumors, this will be their fate. URG waved his big hand. Execute them. Burn these lying bastards. Orc fuel was sprayed through nozzles, drenching the orcs below, and Gretchen gleefully threw torches, instantly igniting a sea of fire. Linio switched his consciousness to Yaksun and spent half an hour rushing to the scene. By this time, the sea of fire had extinguished, and tens of thousands of orcs who had spread rumors had all turned to ash. Among them, only 30 were directly controlled by Linio and spread rumors, the rest were followers. When Linio arrived, Beast Emperor Urg was about to leave. Linio immediately activated teleport, following closely, wherever the other went, he would go. An hour later, at the deepest part of Great Crown's underground, the elevator guarded by the Beast Emperor's guard reached its destination. As soon as the elevator stopped, Linio heard a familiar voice. Boss Urg, you're back. The cracking work is going smoothly. The timbre of this voice was very peculiar among orcs, much like the cawing of a crow or the quacking of a duck, making it highly distinctive. Linio stepped out of the elevator and his heart skipped a beat. He saw a mad doctor dressed in feather attire, with various colored feathers adorning his appearance, making him look comical like a colorful parrot. Facing Urg, this feather-covered orc was extremely respectful, his face full of fawning smiles. Isn't this Uklama, the predecessor of Beast Emperor's chief mad doctor, Ursa? When Linio possessed Ursa, he had seen Uklama's figure in his memory and would never mistake him. Didn't Uklama go missing? How could he be here? Urg walked with heavy steps towards the large door directly in front of the elevator platform, saying coldly. What I want is the ultimate power to destroy Huang Pitzi, not for you to be grinning here. How much longer until you can open the next seal? Urg pushed with both hands, opening the 30-meter-high metal door. Clang! The door slammed against the wall, and a square cube appeared before his eyes. This cube was about 50 meters high, its surface covered with geometric patterns that strictly followed certain rules. These patterns were constantly changing, dazzling to the eye. Tens of thousands of weird boys were immersed in amniotic fluid tanks, forming circles around the cube. Their eyelids had been cut off, forcing them to stare wide-eyed at the cube, the amniotic fluid bubbling and steaming. The weird boys' brains were working at full capacity, seemingly trying to decipher the patterns of the geometric changes. Boss Urg, the weird boys' calculation matrix has been running for over a year. Uklama bowed slightly to Urg and said. I estimate it will take another 10 to half a month to break this current geometric seal. Once this seal is opened, you will obtain an old one's creation comparable to the ancient strengthening fungi. 10 to half a month? I can wait, but if you dare to delay, I will skin you alive. Urg walked to the throne and sat down, quietly watching Uklama break the cube, with no intention of leaving. Linio found a place to hide and aimed his appraisal technique at the cube. Appraisal successful. Name, Old One's Legacy Chest. Type, Old One's Creation. Description. A legacy chest crafted by the Old Ones, possessing several seals. Each seal removed grants a treasure. The first seal has been removed, corresponding treasure, ancient strengthening fungi. The second seal has not yet been removed. Remaining seals, 2. Good. Very good. Simply excellent. Linio was basically certain that the ancient orc's gene template was in the chest. He simply stayed put, quietly waiting for the moment of opening the box. 10 days passed in this waiting. Tens of thousands of weird boys were overwhelmed, working day and night without rest, suffering heavy casualties. Whenever an amniotic fluid tank broke and a head exploded, a new weird boy would be sent in to replace them. After thousands of weird boys had died, the second seal was removed. The geometric patterns on the cube turned into dazzling light spots and scattered with the wind. A beam of light shot up into the sky, then slowly descended, transforming into a bundle of golden, shimmering beastskin scrolls. Chapter 248 Friends, let's learn about the secret teachings. The beast hide scroll slowly descended to the ground. The golden light on its surface dissipated, and the scroll's ancient aura permeated the air, filled with the weight of history. Uklama caught the gently falling scroll, opened it for a quick glance, and instantly his face lit up with joy. Boss, this is an ancient orc's gene template. The scroll says that the gene template can only be learned once. After learning it, the scroll will decompose on its own. I reckon, if you give me a few days, I should be able to learn this gene template. Gene template. And it's an ancient orc's. Hearing this, Linio immediately stood up, staring intently at the beast hide scroll in Uklama's hand, his breathing and heartbeat uncontrollably quickening. Appraisal technique, activate. Appraisal successful. Name, Ancient Orc's Gene Template. Type, Old One's Creation. Description. This is an orc weird boy scroll made from ancient squig leather. After a mad doctor uses I reckon power on this item, he can learn the complete ancient orc's gene template from it. This scroll has a limited number of uses, it can be learned a maximum of 1 time. Current remaining learning attempts, 1/1. Once the learning opportunity is exhausted, the text on the scroll will completely disappear, and the scroll will immediately degrade, making it impossible to recycle or reuse. Please note. This item is anchored to reality by the Old Ones. You cannot teleport while carrying this item. A gene template that can only be learned once. Limited opportunity, first come, first served. Linio was about to snatch the scroll, but he saw an unexpected scene. Urg took the scroll, casually flipped through it a few times, then crumpled it into a ball like trash and casually threw it on the ground. His actions, his expression, every pore on his body, were filled with disdain for the ancient orcs. This scene stunned not only Linio but even Uklama, who took a long time to recover. Boss, that's an ancient orc's gene template. I know. URG snorted heavily and sneered. So what if they're ancient orcs? Did ancient orcs live to this day? No. But we Ulaner orcs live to this day. This proves that Ulaner orcs are 100 times stronger than ancient orcs. I am 10,000 times stronger than ancient orcs. Ah? What kind of thought process is this? Is it really okay for you to compare yourself to ancient orcs like that? But, speaking of which, it seems to make some sense. If ancient orcs were strong enough, they wouldn't have disappeared in this era, they should be rampant in the webway in reality like the black bean sprouts. But in the 30k and 40k eras, ancient orcs were marginal characters among marginal characters, at most appearing in the background. Are such creatures really as powerful as rumored? Linyo seemed to understand URG's thought process a little. Additionally, Linyo suspected that URG's paranoia was acting up again. This guy craved immense power but also worried about his subordinates making small moves and leaking his secrets. Ancient strengthening fungi was an example. URG strictly guarded this fungi. Every time it was needed, URG would take a small jar and hand it to the current chief mad doctor, USA for use. No one else was allowed to touch this fungi. URG's attitude towards the gene template was also like this. He was worried that the mad doctor would secretly study the template and quietly create an opponent for himself, which is why he deliberately devalued the ancient orcs. In any case, and regardless of URG's true intentions, he had to check the contents of the scroll. Linyo quietly moved closer, ready to act on the scroll at any moment. Uklama tried to pick up the scroll but was stopped by URG's Beast Emperor's guard. URG slapped the armrest heavily and pointed at the cube. Don't dawdle here. I want the ultimate treasure. Not this damn scroll. I don't understand gene templates, I want pure power. Continue to break the seal. Uklama gazed at the scroll on the ground, his eyes flickering, and he sighed deeply. Alright, boss. I'll go break the third seal now. Don't worry, I have a feeling the treasure in the third seal will definitely satisfy you. The geometric patterns on the surface of the cube began to change again, this time with a much greater magnitude than before, and the number of patterns was extremely large. Uklama had accumulated 2 experiences in breaking seals and had gained some insights. When facing the geometric puzzle for the third time, he simply summoned over 100,000 Weirdboy, and conducted the cracking experiment at 3 times the previous scale. The crumpled beast hide scroll lay on the ground, all alone. Under everyone's watchful eyes, it was not easy for Linyo to make a move, but fortunately, this situation did not last too long. 2 days later, the opportunity came. Perhaps because URG had been underground for too long, the reputation of the legendary collector, Roger, began to spread on the Great Crown again. Many orcs drilled underground, searching for Roger's legendary legacy. A Gretchen found a pipe leading to this place from somewhere and actually fell from the ceiling, landing right on the old one's treasure chest. Waik. I think I found Roger's legacy. Boss URG, why are you here? The Gretchen was overjoyed. A Beast Emperor's guard threw a punch. Splurt. The Gretchen turned into a puddle of flesh. The pipe exit on the ceiling was immediately blocked by the arriving tech boy. URG's mood was disturbed by the Gretchen, and he was so enraged that he led the Beast Emperor's guard to the surface to suppress the rumors. With him gone, there were far fewer eyes watching the beast hide scroll. Linyo seized the opportunity, targeted the cables and generators, and activated vibration art, creating a short circuit. Crackling. Sparks flew, sending strong light onto the amniotic fluid tanks and the functional lines of the lights. Half a second later, all lights in the area went out, leaving only the faint glow of the geometric patterns on the treasure chest's surface. The tech boss quickly rushed to repair the circuits, ordering the tech boy to activate the backup power and backup cables. But the backup power and cables were unresponsive. The tech boy tried 3 sets of backup devices with the same result, making the tech boss and tech boy squeal and shriek in frustration. Screaming? Screaming also counts as time. When Linyo damaged the lines, he naturally took the backup power with him. Only then could he buy himself enough time. He flashed to the scroll, reached out and scooped it up, then quickly moved away from the scene, ducking into a corner. Activating his goggles night vision module, Linyo read the text on the scroll in the dark, while also redeeming an offline retrieval opportunity. Retrieving the Weirdboy Sake's gene knowledge base offline. Sake was both a Weirdboy and a mad doctor, his gene knowledge base should contain what Linyo needed. Retrieval complete. Retrieval results, 1 item. Name, Ancient Orcs Gene Template Shorthand. Learning cost, 10 million skill points. Description. Upon redeeming this option, you will instantly record the Ancient Orcs Gene Template on the scroll. The learning cost for offline retrieval was 10 times that of online learning. In other words, the normal cost for quickly learning the Ancient Orcs Gene Template was 1 million skill points corresponding to 10 million simulation points. Linyo didn't want unfamiliar mad doctors to learn this template, so he hadn't changed his simulated character these past few days, always playing as Special Ops Boy's Yaksun. Doing so would significantly increase the learning cost, but it ensured safety and no hidden dangers. Confirm learning. You consumed 100 million simulation points to redeem 10 million skill points. Remaining simulation points, 330 million. A dizzying rush of dense information flooded his mind. 3 seconds later, everything returned to normal. The scroll in his hand turned into fine sand and slid to the ground. The sand vaporized in midair, becoming invisible before it even hit the ground. The scroll containing the Ancient Orcs Gene Template had completely vanished from this world. Lianyo repeatedly confirmed that he hadn't exposed his tracks, then used teleport, preparing to leave the area. Just then, the lights came back on, illuminating the area around the treasure chest, and the weird boy in the amniotic fluid tanks continued to solve the geometric puzzle. Hey? Where did the scroll go? The Beast Emperor's guard scratched his head, looking confusedly at the empty spot. Uklama had been focusing on the status of the weird boy matrix until he heard the Beast Emperor's guard's voice, only then did he look at the floor tile where the scroll had been. It was empty, not even a single hair, let alone the scroll. I didn't take the scroll. I absolutely didn't steal the scroll. The Beast Emperor's guard subconsciously looked at the only mad doctor present who could understand the gene template, scaring Uklama into a terrified scream. Just then, URG returned underground. As soon as he entered, he heard Uklama's shouts and then discovered the scroll was missing. Uklama. What did you do while I was gone? URG strode forward, closing in, looking as if he was about to crush the other party. Uklama retreated repeatedly, shouting in fear. Boss URG. You have to believe me. When it was dark just now, I was busy with the weird boy matrix. If you don't believe me, watch closely, I adjusted the matrix parameters, and in just 1 hour, no, in just 10 minutes, I can break the third seal. URG stopped his steps, reached for his 10-meter great choppa, and said coldly. Alright. If you can break the third seal within 10 minutes, I'll spare you. Uklama pulled out the weird boy matrix controller, turned the knob, and cranked the power to maximum. Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. The beast hide scroll slowly descended to the ground. The golden light on its surface dissipated, and the scroll's ancient aura permeated the air, filled with the weight of history. Uklama caught the gently falling scroll, opened it for a quick glance, and instantly his face lit up with joy. Boss, this is an ancient orc's gene template. The scroll says that the gene template can only be learned once. After learning it, the scroll will decompose on its own. I reckon, if you give me a few days, I should be able to learn this gene template. Gene template. And it's an ancient orc's. Hearing this, Lianyo immediately stood up, staring intently at the beast hide scroll in Uklama's hand, his breathing and heartbeat uncontrollably quickening. Appraisal technique, activate. Appraisal successful. Name, Ancient Orc's gene template. Type, Old One's creation. Description. This is an orc weird boy scroll made from ancient squig leather. After a mad doctor uses I reckon power on this item, he can learn the complete ancient orc's gene template from it. This scroll has a limited number of uses, it can be learned a maximum of 1 time. Current remaining learning attempts, 1/1. Once the learning opportunity is exhausted, the text on the scroll will completely disappear, and the scroll will immediately degrade, making it impossible to recycle or reuse. Please note. This item is anchored to reality by the old ones. You cannot teleport while carrying this item. A gene template that can only be learned once. Limited opportunity, first come, first served. Lianyo was about to snatch the scroll, but he saw an unexpected scene. URG took the scroll, casually flipped through it a few times, then crumpled it into a ball like trash and casually threw it on the ground. His actions, his expression, every pore on his body, were filled with disdain for the ancient orcs. This scene stunned not only Lianyo but even Uklama, who took a long time to recover. Boss, that's an ancient orc's gene template. I know. URG snorted heavily and sneered. So what if they're ancient orcs? Did ancient orcs live to this day? No. But we Olaner orcs live to this day. This proves that Olaner orcs are 100 times stronger than ancient orcs. I am 10,000 times stronger than ancient orcs. Ah? What kind of thought process is this? Is it really okay for you to compare yourself to ancient orcs like that? But, speaking of which, it seems to make some sense. If ancient orcs were strong enough, they wouldn't have disappeared in this era, they should be rampant in the webway in reality like the black bean sprouts. But in the 30k and 40k eras, ancient orcs were marginal characters among marginal characters, at most appearing in the background. Are such creatures really as powerful as rumored? Lianyo seemed to understand URG's thought process a little. Additionally, Lianyo suspected that URG's paranoia was acting up again. This guy craved immense power but also worried about his subordinates making small moves and leaking his secrets. Ancient strengthening fungi was an example. URG strictly guarded this fungi. Every time it was needed, URG would take a small jar and hand it to the current chief mad doctor, USA for use. No one else was allowed to touch this fungi. URG's attitude towards the gene template was also like this. He was worried that the mad doctor would secretly study the template and quietly create an opponent for himself, which is why he deliberately devalued the ancient orcs. In any case, and regardless of URG's true intentions, he had to check the contents of the scroll. Lianyo quietly moved closer, ready to act on the scroll at any moment. Uklama tried to pick up the scroll but was stopped by URG's Beast Emperor's guard. URG slapped the armrest heavily and pointed at the cube. Don't dawdle here. I want the ultimate treasure. Not this damn scroll. I don't understand gene templates, I want pure power. Continue to break the seal. Uklama gazed at the scroll on the ground, his eyes flickering, and he sighed deeply. Alright, boss. I'll go break the third seal now. Don't worry, I have a feeling the treasure in the third seal will definitely satisfy you. The geometric patterns on the surface of the cube began to change again, this time with a much greater magnitude than before, and the number of patterns was extremely large. Uklama had accumulated 2 experiences in breaking seals and had gained some insights. When facing the geometric puzzle for the third time, he simply summoned over 100,000 Weirdboy, and conducted the cracking experiment at 3 times the previous scale. The crumpled beast hide scroll lay on the ground, all alone. Under everyone's watchful eyes, it was not easy for Linio to make a move, but fortunately, this situation did not last too long. 2 days later, the opportunity came. Perhaps because URG had been underground for too long, the reputation of the legendary collector, Roger, began to spread on the Great Crown again. Many orcs drilled underground, searching for Roger's legendary legacy. A Gretchen found a pipe leading to this place from somewhere and actually fell from the ceiling, landing right on the old one's treasure chest. Waik. I think I found Roger's legacy. Boss URG, why are you here? The Gretchen was overjoyed. A Beast Emperor's guard threw a punch. Splurt. The Gretchen turned into a puddle of flesh. The pipe exit on the ceiling was immediately blocked by the arriving tech boy. URG's mood was disturbed by the Gretchen, and he was so enraged that he led the Beast Emperor's guard to the surface to suppress the rumors. With him gone, there were far fewer eyes watching the beast hide scroll. Linio seized the opportunity, targeted the cables and generators, and activated vibration art, creating a short circuit. Crackling. Sparks flew, sending strong light onto the amniotic fluid tanks and the functional lines of the lights. Half a second later, all lights in the area went out, leaving only the faint glow of the geometric patterns on the treasure chest's surface. The tech boss quickly rushed to repair the circuits, ordering the tech boy to activate the backup power and backup cables. But the backup power and cables were unresponsive. The tech boy tried 3 sets of backup devices with the same result, making the tech boss and tech boy squeal and shriek in frustration. Screaming? Screaming also counts as time. When Linio damaged the lines, he naturally took the backup power with him. Only then could he buy himself enough time. He flashed to the scroll, reached out and scooped it up, then quickly moved away from the scene, ducking into a corner. Activating his goggles night vision module, Linio read the text on the scroll in the dark, while also redeeming an offline retrieval opportunity. Retrieving the Weirdboy Sake's gene knowledge base offline. Sake was both a Weirdboy and a mad doctor. His gene knowledge base should contain what Linio needed. Retrieval complete. Retrieval results, 1 item. Name, Ancient Orcs Gene Template Shorthand. Learning cost, 10 million skill points. Description. Upon redeeming this option, you will instantly record the Ancient Orcs Gene Template on the scroll. The learning cost for offline retrieval was 10 times that of online learning. In other words, the normal cost for quickly learning the Ancient Orcs Gene Template was 1 million skill points corresponding to 10 million simulation points. Linio didn't want unfamiliar mad doctors to learn this template, so he hadn't changed his simulated character these past few days, always playing as Special Ops Boy's Yaksun. Doing so would significantly increase the learning cost, but it ensured safety and no hidden dangers. Confirm learning. You consumed 100 million simulation points to redeem 10 million skill points. Remaining simulation points, 330 million. A dizzying rush of dense information flooded his mind. 3 seconds later, everything returned to normal. The scroll in his hand turned into fine sand and slid to the ground. The sand vaporized in midair, becoming invisible before it even hit the ground. The scroll containing the Ancient Orcs Gene Template had completely vanished from this world. Linio repeatedly confirmed that he hadn't exposed his tracks, then used teleport, preparing to leave the area. Just then, the lights came back on, illuminating the area around the treasure chest, and the Weirdboy in the amniotic fluid tanks continued to solve the geometric puzzle. Hey? Where did the scroll go? The Beast Emperor's guard scratched his head, looking confusedly at the empty spot. Uklama had been focusing on the status of the Weirdboy matrix until he heard the Beast Emperor's guard's voice, only then did he look at the floor tile where the scroll had been. It was empty, not even a single hair, let alone the scroll. I didn't take the scroll. I absolutely didn't steal the scroll. The Beast Emperor's guard subconsciously looked at the only mad doctor present who could understand the gene template, scaring Uklama into a terrified scream. Just then, URG returned underground. As soon as he entered, he heard Uklama's shouts and then discovered the scroll was missing. Uklama. What did you do while I was gone? URG strode forward, closing in, looking as if he was about to crush the other party. Uklama retreated repeatedly, shouting in fear. Boss URG. You have to believe me. When it was dark just now, I was busy with the Weirdboy matrix. If you don't believe me, watch closely. I adjusted the matrix parameters, and in just 1 hour, no, in just 10 minutes, I can break the 3rd seal. URG stopped his steps, reached for his 10-meter great choppa, and said coldly. Alright. If you can break the 3rd seal within 10 minutes, I'll spare you. Uklama pulled out the Weirdboy matrix controller, turned the knob, and cranked the power to maximum. Zzzzzzzzzzzzz. Currents surged, and static noise buzzed. The Weirdboy's head shook violently in the amniotic fluid tanks, and psychic energy spread along the lines to the geometric patterns, causing the patterns to change dozens of times faster. 10 minutes later. Crack, crack, crack. The amniotic fluid tanks cracked one after another, and the geometric patterns lit up with intense light simultaneously. Amidst the changing light, the treasure chest rapidly shrank in size. When the last Weirdboy died, the treasure chest had already become a palm-sized metal cube. Clink. The metal cube opened its lid on its own. The surrounding orcs wanted to rush up and see what was inside, but they were stopped by the Beast Emperor's guard's ruthless chain axe. Buzz. 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 Step back. This is Boss URG's stuff. If anyone dares to touch it, we'll chop them to death. The Beast Emperor's guard brandished his chain axe, driving back the orc boy. URG quickly walked towards the cube, picked it up with his fingertips, turned it upside down, and tried to shake something out of it. But even after several shakes, nothing fell out. URG widened his eyes and brought the cube closer to examine it carefully. Humph. A muffled breathing sound came out, an invisible pressure spread, and towering rage was brewing. Uklama, can you tell me why this is empty? URG flung his hand, and the cube smashed in front of Uklama. Empty, empty? How is that possible? Uklama stared dumbfounded at the empty cube. Smashed by URG, the cube fell into pieces, scattering across the ground as fragments. Whether there was anything in the cube was clear to everyone present. From beginning to end, only Boss URG had touched the cube. If Boss URG said there was nothing inside, then there was nothing. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Uklama frantically crawled on the ground, digging through the cube's fragments like a madman. This isn't what the prophecy said. After the third seal is broken, we will obtain a soul device capable of changing history. Why isn't it here? Why? This is impossible. The prophecy can never be wrong. Perhaps he was too angry, Uklama's accent changed, and he actually used we instead of us. Also, he mentioned prophecy. Do orcs also believe in predicting the future? Linyo had been dealing with the Palu boy for so long, and he had never seen any Palu boy talk about prophecy. There's a problem. A big problem. Did this Uklama study with the Eldar? Why would he believe in prophecy? Linyo was secretly confused, always feeling that something was off. URG didn't care about any of that. He had wasted so much time here, only to end up with nothing. The Orc Emperor was furious now and needed to vent his anger on Uklama's head. Die for me. The 10-meter Great Choppa appeared out of nowhere, thrown by URG with a whoosh, swift as lightning and awe-inspiring in its momentum. Uklama suddenly snapped back to his senses and incredibly dodged the fatal blow. He pushed off the ground with his feet, launching himself forward into the side like a cannonball. The Great Choppa plunged into the floor, and cracks spread in all directions. Before URG and the Beast Emperor's guard could pursue, Uklama exploded with a bang. His colorful feathers scattered in the wind, spreading outwards with the force of the explosion, then bursting into colorful mist upon hitting the Beast Emperor's guard. The Beast Emperor's guard coughed violently, their steps involuntarily slowing. Meanwhile, Uklama shifted positions again, rushing towards the gate like a whirlwind, so fast that even URG almost didn't react. Catch him. Don't let him escape. He's not Uklama. He's a damned shrimp. URG roared in fury, chasing after him with heavy steps, muttering things like Uklama is a shrimp. Linyo, hidden behind the scenes, frowned tightly, and after a moment of thought, followed suit. The scene just now unfolded extremely quickly, but he saw it very clearly. Indeed, just as URG said, Uklama was actually a human. After he shed his colorful feather disguise, his skin, face, and the padding disguised as muscles also detached from his body, and he quickly transformed into a human in a black bodysuit. Who would dare to disguise himself as a mad doctor and lurk beside the Orc Emperor? How brave is he? Linyo quickly found the answer. As the person fled, he shouted back at URG and the Beast Emperor's guard who were hot on his heels. URG, listen to me. I am an agent of the secret cult. We of the secret cult have seen a prophecy of the future. You will defeat the Imperium of Man, kill the Emperor, and control the entire galaxy. I followed the guidance of the prophecy, lurking by your side to help you gain power. Think carefully, if it weren't for my guidance, would you have found that great treasure chest? Could you have gained power from it? So it was the secret cult. Linyo's frown deepened. Then he heard URG shout. Bullshit. All my achievements today are thanks to myself. Kill that shrimp. Don't let him take the scroll. Waaaaaaik. Chapter 249 I have a friend. The underground was in chaos. The secret cult agent possessed extremely strong physical qualities. He was less than 2 meters tall, yet he could outpace the Beast Emperor's guard and URG in a long-distance sprint. He darted into the elevator, used an etheric nullifier's lightning bolt to sever the counterweight cables, and the elevator began to accelerate upwards, like a rocket launching in a vertical shaft. The orcs who arrived could not stop him and could only watch helplessly as the villain impersonating Uklama ascended to the surface. URG roared, pushed through the crowd, tore off the elevator's gate, extended his hands forward, and tightly gripped the rapidly sliding cables. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. The metal gloves and cables rubbed violently, sending sparks flying. The elevator's ascent slowed down, eventually coming to a stop. URG tied the cables to the gate, then grinned as he climbed hand over hand, followed by a large group of Beast Emperor's guards. The secret cult agent peered down from the edge of the elevator, meeting URG's furious eyes, and, startled, quickly jumped out of the elevator into an adjacent passage. Catch him. Catch that damned shrimp. Don't let him get away. URG roared. Sound the alarm, issue the alert. Get the boys above and below ground moving. Don't let that shrimp escape. Yes, boss. The Beast Emperor's guard made a noisy box, yelling a few barks. The orcs and Gretchen above and below ground received the signal, immediately closed the exits leading to the surface, and formed patrol teams to search for the shrimp's tracks. The Olaner orcs were not very disciplined, but their numbers were simply too great. No matter where the secret cult agent went, he would encounter orcs, Gretchen, or squigs. Linio used teleport, closely following the secret cult agent. Watching the other party's disheveled appearance, a plan formed in Linio's mind. There was still a good amount of truth serum in the fungus warehouse, which could be used for interrogating information. Judging by the secret cult agent's appearance, he had invested all his tech points into impersonating Uklama, so he likely wouldn't be immune to hallucinogens like the Blackheart conspiracy's overlord, Vect. Finding an opportunity to be alone with the secret cult agent, Linio was confident he could use the truth serum to obtain the information he desired. He followed the secret cult agent, looking for a chance to strike. The opportunity arose. Near a mechanical workshop, the secret cult agent found a hiding place. It was a high-temperature furnace for smelting metal ingots, about 50 meters high, connected to dozens of pipes, which formed a dense network on the ceiling, creating blind spots everywhere. The tech boys and Gretchen responsible for operating the high-temperature furnace were startled by the shouts outside. They ran out to watch the orcs capture the shrimp, completely unaware that the shrimp had slipped into the workshop through a ventilation shaft in the ceiling, hiding on the crisscrossing pipe network. The secret cult agent found a shaded area to catch his breath when he suddenly felt a chill on his neck, and a stream of liquid was forcibly injected into his body. "Oh no!" the secret cult agent exclaimed, his heart pounding, wanting to resist violently, but he felt weak all over and his mind became increasingly sluggish. Gradually, his vision blurred, and a strong urge to confide appeared in his heart, an urgent desire to share all his secrets with others. Quickly, someone come and ask him some questions. No matter what others asked him, he would answer them. "Who are you?" a voice sounded in the secret cult agent's ear. I am Gauss Paralos. What is your identity and position in the secret cult?" I am a human agent of the secret cult." "Isn't the secret cult a force composed of Xenos? How can there be humans?" "The secret cult is indeed a force composed of Xenos, but that doesn't mean humans cannot participate." Gauss Paralos paused. "The secret cult's elders and Xenos agents cannot tolerate the orc environment. After discussing, they arranged for me to help URG obtain the 3 ancient saint relics mentioned in the prophecy." Linio pondered and asked. "What exactly is the prophecy you mentioned?" Gauss's body twitched, and his eyeballs rolled around beneath his eyelids, showing signs of waking up. Linio knew this was because the question touched upon important secrets. The second injection of truth serum went in, and Gauss spoke again. The elders saw a burning galaxy. The Imperium of Man's Emperor and Gene Seed Primarchs fought a decisive battle with the orcs in the capital of Olaner. At a critical moment in the battle, URG unexpectedly obtained 3 relics from the ancient saints. His strength surged, he instantly killed a Gene Seed Primarch, and severely wounded the Emperor. The Emperor returned to Terra to recover from his injuries, and URG seized the opportunity to lead the orc army to attack Terra. The wounded Emperor participated in the battle and was killed by URG. The remaining Gene Seed Primarchs also died in this war. Ultimately, the orcs occupied the galaxy. Thousands of years later, the Orc Empire was forced to leave due to the depletion of resources in the galaxy, and the galaxy thus became the secret cult's paradise. This isn't right. Why didn't Horus turn to chaos? Where did the Gene Seed Primarch rebellion go? Why did the Emperor's opponent in the decisive battle during the siege of Terra become URG? Linio was utterly bewildered. He composed himself and mused. You just said that URG unexpectedly obtained 3 relics from the ancient saints during his decisive battle with the Emperor on the Great Crown. Yes. What are these 3 relics? Linio's question made Gauss twitch again. The third injection of truth serum went in, and Gauss continued. The first relic is the ancient strengthening fungi. The second is the ancient orc's gene template. The third, cough. Gauss coughed violently, spitting blood foam, his facial muscles contorted, looking incredibly pained. Some protection mechanism, far more powerful than the brain's own, prevented Gauss from speaking the answer. Linio suspected it was the ancient saints doing, as those 3 relics involved the ancient saints, especially the third one. If he continued to press, Gauss would likely die from it. Linio cast a healing spell, stabilized the other party's injuries, skipped this question, and directly asked the next. Since the prophecy states that URG will obtain the ancient saints' relics in battle, why do you want to help him obtain these 3 relics in advance? Gauss gasped for breath, replying incoherently. Because the elders want the orcs to leave the galaxy earlier. They arranged for me to impersonate Uklama, guide URG to obtain the 3 relics, and gain his trust. Once URG kills the Emperor and the Gene Seed Primarchs, I will use my prestige to guide URG to leave the galaxy earlier. So that's how it is. The prophecy mentioned that the orcs would leave after exhausting the galaxy's resources, which involved a time span of thousands of years. The secret cult wanted to cut corners and drive the orcs away earlier, so they came up with the plan of a human secret cult agent impersonating an orc mad doctor. Linio asked. Who is the secret cult's elder? Where is he? The elder is. Poof! Gauss spat out a mouthful of blood, looking withered, his breath faint, and he suddenly collapsed to the ground. Linio's brows furrowed, and he cast several healing spells consecutively, but the other party's condition did not improve. It seemed the secret cult elder was a significant figure, with no simple means. Once a question involved him, Gauss would suffer irreversible severe damage. Considering that this elder could predict the future, Linio suspected that his interrogation of Gauss might also have been foreseen by the other party. Then the question arises. Since this secret cult elder was so capable, why didn't he predict that the third ancient saint relic wasn't inside the cube? Liu didn't quite understand the prophecy craft and always felt there was more than one debatable point within it. Gao spat out blood foam, his head tilted, and his heart stopped. 2 lines of blood slid from his nose, following the curved surface of the metal pipe downwards. Liu raised his hand and made a grasping motion. The blood in midair was pulled back by vibration art and flew into the high-temperature furnace. Along with it went Gao's and everything on him, even the blood on the pipes was thrown into the furnace by Liu. Gao's remains turned to ash in the furnace, and Liu stood for a long time, carefully replaying the prophecy he had just learned. A question lingered in his mind. Since the third ancient saint relic in the cube did not appear, would the prophecy still come true? Liu felt he needed to consult a professional. After much thought, he decided that Isa Trazin, whom he had just captured and reformed, would be suitable. With the thought, his consciousness left the body of Poison Nail Yaksun and entered the body of Space in Kumarak. Isa Trazin was directing the orcs to improve the etheric nullifier's engine, while Space stood on a high platform, supervising from above. After possessing Space, Liu first observed the progress of the project, then snapped his fingers and called out to Isa Trazin. Oi! Come up here, I have something to ask you. Isa Trazin looked up at the 5-meter-tall orc, a hint of fear flashing in her eyes, and took the elevator up to the high platform. What is it? Do you think there's a problem with my improvement plan? No. I want to ask you about something else. Liu crossed his arms, looking down at the purple sprout who only reached his waist. Suppose, in a prophecy, someone must obtain 3 things to achieve victory. Now, this person has obtained the first thing, lost the second thing, and failed to obtain the third thing. In this situation, will the prophecy still come true? Isa Trazin's eyes flickered, and she twitched her eyebrows in confusion. Why are you suddenly interested in prophecies? Alright. You've come to the right person. First, let me ask you a question. Where did you obtain this prophecy? Liu rubbed his chin and replied. I heard it from someone else. Isa Trazin nodded slightly. Then I can tell you very clearly, this prophecy is false. False. Liu was stunned. Yes, absolutely false. Isa Trazin smiled confidently. Prophecies have one major flaw, which is that the prophet cannot obtain real numbers in the prophecy. A real number refers to a specific quantity. For example, if you see some apples in a basket in a prophecy, the information you possess is limited to the apples in the basket are plural, it can never be precise down to the exact number of apples. In the prophecy you just mentioned, you clearly stated that the person would obtain 3 things. 3 is a real number, which is absolutely impossible to appear in a normal prophecy. Isa Trazin smiled sweetly, with a hint of schadenfreude in her eyes. If I'm not mistaken, the prophecy you mentioned is either false or a fishhook. A fishhook is a hook cast into the river of time by the angler of destiny, specifically used to reel in something or draw out someone. Liu had an ominous premonition. Isa Trazin leaned closer, chuckling and winking, casting a seductive glance. Are you in trouble? Do you want my help? Liu shrugged slightly and said. It's not me who's in trouble, but a friend of mine. Friend? Orcs have friends too. Isa Trazin twitched her lips. Why can't orcs have friends? Our principle is to make many friends and few enemies. Liu rubbed his chin and asked. Since you say the prophecy is false and could be a trap, are there any good ways to deal with potential dangers? Let me think. Isa Trazin pondered for a few seconds. I need to confirm the situation again. First, tell me, how did your friend obtain this false prophecy? Was it hearsay? Or did he read it in a book? Or some other means? My friend is a jailer. The false prophecy came from a prisoner. Liu fabricated a friend out of thin air, giving him a random persona. From a prisoner? So, this is information extracted from a prisoner. Liu nodded, yes. My friend said he even used some methods. I see. Isa Trazin understood, and had some guesses. Then I suggest your friend finds an etheric nullifier skilled in psychic abilities to read the prisoner's consciousness and memories, to see who told the prisoner the false prophecy and who the prisoner's accomplices are. If a psychic etheric nullifiers cannot be found, using a brain-computer interface combined with an oil boy's wetware technology can also achieve this. The prisoner is dead, Liu said flatly. Isa Trazin frowned. The prisoner is dead? After he died, did your friend encounter anyone? Or experience anything strange? Liu waved his hand. No. My friend is perfectly normal. Isa Trazin became even more confused. That shouldn't be. Around such a tool for spreading false prophecies, there are usually accomplices secretly tracking, protecting, and monitoring him. The tool might not know of the accomplice's existence, but the accomplices will definitely follow the tool closely. After the tool draws out a specific target with the false prophecy, the accomplices will carry out assassination, covert attacks, or negotiate with the target. Liu said. But my friend didn't encounter any accomplices, why is that? Isa Trazin thought for a moment and replied. There are 3 possibilities. First, the accomplices were delayed by something and could not appear in time. Second, the place your friend is in is not suitable for the accomplices to appear, when the time is right, the accomplices will naturally show themselves. Third, your friend is involved in another prophecy, and it's a more powerful prophecy. In this prophecy, your friend will only encounter the false prophecy's accomplices if he meets the prerequisites for the prophecy to trigger. Of course, it's also possible he won't encounter them, it all depends on the content of the prophecy event. Chapter 250, Prophecy, A War Without Gunpowder. Very good, Isa Trazyn, I am satisfied with your answer. Lienyo raised his hand and pointed downwards. Keep working, don't be lazy. I'll be watching you. Isa Trazyn snorted in dissatisfaction, took the elevator down from the high platform, and secretly glanced at the orc's movements midway. Lienyo took out a data pad and pretended to send a message, as if he really had such a friend. Opening the system interface and manually loading the save, Lienyo switched his consciousness back to Poison Nail Yaksun. The pipe network above the high-temperature furnace appeared again before his eyes. The corpses in the furnace had turned to ash. The tech boy and Gretchen were still watching the commotion outside, and there were no other figures in the mechanical workshop except for Yaksun, who was hidden in the shadows. Isa Trazyn's analysis was reasonable, and a thought emerged in Lienyo's mind after hearing it. He might be able to wait here, like a hunter waiting for prey, for the secret cult agents, Gao's accomplices, to show up. Of course, just waiting wouldn't do. He hadn't had a chance to check the ancient orc's gene template after getting it, so this was a good opportunity to see what the ancient orc was all about while waiting. Lienyo hid himself in the shadows, carefully recalling the text on the beast hide scroll. The system panel appeared in his mind. Name, Ancient Orc's Gene Template. Type, Old One Creation. Completion, 66.6%. Description: Before the Ancient Orc's gene template was perfected, the Old Ones were defeated in the War in Heaven. Therefore, although this gene template is inherited from the Old Ones, its completion is only 66.6% compared to the ideal Ancient Orc. Here are the details of the gene template. Gene Fragment, Frag 000001. Function, this gene fragment is related to the directed growth path of reproductive spores. By changing the gene encoding on the fragment, you can make the spores grow into specific orcs. Compared to the perfect version of the ancient orc, the current orc's gene purity is approximately 30%. The gene purity of the gene template before him can be regarded as 66.6%. So, where exactly is the difference of 36.6%? With this question, Lienyo immersed himself in reading the gene template. About an hour later, he had the answer in his heart. The difference between 30% and 66.6% can be summarized in one sentence. Orcs with 30% gene purity are simple and brutal war machines, everything about them serves combat. But after reaching 66.6% gene purity, orcs become war machines with productivity. For example, didn't the para-warlord build an outpost in the webway? The blueprint for the outpost construction originated from the Imperium of Man's database. Lienyo copied it and made some modifications. The building materials for the outpost were chosen by Lienyo according to the modified blueprint. The engineering arrangements for the outpost were formulated by Lienyo with reference to the Mechanicus engineering specifications. In other words, without Li Ji's involvement, the outposts built by the orcs in the webway would very likely be chaotic scrapyards, not as orderly as they are now. This situation will undergo a transformation once the gene purity reaches 66.6%. Orcs will develop a new way of thinking. They will start to ponder what design layout is more efficient and better suited for war needs. Similarly, when manufacturing weapons and equipment, vehicles, and ship cannons, they will not act on their whims, wantonly squandering universal Shinik material just to create what they like. They will suppress their mischievous nature and impulses, like experienced old craftsmen, carefully considering every detail and making reasonable use of every bit of universal Shinik material. This is the benefit of reaching 66.6% gene purity. But the downside is, such orcs are very likely to betray their boss. Once they become calm and rational, the authority of the orc boss and their blind obedience to the orc boss will fade with each contemplation. Ultimately, they will realize that they can change their social status and forge a new order through radical means. So, is there a way to keep 66.6% gene purity orcs loyal? Yes, brother, there is. The Old Ones encountered the same situation when creating the Eldar. The Eldar were so perfect, they were intelligent, capable, creative, and active, with extremely high production efficiency and combat ability. If such a race lacked a backbone, it would inevitably fall into endless internal strife. Therefore, the Old Ones allowed the Eldar to have their own warp deities, so that every Eldar member could have a sense of belonging. Similarly, when creating the orcs, the Old Ones also adopted this strategy. They inscribed terms related to Gork and Mork into the ancient orc's gene template. Every newly born ancient orc would develop an irreversible reverence for Gork and Mork. Their fervent faith would gradually increase with each production and each battle, quickly evolving into fanatical belief. When a certain number of ancient orcs simultaneously call out to Gork and Mork will appear in the warp. Thus, the ancient orc would have their own backbone, preventing them from falling into endless internal strife. With the successful case of the Eldar before them, Gork and Mork should have appeared smoothly. But the problem was that the Old Ones designed a unique psyker field for the orcs. This psyker field made them more resistant to chaos corruption, but at the same time, it made it almost impossible for their emotions and thoughts to stir up waves in the warp, let alone condense Gork and Mork. The Old Ones found themselves in a dilemma regarding the orc's psyker field, and the development progress of the ancient orc was forever stuck at 66.6%. Lienyo exhaled a long breath in the shadows, his emotions a bit complex, with both disappointment and acceptance. I have to admit, in a way, URG was right. If the ancient orc were truly formidable, they wouldn't have gone extinct in the 30K era. As expected of the Orc Emperor, his vision lives up to the title of Orc Emperor. The ancient orc's gene template is not useless either. It contains many gene encodings that can be utilized. For example, gene encodings that strengthen the psyker field. A strengthened psyker field should be able to resist the anti-Shinik barriers invented by the Imperium of Man. Linyo muttered to himself, put away the ancient orc's gene template, and prepared to find time to test the effect of the ancient orc's psyker field. For a period of time afterward, he supervised ISA Trazen's improvements to the Shinik engine while closely monitoring Yaxan's save brief. Several days passed, but there was still no sign of Gao's accomplices. Referring to ISA Trazen's previous suggestion, Linyo changed his location, moving from the mechanical workshop to Uklama's shed. This place was located in a corner of the underground hall and was Uklama's usual residence. URG failed to catch the shrimp disguised as Uklama, and angrily boarded the wolf blade, leaving Great Crown to go to the front lines for a massive slaughter. Before leaving, URG vented his anger on Uklama's residence. By the time Linyo arrived, the place had already been reduced to ruins. A strangely behaving tech boy was rummaging through the ruins. Its movements had a clear purpose, unlike normal orcs, and were somewhat similar to those of a well-trained human agent. Linyo observed the other party's actions while in stealth, not rushing to make a move. 5 minutes later, Logothic came from the noisy box at the tech boy's waist. "Hey, Black Cup, how's the situation over there?" The speaker was a woman, her voice relatively young, and there was interference in the voice communication, indicating that she was very far from the tech boy, possibly on the surface. The tech boy picked up the noisy box and responded in low Gothic. "Red wine, I know you're in a hurry, but don't be. That damned orc emperor messed up Gao's residence, and I can't find the tape for a while. Give me some time." A crackling static noise came from Red Wine's end. "I've already been delayed here for several days, and I have to go back in 2 hours at the latest. Hurry up." "I will." Black Cup put away the noisy box and drilled deeper into the ruins. After some searching, a surprised whisper came from beneath the ruins. "Oh yeah, found it. Hey, Red Wine, I found Gao's tape. Now we can go back and report to the Elder." "Elder?" Linyo's eyes narrowed slightly, basically confirming that the tech boy in front of him was a secret cult agent in disguise. Black Cup emerged from the ruins, scurried close to the ground, and drilled into the ventilation duct by the wall, quickly ascending to the surface through the traction device inside. Linyo activated teleport and followed closely. The two, one after another, came from deep underground to the open-air tarmac on the surface, stopping inside an inconspicuous green orc shuttle. The agent named Redwine was disguised as a helmsman kid, piloting the shuttle alone. After meeting Black Cup, Redwine piloted the shuttle to take off and entered a green orc frigates. At first glance, this guardsman looked exactly like an orc creation, but its interior decoration style was completely incompatible with orcs. The corridors here were winding, the bases of the light fixtures were coiled metal centipede ornaments, the main colors were dark and grey, and there were many unlit shadowy areas in various corners of the walls. The orcs coming and going were merely superficial, their every move was no different from humans, yet they were taciturn, paying no attention to Redwine and Black Cup as they passed by. A sinister and evil aura permeated the place. Linyo was not flustered. He had been to places far more sinister than this, so what was there to worry about? Besides, he was currently using Yaxan's body, not a human one. If anything really happened, he could just end the Wadaok simulation. Following Redwine and Black Cup all the way to the bridge, Linyo saw an unexpected figure. It was a lizardman standing upright on the command platform. Triangular face, triangular eyes, and pitch black eyes that were cold and emotionless, without a trace of emotional fluctuation. It wore a loose, coarse cloth robe, with its hands clasped behind its back, looking down at the two agents who approached. Black Cup respectfully handed over the tape. The lizardman raised its right hand and waved it, casting psychokinetic abilities. Under the control of the psychokinesis, the tape was inserted into the slot of the holographic device. A holographic image popped up, playing the video recorded on the tape. The recording started 30 days ago and ended 10 days ago, which was the moment URG destroyed the shed. The playback speed was very fast, and 20 days of footage were played in 10 minutes. The lizardman moved its finger, remotely controlling the holographic device, extracting a crucial segment from the video, and rewatching it repeatedly. This segment showed the situation after the power outage. The power outage created by Linyo caused a riot, plunging the underground hall into darkness, and the camcorder's built-in night vision module activated, continuing to record the changes on site in color vision. The camcorder was directly facing the beast hide scroll on the ground. The lizardman again used psychokinesis to control the holographic device, frame by frame, to check the movement of the scroll. The two humans and one lizardman observing the video live could clearly see that the scroll, which was lying on the ground in the previous frame, had vanished without a trace in the next frame. Redwine couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. "It's truly amazing, feels like a magic trick. It seems like some kind of invisible force field covered the scroll." Black Cup analyzed first, then asked the lizardman on the command platform. "Elder, was Gao's operation successful?" The lizardman responded in a hoarse tone. "Gao's failed, and his sacrifice was worthless. He was supposed to assist URG in returning to his ancestors, mass-producing ancient orcs, and strengthening the overall power of the Ulaner Empire. But things went awry. He sacrificed himself, and the crucial gene template was also stolen by a thief." Redwine and the others' faces showed sadness, and they sighed silently. Black Cup asked. "Elder, do you know who stole the gene template?" The lizardman shook its head slightly. "I don't know, and I don't have the ability to know. The origin of this thief is not simple, I didn't detect its existence in the prophecy. In the entire galaxy, there are quite a few capable of doing something to this extent. Just in the craft world Eldar alone, there are several. Black Cup asked uneasily. Elder, what do we do now? Do we still have a chance to remedy this? The lizardman extended its crimson, slender tongue, licking the air in a circle, making rustling sounds. Prophecy is a war without smoke. Eldar seers can foresee future events and know the prerequisites for fulfilling a prophecy. They will send out elites to fulfill these prerequisites one by one, causing the prophecy to come true. The same applies to our secret cult, and to all factions that take prophecy as their guiding principle. In most cases, multiple prophecies cannot be realized simultaneously, and the prerequisites for different prophecies often conflict. The lizardman retracted its tongue and gazed at the agents below. As newcomers to the secret cult, you must remember that actions taken to bring about prophecies usually end in failure, but as long as each time we get closer to the future the secret cult desires, we are successful. One day, through continuous failures, we will embrace the future we long for. This sermon put the two newly appointed secret cult agents at ease. The two bowed respectfully. Thank you for your guidance. We have learned much, Elder. The lizardman nodded faintly. Now, remain silent. I am about to peer into the future. I will give you orders based on what I see in the future. This time, it is up to you to bring about the prophecy. Yes, Elder X2. The lizardman clasped its hands behind its back, closed its eyes, and its head emitted waves of Chinook energy, its eyeballs trembling beneath its eyelids. After a long time, the lizardman opened its eyes, a hint of fatigue flashing in their depths. I see a viable path. A new future will be written by the word-bearers. Word-bearers? Linyo's heart stirred, and he paid full attention, listening intently. The lizardman pressed the communication button on the command platform and said. Everyone listen up, our destination is the edge of the Kirkili star zone. Depart immediately. Communication ended. The lizardman looked at the agents below the command platform. In the upcoming mission, I need you to follow my plan, gradually approaching the chief priest of the word-bearers, Erebus. He is the key to us bringing about the prophecy. Yes, Elder X2. Black Cup responded first, then asked. Elder, why do we need to approach Erebus gradually? Why not change our identities and directly contact him privately? Is Erebus more vigilant than the Orc Emperor URG? Redwine was also a bit puzzled. Yes, Elder. I wanted to ask that too. The lizardman shook its head slightly. Erebus is not that easy for you to find, and neither is Lorgar, the gene seed primarch of the word-bearers. They are protected by the High Lords, able to avoid all individuals unrelated to the High Lords' plans without their own knowledge. But with my help, you can encounter Erebus at a certain point in time, and this will be your only chance to meet him. So that's how it is. Black Cup and Redwine said in unison. Chapter 251, Old Man Huang is farsighted. Word-bearer's chief chaplain, Erebus. The lizardman just mentioned Erebus. The secret cult's next actions will be connected to Erebus. The lizardman's statement has considerable credibility. Previously, when Linyo possessed Big Black Tooth, he encountered Corfarin. At that time, Corfarin was looking for Big Black Tooth's whereabouts, which is why Linyo happened to run into him. In other words, if Corfarin had been looking for Big Gold Tooth, then Big Black Tooth, possessed by Linyo, would not have met Corfarin. This is the High Lord's interference in reality, and also their protection of devout believers. Now, with the guidance of the secret cult elder, Linyo only needs to follow the secret cult agents closely to definitely meet Erebus. And Erebus is usually inseparable from Lorgar. If he is bold enough, he might be able to eliminate two unstable factors at once, greatly altering the timeline of the Horus Heresy. Linyo intended to act, but before taking formal action, he had to make full preparations. Lorgar is the head of heresy designated by the Chaos Demons, and the source of the entire rebellion. Any hostile actions against him could anger the Chaos Demons and provoke a strong counterattack. In addition, he must be careful to guard against the power of prophecy. This power is too strange, and Linyo is very unfamiliar with it, not even knowing how to counter it. The secret cult elder possesses prophetic abilities, and Lorgar, favored by chaos, also possesses a certain ability to perceive the future to some extent. When confronting such individuals, no amount of caution is too much. Linyo hid in the shadows, contemplating his action plan. Two secret cult agents were preparing to go to their cabins to rest. The lizardmen stood still at the command console, gazing out the viewport, their eyes unfocused, like a motionless sculpture. Linyo found a place to hide on the ship, loaded the space save file, and consulted ISA Trazen for a countermeasure. His consciousness entered Space's body. The cleanup work on Kamaraka's surface was still ongoing. This planet is roughly the same size as Terra, and it has several satellites connected by orbital elevators, making the cleanup work extremely difficult. On Paraplanet, Linyo used alchemical potions to mass-produce troops, transferring 2 million newborn Palu boys to Along for unified command. Their main tasks are to clear ruins, salvage resources, and eliminate remaining black bean sprouts. Conservatively estimated, such a cleanup effort will require at least 6 months to complete. In contrast, the repair work on the psychic engine went much more smoothly. ISA Trazen couldn't keep things to herself and couldn't change the situation, so she wisely chose to show loyalty through labor. She spent over half a month collaborating with the tech boys to improve the greenskin version of the psychic engine, finally creating a super large energy device that stably produces warp energy. The engine started, and biological materials from warp creatures were fed into it, with gamma-level warp energy continuously pouring into Fireheart. Fireheart is an extremely hot fireball. After warp energy was input, its temperature actually decreased, and its light dimmed considerably, its appearance transforming into a black coal ball with specks of fire. Isa Trazen said this was a normal phenomenon, indicating that Fireheart was absorbing warp energy for charging. The higher the charging progress, the more and brighter the surface sparks. When the sparks connect into a continuous, burning flame, it means charging is complete and it can be put into use. This charging work is estimated to consume 10 million tons of warp creature biological material and last for at least 3 months. Isa Trazen cannot lie, so this prediction is true and credible. Boss, I've performed pretty well, haven't I? Do you want to consider arranging a better place for me to live? After all, I helped you fix the psychic engine, you wouldn't make me live with those Gretchen, would you? Isa Trazen complained, tilting her head back. Linyo knew well the saying, if you want a horse to run, you have to feed it grass. He folded his arms and nodded. The living arrangements are easy to discuss. I'll arrange a personnel shuttle for you to live on. If you need anything, just tell me. Isa Trazen smiled with joy. I didn't expect you, a greenskin, to be quite trustworthy. You're much easier to get along with than the black bean sprouts. After spending a long time with the greenskin big shots, Isa Trazen's speaking habits also changed. The Dark Eldar were no longer called Dark Eldar, but black bean sprouts. When communicating with space, she also habitually called him boss. If this continues, she might truly become the first female orc in Warhammer history. Linyo waved his hand and said. Don't be happy too soon, I have something to ask you. That friend I told you about last time recently encountered a new situation. Linyo recounted the conversation he overheard on the secret cult ship, omitting the character information and referring to them as suspects A, B, and C, while their conversation became the confessions of 3 suspects. Also omitted were matters related to the word bearers. Isa Trazen initially smiled when Linyo mentioned friend again. But as Linyo narrated the events, Isa Trazen gradually stopped smiling, her expression becoming serious, and she lowered her head in thought. That's how it is. Suspect A was the target that the false prophecy wanted to manipulate, my friend just happened to hear the false prophecy. Linyo paused, then asked. Who do you think wove the false prophecy? Could it be Tsianch? This is the webway, so there's no need to worry about mentioning the true name of a chaos inimical powers attracting chaos's hostility. Not to mentioning Tsianch's name, it's fine even to use Tsianch to write vulgar novels. Isa Trazen shook her head slightly. No, it's not Tsianch. Tsianch's true strength is actually not much higher than that of the Eldar's Farseers, it's only because High Heaven strengthened its psychic power that it can do things a Farseer cannot. If there were a way to forcibly drag Tsianch out of the warp and force it to remain in reality or the webway, then the Emperor and the Gene Seed Primarches of the Imperium of Man alone would be enough to completely destroy it. Dragging Tsianch out of the warp. Linyo's heart stirred, and he opened the fungus warehouse, looking at the seal yeast. The fungi ability of seal yeast is precisely to forcibly seal warp creatures in reality. As the saying goes, brute force gets the job done. As long as there is enough seal yeast, never mind Tsianch, it would be no problem to drag out all 4 chaos gods and beat them soundly. It seems it's time to put the large-scale production of seal yeast on the agenda. Linyo mused. If it's not Tsianch, then who could it be? The galaxy is only so big, surely there aren't characters more powerful than the chaos gods hiding here, are there? This question stumped Isa Trazen, leaving her speechless for a moment. Linyo changed the question. My friend is preparing to act against 2 individuals who are suspected of having prophetic abilities. Do you have any good suggestions? Suspected of having prophetic abilities? Then I'll assume they do. Isa Trazen raised her head and said. I suggest your friend takes those 2 individuals into the webway before acting. The webway can isolate the warp, rendering all prophetic abilities ineffective. As long as your friend sets the ambush location in the webway, his ambush plan will not be discovered by the prophets. Linyo grasped the key point. You mean, prophets cannot foresee what happens in the webway? Exactly. Isa Trazen nodded confidently. Prophets absolutely cannot foresee events in the webway. Because, in essence, prophetic ability is a psychic power achieved by utilizing the non-sequential characteristic of the warp. Linyo remembered Corfarin, whom he had killed. If the 4 chaos gods could foresee conditions in the webway, Corfarin would not have been caught by Big Black Tooth, nor would he have been taken into the webway for trial. This classic case perfectly corroborated Isa Trazen's statement. Linyo brought Corfarin into the webway at the time simply to catch him like a turtle in a jar, completely without considering the aspect of shielding prophecy. Looking back now, it really feels like a stroke of luck. Wait, what I'm saying isn't quite right. Isa Trazen's hands were bound, but she raised both hands, held up her right index finger, and emphasized. Not all webway spaces can block prophecy. Those nodes corrupted by chaos might be connected to the warp, and events occurring within them can be glimpsed by prophets. The Para-Warlord's webway outpost is right next to a node corrupted by Slaanesh. This is a hidden danger that needs to be eliminated as soon as possible. Linyo asked. Is there a way to purify nodes corrupted by chaos? There are many methods. Isa Trazen pointed to the Fireheart currently charging. Inside a corrupted node, there is usually a warp fulcrum of a chaos daemon. If you crush the fulcrum with Fireheart, you can eliminate all chaos demons in the node space at once. However, there are 2 drawbacks to doing this. First, when the warp fulcrum shatters, everyone in the node space will be harmed, including you. Second, eliminating the demons in the node space doesn't mean you can repair the node's webway outer wall. The cracks in the wall connect to the warp, and new demons will eventually squeeze in and corrupt the node again. Isa Trazen then pointed to the psychic engine. As for how to repair the webway's outer wall, that requires ling bone and warp energy monocrystals. The psychic engine produces ling bone, and then you use crystallization technology to refine the ling bone to obtain warp energy monocrystals. Send the monocrystals into the ancient orc military fortress, and in the webway node dispatch room, enable the function to repair the webway, and you can use the monocrystals to repair the webway outer wall. Linyo's pupils slightly dilated, and his heart rate sped up. He hadn't expected repairing the webway outer wall to be so simple. He now has the ancient orc's gene template, allowing him to manually create ancient orc, gain access to the military fortress, and thus reach the webway node dispatch room. Amassing enough monocrystals, repairing the webway outer wall, sealing off the corrupted webway nodes, and then trapping the enemies inside this plan should be feasible. Linyo was quite tempted. Isa Trazen scoffed. Don't get excited yet. Refining ling bone into monocrystals isn't that simple. Your orc crystallization technology isn't even as good as the Imperium of Man's, and it's far inferior to the Eldar's. Only when you figure out the correct crystallization technology should you consider repairing the webway outer wall. Also, I must warn you, the Chaos Gods is constantly watching the webway outer wall. Your actions to repair the outer wall cannot escape their notice. Linyo frowned. What do you mean? If I repair the outer wall, what will happen? Of course, demons will swarm into the webway from the corrupted nodes. They will use every means to hunt down anyone capable of repairing the outer wall, until no one dares to repair it. Linyo let out a meaningful O in his mind. He finally understood why Huang Pitzi hadn't used monocrystals to repair the outer wall. The amount of monocrystals he traded with the custodes was very, very small, completely insufficient to repair the outer wall. If Huang Pitzi were to start repairing the outer wall with monocrystals now, it would inevitably provoke immense hostility from the demons. On one hand, the demons would do everything in their power to prevent Huang Pitzi from repairing the wall. On the other hand, he, as the supplier of the monocrystals, would also be put on the demons' kill list, facing endless pursuit from then on. Looking at it this way, Huang Pitzi can be said to be very far-sighted. Chapter 252, Palu Warlord Comprehensive Upgrade. A conversation with Isa Trazen greatly benefited Linyo. The massive project of moving mountains and filling seas with the Fireheart was now on track. The plan to repair the webway's outer wall had taken shape. A breakthrough had been made in the grand goal of sealing and eliminating the 4 Chaos Gods. Focusing on the present and envisioning the future, Linyo believed that the highest priority at this stage was to restore the ancient orc. Ancient orcs had higher production efficiency than regular orcs, but their drawback was their independent rational thinking, which made them prone to rebellion. But honestly, in Linyo's eyes, this drawback was just a minor flaw, not a fatal one. He possessed the mushroom farm system, which allowed him to precisely control every orc through Waoic simulation, and he also had the Gao Mao goggles and fungi ability, spiritual network at his disposal. With this triple insurance, which ancient orc would dare to rebel? To put it bluntly, if he had triple insurance in hand and still couldn't perfectly control the ancient orcs, then the mushroom farm system would truly be wasted. With confidence in himself and trust in the system, Linyo began to create the first ancient orc of his life. He embedded the ancient orc's gene template into the seal yeast, then implanted the yeast into the reproductive spores of a regular orc boy. Dig a pit, add some soil, place the spores, pour in growth spirit, replenish water regularly, and maintain air circulation. Linyo could complete this operation himself without the help of fungi simulation. 3 Terra days later, on Paraplanet, in Wojiboisake's farmland. The pinkish-green mushrooms were vibrant and fresh, trembling slightly in the artificial breeze, their caps full and round, their stems straight and tough. Orc boys and Gretchen surrounded the experimental field in a circle, their eyes wide, collectively witnessing the moment of fruition. Crack, crack, crack. A crisp cracking sound came from the mushroom cap, and a distinct crack originated from the top of the cap, rapidly spreading to both sides. The spore carrying a partial gene segment of the ancient orc gave birth to a new life at this moment. Crack, 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 crack. Bang. Bang. The 2-meter-tall mushroom split in two, and both halves fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Amidst the swirling dust, a figure emerged. His back was straight, he didn't stoop or crane his neck forward like a regular orc boy. When he pushed aside the smoke and walked out of the dust, exclamations erupted all around. Waoic. This is too cool. Waoic. The ancient orc's physique was very well proportioned, showing no signs of redundant organ growth. His skin had more texture than a regular orc boy's. A dark green chitinous exoskeleton covered his vital areas. This was a biological armor that could rapidly repair, grow, expand, and iterate by consuming physical energy and nutrients. The skin beneath the armor was light green, much paler than a regular orc boy's color, but this was not a fixed color. When entering high-intensity combat and work states, the ancient orc's skin glands rapidly absorbed solar energy, captured free-floating water and nutrients from the air, replenishing combat consumption. Therefore, the ancient orc's combat and working hours far exceeded those of a regular orc boy. Another huge advantage was in the psyker field. When combat and physical labor were predominant, the psyker field would primarily strengthen the ancient orc's physique. When mental labor was predominant, the ancient orc's thinking ability would be enhanced by the psyker field, and his physique would not degenerate due to prolonged inactivity in physical labor. A regular orc boy's psyker field could not do this. Their psyker field could only strengthen their physique, that was one point. Secondly, if they didn't fight for a long time, their physique would inevitably weaken. In contrast, the ancient orc's psyker field had a sense of one-time certification, permanent certification to it. What was even rarer was that the ancient orc's psyker field could block the anti-psyker devices developed by the Imperium of Man. You stand over there. Linyo possessed Wojiboisek and pointed his staff at the empty ground. The ancient orc, who was already 1,78 m tall upon birth, understood the situation and knew that Wojiboisek was the leader here. Wherever the weird boy pointed, the ancient orc stood. The tech boy nearby activated the anti-psyker device. Buzz. A mist formed by anti-psyker aerosol enveloped the ancient orc. The ancient orc breathed normally within it, showing no abnormalities whatsoever. The surrounding orc boys and Gretchen once again erupted in a chorus of what-ifs. The anti-psyker stink doesn't work on him. Witch doctor, I want to be as strong as him too. Linyo took out the Gao Mao goggles, put them on, and mentally locked onto the ancient orc's cursor in the mist. Squat down, jump on the spot, push UPS, sit UPS, stand on one leg. A series of commands were issued, and the ancient orc followed them all, showing no resistance. Instead, a sense of worship appeared in his eyes. Linyo observed the other party's expression and had long anticipated it. The goggles he was wearing were the Gao Mao goggles, bearing the name of Gork and Mork, and at the same time, the role he was playing was a weird boy, Gork, and Mork's #1 subordinate. The double buffs stacked together directly affected the ancient orc's genes, causing the other party to develop an unavoidable worship of him. This was a good thing, although there were hidden dangers, it was still more beneficial than harmful. Linyo then activated the fungi ability, spiritual network, accurately acquiring the ancient orc's thoughts and memories. At this point, 2 of the 3 insurances had been proven effective. Next up was the Wadaik simulation. System, calculate the simulation price of this ancient orc boy in front of me. A system message popped up. Simulation target is ancient orc boy, starting simulation price is 100 magic spores. Simulation target has undergone certain genetic modifications, simulation price plus 50%. Final simulation price is 150 magic spores. Remaining magic spores, 670,000. Confirm simulation. Confirm. Linyo's consciousness instantly switched, transferring to the ancient orc boy. His vision was covered by white mist, and the noisy sounds of orc boys and Gretchen filled his ears. Linyo raised his hands, looked at his palms and body, and felt a surge of joy. It's settled, everyone, all 3 insurances are in effect, controlling ancient orcs is a piece of cake, no problems at all. Linyo immediately decided to initiate a comprehensive upgrade of the para-warlord. The most suitable role for ancient orcs was not as laborers directly engaged in production tasks, nor as warriors charging on the front lines of battle, but as middle managers in the production field, think tanks in the combat field, and leaders of various squads. All tech bosses and mad doctors of the para-warlord, the garrison commanders Along and Along's personal guards, the frontline commanders Space and Beast and their personal guards, Weird Boy Sake and his followers Alger, the leaders of various squads in the Webway Expeditionary Force, the commander of the Webway reconnaissance ship Crone Bloodraven. All these orc boys had to undergo genetic modification and carry the gene segments of ancient orcs. The orc brains and the Black Knights would also be replaced with ancient orcs, so their psyker field would be stronger and not be paralyzed by anti-psyker devices. The Thousand Suns clan that Linyo would establish in the future would also carry the gene segments of ancient orcs. In short, a grand collective evolution thus began. Time passed during the transformation of the para-warlord. 1 month later, 1/3 of the ancient orc transformation plan was completed, and the para-warlord's productivity saw explosive growth. The output of magic spores increased to 10,000 per day. The output of warp energy monocrystals reached 100 tons per day. The Webway outpost expanded with the increase in monocrystal output, currently covering 1,000th of the Void Whale's fat planet. The Webway graveyard outpost also expanded further, with nearly 30 ships providing 24-hour escort. The demons killed by the para-warlord every day, if strung together, could circle 1/20th of para-planet, providing Linyo with about 5 million simulation points on average daily. The cleanup of Kamarak accelerated, estimated to be completed within 3 months. The second Psyker engine was successfully put into use, and the remaining charging time for the Fireheart was shortened to 1 month. The para-warlord's sweeping operations against the Dark Eldar strengthened its control over the Webway. Thanks to this, the trade volume between the para-warlord and Golden Corn increased to 1 million tons of green light mud every 5 days, a 10-fold increase from before. After the supply of green light mud increased, the para-fleet's ground troops could fight demons with green dam active throughout, just like being in the Fengling Yueying sect, taking no damage at all. Similarly, when constructing para-planet, the construction teams would also use green dam to dig tunnels. The megalithic transformation of para-planet rapidly accelerated, estimated that in at most 1 year, 1/20th of the entire planet's underground area would be hollowed out by the Peru. Linyo tallied the total number of orcs currently under his direct or indirect control. He obtained an incredibly astonishing number. 50 million. A month ago, this number was just over 10 million. A month later, as key positions in the para-warlord were replaced by ancient orcs, the population increased drastically. Yet, the order within the warlord remained stable. And the efficiency of the entire society's operation far exceeded the past. If it were before, the magic spores and monocrystals produced by 50 million orcs would at most be only 1/3 of the current output, or even less. The ancient orcs' management capabilities were terrifyingly formidable. Linyo had never felt so relaxed. He didn't have to worry about whether the demons in the Webway graveyard had refreshed, didn't have to worry about whether scattered Dark Eldar forces would attack his cargo ships trading with the custodes, and didn't have to constantly monitor the maintenance of the Psyker engines or the cleanup of Kamaraka's surface every day. This feeling of simply issuing a command and having his subordinates fully grasp his intentions and wholeheartedly carry out the task was truly exhilarating. If it weren't for the legal department keeping an eye on things in the Imperium of Man, Lienyo would have wanted to replace all of Epimedius's department heads with ancient orcs. With the help of the ancient orcs, Lienyo had a lot of free time. He spent this time on the atavistic experiments of primeval fungi and also didn't forget to explore the military fortress left behind by the old ones. This night, the iron block green-skinned battleship departed from Kamarak and arrived at the military fortress node closest to Kamarak. Lienyo possessed space and commanded the operation from the bridge, with Isa Trazen standing beside him. After space carried the gene segments of the ancient orc, his physique became more well-proportioned, his muscles clear and fluid, and a dark green biological armor appeared on his body surface. This change could not be hidden from Isa Trazen, and Lienyo had no intention of concealing it. Isa Trazen had thought this was some kind of gene-modified product Lienyo had concocted. It wasn't until today, accompanying the Iron Block on a visit to the Old One's military fortress, that she was shocked to realize something. You obtained the ancient orc's gene template. And you even completed the genetic modification and transformed into an ancient orc. Isa Trazen's gaze swept up and down, her pupils trembling uncontrollably. Yes. Lienyo smiled slightly. I forgot to tell you. My friend helped me get the ancient orc's gene template. Although its completion is only 66.6%, I think it should be enough to pass the military fortress's inspection. I called you here today because I wanted you to be my guide and lead me through the inspection. Isa Trazen's throat bobbed, and she swallowed, still not recovered from her shock. Your friend, did he obtain the ancient orc's gene template from those prisoners? That's too efficient. Only a month has passed since I last told you about the military fortress. And you've already become an ancient orc. Lienyo smiled but said nothing. Such high operational efficiency was primarily due to the system's Wadaic simulation. With just a click on the system interface, he could transfer his consciousness to a place tens of thousands of light years away. For the same distance, if he were to travel by ship, it might take half a year or longer. The old saying before transmigration was indeed true. Speed is of the essence in war. Now is not the time to talk about this. Lienyo waved his hand and asked. Do you still remember that my friend needs to deal with two guys who are suspected of having prophetic abilities? Isa Trazen nodded. I remember. What? Is your friend ready to make a move? Yes, my friend will make a move in the next few days. I want to occupy this old one's military fortress before then. The secret cult's ships were currently traveling through the warp and would reach the Kirkili star zone in at most 5 Terra days. To deal with Erebus and Lorgar Aurelian, Lienyo had to prepare. If he could control the old one's military fortress before the actual confrontation, his chances of winning would undoubtedly increase significantly, hence this adventure. Lienyo pointed at the opening node gate. If you can help me complete this operation, I will grant you one request. It's fine if you can't complete it, I'm just trying my luck this time. Success is good, but failure doesn't matter, as long as you don't get yourself involved. Alright, you said it. I'll be honest with you, the chances of success are not high, but I'm confident I can get you all out of here safely. Isa Trazen's eyes lit up, and a joyful expression appeared on her face, then she noticed the key point in his words. What does your friend making a move have to do with you? Could your friend be yourself? Heh. Of course not. I just need to take some time to help out. Lienyo casually explained. The node gate ahead opened. The wrench sailed into it. In a flash, everyone arrived in a kaleidoscope-like geometric space. The ubiquitous geometric structures were dazzling, constantly changing as if they would never stop. The ship immediately stopped after entering this place to avoid triggering the military fortress's defense mechanism. A month ago, Isa Trazen had copied the knowledge from her soul encoding and given it to Lienyo. After a month of compilation, about 1/3 of the content related to the military fortress had been translated, but much of the content remained untranslated. Lienyo cast a glance at the Zhao Dongdong boy squad under the command platform. The Zhao Dongdong boy understood, activated the finder, and scanned the environmental information of this place. A few minutes later, the environmental information was collected and merged with the military fortress database in the Suandongdong device, forming an incomplete webway spatial map. The map was generally ellipsoidal. The ship was currently located at the westernmost part of the ellipsoid, near the left center of the ellipsoid. The military fortress's command and dispatch center was located at the other center of the ellipsoid, which was the eastern side of this webway space. Between these 2 points, there were countless geometric traps, gravity cannons, reversal weapons, and monocrystal structures, making it extremely dangerous. A slight misstep could lead to death without burial. Because the relevant knowledge had not yet been fully translated, most areas on the map were marked with question marks, not displaying information about those areas. This was where Isa Trazen's help was needed. Chapter 253 The 6 Arts of the Ancient Sages. Look at the Shagan Zayulai, the electric meter is reversed. Isa Trazen, it's all up to you now. Lienyo stepped aside, clearing space for her to command. Isa Trazen appeared somewhat nervous facing the perilous military fortress, but she did not show any unease or fear. She inherited from the Dulakai family of the ancient Ildari Empire. This family had a seat in the Empire's Senate, and members of the Senate would take turns guarding the ancient military fortresses to ensure the safety of the webway nodes under the Empire's name. Family memories related to this were passed down through soul encoding from generation to generation, finally reaching Isa Trazen. Theoretically, if the terrain and facilities of the military fortress hadn't changed, she could still lead everyone safely to their destination. Proceed according to my route map. Isa Trazen picked up the command stick and drew a winding line on the holographic map. The route map had many obstacles. Following this route, the wrench would directly collide with no less than 20 gun emplacements. The helmsman kid was a bit unsure and subconsciously looked towards his boss. Linyo nodded to the helmsman kid, who then maneuvered the rudder, piloting the wrench according to the route map. The vessel started, advancing steadily at a speed of 300 km per hour. The helmsman kid carefully piloted the spaceship, referring to the content on the route map. More than a dozen triangular objects, each over 3,000 meters wide, formed towering fan blades that rotated 10,000 meters ahead of the spaceship. They were like guillotine blades, cold and hard, mercilessly cutting down uninvited vessels. As the spaceship approached, the bridge fell silent, and the boys and Gretchen dared not breathe, all staring wide-eyed at the fan blades. Are we gonna get crushed by them fan blades? I don't think Purple Sprout's route map is reliable. The fan blades are spinning too fast. Our ship might get cut in half halfway through. How about we engage sublight speed and just blast through? The boys all looked at the space boss on the command platform. Linyo thought for a moment and ordered. Activate green dam, power to maximum. Alrighty. The green dam team was about to activate the ship's shields when Isa Trazen stopped them. No, do not activate the shields, Isa Trazen said gravely. We are about to pass through the military fortress's first checkpoint. Those fan-like structures are actually the ancient Ildari's gate scanners. Any hostile or self-defensive actions will be deemed an invasion by the scanner. We just need to sail straight through. After the scan, the fan blades will naturally stop and let us pass. The head of the green dam team was troubled, his gaze shifting back and forth between Purple Sprout and the boss. Alright, I'll trust you this once. Linyo gestured to the head of the green dam team, do as Purple Sprout says. We won't activate shields, nor macro cannons or lances. Just sail straight through. Got it, boss. The boys sprang into action, deactivating turrets and shields, retracting external armor plates, revealing the wrench's hull completely. If they took a hit now, everyone on board would be in trouble, Isa Trazen included. Isa Trazen had no Wadaok simulation, nor had she deployed any void clones. And her life was singular. Linyo mused that he had treated her well during this time. She shouldn't go so far as to use the ancient Ildari's military facilities to perish with him just for revenge. It proved to be true. As the vessel flew to within 1,000 meters of the fan blades, a white light swept over from behind them. Everyone felt an intense tingling sensation, almost collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, the numbness came and went quickly, allowing the orcs to regain their footing. What was that light? Linyo gasped a few times, steadying himself by holding onto the railing, finding it somewhat unbelievable. His body had been maximally enhanced by alchemical elixirs, carried superior ancient orcs gene template fragments, and was lined with monocrystalline material. Yet, facing that white light just now, he was so numb he felt utterly powerless. If such a wave weapon were used on a frontal battlefield, probably only a gene seed primarch could withstand the numbness it caused. Isa Trazen was also not feeling well. She propped herself up on the control panel with her arms, saying breathlessly. That was the ancient Ildari's gene analysis ion storm, a function similar to a biometric device. It can analyze our gene codes in an extremely short time, peering into our truest life forms. Isa Trazen wiped the sweat from her forehead and looked up to gaze at the fan blades in the distance. The blade-like triangular objects slowed their rotation, and a green light flew from afar, transforming into a shell-shaped light curtain that enveloped the entire vessel. Seeing this green light curtain, Isa Trazen visibly relaxed. It seems you really did obtain the ancient orc's gene template and completed the modification work. This layer of green light curtain is the ancient orc's authorization mark. It grants you permission to pass through here normally. Its other use is to allow us to see the true military fortress space. The true military fortress space. Linyo mumbled, not quite understanding the meaning of the phrase. The next second, the view outside the viewport drastically changed. Those constantly shifting geometric patterns, manipulated by some force, spontaneously assembled into a spacious and bright webway space. With a flash of light, the webway space underwent a world-shattering transformation. The orcs' pupils dilated rapidly, and they gasped in amazement at the sight before them. They saw a magnificent and beautiful palace complex. The palaces were not standing on a single plane but floated like stardust in the quiet, profound void. Circular barriers enveloped the palaces, and the palaces were connected to each other by brilliant, colorful light bands. The breathtaking scene left the orcs momentarily stunned. Linyo, however, was surprised to find that the winding route map Isa Trazen had drawn perfectly matched the current terrain of the military fortress. The original route map would have collided with obstacles, but now every segment of the route map perfectly aligned with a light band. Following the route map and switching to the correct light band would allow them to proceed all the way to the farthest palace. Truly miraculous. The power of the ancient Ildari far exceeds my imagination. Linyo couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Isa Trazen smiled and said. No, the power of the ancient Ildari is far grander than we imagine. You might not believe it, but the ancient Ildari's military fortress has a dual dimension. What you translated from my soul encoding was only the holographic map of the first dimension. After confirming you are an ancient orc, the military fortress will permit you to enter the second dimension, which is the dimension we are currently in. Linio seemed to understand. You mean, the ancient Yildiris military fortress actually has 2 layers of webway space superimposed on each other? Those who don't meet the requirements can only enter the first layer, and only those who do meet them can enter the second layer. Isa Trazen pondered and said. You can understand it that way, but what you need to know is that different military fortresses share the same second dimension, but their first dimensions are mutually independent. That is to say, no matter which military fortress you pass the inspection in, you will eventually enter here. Linio suddenly understood, so that's how it is. Isa Trazen blinked, then asked with a smile. Isn't this anti-theft measure much more powerful than ordinary methods? More than powerful, it's simply unimaginable. Linio had never dreamed that webway space could be layered. He composed himself, regained his calm, and instructed the helmsman kid to follow Isa Trazen's route map. The vessel quickly reached the nearest light band. Upon contact with the light band, the ship's power was forcibly disengaged, and the light band carried the ship forward rapidly like a conveyor belt. The passing structures were bizarre and varied. Some were land masses enveloped in orbs of light, with lush green surfaces scattered with forests and mushroom clusters. Some structures looked like globes, with continental plates being star zones. The most magnificent was the crystal giant tree. This thing was much like the legendary world tree, surrounded by tens of millions of floating beast hide scrolls, Eldar crystals, and various books. Throughout this journey, both Linio and Isa Trazen were dazzled, and the other orcs gasped in continuous amazement, unable to stop their loud exclamations. Half an hour later, the vessel reached its destination. This was a golden disc over 100 kilometers in diameter, engraved with towering metal patterns. The wrench sailed above the disc, as if traversing through towering mountains and ridges. In the center of the disc floated a colossal, light gray crystal, its light dim, covered in mottled marks, looking as if it had been in disrepair for a long time. Isa Trazen observed the crystal's condition with an optical telescope and shook her head regretfully. We have successfully reached the military fortress's dispatch room. This place also has a name, Hall of the Universe. But I regret to inform you that we probably cannot use the functions of the Hall of the Universe. Why? Linio asked. Isa Trazen handed the telescope to Linio. Do you see those many dim light spots on the surface of that crystal? They indicate that the crystal needs to be charged. The more warp energy you charge, the more functions you can use. You'll know exactly what functions are available once you connect the Netherworld access device's signal to the crystal. Linio took the telescope, stared at the crystal surface for a few moments, and believed Isa Trazen's explanation to some extent. He called out to the boy below, telling him to activate the Netherworld access device. A beam of light projected from the front of the vessel, landed on the crystal's outer shell, and refracted back another beam of light. The holographic screen refreshed, and an interactive interface written in orc slang appeared. I'll take a look. Shoot M. Get M. Fix it. Let's bounce. Waik. Power meter reversed. Hey? What is all this? Using the greenskin slang for the UI, that's fine. But why does the interface feel overly simplistic? Linio tried tapping the first option, I'll take a look. A new interface popped up, with a line of text and an input box. What do you want to look at? Linio typed a line of text. I want to look at Kamarak. How do you want to look? Keep looking, or just a quick peek? Just a quick peek. A quick peek needs 10 tons of warp energy monocrystals. Do you have that much, boy? It really did require warp energy monocrystals. Linio tried the other options as well. Shoot M was for remotely attacking a webway node, the specific attack method was unknown. Get M was for deploying monocrystalline constructs, i.e., the ancient Yildiris war machines, to a webway node. Fix it was for repairing the webway's outer walls, with monocrystal consumption calculated in tens of millions of tons. Let's bounce was for fast transfer within the webway, activating it would open a webway gate, crossing which would lead directly to another webway node. The Waik. Power meter reversed option was rather strange. After selecting it, an input box appeared on the panel, without any related description. Linio tried entering information, but the interface prompted an error, automatically returning to the previous interface. Isa Trazen also didn't know what this option did, so they decided to temporarily skip power meter reversed and explore the other options. The I'll take a look option was a prerequisite for all other options. One had to first identify the webway node to observe before being able to remotely attack it or deploy war machines there. Additionally, the operator could use the I'll take a look option to remotely open the webway node's gate to reality. This was extremely convenient. Didn't Linio want to lure Erebus and Lorgar into the webway to eliminate them? These two were located in the Kirkili star zone, currently dealing with the Ulaner orcs there. The word bearers in Ulaner's vessels did not have netherworld access devices. To get Erebus and Lorgar into the webway, Linio originally had only one option, pilot a ship equipped with a netherworld access device himself and bring the two in. Now, he had an additional option. He could open a webway gate from the military fortress and then control Erebus and Lorgar's ships to fly in. This way, he wouldn't need his own vessel to show up. Linio calculated that completing this operation would consume at least 600 tons of monocrystals. Of this, 100 tons would be used to search, locate, and monitor the 113 webway gates in the Kirkili star zone, and the remaining monocrystals would be used to open the gates. Overall, this expenditure was acceptable, merely the para-warlord's current 6-day monocrystal production. Linio pondered, looking at the monocrystal consumption displayed on the interface. Isa Trazen misunderstood, thinking he was worried about the means of acquiring monocrystals, so she leaned in and said. Look, I helped you reach the dispatch room smoothly this time, and I didn't cause you any trouble at all. You should trust me by now, right? To be honest with you, I can get you the formula for preparing warp energy monocrystals from the craft world Eldar. Isa Trazen chuckled mischievously. Didn't you say you could grant me one request? I want to go to the craft world Eldar for a trip, and when I return, I can also bring you the warp energy monocrystal formula. How about it, want to consider it? Lin Yo looked down at the shifty-eyed purple sprout and chuckled foolishly. Sorry, I have a route in the webway, the risk is a bit high, but the monocrystal trade volume is very high. What? Isa Trazen was stunned, not understanding. You mean someone is selling monocrystals? That's right. That person is also an orc, his name is Bloodhand. As long as I can afford the price, he's willing to sell to me. Isa Trazen didn't know about the scout ship and the Blood Raven clan. Lin Yo could conveniently use this opportunity to establish Crone, the boss of the Blood Raven clan, as a specialized monocrystal trader. As for the name Bloodhand, that was the nickname Crone used when trading with Golden Corn. Lin Yo decided that from now on, whenever monocrystal trade was involved, Crone would conduct the transactions under the name Bloodhand. Chapter 254 Good. Very energetic. Isa Trazen was dumbfounded when she heard that an orc was selling monocrystals. She had been planning to use the monocrystals as an excuse to ask for help from her Eldar kin, but she never expected her path to be blocked by a green orc merchant. Isa Trazen was not reconciled, repeatedly reminding Lin Yo that monocrystals were not that easy to prepare, and the green orc merchant who called himself Bloodhand might be selling fakes. But as Lin Yo shipped in a boatload of monocrystals, Isa Trazen's heart sank, bit by bit, completely cutting off her hope of escape. The powder unloaded from the ship was crystal clear, with an orderly microscopic structure, and symmetrical and regular geometric patterns that seemed like the work of a divine craftsman. Even though she was 100 times unwilling, Isa Trazen had to admit that this was indeed a monocrystal. What was the origin of that green orc merchant named Bloodhand? Where did he get so many monocrystals? Is this reasonable? Isa Trazen's escape plan failed once again, and she felt powerless, so she could only honestly work for the green orc Dada. Lin Yo had no mind to bother with her schemes. The secret cult spaceship was about to reach the Kirkili Star Zone, and the two agents named Black Cup and Red Wine were ready to infiltrate the refugee team. The Kirkili Star Zone is a cube with a side length of 206 light-years, containing 15 Imperial worlds. The Ulaner orcs poured in from the neighboring Pamela Star region, sweeping the Kirkili Star Zone from east to west. Half a year ago, the Star District Governor's Space Marines were almost wiped out, and the Imperial Army intervened in the conflict, becoming the main force to resist the orc tide. A month ago, half of the Imperial worlds in the Kirkili Star Zone fell, and Lorgar's 47th Expeditionary Fleet was ordered to participate in the war. The combat power of the Space Marine Legion was beyond doubt. The 47th Expeditionary Fleet recaptured more than 30 Imperial worlds within a month. But not long ago, the Orc Emperor Urg of the Ulaner Empire suddenly appeared on the front line. 10 Orc warlord units arrived in the Kirkili Star Zone with Urg, that was a massive Orc army numbering in the tens of millions, with no less than 200 battleships alone. Lorgar had to mobilize 2 other expeditionary fleets to come for support. For a time, the number of word-bearers warriors fighting in the Kirkili Star Zone reached 100,000. But even so, the Ulaner side continued to advance steadily. Many Imperial worlds that had just driven away the orcs were once again surrounded by green orc Xenos. Whoosh bang! A green orc rocket fell from the sky, shooting down a personnel shuttle that was evacuating the surface. Dust and flames, accompanied by the sound of an explosion, shot into the sky, and the refugees trembled under the protection of high walls and shields. Dozens of Clicker Kid fighters roared in, dropping wave after wave of bombs and rockets. The shelter's shield flickered non-stop from the explosions, and ripples of fear spread through the hearts of the refugees and the mortal soldiers stationed there. Those damned orcs are air raiding again. Clear the ground. Non-combat personnel, assemble in the underground air raid shelter. Quickly, quickly, quickly. The Imperial Army rushed the refugees stranded on the surface underground, and the scene became chaotic. Buzz buzz buzz. Hundreds of Clicker Kid fighters swooped down, their engines emitting a sharp scream like a death knell. The Clicker Kid wore red goggles, their mouths wide open, letting the strong wind puff out their cheeks. They watched the shrimp in a panic under the shield, laughing wildly with a wailing and shouting, throwing explosives frantically into the anti-aircraft fire net. Bang 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 bang. The shelter's shield trembled violently, and its light grew dimmer and dimmer, but half of the refugees had not yet returned to the air raid shelter. More Clicker Kid fighters flew from a distance, followed by a green orc frigate. At the moment the ship was seen, the air pressure inside the shelter instantly dropped several notches, and a thick sense of despair quickly spread. This was just a temporary shelter, specifically used to transfer local refugees, so how could it possibly withstand the ship's macro cannons? Just one broadside salvo would make the shelter a thing of the past. But what the refugees and garrison did not expect was that the ship actually attacked the Clicker Kid fighters. Autocannons, lasers, and macro cannons all fired, destroying more than a dozen Clicker Kid fighters in just one surprise attack. The green orc aircraft in the sky were stunned. Before they could react, the frigate launched another fierce attack. Bang 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 bang. Clap 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 clap. Rumble. Flashes of fire lit up the sky. The frigate's high-speed autocannons wildly harvested the Clicker Kid fighters, while the fighters' missiles and machine guns could not penetrate the frigate's external armor plates. This scene made the people in the shelter lose their minds. How did the green orcs start fighting their own kind? The green orcs on the ship must be crazy. But this is good for us. Sir, we have received a communication request from the green orc frigate, should we connect it? Inside the shelter's command room, the communications officer operating the sound array device asked loudly. The garrison commander was a company commander from the 872nd Company of the Imperial Army's 1135th Army, his right arm was blown off, and he hadn't had time for surgery, so he could only command the battle with his injury. He propped himself up on the railing with his left hand, looking at the communication code on the sound array screen. It was indeed a communication request from the green orc frigate. Connect it. I want to see what these damned Xenos are up to. Yes, sir. The communications officer pressed the answer button. A holographic communication screen popped up, and a human-looking man appeared. The commander was astonished. How are you human? Do green orcs now disguise themselves as humans? Sir, I know you have many questions, please listen to me. The man in the picture was wearing the uniform of a commander of an armed cargo ship fleet, with bloodstains on his body, his expression solemn and serious. I am the commander of the armed logistics fleet under the Nest capital, Biliska in the Pamela Star region. My fleet returned to the Pamela Star region from the Journia Star zone not long ago, and only then did we discover that the Pamela Star region had fallen. We engaged the orc fleet, suffered heavy losses, and lost all our ships. Then how did you end up on an orc's frigate? The shelter commander couldn't help but ask. The man who claimed to be the commander of the armed logistics fleet said. This is a ship we seized. If it weren't for this ship helping me deceive the orcs, we would have died in the Pamela Star region long ago. My crew and I will help you resist the orc fighter fleet. I want to ask you a favor, to explain our origin and identity to the Imperial Army on our behalf. I don't want to be mistaken for orcs by the Imperial Army's fleet. The shelter commander glanced at the fire in the sky and nodded. I will explain the situation to the Imperial Army for you and verify your claims. On behalf of the refugees and soldiers of the shelter, I express our highest respect for your bravery and fearlessness. The shelter commander performed the Aquila salute. The man on the other end of the communication made the same gesture. The communication ended. The green orc frigate was entangled with the orc fighter fleet in the sky, greatly reducing the anti-aircraft pressure on the shelter. Inside the frigate's bridge, the man at the command console showed a smile, a hint of delight flashing in his eyes. Red wine, it worked. That guy agreed to help us prove our identity. Don't be happy too soon. Whether we can pass the Imperial Department of Military Affairs' identity review is not something a mortal Imperial Army company commander can decide. The secret cult agent named Red Wine was disguised as a helmsman, skillfully manipulating the ship's rudder. The crew working in the bridge were also secret cult agents. With the Elder's prophetic ability, they obtained a false identity, allowing them to disguise themselves as the armed logistics fleet of the Pamela Star region and infiltrate the battlefield of the Kirkili campaign. The real logistics fleet had long been torn to shreds by the orcs, the crew became orc food, and the ships were dismantled and thrown into Olaner's junkyard. All things that could prove their true identity, such as genetic samples and biometric codes, were destroyed by the orcs when the Pamela Star region fell. As long as the secret cult agents didn't expose themselves, no one could pierce their disguise. Except for the special ops boys in the corner of the bridge, Poison Nail Yaksun. Linyo received a prompt for an archived briefing, possessed Yaksun, and secretly watched a good show. The plan of these secret cult agents was not complicated. They would use the Elder's prophetic ability to make themselves heroes in the Kirkili campaign, and finally receive a personal commendation from the Word-Bearer's chief chaplain, Erebus. When in contact with Erebus, the secret cult agents would convey certain information to him, quickly gaining his trust, and then initiate a series of private discussions. What exactly they would discuss privately was beyond Linyo's knowledge. Yaksun did not hear this part when he was secretly observing the secret cult. Sir, an Imperial Army fleet has appeared in low-altitude orbit. It seems to be the Solar Auxilia. Sir, I'm receiving a broadcast signal here. The Solar Auxilia is ordering us to land at a designated location for their inspection. Dozens of Solar Auxilia fighters entered the atmosphere and engaged the Orc Clicker Kid fighters, but they did not attack the Green Orc frigate controlled by the secret cult. Seeing this, the secret cult agents smiled with relief. The shelter's commander was trustworthy and helped them explain the situation to the Solar Auxilia. Now it would be easy. They had fabricated a complete set of identity documents, enough to deceive the Solar Auxilia. The Green Orc frigate retracted its autocannons, changed direction, withdrew from the battlefield, and landed a dozen kilometers away from the shelter. 3 heavy assault shuttles flew over. 2 circled in the air as a warning, and the remaining one descended near the Green Orc frigate's external hatch. The secret cult agents opened the hatch to welcome the Solar Auxilia's inspection. Linyo watched the entire process, intending to be a bystander. But just as the Solar Auxilia inspection team appeared, he couldn't sit still. The people who came were none other than Mona and the other 2 who had graduated from the Orc destroyer. Mona was now a Marine squadron leader in the 13th Company of the 352nd Regiment of the Solar Auxilia, responsible for commanding the veterans of the former Orc destroyer 1st Company. Her 2 deputies were Wick and Leia. The 3, relying on the Orc prediction expert in alchemical potions, could easily deal with Orcs, but now they were facing the cunning and treacherous secret cult. If the secret cult members' actions were exposed in the future, Mona and the other 2, who were responsible for checking their identities, would definitely be the first to suffer. Not only would they be investigated by the Ministry of Military Affairs, but they might also be sent to mine, which would truly be a terrible fate. Fortunately, I'm here to keep an eye on things. You three are lucky, you won't be completely screwed by the secret cult. Linyo secretly calculated, trying to find a way to help Mona and the other two avoid the blame. But soon, a strange thought appeared in his mind. If he helped Mona and the other two expose the secret cult's true nature, then the secret cult members' plan would fall through. The secret cult members would not meet Erebus, and the secret cult elder's prophecy would also become invalid as a result. So the question was, would the secret cult elder foresee an orc hiding on the green orc frigate, revealing the secret cult members' disguise? If it could foresee it, but still allowed the secret cult members to carry out the plan, what was its purpose? If it could not foresee it, then why could it not foresee it? Linyo's thoughts raced, vaguely feeling that he was about to discover something extraordinary. He silently chanted Psyker Field in his heart. A Psyker Field, resembling black gauze, appeared, wrapping him like a soft curtain, looking thin and fragile, yet airtight, enough to resist malice from the warp. Linyo had a flash of insight, suddenly remembering what Isa Trazen had said, and instantly understood. I know. The system says my Psyker Field is equivalent to a single webway. Whatever effects the webway has, my psychic power has. The webway can block prophecies, and my Psyker Field can naturally block prophecies too. So I wasn't in the secret cult elder's prophecy from the very beginning. Linyo rubbed his hands excitedly, almost laughing out loud. He realized this a bit late. But it didn't matter, there was still a lot of room for maneuver. As the saying goes, wanting both A, B, and C is an impossible triangle. But with the help of the Psyker Field, being beyond prophecy and not under the gaze of the warp, he could completely help Mona and the other two avoid the blame, without delaying his own pursuit of Erebus, and also subtly disrupt the secret cult elder's plan. What else could this be but a win-win-win situation? Amazing, my Psyker Field, what exactly are you? Linyo suppressed the excitement in his heart, calmed down, and a plan formed in his mind. He glanced at the conversing cultists and inspection team, and quietly slipped into the database below the bridge. The navigation data of a green orc frigate is usually stored in a weird boy's head. But this ship was merely a facade, there were no orcs on board, and the one responsible for navigation was also a cultist disguised as a navigator. To calibrate the physical information of reality after leaving the warp, the ship had to use a navigation computer. The data in the computer was forged by the secret cult, recreating the ship's journey from the Pamela Star region to here. Mona and the other two would definitely check the computer's data. Linyo took out a datapad, connected it to the computer, directly erased the navigation data, and then damaged the computer's storage unit, disguising it as if a serrated animal had gnawed on the components. A puddle of liquid excrement from a squid was poured on it, the storage unit sizzled, sparks flew from the computer, and it was thus rendered useless. Without navigation data to corroborate, the cultist's persuasiveness was greatly diminished. But this was not enough, he had to add more fuel to the fire. Linyo crouched and crawled into the ventilation duct, reaching the darkest and most cramped area inside the ship. He took out an orc spore, soaked it in growth spirit, and placed it on the floor to cultivate. Before long, the spore grew into a mushroom, and a 20-centimeter tall Gretchen broke out of the mushroom. Boss! What do you want me to do? The Gretchen stood upright, pounding its chest in a proper salute. Linyo held a newly made leather crotchless pant in his right hand, and his left hand was on his hip. See the treasure in my hand? Tell me loudly, do you want it? Yes. So much. The Gretchen's eyes lit up. Can't hear you. Tell me loudly, do you want it? Yes. Good. Very spirited. Linyo put the leather crotchless pant over the Gretchen's head, as if crowning it. You do something for me. Chapter 255, Erebus's Gaze. The three of you, please come this way. I'll take you to check the navigation data. For ease of use, we moved the Greenskin's navigation computer and brought over a barely functional thinker from a damaged Imperium merchant ship to serve as our navigation computer. At the same time Linyo was giving instructions to the Gretchen, the secret cult agent, Black Cup, accompanied the inspection team to the ship's database in his capacity as captain. The ship's cabins, which the group passed through, were chaotically styled. The cabin templates were greenskin in design, but the facilities and miscellaneous items inside were human. The two different living atmospheres mixed together seemed to confirm the captain's statement, they were indeed a group of escapees who had seized a greenskin guardsman and were driving it to the Kirkili Star Zone. But was that really the truth? Mona dared not guarantee it, harboring many doubts in her heart. While serving on Epimedius's orc destroyer, she had rapidly learned a great deal of common knowledge related to orcs. To occupy the vehicles of these creatures, combat was not the difficult part, the real difficulty was clearing out the orcs' reproductive spores. These greenskin aliens would scatter a large number of spores during combat and death. The spores were light and tiny, easily carried by airflow into dark, cramped pipes and wall cracks. Just imagine. After an armed logistics fleet captured an orc guardsman, would they have that much energy to clean the entire ship? Mona thought it unlikely. After all, the other party had mentioned that their own ship had been sunk by the greenskins before they seized this guardsman. After such high-intensity combat, they shouldn't have had that much physical strength for meticulous cleaning. But strangely, along the way, Mona had not seen any traces of greenskin activity, not even Gretchen droppings. Such a tidy scene conflicted somewhat with the captain's statement. It's also possible that these crew members did indeed clean the guardsmen. I'll check their navigation logs first. Mona led the team towards the navigation computer, only to find that the device's screen was black, and the power reading on the holographic visor was 0. The captain's expression shifted slightly. He quickly walked to the computer and smelled a faint burnt odor. Following the direction of the smell, he saw several rows of tooth marks on the pipelines. Holy crap! Damn it! The pipelines are bitten through. The captain frantically called for the ship's technician and ordered him to quickly repair the data in the navigation computer. The technician opened the device's cover, and a strong smell of urine wafted out. Captain, the pipes are flooded and short-circuited. The technician removed the storage unit, lifted it, and shook it. Clear yellow liquid poured out, along with some capacitors. The captain's face darkened, veins bulging, but he dared not lose his temper in front of the solar auxilia. He could only suppress his anger and force a smile. 3. I'm truly sorry. Our navigation computer is ruined. Mona glanced coolly at the short-of-breath captain and gestured to Wick beside her. Check the storage unit and see what creature's bodily fluid it is. Received. Wick took out his handheld divining instrument and scanned the liquid's composition deeply. It's squig liquid waste, and it's quite fresh. Wick raised the divining instrument, tracking the waste's pheromones, and locked onto the ventilation duct on the wall. Upon closer inspection, squig hairs and footprints were distributed inside the duct. Wick looked at the data on the divining instrument and turned back to say. From my observations, the squig weighs about 100 kilograms. Its pheromones are spreading from deep within the ventilation duct, and its lair is in this ship's ventilation room. Leia pondered for a moment, raising her gun slightly. Captain Alec, please explain why, if there's a squig in the ventilation room, there are no orc spores in other parts of the ship. Black Cup, playing Captain Alec, was a bit nervous facing the gun barrel. Sorry, sir, I don't quite understand what you mean. Mona stared at the captain, saying coldly. It takes at least 3 days for spores to develop into a 100-kilogram squig. The ship's ventilation room exchanges gas with all parts of the ship through ventilation ducts. In 3 days, the spores in the ventilation room would have already spread to every corner of the ship with the airflow. So why have we only found traces of squig here, but not elsewhere? Did you intentionally use squig waste to damage the navigation computer? Answer me. No, I didn't. Black Cup frantically waved his hands. We cleaned the entire ship and eliminated all orc spores. I don't know where that squig came from. Bullshit. A sharp cry came from the corner. Everyone turned their gaze, and a dozen gun barrels pointed in the direction of the sound. It was a severely damaged fire alarm speaker making the sound. Judging by the timbre of the voice, the speaker seemed to be. Hey Gretchen? You're spewing nonsense. Stinky nonsense. Big nonsense. Big stinky nonsense. Grandpa Gretchen can't stand it anymore. The Gretchen roared in anger. The soldiers who had graduated from the orc destroyer began to act, searching for the Gretchen's whereabouts. The Gretchen shouted. That shrimp who calls himself Alec, aren't you called Black Cup? When did you change your name? Black Cup's face changed dramatically, his pupils suddenly contracting. And that female helmsman driving the ship next to you, aren't you called Redwine, you damn fella? Redwine's body trembled, her face draining of color in shock. Crew members on board. Don't you have any problems? Should I reveal your code names? The Gretchen's loud voice echoed in the room. Words spoken by an alien usually lacked credibility. But seeing the astonished and panicked expressions of Black Cup, Redwine, and the other crew members, the inspection team had no choice but to believe it. Mona pressed her gun barrel against Black Cup's chest, Leia watched Redwine, Wick tracked the Gretchen's signal with his divining instrument, and the other soldiers kept a close eye on the crew members. You, don't believe the Gretchen's words. Black Cup tried to maintain composure, struggling not to let his voice tremble. That Gretchen is slandering us. We don't have any code names. We're just ordinary members of an armed cargo fleet. Oh, you still dare to quibble? Watch as Grandpa Gretchen exposes your secrets. The Gretchen cleared its throat and shouted. Shrimp wearing solar auxilia uniforms, listen carefully to Grandpa Gretchen. These guys are secret cult agents. They disguised themselves as orcs, found this derelict ship on Ulaner, repaired it, and then drove it to this place in the Kirkili Star Zone. I suspect they have ulterior motives. Did you hear that clearly, Shrimp? They are secret cult agents. The Gretchen's words almost made the cultists sweat themselves. What was going on? When they were modifying the ship, they clearly searched every corner. How could a Gretchen suddenly appear, and how did it know so much about the situation? Secret cult agents. Mona was startled and immediately ordered. Apprehend all crew members. Wick, ferret out that Gretchen. The soldiers took out their stun guns, preparing to use strong dazzling light to incapacitate the cultists. Black Cup and Redwine exchanged glances, and psychic fluctuations emanated from their bodies. Careful. Leia, who had been silent for a long time, keenly detected the psychic fluctuations. Her left hand brushed her waist, and she threw out 2 dark blurs. Bang! Bang! Before Black Cup and Redwine could explode into action, they were hit in the temples by magazines, their bodies swayed, and they fell to the ground. Mona nodded slightly at Leia, using her psychic power to make the magazines fly back into her hands. Wick's divining instrument emitted a crisp beep. I've locked onto the Gretchen's electromagnetic signal. It's on the lower deck, in the scrap hold near the stern. The solar auxilia sprang into action and quickly found the Gretchen hiding in a pile of trash, with a plump squig nearby. A brief skirmish ensued. The Gretchen and squig erupted with 12/10 of their fighting spirit, but were ultimately killed by the solar auxilia, leaving no opportunity for interrogation. A Gretchen that could speak Low Gothic was indeed somewhat strange, but it was still less suspicious than the suspected cultist crew members. Mona and her team immediately escorted the crew members to low orbit, imprisoned them, and subjected them to rigorous interrogation. Black Cup, Red Wine, and the others initially kept their mouths shut, but once truth serum was introduced, they were forced to comply. However, the effects of truth serum were limited. Mona could only confirm that these individuals were indeed cultists, she couldn't ascertain their plan. Parts of their memories seemed to be protected by psychic power. The truth serum couldn't break through the psychic blockade, and the solar auxilia's etheric nullifiers tried several times without success, instead turning 3 cultists into vegetables. In desperation, the solar auxilia collectively handed the cultists over to the legal department for further interrogation. But just as the cultists were being transferred, an accident occurred. The sword-class frigate responsible for transferring the cultists was preparing to depart from the Kirkili Star Zone's combat zone and head to the adjacent Augia Star Zone. At this moment, the Orc fleet launched a surprise attack on the solar auxilia's space fortress. The sword-class frigate faced the enemy's gunfire directly and was almost blown into cosmic dust. A major battle was on the verge of breaking out, and no one paid attention to the sword-class frigate's whereabouts anymore. The Orc fleet's offensive momentum was incredibly fierce, and the solar auxilia's front lines were steadily pushed back. Just as the planet's low orbit was about to fall, the Word-Bearer's Legion cut into the battlefield. The 47th Expeditionary Fleet collectively warped in, led by the Law of Faith Gloriana-class battleship, which spanned the center of the battlefield like an overlord. Once the flagship-level void shield was activated, a massive barrier spanning the battlefield suddenly appeared. The Orc battleship's heavy cannons could not penetrate the void shield, but the Imperium of Man's shells and lances passed through unimpeded, instantly reversing the situation. As the 47th Expeditionary Fleet executed a boarding decapitation strike on the Orc war boss, the scales of victory rapidly tilted towards humanity. This battle lasted for most of the day, finally ending with the rout of the Orc fleet. The moment the Orcs scattered, everyone cheered for the Gloriana-class's heroic deeds. My Terra, I'll never forget the moment the Law of Faith shielded us from the artillery fire. Who said the word-bearers only recite scriptures? They're as brave as the legendary god of war. It's said that the Law of Faith is Lord Lorgar's flagship. I really want to meet this Gene Seed Primarch. The crew and soldiers chattered, and various ships expressed their gratitude to the Law of Faith. However, the bridge of the Law of Faith was temporarily too busy to respond to all parties. Erebus and Lorgar, a rare sight together, appeared on the command console, urging each team to speed up their work. Have you found that sword-class frigate? Erebus gripped the railing, his lips tight, and the nasolabial folds on his cheeks deeply etched into his skin. The tech priest operating the auger matrix below rapidly tapped the keyboard, dense characters reflected on the glass casing of his electronic eye. My lord, I have found the engine fragments of that sword-class frigate. I am currently calculating the trajectory of the fragments after the engine explosion. Please give me 1 minute. Erebus grunted dully. Lorgar stood with his hands clasped behind his back, silent, his gaze flickering slightly. 1 minute later, a holographic display popped up, showing the reconstructed trajectory of the sword-class frigate's fragments after the explosion. The display clearly showed that over a dozen egg-shaped emergency escape pods had ejected from it. Most of the escape pods were destroyed by the plasma storm, with only 2 escape pods safely leaving the explosion range. Find the signals of these 2 escape pods for me. No sooner had Erebus finished speaking than the tech priest responded. My lord, the escape pods' positions are locked. I've detected faint life signs inside. Erebus and Lorgar both breathed a sigh of relief. The two exchanged glances, and Lorgar turned and walked towards the scriptorium. Erebus instructed. Bring the escape pods back and send them to the special medical bay for treatment. Note that the secrecy level of this rescue operation is alpha level. No one is to disclose the identity of the rescued individuals to outsiders. Yes, my lord. The tech priest tapped the keyboard. The space marine responsible for the rescue departed in a shuttle. Midway, a communication signal connected to the bridge of the Law of Faith. A communication screen popped up, showing an officer, approximately 40 to 50 years old. Lord Erebus, I am Miss Leanne Mersa, commander of the Solar Auxilia 352nd Army. I apologize for disturbing you. I noticed you dispatched a rescue team to save the injured individuals stranded in space. I must inform you that those 2 injured individuals are suspected cultists. What? Erebus clenched the railing, exclaiming in shock, then quickly controlled his facial expression, returning to his gloomy and calm demeanor. Continue, Commander N. Mersa. Why do you say those 2 injured individuals are suspected cultists? The commander of the 352nd Army recounted the situation in detail. Erebus listened, his heart pounding. His and Lorgar's support for this location was not a coincidence, but rather a revelation received from the High Lords. 6 days ago, at 7 p.m., Erebus had finished giving a lecture to 8 new recruit teams and was about to go to the scriptorium to transcribe the 9th chapter of the Lamy Sayus Classics. The High Lords suddenly gave him a revelation from the soul level. At that moment, Erebus heard the majestic male voice again. The last time was one night after the perfect city was destroyed. The High Lords commanded the 47th Expeditionary Fleet to set off immediately for the Solar Auxilia 352nd Army's station, to rendezvous with a key individual on the sword-class frigate. Erebus didn't know who the so-called key individual was, but facing the High Lords who guided him and others to pilgrimage to the Giant Eye, he felt only obedience. Thus, he came, and Aurelian also came. Upon hearing that the key individual he was to rendezvous with had been labeled suspected cultist by the Solar Auxilia, Erebus was more surprised than anyone, yet still dared not disobey the will of the High Lords. Commander N. Mersa, since you have clear evidence proving those two are cultists, there's no need to go to the trouble of sending them to the adjacent star zone for trial. Erebus said in an undeniable tone. The word-bearers show no mercy to heretical faiths. The 47th Expeditionary Fleet just happens to have a mobile tribunal. Please send the key human and material evidence of the cultists to the Law of Faith. I will personally oversee the trial. As you wish, Lord Erebus. Commander Enmersa performed the Aquila sign. The communication ended. Before long, Mona and the two others arrived at the Law of Faith with the physical evidence. Erebus observed them closely through the monitoring screen, while their resumes were displayed on an adjacent monitor. My lord, those two injured individuals have been rescued. Should we still send them to the special medical bay? The officer in charge of dispatching asked cautiously. Erebus glanced at the three individuals on the monitoring screen and their respective files, then said grimly. Send those two to the special medical bay. Raise the security clearance to Alpha Level Plus. The officer glanced at the monitoring screen, his lips moving, wanting to say something but not daring to. Erebus narrowed his eyes at the officer. What? Aren't you going quickly? The officer felt a chill in his heart and quickly saluted and left. Erebus looked at the monitoring screen again, a subtle glint in his eyes, like a malevolent viper. Epimedius. Lenio Weirxai's people. It's Lenio Weirxai again. How many times have I heard that name now? Chapter 256, A New Plan to Kill the False Emperor. I finally got to meet Erebus. Lenio, possessing poison nail Yaxun, stood on the bridge ceiling of the Law of Faith, looking down at Erebus's every move. Legend has it that Lorgar's flagship was a mobile Gothic cathedral. During the dual secret cult period and the 40k era, most ships were designed and built with the Law of Faith as a reference. And now, it seemed, that was indeed the case. The columns were carved with exquisite and delicate scriptures, and the passing crew members wore robes with a sense of faith, adorned with scrolls of devout scriptures. In an inconspicuous corner, a subwoofer chanted scriptures at an almost inaudible volume. While other flagships had the roar of their engines as background noise, the Law of Faith was different, its background sound was the ethereal, almost imperceptible chanting of scriptures. A sacred aura lingered there, bringing peace to the heart. But it was truly strange, how could such a pure place give birth to something as vile as Erebus? Was the end of faith darkness? Or was it that faith was easily exploited by dark-hearted individuals? Lenio temporarily didn't want to ponder such profound questions. He looked down, taking in the scene of Erebus peeking at Mona and the other two. Mona and the other two were the human witnesses accusing the cultists. They carried navigation computer components from the cultists' ship and a recording of Gretchen speaking. Under normal circumstances, this level of human and physical evidence, plus the cultists' confessions under truth serum, would be enough to convict the cultists. But it was clearly not a normal situation now. Erebus knew that the two people he saved were cultists, yet he still protected them. If he said there was no problem here, who would believe him? Lenio had a feeling, whether it was an illusion or not, that Erebus was specifically after the cultists. I hope I'm overthinking it, otherwise, this is too bizarre. Below, Erebus pondered for half a minute, then picked up the communicator and issued an order. Find 2 prisoners from the cells on the lower deck whose height, build, and appearance are similar to those 2 injured individuals. Yes, sir. After a short wait, a voice came from the other end of the communicator. Sir, the 2 injured individuals are awake. They want to see you and say they have important matters to discuss with you. Also, we've found 2 prisoners who fit the requirements and will need some time to disguise them. Gouge out the prisoners' eyes, cut out their tongues, and disguise them as if they were injured in an explosion. I don't need to teach you these things, do I? Understood, sir. Erebus coldly issued orders while heading to the special medical bay. That place was located near the main keel on the upper deck. The ship's structure was stable, and its security and confidentiality were extremely high, accessible only to the most loyal mortals and word-bearers. Erebus wore master-crafted power armor, in the standard word-bearer's style, with the company number clearly visible on the curved surface of his shoulder pad. The 2 rescued cultists were vertically suspended in the amniotic fluid of the medical pods. They heard heavy footsteps approaching and wearily opened their eyes. Somber features and expressions came into view, and the word-bearer's first company captain insignia on the approaching person's shoulder was extremely eye-catching. Gurgle gurgle. Gurgle gurgle. The cultists exhaled large bubbles in the amniotic fluid, their bodies trembling excitedly, their eyes wide and staring. Erebus waved his hand. You all, get out. Yes, sir. The surrounding medical personnel quickly left the special medical bay. The airtight hatch closed, and the room became much quieter, with a low humming sound coming from the base of the medical pods. Erebus stepped forward, scrutinizing the 2 individuals in the medical pods, then pressed a button to activate the sound array devices on their breathing masks, allowing them to speak freely. Speak. Who are you? Why do you want to see me? Lord Erebus, we are envoys of the secret cult. The male-voiced injured person spoke. My codename is Black Cup, and next to me is my companion, her codename is Red Wine. Cultists. Erebus took a deep breath, his eyes darkening. I have nothing to discuss with you alien heretics. Despite saying so, Erebus had to follow the instructions of the High Lords and continue conversing with the 2. Black Cup, with difficulty, bowed slightly in the pod and humbly said. Lord Erebus, you are the chief priest of the word-bearers, a wise and sagacious elder. Your reputation is widely spread, and even our elders have heard of you. We come to you with reverence and goodwill, seeking cooperation. As a token of our sincerity, we will present you with a gift. Erebus nodded coldly. Continue, but get to the point, no nonsense. I still have a trial meeting concerning you to attend, I don't have time to chat with you here. Black Cup twitched in fear and quickly said. We have brought you a gift hidden within our soul encoding. Soul encoding? Erebus was stunned, isn't that Eldar sorcery? Has the secret cult also mastered the same sorcery? Yes, sir. However, only our elders have mastered the soul encoding technology. Black Cup pointed to the button on the control panel. Our gift needs to be extracted from the soul using psychic power. Please allow us to use our psychic abilities. Erebus checked his weapons and shields through the sensors inside his power armor. After confirming everything was in order, he pressed the button. The anti-psychic collars on Black Cup and Redwine were disengaged. The two turned to face each other and activated the psychic energy within their bodies. The psychic readings rose to delta level. White light illuminated their eyes, projecting 4 beams of light. The beams converged above the empty space between them, forming a virtual image. In the image, a grey figure emerged, communicating face-to-face with Erebus. Erebus, chief priest of the Word Bearers. The scene where the High Lords blessed you is no secret. Many in this galaxy know your background. Erebus looked astonished, not expecting the secret cult to expose his secrets so quickly. The grey figure in the image continued. I know you will be astonished by this, but rest assured, from now on, you are no longer just a pawn on the gods' chessboard. You will become a qualified player, playing against your enemy the Emperor of the Imperium of Man, and your masters the gods of high heaven, on the same chessboard. You are blaspheming my faith, and you will pay for your words. Erebus recovered from his initial astonishment and strode forward, staring intently at the figure in the image. The figure in the image was unresponsive to Erebus's threat. Your faith, in my eyes, is like ants, and your masters are nothing but shadowy figures hiding in the warp. Listen carefully. Your masters originally planned to ignite the galaxy in the 31st millennium. They made full preparations for this. In their original plan, at some point in the future, Horus Lupercal would become the War Master of the Imperium of Man. He would be wounded by Nurgle's blade on Davin and receive treatment from the natives on Davin. The so-called healing ritual was merely a trap. Horus would, on that day, at that moment, have his soul controlled by the 4 Chaos Gods, losing his free will, becoming the first gene seed primarch of the Imperium of Man to be sacrificed. The plan to burn the galaxy and slay the false emperor would then begin. Erebus's face was stern. What does any of this have to do with me? The figure said. The person who wounded Horus was named Eugene Tombaugh, and the Nurgle's blade he used came from you. It was you who gave him this deadly weapon, corrupting his soul and causing him to wound Horus. The person who recommended Horus to receive treatment on Davin was also you. And the person who infiltrated Horus's dreams during his treatment, corrupting Horus on behalf of the 4 Chaos Gods, was still you. Erebus frowned, his gaze flickering rapidly. This is all a lie you fabricated. If all I said were lies, then why did your gods send you to retrieve my 2 agents? The grey figure hit the mark. Erebus stepped back in shock, only then remembering that he had come here because of the gods' command. The grey figure then said. You must be confused now by the gods' arrangements. Why would they arrange for you to retrieve my agents? I will tell you the answer now. The grey figure paused. Believe it or not, the future of the galaxy has been completely changed by an obscure force. Your gods' meticulously woven plan has fallen through because of this force. They must make changes, formulate new plans, but they are also worried that the mysterious force will disrupt their layout again. They need a helper. And I am their first choice. You. Erebus snorted. Don't your cultists desire to eliminate humans, warp creatures, and all other Xenos, to monopolize the galaxy? Why would our common masters cooperate with you? The grey figure did not speak, raising a hand to fire a beam of light. Its movements were extremely fast, so fast that even Erebus, modified by gene seed surgery, couldn't react. The beam landed on Erebus's forehead, and his mind felt cold. Erebus felt something leave his head, and another thing enter it. The beam disappeared. What did you do to me? Erebus was both surprised and angry, drawing the chain sword from his waist. The gods have placed a new plan in your soul encoding. I just read your soul and reviewed this plan. I approve of their plan. I have placed a reply from me to the gods in your soul. The next time you pray to the gods, they will naturally receive my message. The grey figure disappeared. The light in the secret cult agent's eyes faded. The two came to their senses and saw Erebus holding a chainsword, his expression ferocious and angry, and their hearts sank. Lord Erebus, what just happened? Lord Erebus, please put away your weapon. Whatever you just saw, it was a gesture of goodwill from the elders, not a threat. Black Cup and Redwine frantically tried to appease Erebus. They were completely oblivious to what had just happened. In a sense, they were merely tools for the secret cult elders to convey messages. Since they were tools, it was reasonable to discard them after use. Erebus stiffly put away his chainsword. He glanced at the agents, said nothing, and turned to leave. A moment later, the 2 prisoners who were originally supposed to take the blame for the cultists were thrown into the incinerator and burned to ashes. Black Cup and Redwine were pulled from the medical pods, had their vocal cords severed, their eyeballs pierced, and all traces of treatment removed, then were escorted to the trial in a dying state. With human witnesses, physical evidence, and confessions all present, they were sentenced in court, their true identities verified on the spot, and executed immediately. The cultists were taken to the pyre on the middle deck and burned alive by the flames of meltaguns in full view of everyone. The trial concluded, and Mona and the other two returned safely to the solar auxilia. Lin Yo silently watched all of this from the shadows, quietly breathing a sigh of relief, but then immediately became vigilant. The grey figure who had spoken with Erebus earlier should be the secret cult elder, meaning the lizardman. It said that the gods had placed a new plan in Erebus's soul. This new plan to burn the galaxy and slay the false emperor had received the lizardman's approval. The two sides would certainly cooperate according to the new plan later. Lin Yo intended to get his hands on this plan. But then the problem arose, how could he extract the plan from Erebus's soul without alerting him? Lin Yo was stumped by this question. But then he had a change of thought. That's not right. After I kill Erebus and Lorgar, will I still need to check the plan? Without Lorgar, the head of the heretics, and without Erebus, the stirrer of trouble, it would be a miracle if the four chaos gods could still cause waves in the galaxy. So, don't worry about how to avoid alerting Erebus, just do him. Lin Yo, full of fighting spirit, began to execute his ambush plan. Erebus and Lorgar were on the Law of Faith, surrounded by the 47th Expeditionary Fleet and the Solar Auxilia. Even if Brother Li had immense power in the webway, he wouldn't dare open a webway gate in front of so many people. He had to first lure Erebus and Lorgar out alone, then, when no one was paying attention, take them down in one swift move. Lin Yo originally planned to create a disturbance within the 47th Expeditionary Fleet. But before he could act, an unexpected yet logical situation occurred. A battleship even larger than the Law of Faith warped in, followed by countless green orc frigates. The moment the fleet appeared, piercing alarms blared on the Imperium of Man's ships. Warning! Warning! Orc Emperor URG's Wolf Blade detected. 27 green orc battleships, 212 green orc cruisers, and at least 300 green orc frigates detected. All units, enter maximum combat readiness. Repeat. Warning. Static crackle. Strong electromagnetic interference cut off communications. Crude green orc voices intruded into the Imperium of Man's channels. Haha. Finally caught you, Lorgar Aurelian. I'm the most awesome and coolest green orc from Alainer. I challenge you. If you're brave enough, come and fight me one-on-one. Whoever chickens out is a spineless coward. Chapter 257 Erebus is captured. The Gene Seed Primarch was provoked by the Orc Emperor, and the 47th Expeditionary Fleet and Solar Auxilia were enraged. Ulrich URG, in the name of the Emperor, I accept your challenge. Lorgar responded positively over the local wide area broadcast. The flames of war, which had only recently died down, ignited once more. This time, the Imperium of Man was at an absolute disadvantage. They couldn't match the number of ships, nor could they compare to the Green Orcs' morale, and the situation was precarious. But no one chose to retreat. The Imperial Army's 352nd Regiment quickly assembled, preparing for a decisive battle with the Green Orcs in low orbit above the planet. The 47th Expeditionary Fleet, fully stocked with ammunition and with their ships in prime condition, voluntarily moved to the front lines for close quarters engagement with the Green Orcs. Although the Word-Bearers Legion would eventually turn to chaos, at this moment in time, their actions were worthy of the titles Space Marine and Imperial Superman. Hundreds of thousands of macro cannon shells flew out, and the ship-to-ship bombardments from both sides erupted instantly, with fireballs and the dazzling light of shipborne shields everywhere in low orbit. Guardsmen weaved through the battlefield, searching for weak points in the enemy and launching boarding assaults. Low orbit was in chaos, and both sides of the decisive battle simultaneously chose to duel on the surface. More than a dozen gunboats flew out from Faith's Law, and the Wolf Blade's gigantic custom Megablaster aircraft took off. The two groups, trailing long friction plumes, plummeted at high speed, slamming violently into the Imperial city that had already been reduced to ruins. Accompanying Lorgar in battle were the elite veterans of the Serrated Sun Warband, while Chief Chaplain Erebus led the first company, holding down the fort in low orbit. More than half of URG's personal guard were deployed, and when these behemoths, over 5 meters tall, emerged from the gigantic custom Megablaster aircraft, a gasp of surprise echoed through Lorgar and the Serrated Sun's internal communication channels. Primarch above, why are these orcs so massive? This is insane. Why did no one ever tell me the Orc Emperor is 10 meters tall? Of course, it's because everyone who's seen it is already dead. Shut up. Silence. With the Warband leader's furious roar, the noisy internal channel fell silent. Lorgar looked up at the sky, his gaze lingering briefly on his flagship. This battle would most likely end with the Imperium of Man's defeat, inevitably leading to a hasty retreat from the planet. Lorgar thought of a way to turn the tide of the battle, find an opportunity to restrain URG, then have Erebus bombard URG from low orbit. If the first strike missed, they would immediately withdraw. But if successful, the prestige gained from beheading the master of the Ulaner Orc Empire would completely overshadow the flaw of an unfair duel, earning him an even more prominent reputation. Everything was according to Lorgar's plan. But what he didn't know was that this elaborate arrangement was destined to fail. Not long after he left Faith's Law, the Special Ops boys, hidden in the shadows, made their move. Lin Yo hid deep within the ventilation ducts, retrieving raw materials from the fungus warehouse to handcraft plasma bombs. 2 small blast-all bombs were completed, followed by a dozen backup microplasma grenades. Lin Yo carefully stored the explosives and checked his weapons and equipment. After confirming everything, he opened the system interface and loaded the space save file. His consciousness switched in an instant, and the scene before him changed to the Wrench's Bridge, with the cosmic hall of the Old One's military fortress visible outside the viewport. Green Orc frigates arrived carrying single crystals, supplying power to the dim supergiant crystal, flanked by a dozen green orc cruisers and 2 green orc battleships. Lin Yo pressed the button on the command console, and the crystal's interaction interface popped up. Current single crystal reserves, 852 tons. Over 800 tons of single crystal, enough to activate the Cosmic Hall's functions. Lin Yo's mind settled, and he opened the fleet's communication channel. Boys, the witch doctor just told me that the Gretchen are about to step into our trap. Everyone, pay attention. If anyone dares to slack off, I'll send him to the webway graveyard to brawl with rotten things. Waik. Kill the Gretchen. My big blade is already thirsty. The channel was filled with Waik cries. Lin Yo quickly added. You must remember, capture that bastard named Erebus alive, don't kill him. Lin Yo projected Erebus's image onto the public screen, and the boys all responded affirmatively. Lin Yo manipulated the system interface, switching his consciousness back to Poison Nail Yaksun. The interior of the ventilation duct reappeared before his eyes. Lin Yo took a deep breath of the slightly musty air and officially began his operation. He activated his fungi ability, Teleport, arriving at the Bridge of Faith's Law. Here, he saw Erebus commanding the battle. After the disappearance of First Company Captain Cor Farron, Erebus took over the position of First Company Captain, responsible for guarding Faith's Law. Under the dual blessings of Chief Chaplain and First Company Captain, Erebus naturally became the fleet's commander. Erebus would not leave the flagship, nor could he. This situation was somewhat unfavorable for Lin Yo. The nearby webway gate wasn't wide enough for Faith's Law to enter. Furthermore, it was sheer fantasy for him to control Faith's Law alone. He still needed to get Erebus to leave the flagship first, and enter a shuttle or a smaller guardsman. Lin Yo turned and left the bridge, following his pre-planned route to the engine room. This location was at the intersection of the main and auxiliary keels on the lower deck, with an incredibly stable hull structure that wouldn't collapse even if directly hit by macro cannon fire. A tech priest and more than 10 tech priests were responsible for protecting the engine room, surrounded by numerous combat servo-automata and servo-skulls working and patrolling. Lin Yo could infiltrate here by teleport, but this ship's plasma reactor wasn't that easy to blow up. Adamantium casing and inert gas formed an independent sealed area, protecting the reactor comprehensively. The sparks and particle beams generated by the plasma bomb explosion would be instantly suppressed by the inert gas, causing not the slightest ripple. The plan to destroy the engine and force Erebus away was unfeasible, so Lin Yo thought of an unconventional approach. He settled for the next best thing, finding the power transmission pipeline hub, using brain freeze technique to immobilize the tech priests, and setting up plasma bombs. Boom! The plasma bomb detonated, and the surging particle beams pierced the outer casing of the pipeline hub. A series of chain reactions erupted. First, the pipelines were suddenly squeezed and deformed by immense internal pressure, then the energy core responsible for distributing power crackled, sparking and spewing black smoke. A few seconds later, another thunderous explosion occurred, and the surging shockwave instantly crushed the surrounding tech priests, leaving no survivors. A piercing alarm blared on the Bridge of Faith's Law. Lord Erebus! Lord Erebus! The tech priest operating the auger matrix shrieked in extreme terror. The ship's main power hub has exploded. The emergency hub has activated, but our power output has dropped by 30%. The ship's void shield is underperforming, the charge progress of the lance array is stalled, and a live shell is stuck in the barrel. What? Erebus gripped the railing, leaning forward and shouting. Quickly, eject that shell stuck in the barrel. The macro cannon crew is trying. Lord Erebus! The fire control master yelled. The main power hub explosion has caused a fire in the stern. I've already sealed off nearby compartments, but the flames are spreading through the wall conduits towards the thrusters. Estimated 10 minutes until the thrusters' cooling chambers are incapacitated by fire, 20 minutes until the thrusters overheat, and 30 minutes until the thrusters explode. Bang! Boom! The sudden vibration and roar interrupted their conversation, and the ribbons and banners on the ceiling swayed violently. A tech priest wailed, saying tearfully. Lord, that shell exploded, and other shells detonated in sympathy. A huge hole has appeared in the starboard armor plating of Faith's Law. This ship is heavily damaged, I can hear the machine spirit screaming in pain. Erebus stumbled, then gripped the railing and straightened himself, his pupils trembling uncontrollably. He dared not imagine the immense disaster the main power hub explosion would cause. Ahead was an uncontrollable fire, behind was severe damage to the side hull, and most critically, the Gene Seed Primarch Lorgar Aurelian was dueling the Orc Emperor on the surface. If there was no support from low orbit, could Lorgar's plan to behead the Orc Emperor still succeed? If it didn't succeed, what kind of situation would arise? Could he, a chief chaplain and first company captain, bear such responsibility? Better to charge into battle and die in a boarding action. Wait. Charge into battle? Killing URG might offer a glimmer of hope. Erebus's eyes brightened slightly, his body and pupils no longer trembled, and his gaze became grim and cutting once more. Everyone listen. This is destined to be a brutal encounter. Faced with the Orc Emperor's offensive and our own misfortune, we have no retreat. The bridge was silent, everyone looking at the chief chaplain on the command console, his towering figure reflected in their eyes. Erebus raised his hand and pointed to the holographic screen, which showed the live duel on the surface. Our great Gene Seed Primarch, Lorgar Aurelian, is engaged in a brutal decisive battle. As you can see, the Orc Emperor and his bodyguards are ferocious and violent, their armor is so hard, and their combat power is extremely formidable. Aurelian losing low orbit support is equivalent to plunging into the abyss of death. Erebus drew the sword from his waist and raised it high. I am willing to lead the first company into battle, to slay the Orc Emperor and save the Primarch. Now, I need a qualified successor to take my place. Erebus pointed to the captain beside him. You, step forward. I shall bestow upon you supreme authority and glory. The captain excitedly approached, his expression solemn and grave, slowly kneeling on one knee. Erebus tapped the captain's shoulder armor with his blade, finally resting the blade on his head. In the name of the Primarch, I appoint you commander of Faith's Law in the 47th Expeditionary Fleet. Bang. Boom. Another explosion sounded, and the strong tremor almost made those not wearing mag boots lose their footing. Faith's Law's void shield was underperforming, the warp barrier flickering, and a shell happened to hit the hull just as the void shield disappeared. Everyone's hearts tightened, and the pressure doubled. Erebus knew the situation was dire, so he skipped the remaining authorization steps, immediately put on the helmet from his waist, and turned to leave. Return to your posts, I will go assist the Primarch now. Clang clang clang. The sound of ceramite boots hitting the deck quickly faded as the first company elites, clad in Terminator and Artificer power armor, departed. The bridge became noisy again, with the new commander issuing loud orders. Erebus ignored the commotion behind him, boarding a gunboat at maximum speed and leading the first company soldiers into battle. On the other side, the Wolf Blade timely detected the movements of Faith's Law. Green Orc frigates and custom Megablasta aircraft sped in, vying to intercept the Word-bearer's first company. The Green Orcs, with far superior maneuverability and firepower, overwhelmed the first company. As soon as they engaged, 4 of the first company's flying vehicles, fully loaded with veterans, exploded. At this rate, the first company would be reduced to ash before even landing. Erebus knew the situation was dire. If he didn't leave now, he would surely be dragged down into the mire. He glanced at the first company warriors beside him, steeled his heart, went to the cockpit, and abruptly pressed the switch to open the hatch. Whoosh 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 whoosh. A fierce wind raged inside the gunboat, and the vast pressure difference between inside and outside air swept 2 veterans into space. Lord Erebus, what are you doing? 4 veterans quickly activated their mag boots and sealed modules, barely managing to stand firm in the rapidly cooling and depressurizing environment. Their answer was merciless gunfire. Bang 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 bang. Bolter rounds shattered the visors of 2 veterans and pierced the knees of the other 2, all 4 either died on the spot or were sucked into the vacuum, dragging only half of their legs. Erebus closed the hatch and pressed his gun against the pilot's head. To the watcher, quickly. Yes, yes, Lord. The pilot was terrified and could only obey Erebus's command. The Watcher was an armed cargo ship, carrying over a dozen escape pods capable of short-range teleport travel. Due to their inertia and extremely small mass, the escape pods jumped into the warp as fast as lightning, and even Green Orc frigates couldn't stop them. Moments later, the egg-shaped escape pod emerged from the Watcher and immediately entered the warp. A few more minutes passed, and the escape pod randomly landed within 1 light-year of the battlefield. Looking at the tranquil, distant, and war-free starry sky outside the window, Erebus slumped into the pilot's seat with a sigh of relief, letting out a long breath. Suddenly, his body stiffened, his eyes glazed over, his brain became uncontrollably sluggish, and everything went dark. He didn't know how much time had passed, but his consciousness gradually returned, and several orc boys burst into view, their noisy chatter and laughter filling his ears. Boss, Erebus is awake. Hee hee. I'm the one who caught this stinky shrimp. Bullshit. I clearly caught him. Arg. I'll fight you. Bang bang. The noisy green orcs were thrown away by a large hand. Gurgle 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 gurgle. A string of bubbles floated past his eyes, and the yellowish-green amniotic fluid rippled. Erebus looked left and right, disbelievingly staring at the scene before him. Wasn't he in an escape pod? How did he turn into a head suspended in an amniotic fluid tank in the blink of an eye? A burly figure stopped in front of the amniotic fluid tank, and cold, emotionless eyes filled Erebus's vision. Erebus. You bastard. Look me in the eyes. Chapter 258, It's Cloudhammer, stab Erebus at least 7 times. The orc's roar brought Erebus back to his senses. His ruthless and dark mindset prompted Erebus to quickly calm down. He scanned the environment at the fastest speed, collecting information and understanding the situation. This was a crude secret chamber, with a metal roof, floor, and walls. Gretchen surrounded the amniotic fluid tank, grinning. A tech boy was fiddling with scrap next to the amniotic fluid tank, making some kind of device. All the greenskin xenos obeyed the commands of the orc in front of him. Erebus ignored the orc leader who was glaring at him. He closed his eyes in the amniotic fluid tank and prayed to the High Lords in his heart. 10 seconds later, Erebus opened his eyes, his expression growing calmer. He had not received a response from the High Lords, which indicated that everything he was currently seeing was an illusion, not a real scene. In other words, he had inexplicably fallen into an ambush while resting in the escape pod. This could be psychic power, or it could be the effect of some drug. In any case, none of this was real, it was all an illusion, and he had nothing to fear. You won't scare me, orc. Erebus swept a contemptuous glance over the greenskin xenos. I am the captain of the Word-bearer's first company, the chief chaplain of the army. I have killed more orcs than you have seen in your life. Your illusion is very effective, I can even feel the delicate sensation of amniotic fluid passing down my throat. But with just this kind of display, you are not enough to make me submit. Ha, an illusion. Linio gave a cold laugh. Erebus, your name is false. When you were still a stinky Palu boy, you killed an excellent young man of good character and scholarship on Kalkus. You usurped his name, imitated his appearance, and carved scriptures onto yourself. You replaced his identity and entered the academy for further study. Am I right? Erebus froze, his deepest secret exposed, and a large number of bubbles emerged from his breathing mask. But soon, he calmed down again. It seems you used brain-computer interface and neural technology to read my memories. Yes, I am indeed an imposter, but I am also a victor, a wise man, and a brave man. How many people can control their own destiny like me? I advise you to stop as soon as possible, otherwise. Erebus was about to utter a threat when the tech boy next to him suddenly jumped up in delight. Oh yeah boss, I got it done. The tech boy joyfully held up the device in his hand, which looked like a tube with an adapter. Linio waved his hand. Connect this bastard to the power. Neng. The tech boy connected the tube to the base of the amniotic fluid tank. Zzzzzzzzzzz. Lorgar Aurelian, the gene seed primarch of the word bearers, was severely wounded by URG. URG captured Lorgar alive and boasted that he would take Lorgar back to plant him in a field, continuously extracting his biological material for witchcraft experiments. The jagged flame warband was enraged. Perhaps they were summoned by the chaos gods. They awakened the chaos daemon within them, transforming into true enchanted warriors. After a frenzied battle, URG lost his right arm, and all of the Beast Emperor's guard and enchanted warriors were slain. URG carried away the unconscious Lorgar and retreated with the Orc army. The 47th Expeditionary Fleet and the Solar Auxilia only realized that the Primarch of the Word Bearers had been captured after the Orcs had completely withdrawn. The same was true for Linio. Lorgar was actually captured alive by URG. Isa Trazen could hardly believe it after hearing Linio's description. That's a gene seed Primarch of the Imperium of Man. Even if Lorgar couldn't defeat URG, he shouldn't have been captured alive. At the very least, he should have been able to escape back to his flagship and withdraw from the battlefield. There's definitely something wrong here. Linio remained silent, simply staring at the text on the holographic screen. Isa Trazen understood. You think the secret cult elders are behind this? Yes, Linio nodded in response, and I suspect URG has already met with the rotten stuff. Why do you say that? I have some good boys on Elaner, and they privately told me that URG disappeared 2 days ago, and now no one on Elaner knows where he went. Isa Trazen clicked her tongue. You have friends on Elaner too? It seems your social circle is quite wide. What exactly is your background? From your tone, you and URG are not on the same side. Heaven knows how many guesses Isa Trazen had about Space's identity. During this time, she racked her brain but couldn't figure out where Space had come from. Among her many guesses, the one she found most acceptable was Space came from Elaner, a warlord there, tasked by the Orc Emperor to explore the webway. But now it seemed this guess was completely wrong. Space was clearly not URG's subordinate, nor even an ally. This made Isa Trazen even more confused about Space's origin. Even stranger was, how many friends did this guy have? It felt like his people were everywhere. Linio saw Isa Trazen's small expression and waved his hand, saying, You performed very well this time. I permit you to make certain modifications to your current living quarters. Before the formal modifications, you must submit a modification plan to me. Understood. Isa Trazen nodded. Go out, all of you go out. I need to deal with the scum in the amniotic tank alone. Linio waved his hand, making Purple Sprout, Boys, and Gretchen all leave. Pressing the button again, a strong electric shock woke Erebus. Greenskin, do you know what you've done? You dare desecrate the pronouncements of the Chaos Gods. Erebus was both shocked and enraged. Linio's face was ashen, and the towering wrath of Cloudhammer against Erebus burned in his chest. He was very angry now and needed to vent it on Erebus's head. He opened the amniotic tank, lifted Erebus's head from the water, and water dripped down. A short knife broke through the water curtain, plunging into Erebus's skull from below. Pfft! The blade sank into his neck, the tip protruding from the top of his head. Erebus's eyes widened, filled with terror, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks. This cut is for Lorgar Aurelian, whom you misled. Pfft! This cut is for Horus Lupercal, whom you harmed. Pfft! This cut is for Sanguinius, whom you almost tricked. Pfft! This cut is for Elda, the mother of the Primarch, whom you murdered. Pfft! This cut is for the Emperor, whom you caused to sit endlessly on the golden commode, forced to sell his ass to the rotten stuff. Pfft! The sixth knife pierced his head, and Erebus was barely breathing, infinitely close to death. The chill unique to fading life gripped his consciousness, dragging him slowly, irreversibly, into the abyss of death. This cut is for the civilians who died in the Horus heresy. Linio's eyes were icy, filled with killing intent. He pressed his thumb against the short knife and swung it with all his might. This cut is for the Cloudhammer you fed shit to. Farewell, the foulest shit-stirrer in the cesspit. I will certainly send your master down to be buried with you. Pfft! The seventh knife sliced the head into several pieces, and Erebus's eyeballs fell into the amniotic tank, bobbing on the surface of the water, eventually settling into stillness. Hiss, exhale. Linio took a deep breath, slowly exhaled, wiped the filth from the short knife, and sheathed it. As he walked out of the interrogation room, his heart became calm. Cloudhammer's greatest obsession since crossing over vanished at this moment, and his thoughts became completely clear. Linio ordered the boys to dispose of the body and took a greenskin shuttle to the construction site. He monitored the Palu boy working from the high platform while pondering silently. When he talked to Isa Trazen earlier, he claimed to have learned about the Orc Emperor's disappearance from his boys on Ulaner, thus inferring that URG had likely gone to the Eye of Terror. The situation was indeed like that, but it wasn't as simple as Linyo made it sound. About 5 days ago, URG led the Orc army to finish the battle and returned to the Great Crown for rest. Midway, the wolf knife-carrying URG suddenly separated from the fleet, and there had been no news of it since. Additionally, Linyo secretly activated the WADAX simulation, choosing URG as the simulation target. The message from the system was not optimistic. You have selected Ulrich URG, Ulaner Orcs Emperor as the simulation target. Calculating simulation price. The simulation target is the Orc Emperor. The starting price for simulation is 100,000 magic spores. The simulation target controls 2.6 billion orcs. The starting price for simulation increases by 3.9 billion magic spores. The simulation target has undergone Mad Doctor Witchcraft, Mechanical Witchcraft, and Psychic Witchcraft modifications. Simulation price increases by 300%. The simulation target is in the warp. Simulation price increases by 100%. The simulation target is in a wounded state. Simulation price -20%. The final simulation price is approximately 18.7 billion magic spores. Number of magic spores, 760,000. Insufficient magic spores. You cannot simulate this character. Good news, URG has not been corrupted by chaos yet. Bad news, not enough magic spores to possess URG. Worse news, URG went to the Eye of Terror alone, with no entourage. Linyo tried several different search targets but couldn't find any orcs near URG. This was very frustrating. I suddenly realized something, Isa Trazen said, arriving at the high platform in a shuttle. After she helped Linyo with the Cosmic Hall last time, she received a shuttle as her residence and a tech boy as her driver. What did you realize? Linyo turned his head to look. Isa Trazen said with a slightly grave expression. I suspect that the person responsible for luring URG to the Eye of Terror is none other than Lorgar, whom URG captured alive. Why do you say that? Why would the Beast Emperor listen to the advice of a captive? Linyo was slightly stunned, then his heart contracted violently as he remembered Lorgar's title. The Arch-Heretic. It was no exaggeration to say that the Horus heresy began with Lorgar's defection to Chaos. His title, Arch-Heretic, also came from this. Now that Corfarin was dead and Erebus was reduced to ashes, the plan to corrupt Horus was unlikely to succeed. However, Lorgar's defection to Chaos was an unchangeable fact. In other words, unless Lorgar died, a massive conflict spanning the entire galaxy was inevitable. So, how would Lorgar instigate the war? Could it be? At that moment, an incredibly bold, exaggerated, and wild idea appeared in Linyo's mind. Chapter 259, Mao is dead, Wu Ji is in power. Note 1, this chapter is filled with chaos corruption. Please maintain your loyalty to Gork and Mork while reading. Let us rewind to 5 days ago, the moment Lorgar was captured alive by URG. The ruins of the Imperium of Man's cities were once again heavily damaged. Broken walls and shattered remnants were reduced to dust, and the ground was covered with fragments and blood of the Beast Emperor's guard. URG's right arm was severed at the root, and the armor on his left arm was riddled with damage. He picked up Lorgar, who had his eyes closed, and boarded a giant captain's battle wagon. Returning to his flagship, the Wolf Blade, URG casually tossed Lorgar beside the throne and ordered to leave the battlefield and return to Ulaner's capital, the Great Crown, for rest. The Orc army retreated, and the fleet broke free from the Imperium of Man, entering the warp. Just then, Lorgar, who appeared to be unconscious, woke up. People often thought that this Primarch of the Word-Bearers was the weakest among all the Gene Seed Primarches. But was that really the case? Very few knew that Lorgar Aurelian was an etheric nullifier. His mastery of etheric nullifiers ranked among the top 3 in the Imperium of Man, second only to the Emperor, the Lord of Humanity, and Magnus. In the previous duel with URG, Lorgar only used the strength of his physical body and power armor, not his etheric nullifiers. He deliberately lost to URG. He deliberately used the lives of the Serrated Flames warband and his own miserable defeat to create the illusion that he was no match for URG. He deliberately waited until this very moment to reveal his full power. Ulrich URG. Lorgar floated up from the ground, hovering 20 meters above it. As etheric nullifiers fluctuations emanated from Lorgar, the Mad Doctor, Pain Boys and Tech Boy near the throne simultaneously had their heads explode, turning into corpses. Lorgar looked down at the Orc Emperor with a disdainful gaze, his eyes filled with compassionate gentleness. This duel, you lost. URG was startled by the suddenly levitating Primarch, and upon hearing the other's words, he instinctively sneered, Shrimp, so you were faking it before. Looks like you're not convinced. Alright then, I'll fight you again. This time, I'll beat you until you're picking up your teeth from the floor. URG threw down the healing salve in his hand and stood up from the throne, his mountain-like body still powerful. But the next second, Lorgar pressed his right hand down, speaking with the power of command, kneel. Thud. A massive etheric nullifier's pressure, like Mount Tai pressing down, caused URG's knees to hit the ground, forcing him to his knees involuntarily. URG roared, Damn shrimp! You dare to humiliate me! I'll tear you apart! Quiet! Lorgar rubbed his right hand, weaving a delicate air shackle with etheric nullifiers to seal URG's mouth, forcing him to kneel on the ground in a humiliated posture, looking up at him. Lorgar stepped through the air, approaching URG, the compassionate light in his eyes growing more intense. URG, I have come to save you. You are worthy of being redeemed by my lord. Save your mother's ass. I'm going to kill you. URG couldn't speak, nor could he move his body, he could only express his thoughts with eyes full of murderous intent. Don't you understand, URG? Killing you is no different to me than crushing an ant. Lorgar raised his right hand and squeezed hard. Splat! URG's right arm exploded, bones, muscles, and ligaments all shattered into fragments, and blood splattered out like fireworks. URG groaned in pain, an expression of disbelief appearing in his angry eyes. He deeply felt how enormous the power gap was between them. Just by using telekinetic etheric nullifiers, a simple squeeze from a distance, his right arm shattered. Such terrifying etheric nullifiers mastery was enough to kill him in the blink of an eye. Lorgar opened his right hand and slowly made a grasping motion. An invisible telekinetic hand grasped URG's heart, slowly contracting inwards. Do you feel it? Your life is in my hands. With just a little more force, the Orc Emperor URG will be a thing of the past. Lorgar looked at URG with affection. My etheric nullifier's mastery ranks only third in the Imperium of Man. Magnus etheric nullifier's bombardment can easily destroy you and your beast Emperor's guard. The Emperor's strength is even greater than mine and Magnus combined. We could kill you at any time, but we haven't. Do you know why? URG's pupils trembled, and his anger gradually gave way to a strange fear. Imperceptibly, thoughts like life is precious and life is only once began to take root in URG's mind. I see your inner self. Lorgar's voice was soft as a gentle breeze. Your inner drive for power is not a desire for battle, but a fear of dying at the hands of an enemy. You want to constantly grow stronger until no enemy can kill you. Am I right, URG? URG's pupils repeatedly constricted, and the fear in his eyes grew intense. An orc who did not fear death in battle, under Lorgar's oppressive power, actually developed a fear of death. Lorgar extended his index finger and touched URG's forehead. In the normal course of history, we would not have met. My appearance will completely rewrite your destiny. Watch closely, I will show you your original destiny. URG's eyes stared blankly, reflecting the dazzling etheric nullifier's light. His consciousness traveled through a false yet real history, seeing his real yet false future. The first year of the 31st millennium. The Emperor of the Imperium of Man personally led an expedition, attacking the capital of Olaner with the rogue traitor army. In this extremely brutal battle, URG was ultimately decapitated, becoming a stepping stone for Horus to ascend to the position of War Master. Do you see? You are just a tool. Why did the Emperor go to war with the Primarch of the rogue traitor? Because he wanted Horus Lupercal to become War Master. Why did the Emperor give him the opportunity to slay you? Because your reputation is fearsome, and whoever kills you will be qualified to be War Master. Why did the Imperium of Man only come to deal with you in the first year of the 31st millennium? Because only when you had killed enough Imperial citizens and occupied enough Imperial territory were you qualified to be Horus's stepping stone. You were just a tool from the beginning, your fate was prearranged. You are like an animal in a cage, ready to be killed at any time by a Primarch approved by the Emperor. Lorgar withdrew his finger and offered a friendly smile. You are lucky, URG. My lord has chosen you, and therefore, I have come. My lord will bestow upon you supreme power, to become a true Orc God. The term Orc God made URG's heart pound. The image of Gork and Mork was deeply ingrained in the heart of every Orc. These two are the Orc gods etched into the souls and genes of Orcs. It is no exaggeration to say that whether it's Orc slang or Wadaik, it's all just a clumsy imitation of Gork and Mork. Now, if someone tells you, as the Orc Emperor, that you might become a Wadaik-like entity similar to Gork and Mork, would you believe him? Of course not. But what if Gork and Mork are already dead? Lorgar seemed to read URG's mind, saying with a faint smile, the Gork and Mork you revere actually died a very, very long time ago. The old ones abandoned you, abandoned the Eldar, abandoned the Slan, and also abandoned your gods. Gork. Mork, dead. Unbeknownst to him, URG had regained the ability to speak. No, impossible, absolutely impossible. Gork and Mork are gods. They are our Orc gods. Gods don't die. That's right. URG, gods are immortal. Lorgar suddenly emphasized, placing a hand on URG's shoulder, gods can die and be resurrected. As long as a ritual is performed, you can inherit the mantle of Gork and Mork and become the new Orc god. URG was too shocked to speak. Lorgar's voice deepened, filled with seductive meaning. When you become the god of the Orcs, the entire galaxy will echo your voice, all Orcs will prostrate themselves before you, and you will completely control your own destiny. Imagine, Orcs no longer saying Gork and Mork, but instead using brother URG is above to ignite their desire for battle, charging into the fray, bravely slaying enemies. Lorgar didn't need to say more. URG could naturally imagine such a scene under the influence of genes, hormones, and etheric nullifiers. He even saw a phantom image. His figure became as vast as the star curtain, summoning endless Orc armies with a wave of his hand, plunging the entire galaxy into war and fire. URG also saw that he had several extremely fierce warriors under his command. Some were covered in foul odors and oozing pus, bringing plague and pain to their enemies. Some had bizarre etheric nullifiers, able to summon falling meteorites or destroy entire fleets with thunderous lightning. Some were as terrifying as ghosts in the night, spreading terror and dread across the universe. URG's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he suddenly stood up from the ground, yelling, I will become the god of the Orcs, I will become brother URG. Wadaik. Lorgar smiled faintly, come, URG, come with me to meet my lord. They will arrange a ritual to help you become brother Urg. Let's go. Urg responded, then remembered the Gretchen who had turned into rotten things, and a hint of strangeness and wariness arose in his heart. Who is your master? Is it a rotten thing? Lorgar was imperceptibly stunned for a moment, not expecting that even at this stage, he still couldn't completely eliminate the orc's prejudice against demons. No, Urg. My master is not a rotten thing. Then how do you explain the Gretchen that turned into rotten things? Lorgar smiled gently. Urg, the rotten things you speak of are actually just my lord's servants, and of the lowest and most despicable kind. Urg's wariness increased instead of decreasing. Rotten things are your master's servants? Then what is your master? A bigger rotten thing. Lorgar's expression stiffened slightly. No, they are gods, omnipotent gods. Omnipotent. Urg paused, then have them come before me, and let me become the orc god here. Lorgar's expression grew even stiffer. Perhaps even he himself wouldn't believe it if he said it aloud. The group of warp entities he currently served, who called themselves gods, were nominally omnipotent, but in reality, they couldn't freely enter and exit reality. In fact, if the so-called chaos gods were truly omnipotent, they could easily gather all life forms in the universe and create a vast and efficient negative emotion production line. For example, using the Mechanicus's hormone and neural technology, rapidly propagate humans at a rate of 1 generation of adults every 3 years. Inject these people with hormones 24 hours a day, non-stop, to keep them in a state of bloodlust, indulgence, scheming, and love for life, continuously producing emotional value around the clock. Once their lives burned out, they would be fed into biomass recycling units to provide raw materials for the next generation. If they couldn't achieve this level, what right did the Chaos Gods have to call themselves gods? Lorgar often pondered whether the Chaos Gods were truly gods. But whenever he fell into thought, he would recall the Emperor's injustice towards him. What he yearned for was a god who could respond to his prayers at all times. The Chaos Gods could do this, so Lorgar was willing to become their servant. Urg, gods do not easily leave their palaces. If you want to see them, you must travel through the Eye of Terror to the warp. Humph. Urg snorted heavily and shook his head forcefully. I feel like you are talking nonsense. Gods go wherever they want. Unless a god comes before me, I won't believe a word of your lies. Lorgar's heart sank, feeling the etheric nullifiers he had imposed on Urg rapidly fading. When he had cast the etheric nullifiers just now, he had used all his power and also consumed the blessings the Chaos Gods had bestowed upon him. Yet, even so, Urg was only temporarily diluted by the etheric nullifiers. Less than 2 minutes had passed, and he was already on the verge of breaking free from the mental control. The orc's resistance to chaos corruption was terrifying. Damn shrimp. Urg exhaled a turbid breath and roared, what did you just do to my brain? Gork and Mork are our orc's coolest and most powerful boys. How dare you say they're dead? You're asking for death. No matter how powerful you are, you can't beat my green-skinned army. Someone. Kill this stinking shrimp. I'll use his head as a urinal. Urg called out to the Beast Emperor's guard outside the door. But the door here had long been sealed by Lorgar's etheric nullifiers. The Beast Emperor's guard outside couldn't get in, nor could they hear the commotion inside. Lorgar's expression was impatient, subtly tinged with anger. The effect of accepting the god's blessings willingly after being diluted was vastly different from being forced to accept them. The latter's effect was far inferior to the former. In a state of delusion, if Urg accepted chaos blessings, he could become 1/3 of an orc god. If the blessings were forcefully performed in a non-diluted state, Urg would at most become 1/10 of an orc god. Seeing that Urg was about to erupt, Lorgar no longer cared about his underperforming metrics and directly used etheric nullifiers to forcefully restrain him. Greenskin, you brought this upon yourself. The benevolence on Lorgar's face vanished, and his eyes became sinister. Since you are unwilling to willingly embrace my lord, then I can only forcibly drag you over. MMMPH. Urg couldn't move or speak, only able to squeeze sounds from his throat, glaring furiously at the shrimp. While restraining Urg, Lorgar activated the loud box on the throne, mimicking the Orc Emperor's voice with etheric nullifiers. Boys, I'm going to do something big in the Eye of Terror. Quickly take the wolf blade there, no other ships are allowed to follow. MMMPH. Urg was so anxious he wanted to curse. A response came from the loud box, alright, boss. We're heading out now. MMMPH. Urg not only wanted to curse, but also wanted to hang the boys who were piloting the ship and whip them. But no matter how he resisted, he couldn't break free from the etheric nullifier's restraints, and could only watch helplessly as the wolf blade left the fleet and headed alone towards the Eye of Terror. Chapter 260, The Primarch is dead, so we can't surrender. Anyone who has played Warhammer knows that the Emperor knew from the beginning that half of the Gene Seed Primarches would betray him. Some Gene Seed Primarches were inherently malicious, and their actions violated public order and morality, making their defection to chaos not 100% but at least 99.999% probable. There were also some Primarches of top-tier aptitude, who were of the highest quality in both soul and body, making it no exaggeration to call them T0 level. These Primarches were prime targets for Chaos's corruption. Even if Chaos couldn't obtain these Primarches, they would certainly destroy them, ensuring the Emperor would lose them forever. Therefore, whether from the origin of the Gene Seed Primarches or their actual circumstances, it was a foregone conclusion that half of them would defect to Chaos. Starting from this point, boldly hypothesizing and carefully verifying, Lienyo gradually understood what Chaos intended to do. He mentally tallied the Primarchs who had defected to Chaos and the reasons for their betrayal. Lorgar Aurelian, the first Primarch to defect, the head of the heretics, defected because he refused to obey the Emperor's teachings and loved to curry favor with Chaos. Horus Lupercal, a gene seed Primarch forcibly corrupted by Chaos demons, was obedient and sensible, but unfortunately, he was a mama's boy. A slight reduction in his father Nurgle's love would cause him to sulk. Magnus, tricked by a daemon, used psychic powers to break through the outer wall of the webway built by the Emperor, doing a good deed that went wrong, and finally was forced to make a deal with Tsianch to save his army. Mortarion, who acted as a tyrant in his childhood, wanted to slay his evil adoptive father Nurgle when he grew up, but the Emperor snatched his adoptive father Nurgle's head, leaving him resentful. He was then caught in a trap set by Horus, who exploited his psychological weakness, and was further harmed by his subordinates, forcing him to turn to Father Nurgle. Fulgrim, a fanatic, excessively pursued art and perfection, and was an innate Slaanesh daemon prince. Perturabo, an architecture fanatic, yearned for praise in the field of architecture but was mercilessly used as a war tool by the Emperor. He eventually happily joined the Chaos family, freely building his structures, which could be considered a dream come true. Conrad Kurz, a pervert, sadist, and terror cultist, was an innate Chaos-aligned Primarch. His intentions were good, but that doesn't mean he was a good person. Angren, a butcher, murderer, and masochist, was an innate Kern daemon prince. Finally, Alfarius and Omega. Considering that the world he was in was rather peculiar, seemingly without the Alpha army but with an Alfarius who preferred to act alone, Lienyo temporarily did not include Alfarius and Omega in the list of Chaos Primarchs. In total, there were 8 Primarchs who defected in the official history. Lienyo believed that, except for Lorgar, Fulgrim, Conrad Kurz, and Angren, who were beyond salvation, the other 4 Primarchs could still be rescued. Magnus was purely tricked by Chaos, he just needed to be prevented from doing good deeds that go wrong. Mortarion's defection could also be avoided. His upbringing had given him a strange psychology. A Father Nurgle's strength must be because the Father Nurgle is evil. After the Emperor's attention to Mortarion decreased, Mortarion's psyche became increasingly twisted. The corrupted Horus seized the opportunity to fan the flames, fabricating the lie that the Emperor's power came from the warp, and Mortarion believed it to be true. Solving Mortarion's defection problem was simple. Just make him believe that the Emperor's power originated from the Emperor himself. The third gene seed Primarch worth rescuing was Horus. However, Lienyo was not a psychologist, he didn't know how to treat a mama's boy. After deep thought, he could only settle for a more conservative approach. That was to closely monitor Horus and prevent Chaos demons from forcibly corrupting him. If corruption failed, Horus might be killed by Chaos demons on the spot, but that would still be better than him defecting. Speaking of killing gene seed Primarchs, the topic returned to URG's pilgrimage. Lienyo strongly suspected that the Chaos gods wanted to corrupt URG and turn him into their top enforcer. A corrupted URG would see a surge in combat power and command the Ulaner Orc Empire. With the blessings of the Chaos gods, URG's fleet would possess unparalleled warp mobility. Wherever a gene seed Primarch appeared, URG would be able to arrive and launch an attack on the Primarch. For individuals like Angren, Conrad Kurz, and Fulgrim, URG only needed to defeat them to successfully corrupt them. With the help of Angren and the other 2, URG's combat power would surge, making him fearless even against more formidable Primarchs. Horus, Magnus, Perturabo, and Mortarion. The corruption of these 4 Primarchs would be more difficult, so URG could adopt a strategy of outright killing. Similarly, the loyalist Primarchs in official history could also be first attempted to be corrupted, and then a decision made on whether to forcibly kill them. Swish, swish, swish. Lienyo wrote down his thoughts and finally came to a conclusion. After URG defects, he will first contact Angren, Conrad Kurz, and Fulgrim, successfully corrupting these 3, and then approach other Primarchs. Now that URG is out of contact, his defection is a certainty. All I can do is try my best to prevent the gene seed Primarchs from defecting. How about finding an opportunity to eliminate Angren, Conrad Kurz, and Fulgrim? If a Primarch dies, they can't defect. In the secret room of the governor's office, Lienyo pondered the possibility of assassinating gene seed Primarchs. Beep, beep, beep. A communication alert sounded from outside the secret room. Lienyo burned what he had written, stored the ashes in water orb fungus, and sealed them in the fungus warehouse. Getting up and leaving the secret room, a servo skull flew towards him. Master, it's Miss Shatana's communication request. This lady rarely calls you, she seems to have an urgent matter. Brandy spoke through the servo skull's sound array, bringing a data slate with a mechanical claw and placing it in front of Lienyo. Connect Shatana's call. Yes, Master. Brandy pressed the answer button. Shatana's voice came through, sounding a bit grave. Lienyo, I just received a galaxy-wide announcement from the War Council. The situation is urgent, you and Taiduo come to me. Okay, we'll be right there. Lienyo guessed that the news of the word-bearer's gene seed Primarch's capture had reached Terra. As he expected, the War Council's galaxy-wide announcement was about this matter. To all Imperial Lords, Chief Officials, and Legion Primarchs. With anger and resolve, we announce an intolerable message to the entire Imperium. The Emperor's child, the gene seed Primarch of the Word-Bearers Legion Lorgar Aurelian, unfortunately fell into the hands of the despicable orcs during the Battle of Mosulja in the Kirkili Star Zone recently. The orc who captured this Primarch is none other than the notorious orc emperor of the Ulaner Empire, Ulrich Urg. This is a blasphemy against the Emperor's authority and the Imperium's prestige. It is an open insult to all gene seed primarchs. Orcs are already a xenoscourge of the galaxy, and Eleanor's wicked act has pushed their savagery and arrogance to the extreme. The War Council hereby proclaims. The rescue of Primarch Lorgar is the Imperium's undeniable top priority, and the Eleanor Orc Empire has been designated as the Imperium's highest priority target for extermination. In the name of the Emperor and all members of the War Council, the Imperium of Man will surely wash away this shame with the blood and death of the Eleanor Orcs. For Lorgar. For the Emperor. For humanity. War Council, sealed. Appendix. The latest directives from the War Council. My goodness, a gene seed Primarch has been captured by orcs. Tai Duo gasped, her mouth wide open, repeatedly reading the announcement several times before believing it was true. Lin Yo had anticipated it, so he remained relatively calm and composed. He picked up the appendix of the announcement and saw that the War Council had issued different tasks to different recipients of the announcement. Epimedius needed to supply tens of millions of tons of synthetic starch to the Ministry of Military Affairs, plus a batch of well-trained Space Marines warriors. Orc spore inhibitors and gauze weapons were also on the demand list. The Solar Auxilia 362nd Regiment found during combat that spore inhibitors were remarkably effective in clearing battlefields and hoped Epimedius could invent a hybrid agent that could both clean bloodstains and eliminate orc spores. Gauze weapons had recently passed the Mechanicus's internal experiments, confirming their relatively high safety, lifespan, and power. The Mechanicus was preparing to equip a Guardian army with these weapons and hereby applied to the War Council for military supplies. Apart from materials and personnel, Epimedius had no other obligations, which was good news. I can't imagine what kind of treatment Lord Lorgar will endure. Tai Duo muttered as she put down the announcement, looking somewhat worried. Lin Yo smiled helplessly to himself, what was there to pity about a corrupted gene seed Primarch? However, on second thought, Tai Duo's worry was understandable. From the perspective of the Imperium of Man's natives, Lorgar's image was still quite positive, only slightly inferior to Horus, Guilliman, Sanguinius, Fukin, and others. It was likely that Vogues and Delton would also be as worried as Tai Duo when they saw the announcement. Lin Yo thought for a moment and decided to prepare for his plan to assassinate and protect Primarchs. Madam, I'd like to ask you for a favor. Orc spore inhibitors and gauze weapons are performing excellently, and I plan to sell them to the Space Marine Legion. Could you please help me keep an eye on the movements of the Legion Primarchs? It would be best if you could get their exact locations. If they're not too far from me, I'd be willing to visit them in person to promote the inhibitors and gauze weapons. To promote his products and understand the Primarch's movements, this was quite reasonable, right? Shatana smiled faintly and nodded. No problem, I'll keep an eye out for you and give you an answer within 3 days. But don't get your hopes up too much, the Legion's strategic deployments are usually confidential, and the whereabouts of most gene seed Primarchs are secret. I can only do my best to collect information for you, I can't guarantee precise movements for every Primarch. That's enough, madam, thank you. The three chatted in Shatana's small house about Lorgar and Eleanor's fate, then went their separate ways. In a blink of an eye, 2 days passed. That afternoon, Shatana's attendant delivered a file bag containing original Psyker letters and data tapes. Shatana had found out the movements of 5 gene seed Primarchs. Sanguinius had arrived at his homeworld Baal 10 days ago and was currently undergoing a 2-month rest period there. Guilliman had long been a homebody on Ultramar, enjoying his space simulation management game. Rogaldorn had concluded his last expedition 2 months ago and was currently resting on Terra, expected to depart in a few days. Conrad Kurz was currently purging a Xeno civilization somewhere in the Dim Star region. Nearby Imperial worlds had complained that the Night Lord's Legion's combat discipline was too poor, repeatedly extorting and blackmailing during resupply. Lin Yo almost burst out laughing when he saw this piece of intelligence. It seemed the rumors that many Space Marines of the Night Lord's Legion were thugs and hooligans were true, not just rumors from victims of terror. Continuing to read the last piece of intelligence, its content struck Lin Yo like a bolt of lightning in his mind. Horus Lupercal, under the War Council's directive, was tasked with rescuing Lorgar. He and the 63rd Expeditionary Fleet were currently traveling through the warp, expected to arrive in the Eleanor Star Zone in 15 days. The 63rd Expeditionary Fleet, composed of the rogue trader army, had explosive combat power, far exceeding Lorgar's 47th Expeditionary Fleet. If Horus couldn't save someone, other gene seed Primarchs probably wouldn't fare much better. But that wasn't the point. What caught Lin Yo's attention was that the Emperor was not accompanying Horus. Where did Huang Pitzi go? Didn't he love to campaign with Horus? Lin Yo scratched his head, searching the database for the Emperor's whereabouts. As a benchmark figure of the Imperium of Man, the Emperor's movements didn't have much need for secrecy. He was constantly accompanied by chroniclers and psychers, the latter spreading the Emperor's prestige at all times. Just like this fresh news released today. Friendly meeting between the Lord of Humanity and marine creatures. In the news, the Emperor visited a planet completely covered in water, cordially conversing with humans who had gills on their necks, discussing the grand plan of jointly developing the planet. In the dynamic illustrations of the news, the Emperor was surrounded by a large group of girls dressed as mermaids. The Emperor himself smiled kindly and gently, and the surrounding mermaid girls were overjoyed, as if the Emperor were the sun representing hope. What the heck? Huang Pitzi is playing so wild? Official WarHammer history didn't mention this. How is the WarHammer world I transmigrated to getting weirder and weirder? Lin Yo was speechless. But no matter what, his plan still had to proceed. After dinner, he lay on the bed, opened the WAOX simulation, and manually searched for simulation targets close to Horus. Searching. Search complete. Search results, 0 items. 0 items? Oh, right. Horus's 63rd Expeditionary Fleet was currently traveling through the warp. There couldn't be any orcs on the fleet, so the search result would definitely be 0. Linio pondered for a moment, deciding to patiently wait for the 63rd Fleet to return to reality. Before that, the Para-Warlord's webway expansion and planetary construction plans needed to be accelerated. Over 10 days passed while focusing on production and construction. In the middle of the night, Linio estimated that the 63rd Fleet was about to leave the warp, so he opened the simulation interface and tried to search for simulation targets. After searching for more than 10 minutes, he finally got a result. Searching for orc boys within 10 million kilometers of Horus. Search results, 1.2 million. There were many orcs that could be simulated. This indicated that the 63rd Fleet was located in an area frequently infested with orcs, most likely the edge of the Ulaner star zone. Linio refined the search conditions, entering new requirements. System, search for orcs within 1 light year of Horus that possess one of the 3 rights, command, piloting, or navigation of a greenskin vessel. The higher the status, the better. Search results, 121. The highest status search result is as follows. Name, Gold, the Gretchen King of the Pyjing Avengers Alliance. Description. Gretchen King, Gold was previously imprisoned by Ulaner's subordinates, who forcibly seized control of the Pyjing Avengers Alliance. At this moment, Gold has just escaped from captivity and is leading his remaining forces to resist the Ulaner orcs, striving to reclaim his pirate fleet. Chapter 261, Moonwolf accidentally enters the fraud group chat. The Gretchen King of the Pyjing Avengers Alliance, Gold Coin. Linio lay on his bed, muttering to himself, feeling that the Gretchen's title sounded vaguely familiar. After a short while, he remembered. About 3 months ago, he had obtained intelligence on the Chaos Orcs from Kor Farron. He wanted to send this intelligence to URG, so that URG could deal with the Chaos Orcs. While searching for URG, he discovered that the Gretchen King had been imprisoned by the Ulaner Orcs, and his fleet had been seized by the Ulaner Orcs for reconnaissance of the Imperium of Man. He never expected that 3 months later, the Gretchen King would not only be alive but also successfully escape his prison. This was a true orc talent. Linio became interested in the Gretchen King. Since the Gretchen King wasn't too far from Horus, and he also needed some boys to help pilot the ship, he decided to possess the Gretchen King and take control of the Pyjing Avengers Alliance's fleet. System, calculate the simulation price for the Gretchen King. Simulation target is the leader of a Gretchen unit. Starting simulation price, 10 magic spores. Simulation target can command 1142 combat Gretchen. Starting simulation price increased to 1875 magic spores. Simulation target is injured. Simulation price -20%. Final simulation price, 1500 magic spores. Number of magic spores, 890,000. Confirm WAIC simulation. Confirm. His consciousness left his body, traversing the star sea, and quickly arrived at an unfamiliar starfield. On the far side of a giant planet, in the dark zone where the star's light couldn't reach, the Pyjing Avengers Alliance's green orc frigates hung suspended. Linio's consciousness entered the ship's lower deck, cutting into the chaotic battlefield. The moment he opened his eyes, before he could even get used to the body or absorb its memories, 2 green Choppa Boys blades came flying at him. Linio dodged backward, avoiding the blades, and fired 2 shots, taking down the Choppa Boys in front of him. Immediately after, he raised his hand and cast a series of brain freeze technique spells, freezing all non-Gretchen units. The orc boy could not move, and the Gretchen were somewhat bewildered by the suddenly frozen orcs. The scene quieted down. Linio took the opportunity to look around and quickly read the memories of this body. The Gretchen King's name was Gold Coin, and he originally owned 3 green orc frigates. The Ulaner orcs used Gold Coin's fleet to scout the Imperium of Man. 2 guardsmen were destroyed by shrimp, leaving only the one he was currently on. Gold Coin's losses were significant, and so were the Ulaner orcs, which gave Gold Coin the opportunity to escape and reclaim his ship. If all the Ulaner orcs on this ship were killed, control of the ship would be regained. What were they waiting for? Let's do it. Boys. Gork and Mork have shown their power. Let's take down these Ulaner orcs. Linio roared, pulling the trigger fiercely, unleashing a barrage of bullets on the dazed orcs. The roar of the twin-linked lumbering gun brought a large number of severed limbs and blood, and the Gretchen's fighting desire was awakened. They picked up their weapons and launched a fierce attack. Under the guise of Gork and Mork showing their power, Linio cast brain freeze technique while reaping the lives of the Ulaner orcs like cutting leeks. After 2 hours, the enemies on the ship were cleared out, and their corpses were thrown into the blue flame furnace to be burned to ashes. Linio arrived at the bridge, followed by a large group of Gretchen. The bridge equipment was damaged in the battle. The Gretchen were not tech boy. Did they have the ability to repair the equipment? Surprisingly, they did. King Gold Coin had 2 followers named Silver Coin and Copper Coin. One of these 2 Gretchen was the ship's tech boss and navigator, and the other was a mad doctor. Silver Coin led dozens of Gretchen to repair the bridge equipment, while Copper Coin led the Gretchen doctors to treat the wounded. Silver Coin's repair movements were fluid, and he could repair damaged equipment without the need for universal Shinik material. Silver Coin's Gretchen repairmen were the same. Copper Coin and his Gretchen doctors, even without consuming universal Shinik material, concocted alchemical potions that only Mad Doctor and Pain Boys would make. Linio was stunned. This was his first time seeing green orcs create orc witchcraft tools purely through skill and experience. After a careful search through Goldcoin's memories, Linio was immediately astonished. The Pyjing Avengers were quite extraordinary. They believed in Gork and Mork, but also resented that Gork and Mork had not bestowed upon them the Orc's I reckon power. Their genetic knowledge base did not contain Orc witch doctors. But Gretchen's learning ability was extremely strong, and they were not biased. Techboy had developed a habit of relying on their own genetic knowledge base, making it difficult for them to learn the skills and alchemical formulas of Pain Boys. Gretchen, however, were not like that. They could learn the skills of Techboy, and they could also learn those of Pain Boys. Even learning to perform shamanistic rituals like a weird boy was no problem, it just had no practical effect because they lacked I reckon power. This was truly out of the ordinary. Why didn't I discover how strong Gretchen's learning ability was before? Linio frowned in thought, gradually realizing the reason. The Gretchen he had encountered had extremely short lifespans, perhaps only 10 days to half a month from birth to death. In contrast, the Pyjing Avengers had lifespans starting from 1 year, and without the oppression of the Orc boy, they could fully display their natural aptitude for learning. Linio mused that he would have to thoroughly research the genetic fragments of the Pyjing Avengers in the future, he might find some surprises there. King. The finder and the map are fixed. Silvercoin shouted joyfully. Linio came back to his senses and ordered. Silvercoin, open the finder and passively search for engine signals in this star system. Understood. Silvercoin assigned to Gretchen to operate the finder. The holographic equipment crackled with sparks, barely projecting a holographic light screen. The screen showed the physical address and engine signals of the star system. This was the westernmost part of the Far East Starfield, the eastern edge of the Alanar Orc Empire. Within a 10 million kilometer radius, there were no fewer than 100 engine signals. Whether the signals came from Orc Warband or the 63rd Expeditionary Fleet, it would require a closer look to determine. Linio was about to order the ship to engage sublight speed travel to search for Horace's whereabouts when a Gretchen repairman ran over, holding an iron box. King, I found an unused shouting box that those Alanar orcs left behind. A shouting box could perform interstellar communication without delay. Linio took the iron box and opened it. Half of a weird boy's head was floating in a jar of amniotic fluid, next to a shouting box made from scrap metal. Linio thought for a moment and poured the weird boy's head into the shouting box. Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. Static noise crackled, and a loud voice came from the other end of the line. Hey! Zakra! Come help! The Gretchen are attacking our space junkyard. Damn it, those guys have fierce firepower. Bang 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 clap clap clap. Gunfire erupted on the other end of the line. Linio recognized the sound of a heavy bolter. Hey! Zakra, did you hear me? Come over and help. The voice on the other end called out again. Linio couldn't find the location of the space junkyard in Goldcoin's memories, so he tentatively asked. I don't know the way, where's the space junkyard? Are you out of your mind? It's right at TXX 21309399 KLS. Wait, your voice changed. Click. Linio closed the box, found the coordinates on the map, and with a wave of his hand. Let's go, boys. We're going to take a stroll through the space junkyard and see what's going on there. The Gretchen helmsman casually found a disc and pressed it onto the ship's rudder control stick, preparing to initiate sublight speed travel. Silvercoin shouted. Boss. Our ship's cannons are broken, but the green dam is usable. However, the blue flame furnace doesn't have enough fuel, so the green dam will disappear after taking at most 2 hits. Blue flame furnace fuel. Linio pondered as he opened the fungus warehouse and looked at one of the compartments. Green orc concentrated fuel, 50,000 barrels. This was concentrated orc fuel refined from ancient fuel fungi, stored long-term as strategic reserves in the fungus warehouse. 1 barrel was 500 kilograms, enough to fuel a guardsman's blue flame furnace for 1 day. Linio waved his hand and turned to walk towards the ship's hold. You all wait here. I remember I hid a lot of blue flame furnace fuel in my personal stash. Linio ran back to Goldcoin's living quarters, meticulously searching his personal stash, and retrieved 2 large barrels of concentrated fuel from the fungus warehouse, pushing them back to the bridge. Silvercoin's eyes lit up, and he immediately called for Gretchen to take the fuel to the blue flame furnace. The guardsman officially set sail. After a brief sublight speed journey, a starry sky filled with various scraps appeared outside the viewport. Small scraps were only the size of a fist, while large scraps could even form the smallest asteroids due to their own gravity. Dozens of green orc frigates were protecting the space junkyard's outpost, besieged by the 63rd Expeditionary Fleet, the rogue trader warband. The arrival of the Gretchen guardsmen startled the rogue trader. 3 sword-class frigates sped towards them. Before the finder could detect the fire control signal, Linio sent out a communication request. Tell those Eldar that we are not with the Alanar orcs. Also, I know the whereabouts of Lorgar. Hey. The Gretchen communications officer sent out the communication request, then asked in confusion. King, who is Lorgar? Don't ask. Just say it's Gork and Mork's instructions. Hey, King is mighty. To be able to speak in front of Gork and Mork, that's awesome. The Gretchen communications officer shrieked a few times, and the noisy box emitted beeping sounds, indicating that the communication was about to connect. Seeing that there was a chance, Linio immediately straightened his appearance. A communication screen popped up, showing a space marine wearing Mk4 power armor, with white markings and wolf head insignia on the curved surfaces of his shoulder pads. Gretchen. The space marine was clearly stunned when he saw Linio's appearance, never expecting that the one calling him would be a Gretchen, the lowest ranking member of Orc society. Hello, Eldar. Lienyo said in low Gothic. I am the king of the Pyjing Avengers Alliance, my name is Gold Coin. The Space Marine recovered from his brief daze, and several faint lights flashed across his dark red visor. Gold Coin of the Pyjing Avengers Alliance. We've heard of your name. You're a green orc warband made up of Gretchen, right? The Space Marine's tone was clearly unfriendly. If Lienyo hadn't mentioned knowing Lorgar's whereabouts at the beginning, the other side would have probably opened fire already. To be honest, I often deal with Eldar, Shrimp, Eldar, and Black Bean Sprouts, so I'm very well informed. The Gene Seed Primarch you want to rescue isn't actually on El'Ainur. You'd be wasting your time going to the Great Crown. Then where is Lorgar? The Space Marine raised the bolter in his hand. Say it all at once, don't speak in riddles, otherwise we'll sink your ship immediately. Also, don't think we don't know that you've been harassing over a dozen Imperial world recently. We have strong doubts about what you're saying, unless you can provide clear clues. To be honest, there were many clear clues. Firstly, after URG captured Lorgar, he returned directly to his ship without dealing with the battle scene. There were many corpses of the Blessed Suns at the battle scene, and these corpses had fragments of the serrated Sun warband armor. This was enough to prove that the Word-Bearer's Legion had been corrupted by chaos. From the full domain announcement issued by the War Council, there was no information about the Word-Bearers turning to chaos. Lienyo reasonably suspected that the demon corpses at the scene had already been destroyed by the Word-Bearer's Legion, which was why Terra was unaware of the corruption issue within the Word-Bearers. Secondly, Lienyo's purpose in communicating with the rogue trader this time was not truly to help them find Lorgar, but to make Horus stay as far away from Lorgar as possible. If absolutely necessary, bringing Horus into the webway for protection was also an option. To keep Horus away from Lorgar, Lienyo had prepared a set of explanations in advance. After Lorgar was captured by URG and brought onto his ship, he launched a sneak attack while URG was resting. The two fought fiercely, affecting the Wolf Blade's navigation. The Wolf Blade broke away from the El'Ainur fleet and got lost in the warp. Lost in the warp. The Space Marine muttered gravely, then tilted his head to communicate with someone beside him, and looked back at the Gretchen King on the communication screen. Getting lost in the warp is one of the most serious navigation accidents. You're just a Gretchen, not even an etheric nullifiers. How can you claim to know Lorgar's whereabouts? I said it before, I'm well informed, and I have friends everywhere. Lienyo raised his index finger, shaking it proudly. I have a good buddy in the Taiping Star territory. He told me that 2 days ago, he saw the Wolf Blade in the southernmost part of the Taiping Star territory. The Wolf Blade was in high-speed cruising mode, constantly heading out of the galaxy. If you don't hurry, the Wolf Blade will probably sail out of the galaxy and never return. The location Lienyo described was a full 62,000 light-years from their current position, which would take at least over a year of warp travel to reach. The Space Marine certainly wouldn't believe such nonsense. Gretchen, your information is too absurd. Getting lost in the warp can indeed cause a deviation in course, but it wouldn't send you from the Far East Starfield to the Taiping Star territory. The Space Marine snorted coldly, shaking the bolter in his hand. Given your cooperation, leave here and don't come back, or we'll deal with you too. Phew. The communication was forcibly terminated, and the screen disappeared. The rogue trader did not fall for it. But it didn't matter, Lienyo had his own methods. Lienyo chuckled, instructing the Gretchen to steer the ship away from the battlefield. He collected a genetic sample from the Gretchen King, intending to keep it for future research. After giving the Gretchen King the psychological suggestion to stay away from the battlefield and recuperate, Lienyo clicked on the system interface and activated the WarHammer simulation. Next, the show would begin. Lienyo planned to create a scam group chat for the rogue trader, with all group members being simulated orc characters. To find Lorgar, the rogue trader would undoubtedly continuously interrogate orc prisoners. No matter which orc the rogue trader interrogated, Lienyo would possess that orc and explicitly tell Horus that the Wolf Blade was in the Taiping Star territory. As the saying goes, 3 men make a tiger, and many mouths can melt metal. If one Gretchen said Lorgar was in the Taiping Star territory, Horus certainly wouldn't believe it. But what if 100, 1,000, or 10,000 orcs all said the same thing? Chapter 262, Building an Information Cocoon for Horus. The Pyjing Avengers Alliance's ships departed the space junkyard. The rogue trader swept through the El'Ainur orcs' ships and space outposts, capturing the space junkyard's garrison commander. This El'Ainur orc, nearly 3 meters tall, had lost both arms in the battle, but its temper remained fiery, clamoring for a one-on-one fight with a shrimp. It was fitted with a bite-proof muzzle and an electric collar, then escorted to the interrogation room. As the spotlights flared, the piercing light made the orc instinctively squint. The interrogator stood behind the light source, a cold silhouette, and posed the first question in an indifferent tone. Orc, do you know about URG capturing Lorgar? Ha ha ha. Of course, I do. You shrimps are all softies. Gene Seed Primarches are only a little stronger than shrimps and Gretchens. Our boss personally made a move, and even your emperor has to kneel. Zzzzz. A strong current coursed through its body, making the orc tremble. The interrogator continued to ask. There are rumors that URG has gone missing. Is that true? None of your business. Our boss goes wherever he wants. Zzzzz. Another jolt of electricity passed through, punishing the orc for its insolence. Tell me, do you know where URG went? The interrogator asked the third question. Just as the orc was about to answer, its pupils flickered imperceptibly, then immediately returned to normal. At this moment, Lin Yo logged into this orc's account. He quickly grasped the current situation and began to act methodically. Directly saying that the wolf knife was in the Taiping Star territory certainly wouldn't work. If the answer came too easily, the interrogator might not believe it. So, he had to endure it, wait until the atmosphere was just right, and then reveal the information. I know where Boss URG went, but why should I tell you? Do you think that just because you orcs aren't afraid of death, we have no way to deal with you? The interrogator sneered. To tell you the truth, orc. A genius governor of our Imperium of Man invented a potion that can make orcs unable to have offspring. We just got some samples and are about to test its effects. You wouldn't want your body to be unable to produce spores, would you? Ah? Are you serious, buddy? Are you mistaken? Since when did torturing orcs involve castrating them? Also, the potion you mentioned wouldn't happen to be the spore activity inhibitor I invented, would it? Lin Yo was completely flustered, almost letting out a holy crap. His dumbfounded expression was misinterpreted by the interrogator as a sign of immense physical and mental shock, on the verge of breaking under pressure. The interrogator waved his right hand, preparing to increase the intensity. A tech priest stepped forward, his mechanical arm extending from his back, a bowl-sized syringe in its mechanical claw. The liquid in the glass tube had a faint green hue, precisely the spore inhibitor Lin Yo was all too familiar with. Lin Yo had castrated countless orcs, never imagining he would one day suffer such treatment himself. To maintain his current persona, he gritted his teeth and continued to be stubborn. Humph. Don't think you can scare me. If you don't believe me, try it. Inject half a dose of the potion into it first. At the interrogator's command, the needle pierced the orc's skin, and half a tube of the potion entered the orc's body. A moment later, the skin on the orc's upper body underwent a drastic change. Its body surface originally had many protrusions for expelling spores. These protrusions all disappeared. The tech priest took out a scalpel and stabbed the orc's chest. This blow should have triggered the orc's physiological response, causing it to spray a small patch of spores. But only its lower body secreted some spores, while its upper body remained motionless. Lin Yo timely showed panic. Damn it. I'm going to be childless. Despicable shrimps. If you have the guts, fight me. If you win, I'll tell you where Boss URG went. The tech priest remained silent, only thrusting the needle again. Lin Yo feigned breaking out in a cold sweat and shrieked. Stop. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. Boss URG and Lorgar are fighting on the wolf knife. The wolf knife got lost in the warp and accidentally ended up in the Taiping Star territory. The interrogator paused slightly, exchanged glances with the tech priest, and then asked. This place is so far from the Taiping Star territory, it takes half a year just to transmit messages. It's only been a little over half a month, so how would you know the wolf knife is in the Taiping Star territory? We orcs have a strange little box called a roaring box. It allows for zero-delay interstellar communication. The wolf knife caught fire, and its warp engine and Rodden shield broke, so it can't be fixed for a while. The ship's braking engine also kicked the bucket, so the ship can't stop. The tech boss just needs to use the roaring box to call for help from the Great Crown. Lin Yo blurted out everything. The tech priest nodded and said in an electronically synthesized voice. Greenskins do have such witch tech constructs. Its decryption difficulty is extremely high, and Mars has made little progress. The interrogator pondered for a moment. Orc, tell me, is our gene seed Primarch Lorgar still alive? Speaking of Lorgar, he really pisses me off, Lin Yo grumbled. The wolf blade is almost a wreck, and that kid Lorgar is still fighting Boss URG, he really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The interrogator received a satisfactory answer and gestured. Whoosh. A sharp spike shot from the back of the chair, piercing the orc's skull, and Lin Yo was forced to end the Wadaak simulation. His consciousness returned to his human body, and he woke up in bed. Opening the Wadaak simulation interface, Lin Yo continuously searched for the specified simulation targets. System, precisely search for any orc questioned about URG's whereabouts, prioritizing those closest to the rogue trader. Searching. Search complete. Search results, 22 items. Lin Yo selected the highest priority simulation target and started the simulation again, once more seeing the interrogator and the tech priest from before. He cooperated with the two, and under the coercion of the spore activity inhibitor, reluctantly revealed the whereabouts of the wolf knife. Over the next few days, Lin Yo conducted high-intensity searches and simulations, changing simulation targets no less than 100 times. By repeating this process, an information cocoon targeting the rogue trader was thus achieved. To make this act sufficiently real, Lin Yo once again spread rumors in the Great Crown, creating an atmosphere that URG was in distress in the Taiping Star territory. He even went as far as to expend magic spores to forcibly control a greenskin logistics fleet, under the pretense of delivering supplies to URG, and send it to the Taiping Star territory. Such a grand effort was indeed tiring, but its effectiveness was undeniable. The rogue trader had unwavering faith in the information it had gathered. This was the 10th day since the 63rd Expeditionary Fleet began its rescue of Lorgar. The Revengeful Spirit, a Gloriana-class battleship, hung silently in the void filled with greenskin ship wreckage. The bridge of this flagship was extremely spacious, large enough to accommodate the smallest guardsman. In the center of the strategic room was a circular stone slab, about 10 meters in diameter, with a holographic projection casting a curtain upon it, transforming it into a dynamically changing war council table. Hundreds, even thousands, of strip-shaped intelligence tags floated above the War Council table, forming a dense intelligence network. These were crucial pieces of information gathered by the 63rd Expeditionary Fleet over the past 10 days, each related to the Wolf Knife, URG, and Lorgar. All this intelligence pointed to the same conclusion. The Wolf Knife had accidentally gone missing in the warp and was currently stranded in the southernmost part of the Taiping Star territory, in urgent need of rescue. URG and Lorgar on board were in a state of continuous combat. 5 figures stood by the War Council table. The leader was a bald man, the most robust in stature, wearing Terminator power armor with a white base and gold trim, and a whole wolf pelt on his shoulder. He was the Gene Seed Primarch of the 16th Army, Horus Lupercal. Beside him stood 4 Space Marines. Ezekiel Abaddon, 1st Company Captain, with a rough temperament and fierce in combat. Tarek Torgadon, 2nd Company Captain, cheerful and straightforward, an upright person. Haster Sejanus, 4th Company Captain, a gentle and composed gentleman. Horus Aximand, 5th Company Captain, known as Little Horus, intelligent and resourceful, though somewhat gloomy. These 4 captains formed the 4 Kings Council. They were Horus's advisory group, collectively strategizing for Horus and determining the strategic direction of the 63rd Expeditionary Fleet. Each of their personalities, to some extent, corresponded to an aspect of Horus. When combined, the 4 possessed all of Horus's traits. Correspondingly, when Horus disregarded one of the 4 Kings Council, it symbolized Horus forgetting one of his own virtues. In the official history of WarHammer40k, the decline of the 4 Kings Council progressed in sync with Horus's corruption. However, at this current moment, the 4 Kings Council and Horus were intimately close, with no signs of fragmentation. The situation is very clear now, sire. Abaddon pointed to the intelligence on the War Council table, full of confidence. URG is trapped in the southernmost part of the Taiping Star territory, in urgent need of large amounts of supplies to repair the Wolf Knife, and also needs manpower to help him control Lorgar. We should depart immediately, seize the Wolf Knife before the Alainer rescue fleet arrives, rescue Lorgar, and take the opportunity to eliminate URG. Horus did not respond, gazing at the intelligence on the table, his brow slightly furrowed, appearing quite profound. Little Horus shook his head slightly, his brows also tightly knit. The other 2 members of the 4 Kings Council, observing the thoughtful expressions on both Horus's and Little Horus's faces, also did not express approval of Abaddon's suggestion. Is something amiss? Abaddon's gaze shifted between Horus and Little Horus, awaiting a response. Horus puffed out his chest and took a breath, nodding to Little Horus. You speak, Aximand. You are more organized than I when it comes to expressing complex issues. Yes, sire. Although Aximand was also bald, his facial features were much softer than Horus's. He reached out and pressed a control button on the War Council table. The full domain announcement issued by the War Council appeared. Before we formally discuss our next course of action, I believe we should review this announcement. Aximand pointed to the appendix of the announcement, which stated the War Council's order to the 63rd Expeditionary Fleet. I've been pondering a question these past few days. Why is it our 63rd Expeditionary Fleet rescuing Lorgar, and not the Word-Bearers Legion's Expeditionary Fleet? Of course, it's because we are the bravest. Abaddon blurted out, then immediately sensed that the atmosphere was off and quickly stopped speaking. Aximand continued. I asked the chief of the Star Language Court about the recent activities of the Word-Bearers Legion. I discovered some unusual things. In Lorgar's 47th Expeditionary Fleet, there were several custodians responsible for monitoring the Word-Bearers. After Lorgar was captured by URG, the custodians ordered the 47th Expeditionary Fleet to return to Kalkus. The Word-Bearers' other fleets also received recall orders within days, all returning to Kalkus. As of today, I have not received any news of the Word-Bearers embarking on an expedition. At this point, even Abaddon, who wasn't particularly bright, realized that something was amiss. How come I feel like the Emperor has placed the Word-Bearers under house arrest? Although Terra hasn't explicitly stated it, that is indeed the case. Aximand looked at Horus, who nodded at him, allowing him to continue. Aximand pressed another button, and several news articles from Terra appeared on the War Council table. The Lord of Humanity's friendly meeting with marine creatures. The Emperor arrives in a magical world, local wizards bow in submission. The Emperor's crusade, nothing left standing, the demise of the plant Xenos. Aximand merely presented the news without commentary. Anything said at this moment, based on the content of the news, would be a desecration of the Emperor's prestige, a rebuke of the Lord of Humanity, the father of Gene Seed Primarches. As Horus's child, Aximand could be considered the Emperor's grandson. Lorgar, another child of the Emperor. When he was in dire straits and urgently needed help, his father, the Emperor, was sightseeing in the galaxy. Aximand felt he was not qualified to criticize his grandfather. But his silence had already expressed his attitude. Among the 5 present, Abaddon had the lowest emotional intelligence, but even he, in the oppressive atmosphere, had a sudden realization and understood Aximand's meaning. Yes, it's truly strange. Why didn't the Emperor lead the Word-Bearers on the expedition? Even if he had some rift with the Word-Bearers because of the Perfect City incident, he should have stood with our 63rd Expeditionary Fleet, instead of abandoning us. Humph. Horus was struck by a sore point, exhaling a heavy breath, his voice hoarse as he said. Aximand, that's enough analysis. Switch the display back to the intelligence network. Yes, sire. The War Council table flickered, and the intelligence concerning the wolf knife reappeared. Horus stepped forward, leaning his arms on the table, the dynamic light of the holographic display reflecting on his face, his expression dark and uncertain. Let us temporarily forget factors outside of the operation and focus our attention on rescuing Lorgar. Convey my orders, the 63rd Expeditionary Fleet is to depart immediately. Destination, Southern Taiping Star Territory, Thebes Sector. The Chief of Communications, stationed in the strategic room, received the order and transmitted it on the data pad. Aximand asked. Sire, should we request assistance from Imperial worlds near the Thebes sector? There might coincidentally be Imperial Army and Army units performing missions there. No, Aximand. Horus straightened up and turned around. I am willing to consider this operation a test from my father. I cannot yet understand my father's intentions. But, whatever decision he makes, we must execute it. The four kings nodded in unison, saying no more. Chapter 263 Chaos Anti-Fraud Center. The 63rd Expeditionary Fleet set sail, heading towards the southern end of the Taiping Star Territory. At the same time, in a corner of the warp, the wolf knife hovered. A dark, twisted aura permeated the ship, and deformed green-skinned creatures roamed within. Gretchen grew mushrooms, vines, and flamboyant flowers on their bodies. They either crawled and writhed or stumbled like zombies, as if they had become puppets of the plants within them. Choppa boys transformed into red-skinned monsters, their muscles bulging, their bodies growing to about 3 meters, with their melee weapons fused to their bloody hands, dripping blood. Weird boys grew a few feathers on their heads, looking like drenched chickens with most of their feathers plucked. The psychic fluctuations they emitted ebbed and flowed, sometimes strong, sometimes almost non-existent. Whenever the psychic fluctuations intensified, their feathered heads would swell rapidly, as if they could burst at any moment. The wolf knife's ramshackle shield had been deactivated, allowing free passage in and out of the ship, and demon-possessed orcs and Gretchen roamed freely in the ever-changing warp. The Beast Emperor's throne was empty, and the laboratory where it was located was deserted. Dozens of Terra days ago, the Mad Doctor, Pain Boys, and Tech Boy who served URG were casually killed by Lorgar. Their bodies became nourishment for the Chaos Orcs. With a shift in light and shadow, two figures appeared near the throne. It was URG and Lorgar, returning from their pilgrimage. URG's height reached an astonishing 15 meters, his entire body was blood-red, with horns on his head, writhing moss and mushrooms growing on his back, and blue-purple feathers floating at the back of his head. Lorgar was largely unchanged, except for a pair of shoulder pads that had appeared on his shoulders. On the curved surface of the dark purple shoulder pads, countless tormented faces slowly rose and fell, despairing and helpless. URG, return to the Great Crown. It's time for the next step of the operation. Lorgar glanced at his shoulder pads and smiled with satisfaction. URG ascended the steps with heavy strides and sat on the throne, which was noticeably smaller than his body, his eye sockets and pupils completely black. He activated the noisy box and said in a hoarse, deep voice. Set course, return to the Great Crown. The warp gently parted, and the wolf knife flew at an unimaginable speed. According to my lord's plan, we need to lure the gene seed primarchs of the Imperium of Man one by one to the Great Crown to corrupt or execute them. Lorgar paced slowly in front of the throne. This is not an easy task. After news of my capture reaches Terra, the Emperor and Malkador will surely be enraged. The Emperor will likely personally lead the first expeditionary fleet and the Word-Bearers Legion to avenge me. Even if he cannot spare himself from the great expedition, he will at least send one gene seed primarch to rescue me. Lorgar stopped. I must remind you, my lord has different strategies for different primarchs. We must try to corrupt the most exceptional primarchs. For example, Horus Lupercal, Sanguinius, Rogel Dorn. As for those primarchs who are already very close to my lord's ideals, we only need to guide them slightly, and they will embrace my lord. Conrad Kurz, Angren, Fulgrim. These three are the easiest targets for corruption. Lorgar paused. If you find this too complicated, then just follow my instructions. Now, remain silent, I need to use my psychic powers to contact my informants in reality. URG responded with a grunt. Lorgar closed his eyes, his head enveloped in strange psychic light. Half an hour later, he opened his eyes in astonishment, a look of surprise on his face. He had received many messages from reality. The 63rd Expeditionary Fleet was responsible for rescuing him, and Horus was the only primarch involved in the rescue operation. This was within the High Lord's expectations and could be said to be a welcome development. But the problem was, why was Alainer entirely spreading rumors that the wolf knife was stranded in the southern Taiping Star Territory? Horus actually believed such an absurd rumor and had already set off. The southern Taiping Star Territory was very desolate, with few usable planets, even fewer Imperial worlds, and orcs certainly wouldn't wander there. Lorgar felt he had no advantage in setting the main battlefield for corrupting Horus there. The 63rd Expeditionary Fleet must be stopped and forced to confront URG's orc army on the Great Crown. The plan had changed, and change was also a desert. Lorgar decided to pray to a deity skilled in weaving fate to gain enlightenment. He knelt on one knee, facing the empty space, silently reciting a prayer. Blue-purple light transformed into wisps of lines, drifting in from outside the ship, forming a feathered figure in front of Lorgar. Zelfix, the great daemon of Tsianch, the weaver of shadows, answered Lorgar's prayer. What is it, my lord's most devout servant? My lord's prophet, the plan to ambush the gene seed primarchs has changed. Lorgar recounted the information he had gathered. As Zelfix listened, a strong interest rose on his furry face. Compared to clumsy murder, crude betrayal, and shallow deception, the great daemon of Xianj clearly preferred such meticulously designed conspiracies. Sensing the branches of fate in reality and searching for the people and objects involved in the conspiracy based on Lorgar's description, Zelfix found the matter increasingly interesting. He had not even noticed when the fate of those involved had changed. In reality, there were not many entities capable of such flawless concealment: Ildari prophets, secret cult elders, and a few old immortals of the Imperium of Man. Among these entities, the most suspicious, without a doubt, were those who had once disguised themselves as orcs. Zelfix groomed his feathers with his crescent-shaped beak and said casually, "It's the secret cult playing tricks. They are assisting our plan while also pushing their own. Rather than us gaining more gene seed primarches, the secret cult would rather see us and the Imperium of Man both suffer heavy losses. Can't you even figure that out? My lord's prophet, your guidance has enlightened me." Lorgar, facing the rebuke, showed no anger but humbly bowed slightly. "I would like to make some changes to the plan. I would like to ask you to spy on the whereabouts of the gene seed primarches Angren, Fulgrim, and Conrad Kurz. After the Wolf Blade completes its secret resupply on Elaner, we will immediately go to corrupt these 3 gene seed primarches." Zelfix raised his slender neck, looking down at the head of the heretics, with an appreciative look in his eyes. "Good. I like this plan. I will help you." Zelfix puffed out his chest and slightly spread his wings, and the psychic fluctuations from his body erupted like a tide. Bright illusory lights flowed in his eyes, and countless images flashed rapidly within them. After a long time, Zelfix folded his wings, his voice sounding a little tired. "In the endless timelines and futures, I have seen the whereabouts of the 3 primarches. Remember what I am about to say. Conrad Kurz's 85th Expeditionary Force is currently slaughtering a Xenos civilization somewhere in the Dim Star region. At the 80th heartbeat, you will know his exact location. Angren, leading the 13th Expeditionary Fleet, visited a technological Xenos civilization. This will happen after 188 of your heartbeats. You only need to jump out of the warp in time to encounter this expeditionary fleet. Fulgrim is indulging in his secret garden. I have arranged the opportunity for your encounter. You will meet him after 666 heartbeats." Zelfix lowered his head. "Also, your good friend Magnus is secretly assembling a team to rescue you. He longs to contact you. After returning to reality, you may receive a psychic communication from Magnus. As for how to communicate with him, I don't need to tell you, do I? My lord speaks highly of Magnus' psychic attainments. You must seize this opportunity." "Yes, Prophet, I understand completely." Lorgar bowed slightly and asked, "May I ask if you have seen the cultists spreading rumors or the secret cult elders in the future? I would like to find an opportunity to eliminate these hidden dangers." "I have not foreseen the whereabouts of the cultists," Zelfix said. "The secret cult elders have the ability to block prophecies, they protect their own very well. Perhaps only my lord can spy on the whereabouts of the cultists. But as you know, my lord will not respond to us in the near future. That is truly regrettable." Lorgar bowed again. "I have no more questions. Thank you for answering my prayer. May the changing scriptures flow eternally in your heart." Zelfix's figure faded and finally disappeared. Lorgar silently counted his heartbeats, waiting for the opportune moment. The Wolf Blade changed its course to replenish its forces. Under the arrangement of the High Lords, if the Wolf Blade left the warp at the 80th heartbeat, it would surely encounter Conrad Kurz's 85th Expeditionary Force. This was the great power of the Chaos Daemon. Epimedius, Wangting District. Lianyo welcomed the new day with a light and joyful mood. In Horus's 63rd Expeditionary Fleet, there were some orcs imprisoned in cells. Last night, Lianyo possessed these orcs and inquired about the Expeditionary Fleet's movements. "Very good, very nice, absolutely perfect." Horus had been successfully fooled by him and was steadfastly heading towards the Taiping Star territory. Seeing Horus so cooperative, Lianyo was greatly relieved. Another good piece of news was that URG, who had been missing for a long time, had reappeared. Just now, Lianyo was brushing his teeth while having the system calculate URG's simulation price. The information feedback from the system clearly showed the words URG corrupted by chaos, simulation price plus 1000%. URG's defection to chaos had finally happened. Lianyo then searched for orcs near URG. Every search result pointed to a chaos orc, without exception. The entire wolf knife had been wiped out. There were 2 paths before Lianyo. The first path, wait for URG to leave the warp, then search for uncorrupted orcs near him for simulation. The second path, grit his teeth, take a risk, try to possess a chaos orc, and directly board the wolf knife. The first path was safe and stable, but the information would be delayed. The second path was efficient and fast, but no one knew what the consequences of possessing a chaos orc would be. Lianyo deliberated for a day and finally decided to play it safe. He had painstakingly built Paraplanet, captured Kamarak, and opened up the webway. He absolutely could not fall halfway due to possessing a chaos orc. He could not bear any unexpected consequences involving chaos. Lianyo settled for the next best thing and turned his attention to the other gene seed primarches. He currently knew the whereabouts of 5 primarches: Sanguinius, Rogaldorn, Conrad Kurz, Gilliman, and Horus. Sanguinius absolutely had to be protected. If this gene seed primarch could survive the 31st millennium, many disasters would be rewritten, and the Warhammer world would be filled with hope. Rogaldorn didn't really need protection. This gene seed primarch's willpower was so astonishing that even Kern would have to shout, "I am Rogaldorn." The 13th brother, Gilliman, also didn't need protection. His birth chart was tougher than rebar. Those who knew, knew. Horus was already taken care of. So, only Conrad Kurz remained. This Gene Seed Primarch was a contradiction. He advocated using violent and terrifying methods to bloodily suppress all evil in the world. But his army was composed of thugs, hooligans, and criminals from his home world. The 8th Legion's home world was Nostramo, an imperial world rampant with crime, a planetary Gotham City. It was said that Conrad Kurz originally only intended to recruit people of high moral character from his home world. But the nobles there, unable to bear the taxes, used inferior substitutes, filling the 8th Legion's ranks with criminals from prisons. Gradually, the 8th Legion became a force teeming with swindlers, drama queens, and murderers. By the time the army Primarch Conrad Kurz realized his subordinates were all garbage, it was already too late. This story was truly speechless. A Gene Seed Primarch with prophetic abilities, instead of discussing how to control his abilities with Malkador and the Emperor, blindly followed fate's arrangements, indulged in slaughter, never seriously managed his army, and never conducted grassroots investigations of his troop sources. His so-called justice seemed more like an excuse for his acts of slaughter and blind obedience to fate. Note 1. Also, Huang Pitzi was a stinky idiot. To actually entrust a killing machine like the Space Marine Legion to a Primarch with severe psychological defects, unable to control his prophetic abilities, and who had not received a good education. Lin Yo mused that he needed to find an opportunity to test the effects of the seal yeast. He wanted to estimate how much seal yeast would be consumed to seal a Gene Seed Primarch's soul in reality or the webway. That way, if Huang Pitzi came knocking after he killed Conrad Kurz, he could hand over Conrad Kurz's soul, which would be a fallback for himself. If Huang Pitzi was unreasonable and pushed his luck, then he would seal Huang Pitzi as well. Sealed souls needed to be stored in soul containers. Lin Yo thought of the Ildari's spirit stones and spirit circuits. Spirit stones were used for temporary soul preservation. Spirit circuits could preserve souls long-term and also automatically send souls for reincarnation. When he previously raided the Blackheart conspiracy leader's home, Lin Yo collected many spirit stones and a damaged spirit circuit. He needed to prepare them soon, make some adjustments, and experiment. Oh, right, how do I use spirit stones and spirit circuits again? Lin Yo slapped his forehead. As an outsider, he had never even seen a soul, so how could he possibly know how to use a spirit circuit? It seemed he still needed to find a professional to help. Lin Yo waited until nightfall, logged into his account in space, found Isa Trazen who was directing the construction of the psychic engine, and asked directly. Do you know how to use spirit stones and spirit circuits? Chapter 264, Souls are also divided into different levels. Soul stones? Why are you suddenly asking about them? Isa Trazen turned sideways, giving the approaching orc a strange look. Could it be that your Ildari friend wants to buy soul stones from you? Then you should sell them for a good price. The soul stones you found in the Blackheart conspiracy's treasury are all top-grade ones inherited from the ancient Ildari, much better than those made by the craft world Eldar themselves. Lin Yo raised an eyebrow. It was the first time he knew that soulstones also varied in quality. Don't change the subject. Just tell me how to use soulstones. Lin Yo stopped, crossing his arms. Isa Trazen curved her lips into a smile. Even if I tell you, you can't use them. Soulstones can only be used by Ildari souls. This is the underlying soul encoding written into the soulstone. The soul conduits are the same. You're lucky, I can help you, and my technique is much better than those bumpkins from the craft world Eldar. Lin Yo asked. Can any type of soul be stored in a soulstone? Isa Trazen thought for a moment, then shook her head. To be honest, the conditions for storing souls are very strict. We Ildari divide souls into 5 levels. Isa Trazen imparted common knowledge about souls. The warp is also known as the Sea of Souls. 5th level souls are godless and unintelligent. After their physical bodies are annihilated, these souls transform into warp energy. The most typical example is when a large-scale death of living beings occurs on a planet, the warp will be stirred into a storm by the warp energy transformed from souls. 4th level souls are godless and low intelligence. The physical bodies of such souls are usually etheric nullifiers. They can initially sense and utilize warp energy, but cannot change their fate after death, still transforming into warp energy. 3rd level souls are godless and high intelligence. These souls recognize the truth of the warp and know how to use the power of meditation and faith to shape their own warp creatures within the warp. If a warp creature is successfully conceived during their lifetime, a 3rd level soul can merge with the warp creature after their physical body dissipates, gaining a temporary form of immortality. It is said to gain immortality because, after becoming a warp creature, there is indeed no need to worry about lifespan. It is said to be temporary because such weak warp creatures will quickly be devoured by other warp creatures. 2nd level souls are weak god and high intelligence. A 3rd level soul successfully shapes a warp creature and, after its physical body dissipates, merges with the warp creature. At this point, if it can continue to draw spiritual power such as emotions and faith from reality, it can continue to grow. At this time, it possesses the prototype of a warp deity. 1st level souls are strong god and high intelligence. 2nd level souls are nascent warp deities without physical bodies. On this basis, a 2nd level soul penetrates reality, condenses its own physical vessel in reality, and regains a physical body, thereby ascending to a 1st level soul. Wait, Isa Trazen. Since they have already become warp deities, why do they still need to condense a physical body in reality? Isn't that just adding weaknesses to themselves? Lin Yo was very confused. Isa Trazen chuckled. Do you know that the warp has no concept of time? Of course. Lin Yo nodded, then his pupils contracted, and he suddenly realized. Holy crap, I get it. Suppose the moment a second-level soul abandons its original physical body is A. It can penetrate reality at time point B through the warp and condense a physical body at time point B. If A is later than B, the first-level soul has traveled to the past, conversely, it has traveled to the future. Isa Trazen had a look of relief and appreciation, as if she were looking at a very talented good student. I didn't realize you have such a talent in soul technology. You're right, the biggest difference between a second-level soul and a first-level soul is whether it can precisely control the time point of penetration into reality. Now let's go back to our previous topic, can any kind of soul be stored in a soul stone? Isa Trazen wiggled her index finger. I'm sure you've already guessed the answer. 5th level and 4th level souls can be stored in soul stones. 3rd level and 2nd level souls, because they can live within the warp, we must first lure them from the warp into reality before they can be stored in soul stones. As for 1st level souls, don't even think about it, you'll never know how many timelines a 1st level soul exists in simultaneously. Lin Yo frowned in thought. From the knowledge Isa Trazen imparted, gene seed primarchs should be pseudo 2nd level souls. As long as they abandon their physical bodies and embrace the essence of the warp, they can become complete warp deities. Are you planning to go after Lorgar? Isa Trazen asked out of nowhere. Lin Yo snapped back to attention, and after a brief thought, he understood why she asked. Last time, Isa Trazen helped him read Erebus's soul encoding, and she learned some secrets. Now he was asking about storing souls again. Connecting the two events, it wasn't difficult for Isa Trazen to draw a reasonable inference. Seeing Lin Yo's deep expression, as if she had hit the mark, Isa Trazen chuckled. Lorgar Aurelian, a gene seed primarch of the Imperium of Man, one of the Emperor's 21 children, a definite second-level soul. Although I don't know why you want to deal with him, I advise you not to seek death. Lin Yo snorted, non-committal, and turned to leave. Suddenly, he stopped, slowly turned around, his eyes becoming extremely solemn. How many children did you just say? 21, what's wrong? Lin Yo's heart pounded. He had inquired in the Imperium of Man, there was no Alpha Legion in this world, and the official list of primarchs published by the Imperium had only had 17 individuals. 21 primarchs minus Alpharius and Omega is 19, and then minus the 2 expunged by the Imperium, leaves 17. Lin Yo had previously encountered Alpharius acting alone by chance, and he strongly suspected that although there was no Alpha Legion in this world, Alpharius and Omega still existed. Now, Isa Trazen's words aligned with his conjecture. Lin Yo took a slight breath, trying to keep his voice steady. Who exactly are the 21 children you mentioned? Isa Trazen counted on her fingers, rattling off 21 names. Lin Yo had never heard of 2 of the names, they were likely the gene seed primarchs of the 2nd and 11th armies, expunged by the Imperium of Man. Lin Yo was familiar with the names of the other primarchs, and Alpharius and Omega were prominently listed. Note 1. Lin Yo's curiosity about the Imperium's secrets ultimately overshadowed his thoughts about Alpharius and Omega, and he couldn't help but ask. What did the primarchs of the 2nd and 11th armies do? Isa Trazen leaned in and whispered. I'll tell you, but don't tell anyone else, those 2. The 2 whispered for a moment. Lin Yo suddenly understood. So that's how it is, those 2 primarchs didn't die in vain. But speaking of which, how do you know so much? The 2nd and 11th armies, and also Alpharius and Omega, those twins, they're all top-secret existences in the Imperium of Man, right? Isa Trazen shrugged, looking relaxed. So what if it's top secret? In the eyes of many beings with precognitive abilities, so-called top secrets are nothing special. The Blackheart conspiracy previously captured a craft world Eldar farcer. That guy, to save his life, told us whatever we asked. I was there at the time, so it's normal for me to know my monkey's secrets, right? Lin Yo was speechless, only able to give a 666 for the craft world Eldar farcer and the black bean sprouts interrogation methods. This just reminded him. He could use divination methods to find the whereabouts of the gene seed primarchs, he didn't necessarily have to ask Shatana for help. Can you predict the future? Lin Yo asked. Isa Trazen pouted. If I could predict the future, would I have been captured by you? Oh, right. Lin Yo and Isa Trazen discussed a plan to deal with Lorgar. To predict the whereabouts of a gene seed primarch, one would need to be at least a craft world Eldar, a member of the Farser Council. If the target of the prediction was someone with extremely high psychic abilities like Magnus or Lorgar, then an Autarch Farser would be needed. Those responsible for storing and caring for souls are the Soul Farsers among the craft world Eldar, super elite personnel, whose status is only slightly lower than that of the Farser Council members. Isa Trazen's soul storage skills were learned from the Blood Brides, and she was more than a cut below a Soul Farser. Ultimately, Lin Yo still had to connect with the craft world Eldar. Borrowing your phrase from last time, Isa Trazen smiled. I have a way in the craft world Eldar that can help you invite an Autarch Farser and a Soul Farser for help. The risk is a bit high, but the reward is very high. Do you want to consider it? I'll think about it again. Lin Yo turned and walked away, not giving Isa Trazen a chance to discuss. Just kidding, he had so many Orc-alt accounts he could use, none of which were less reliable than Isa Trazen. Additionally, before asking an Autarch Farser for help, Lin Yo needed to confirm whether the sealing technique could seal Conrad Kurz, and if so, how much seal yeast would be needed. Lin Yo went offline on the spot, woke up in his bed at his residence, and manually searched for orcs near Conrad Kurz. Many search results appeared on the system interface, all pointing to primitive and backward orcs, that is, those orc groups that had just been born and had nothing. Linio calculated the time. It would take at least a month for primitive orcs to build a spaceship from scratch. It would be better to deploy a parafleet himself and go find Conrad Kurz through the webway. At this time, it was the turn of the special alt account for Dirty Deeds Big Black Tooth 2nd generation to go online. With a thought, his consciousness instantly switched. Linio arrived on Big Black Tooth's bridge. The Gretchen were mopping the floor, and the boys were bored, gathered together playing cards. In days without shiny things to loot, everyone was almost bored stiff. Boys, get moving. Linio jumped onto the command platform, raising his power sword high. Gork and Mork have pointed me to a path. There's a big treasure in the Alatman Star district of the Dim Star region. It's sure to make us rich. Let's go. Yaik. Linio's shouts were purely superfluous. As soon as he jumped onto the command platform, the bored boys had already started moving. Helmsman Kid excitedly flipped switches, yelling. Start, 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 and this one too. Seeing Helmsman Kid about to drive the ship into the warp, Linio quickly ordered. Go through the webway. Gork and Mork said that the webway entrance here leads directly to the destination. Linio pointed on the star map. Alright. Helmsman Kid initiated sublight speed travel. Soon, the big black tooth fleet disappeared into the webway. A moment later, 5 green-skinned pirate ships leaped out of the webway at the edge of the Alatman Star District. This star district had no star district governor and was relatively undeveloped, with only 3 imperial worlds and 1 Xeno civilization currently under attack by the 85th Expeditionary Force. To avoid his actions being too abrupt, Linio directed the fleet to first harass the imperial worlds, like true space privateers, scavenging everywhere. This activity lasted for 2 days, causing chaos in the Alatman Star District. Seeing that the atmosphere was sufficiently set, Linio led his fleet to the Xeno civilization where Conrad Kurz was located. Big Black Tooth's fleet arrived at the scene via warp travel. Just then, Linio encountered an unexpected sight. A large number of green-skinned ships followed Big Black Tooth's fleet to the vicinity of the planet. These ships displayed the insignia of a new Loner Orc Empire warlord and were not allied with Linio. Their numbers were very large, there were no fewer than 30 battleships alone. When he clearly saw the largest ship among them, Linio was suddenly stunned. Wolf Knife. It was the long-lost Wolf Knife. Boss, the Ulaner Orc's fire control radar has locked onto us. Should we bail? Zhao Dongdong Boy issued a warning. Linio quickly thought and gave the order. Raise the green dam, full speed retreat. Alright. The big black tooth fleet rapidly moved away from the planet. On the other side, the 85th Expeditionary Force, stationed in near-ground orbit of the planet, discovered 2 groups of green-skinned fleets, one after the other. The 85th Expeditionary Force's radar simultaneously locked onto both the big black tooth fleet and the Ulaner Orc fleet. At this moment, the Xeno civilization on the planet had been mostly wiped out, and the battle was in its mopping up phase. The sudden appearance of 2 groups of greenskins put the Expeditionary Force, who hadn't had a chance to rest, back into a state of tension. As the big black tooth fleet withdrew from the battlefield, the Expeditionary Force and the Ulaner Orc fleet simultaneously disengaged their locks on the big black tooth fleet. The next second, battle erupted. The 85th Expeditionary Force and the Ulaner Orc fleet raised their shields, unleashed full firepower, and fought fiercely in the near-ground orbit of the planet. Linio stared at the wolf knife, his mind racing, a strong premonition in his heart. URG on the wolf knife was definitely coming for Conrad Kurz. Boy, keep an eye on the Ulaner Orc fleet's boarding signals for me. Got it, boss. Zhao Dongdong Boy typed on the keyboard, setting the engine signals of the Bang Bang flyers to the highest priority for signal collection. The Ulaner Orc fleet abandoned other targets and concentrated their attack on the 85th Expeditionary Force's flagship the Nightfall. Such ferocious firepower, even the void shields of a Gloriana-class vessel, couldn't hold out for long. 15 minutes later, the Nightfall's void shields began to flicker, lacking protection against slow, low-mass projectiles. The opportunity for boarding had arrived. Dot-sized engine signals appeared on the map, moving very fast, turning very flexibly, almost with zero inertia. These signals originated from the Ulaner Orc battleships, swarming towards the Nightfall like a hive of angry bees. Linio took a deep breath, calmly giving orders. Send 10 Bang Bang flyers out, target the Shrimp's Nightfall, there's an incredible treasure on that ship. The fleet will continue to move away from the battle and not intervene. The boy responsible for relaying the order didn't suspect anything and passed on the boss's command. Before long, 10 Bang Bang flyers, much faster than the Ulaner Orc fleet, roared out. Mao Ge quietly force field concealed the ship's engine signals and exhaust flames, and the optical stealth force field erased their outlines. It wasn't until they smashed into the Nightfall's outer armor that they were exposed and detected by all parties. Boss, the wolf knife wants to talk to you. Should I connect them? Linio waved his hand. Don't bother with it, we'll jump directly into the warp and leave. Once those 10 Bang Bang flyers have succeeded, we'll come back to pick them up. Linio opened the WarHammer simulation interface, selected the orcs on the Bang Bang flyers, and started the simulation. Chapter 265, Will the 40k Emperor see the 30k Primarch? Consciousness switched in an instant, and the perspective shifted to the violently shaking Bang Bang speeder. With a series of ear-splitting explosions, the speeder embedded itself in the side corridor of the Nightfall and came to a halt. Bang bang bang. Da-da-da. Gunshots echoed through layers of metal walls, creating muffled thuds. Linio kicked open the speeder's hatch and was the first to step out. The scene that greeted him fully displayed the dark style of the Night Lord's army. The corridor was filled with black metal plates, black metal spikes, black metal hooks, black and vicious traps, and dried black corpses. It is said that this ship was designed by Boss Pi, Perturabo. This guy was a construction fanatic who loved to make buildings incredibly complex. He had set up countless mazes and traps on the Nightfall, and the Night Lord's Primarch, Conrad Kurz, out of his inner darkness, had decorated it into a living hell on earth. The corpses hanging on hooks, the remains impaled on spikes, and the bones piled in corners were all decorations meticulously arranged by Conrad Kurz. Anyone who dared to touch these corpses would suffer Conrad Kurz's roar and punishment. A perfectly good Primarch, instead of thinking about how to manage his homeworld and army, indulged in torture and flesh art all day long. If he wasn't crazy, who was? If it weren't for the Huang Pitsi, Linio would have really wanted to completely erase this kind of Primarch from both the material and spiritual levels. Tisk tisk, the shrimp's taste is far from ours. I really don't understand what these shrimp are good for. They don't even bother to clean up the corpses, making this place smoky and smelly, even worse than our ship. Ugh. The jumping off a boat kid shook his head at the filthy corridor. Linio raised his right hand, making a fist, signaling for silence. Stop blabbering, follow me. The boss said there's a big hall on this ship, and we need to find its location. The jumping off a boat boys shut their mouths and followed their captain. Out of 5 bang-bang speeders, 3 successfully landed, and 2 were scrapped. There were 30 jumping off a boat boys in total on site. These were all elites who had undergone deep gene seed modification and alchemical reinforcement, capable of strict obedience. They wore a full set of ceramite armor with an auxiliary energy system, equipped with green dam, a Mao Ge quietly force field generator, draped in a Mao Ge's black hair stealth cloak, wearing a holographic combat helmet, and armed with a noisy box. Linio took out his Gao Mao goggles and put them on, activating his fungi ability, spiritual network, precisely controlling every single jumping off a boat kid. 30 jumping off a boat boys weaved through the intricate corridors, their heavy silenced bolters silently taking the lives of shrimp and Ulaner orcs. Linio collected the 85th Expeditionary Forces communicators along the way. After analyzing and deciphering the audio array units of these devices, the boarding party successfully accessed the 85th Expeditionary Forces internal communication channel. Calling BG-32 Fire Brigade, large-scale fire on the lower deck stern of the Night Moon Howler. Nightfall mid-deck industrial water purification zone has fallen, continue support, repeat, Nightfall mid-deck. Bang 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 sizzle crackle boom buzz. The 85th Expeditionary Forces channel was incredibly noisy, filled with various shouts and explosions. Linio quickly adjusted, filtering out noise and meaningless information, searching for sounds from the bridge. Half a minute later, a clear and steady command voice entered the channel. An unobservable etheric nullifiers has been detected on the upper deck. The auger matrix scan results are distorted by etheric nullifiers. Preliminary prediction is an alpha-level psyker. Ironclad terminators from all companies are to gather at the Primarch's private chambers and stop the alpha-level psyker's advance at all costs. Alpha-level psyker? Since when were the Ulaner orcs weird boys so strong? Linio sensed something was amiss, looked up at the ceiling, and quietly activated his fungi ability, vibration sensing. Suddenly, countless sounds drilled into his head, bombarding him like tens of thousands of high-decibel loudspeakers. Linio grunted, forcibly steadying his mind, and searched for the alpha-level psyker's voice under immense mental pressure. This painstaking work lasted for a full 2 minutes. The High Gothic mixed in with a large amount of orc slang caught Linio's attention. The person speaking High Gothic was accompanied by a large group of crude and barbaric Ulaner orcs, a very strange combination. Even stranger, Linio heard very clearly that the person speaking High Gothic had no orc accent, every word was filled with composure and elegance. Conrad Kurz, I have come. Face your destiny. I know you are often troubled by cruel visions of the future. You cannot change your ultimate fate, you can only bow to destiny. Destiny guides you to slaughter and torture, so you slaughter and torture. Destiny guides you to use violence to curb violence, so you use violence to curb violence. Now, destiny guides you to see me. Do you, as always, follow destiny's guidance? The speaker's movement speed was not fast, but he never stopped walking. He moved through the corridors at a standard walking pace, leisurely sweeping away the ironclad terminators who tried to intercept him, relying on his etheric nullifier's shield and headshot technique. He strolled leisurely, as if walking in his own backyard. This etheric nullifiers was very strong. Connecting this with the large number of Ulaner orcs accompanying him, a name came to Linio's mind. Lorgar Aurelian. This alpha-level psyker was very likely the long-missing Lorgar Aurelian. Linio didn't expect to encounter 2 gene seed primarches on the ship at the same time. Boys, keep up. Linio waved his hand, leading the team forward using the spiritual network. Note 1. On the other side, inside the Primarch's private chambers. Conrad Kurz was prostrate on the ground, tightly clutching a tattered corpse in his hands. His cheeks were gaunt, his eye sockets deep, and thick dark circles were etched onto his face like a brand. Despite being a tall and burly Primarch, he was skin and bones like an old man on the verge of death. Just like this, I follow destiny's arrangement, letting cruelty and tyranny prevail. Besides forcing me to turn to chaos, what else can you do? Conrad Kurz locked his hands around the corpse's neck, his dark pupils meeting the empty eye sockets, hysterical, almost insane. When you came before me, burning the people of Nostramo with glorious light, demanding our submission, I should have refused the name, identity, and status you imposed on me. Even though doing so would turn Nostramo into a dead land. Conrad Kurz tightened his grip, as if trying to strangle a corpse that was already long dead. This is the only truth I learned from your reign of terror. Facing terrifying oppression, weakness, and obedience only lead to despair. But resistance does not necessarily bring hope, more often it brings death. You know what kind of person I am, Father. I long to use violence to enact justice, to make sinners transform in despair, or die in wails. But why did you pollute my army with dirty and despicable sinners? Why did you use the Empire's tithe to force Nostramo's nobles to submit to you? Conrad Kurz laughed tragically, the upturned corners of his mouth writing out the sorrow of life and the bitterness in his heart. I bowed to chaos, bearing the infamy of a traitor. This was the destiny you wrote for me long before you met me. You treated me as a sinner from the very beginning. The corpse's neck crackled, and the already broken bones turned to dust in the Primarch's iron grip. The flat chest gently swelled, and an ethereal voice came from the distant shore. You are innocent, my child. Father. Conrad Kurz unknowingly shed turbid tears, his voice small and soft, like a pathetic child longing for his father's care. You are innocent, my child. The ethereal voice repeated what it had just said, sounding very tired and weak, as if it had experienced an extremely long time. The loom of destiny is occasionally damaged. The usurper shatters the spindle, tangles the threads, bends the needles, and your destiny is therefore full of hardships and sorrows. I must apologize to you, my child. I should have taught you how to properly utilize visions of the future, to seek change within fixed outcomes, rather than blindly submitting to destiny and degrading yourself into destiny's puppet. Father, Conrad Kurz stared blankly at the corpse in his hands, involuntarily loosening his grip on its neck. The normally strict, majestic, and noble emperor was now apologizing to him, a child with one foot already in the abyss. Conrad Kurz would rather believe this was a sign of chaos corrupting him. Child, you will face a test from false destiny. The misguided one will appear, and he will, under the pretext of destiny, guide you to embrace chaos. Promise me, resist this false destiny, and do not be a slave to destiny. Father. Conrad Kurz called out to the emperor for the third time, turbid tears streaming down his gaunt face. I have failed you. In the starry expanse beyond your reach, I have already been punished for this. Intense etheric nullifiers fluctuations surged from the corpse's eye sockets. Golden light, like the first rays of dawn, instantly filled the private chambers. A phantom yet real image appeared before Conrad Kurz's eyes. In the image, the emperor's body was shriveled and emaciated, sitting on the golden throne like a dried skeleton. His body was covered with wounds and scars, a stasis field struggling to maintain his life, and countless tubes plugged into his torso and head. His eye sockets were filled with deathly silence, but when he met Conrad Kurz's gaze, a momentary spark of life bloomed. That was guilt, apology, nostalgia. That was a father's self-reproach for failing to fulfill his duties to his child. That was a heavy pain incomprehensible to mortals and primarchs. Father, Conrad Kurz stretched out his hands, wanting to touch the figure on the throne. The image before him slowly faded, and an ethereal and distant voice came from the throne. If you claim to be righteous, do not bow to destiny. Remember, my son, resisting destiny does not necessarily bring death. As long as you bravely take the first step in resisting destiny, destiny will reward your courage. The image disappeared, and the golden light converged in the corpse's eye sockets. The ravaged corpse turned into fine sand, slipping through Conrad Kurz's fingers. Disordered footsteps approached from afar, stopping at the door of the private chambers. Conrad Kurz heard the voice that had tormented him on countless nights. Conrad Kurz, my brother. I have come for you. Boom boom boom. Etheric nullifiers pushed the door, and the heavy door panels opened with a roar. Outside the door stood a large group of ugly and ferocious chaos orcs. In front of these evil Xenos, Lorgar Aurelian stood proudly. His face was filled with an evil expression, the arrogance and self-satisfaction of one who considers himself a manipulator of destiny. Lorgar Aurelian spread his arms and slowly stepped forward. You must have known I was coming. Are you ready to face your destiny? Conrad Kurz stood up from the ground, his emaciated body unable to support the common linen clothes on him, making him look like a desperado stranded at the ends of the earth. Of course I knew you were coming. I have seen your figure countless times in visions of the future. I am not surprised by your appearance. Lorgar Aurelian glanced at Conrad Kurz. The latter was not wearing power armor, nor did he have his usual twin lightning claws at hand. It seems you have abandoned your mercy and forgiveness and are psychologically prepared to leave with me. So, what are you waiting for? Mercy and forgiveness were the names of his twin lightning claws. Conrad Kurz was accustomed to using these force weapons to punish criminals. Ironically, the past Conrad Kurz succumbed to destiny, and mercy and forgiveness were always with him, yet they only brought torture and slaughter. Even more ironically, the current Conrad Kurz, stimulated by the Emperor's illusion, felt a slight urge to resist destiny, but mercy and forgiveness were not by his side. This seemed to imply to him, give up all unrealistic ideas, get rid of the moral constraints brought by mercy, chaos does not need to obtain the forgiveness of the dead. Conrad Kurz looked down at his empty hands. He had clearly prepared to submit to destiny, but now he was wavering. Conrad, you fool. Didn't father say that resisting destiny would also bring rewards? What harm would there be in trying? Conrad Kurz took a deep breath, his eyes sharpening. Lorgar Aurelian. Lorgar Aurelian. Terra Palace. Below the steps of the Golden Throne. The Emperor stood with his hands behind his back, gazing up at the golden throne 100 meters above, a faint light flowing in his eyes. Behind him, a dozen black armor warriors knelt on one knee, the iron halos on their power packs emitting a deep black light. The Emperor turned around. The black armor warriors lowered their heads. The leader, through the audio array device on his helmet, emitted an electronically synthesized voice. Your Majesty, the Truth Tribunal, WarHammer Chapter Squad is ready. The WarHammer Chapter Squad's weapons were unique. Their melee weapons at their waists were not chain swords, but metal hammers engraved with exquisite patterns. The Emperor raised his right hand, his 5 fingers closing in the air, and brilliant etheric nullifiers light poured forth. Golden etheric nullifiers beams tore open a rift in the open space. On the other side of the rift, the dark corridors and hellish slaughter scenes of the nightfall appeared vividly. Go. Yes, Your Majesty. The truth of the Imperium shall be upheld. The black armor warriors collectively performed the Aquila salute and rushed into the rift. The golden etheric nullifier's beam disappeared. The Emperor looked at the throne again, and the palace was silent. Chapter 266 Conrad Kurtz's Self-Redemption. 2 Conrad Kurtz's Self-Redemption. Oh yeah. I've detected an incredibly strong Chinook fluctuation. You might not believe it, but the reading for this Chinook fluctuation is off the charts. It's even more powerful than thousands of weird boys combined. The finder's alarm blared in his ear. Lin Yo grew wary and followed the Chinook fluctuation indicated by the finder. He was currently in the ventilation ducts of the upper deck, still about 5 or 6 kilometers from Conrad Kurtz's private hall. The Chinook fluctuation came from about 1,000 meters ahead and to the side. Its energy reading was incredibly exaggerated, even higher than alpha level. Damn it, how are there still experts? Whose subordinate is this? Lin Yo was startled and quickly checked the team's Mao Ge quietly force field, to avoid being discovered by the source of the Chinook fluctuation. The finder scanned the area a dozen times, returning a string of bizarre data. The Chinook fluctuation appeared for an extremely short time, lasting only about 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, the Chinook fluctuation disappeared, replaced by over a dozen very faint gravitational signals. Other than that, there were no other signals. This indicated that over a dozen individuals with optical stealth and electromagnetic shielding capabilities had arrived on the ship via the Chinook fluctuation just now. Oh, I get it. It must be the Midnight Lord's librarians using teleportation to send reinforcements. Lin Yo suddenly understood, then became doubly cautious, leading his team silently towards their destination. Boom. The sound of battle erupted from ahead, the strong vibrations lagging half a second behind the sound, causing the ventilation ducts to shake up and down. The Chinook fluctuation captured by the finder rose again. Only this time, the Chinook energy originated from Conrad Kurtz's private hall. A high-intensity battle had broken out there. With every impact, every collision, strong winds would surge through the passage. The closer they got to the private hall, the fiercer the wind became, with lightning and flames even darting in from outside the ducts. Lin Yo led his team to a nearby spot and, seizing the opportunity, glanced out. Good heavens! It was Lorgar, indeed. That fellow was unleashing Chinook energy like crazy lightning, fire, illusions, telekinesis, shields all at his fingertips, a furious bombardment. His opponent was a black shadow moving too fast to discern its human form. Lin Yo focused his attention, struggling to keep up with the black shadow's speed, and only then barely confirmed it was a tall, thin man in tattered clothes. Judging by his gaunt physique and cheeks, and the rare long, straight black hair among gene seed primarches, this should be Conrad Kurtz. Conrad Kurtz was unarmed, not even wearing power armor, yet he repeatedly dodged Lorgar's Chinook bombardment, not even a corner of his clothes getting damaged throughout. Impressive. If he had a suitable weapon and equipment, wouldn't he be able to slay Lorgar on the spot? Lin Yo observed in secret, not acting rashly, and soon noticed 2 unusual things. First, the dozen or so individuals who had teleported over earlier were not present at the scene. Second, Lorgar's shoulder pad, why did it feel somewhat familiar? Lin Yo rubbed his eyes and looked closely. The shoulder pad was dark purple, and its surface material was very strange, neither metal nor leather. The patterns on the curved surface of the shoulder pad resembled wailing human faces, undulating with Lorgar's movements. Isn't this the howling armor? Lin Yo felt a bad premonition. He had nearly 700 million simulation points in his possession. After converting the points into universal Chinook material, he could obtain over 7 million units. Using so much universal Chinook material to cast headshot technique should be enough to severely wound Lorgar. As long as Conrad Kurtz cooperated, Lorgar would absolutely have no burial ground today. But the problem was, Lorgar had the howling armor on him. In the Orthodox Warhammer history, the owner of the howling armor was Lucius. Lucius served Slaanesh, who granted him the ability to resurrect using another person's body after death, while the soul of the possessed person would be sealed within the howling armor, never to be reborn. As long as Lucius wished, he could transform into the appearance of the soul within the howling armor. Now, Lorgar also had the howling armor on him. Lin Yo strongly suspected that he had obtained the same resurrection ability as Lucius from Slaanesh. If so, it might not be possible to kill Lorgar today. Whoever killed him would just have to wait to be possessed by him without realizing it. Wait, this isn't absolute. Lin Yo glanced at the jumping off a boat kid beside him, and a bold hypothesis popped into his mind. Suppose he controlled the jumping off a boat kid to kill Lorgar, and then, before Lorgar could resurrect, he controlled the jumping off a boat kid and escorted him into the webway. Then, could Lorgar still resurrect in the jumping off a boat kid? If it worked, then everything would be fine. Linio's only concern was that the resurrection ability granted by Slaanesh required the warp to be realized. After all, the webway could isolate the warp. Never mind, I'll try it first. Linio squinted at Lorgar, attempting to activate Brain Freeze technique. You are about to use Brain Freeze technique on Lorgar. Calculating fungi ability cost. Target is a gene seed primarch, base cost for Brain Freeze technique is 1000 tons of foolish mushroom. Target has alpha and level Shinik talent, base cost for Brain Freeze technique increased to 1 million tons. Target has received blessings from Slaanesh, Nurgle, Kern, Siench, and 3 Chaos Demons, Brain Freeze technique cost increased by 70 times. Target is protected by a Shinik shroud, base cost for Brain Freeze technique increased by at least 10 times. Final fungi ability cost will be at least 1 million tons asterisk, 1 plus 70 plus 10, equals 81 million tons. Please note, consuming 81 million tons only means you have a chance to penetrate Lorgar's Shinik shroud and put him into a Brain Freeze state. The more you consume, the higher the chance of entering a Brain Freeze state. 81 million tons. Linio glanced at his fungus warehouse. Foolish mushroom, 220 million tons. If he went all in with these 200 million tons of foolish mushroom, he should be able to control Lorgar. Linio also tested the cost of headshot technique and sealing technique. Very good, very good. The cost of sealing technique increased by 81 times, with a final calculation of 810 million tons. The cost of headshot technique was much smaller, only 3.24 million units of universal Shinik material, which could blow off Lorgar's head. Converted, that was 324 million simulation points. There were so many ground chicken demons in the webway, he just needed to grind for a few days, and he would quickly get them back. Linio prepared to act. Suddenly, he remembered something. What if Conrad Kurz snatched the kill? Then all his efforts would be in vain. Conrad Kurz, oh Conrad Kurz, why don't you just give in to Lorgar? Once you've joined Chaos, I won't have to show Huang Pitzi any face anymore, I'll just annihilate you, body and soul. Isn't Lorgar just here to recruit you? Why are you fighting so desperately? Linio watched the entangled parties, sighing repeatedly in his heart, waiting quietly for the opportune moment to act. Lorgar was equally perplexed. Facing Conrad Kurz, who constantly sought opportunities to attack him, Lorgar was full of questions. Wasn't Conrad Kurz famous for believing in fate? Over the years, the High Lords had instilled so many illusions about fate into him, already transforming him from the inside out into a form favored by chaos, yet today he seemed like a different person, resisting so fiercely, so decisively, and growing stronger with each battle. Was this reasonable? With the groundwork laid by the gods, Lorgar had originally expected this to be a conversion without suspense, and he truly hadn't anticipated wasting so much time here. Conrad Kurz, where is your respect for fate? Lorgar waved his hand, firing 3 thick bolts of lightning that shattered the marble floor tiles of the hall, and sternly rebuked. Didn't you constantly say the future cannot be changed? If so, why do you resist the arrangements of fate? Haven't you already seen today's scene? Don't you want to leave with me and embrace the high heaven? Conrad Kurz remained silent, merely dodging the Shinik bombardment, seizing the opportunity to pick up a heavy bolter and a multi-melta from his subordinates. Bang 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 bang. Bolter fire barraged Lorgar's Shinik shroud. Boom. The multi-melta spewed a fiery dragon, engulfing Lorgar entirely. The Shinik shroud isolated the bullet impact in high temperature, and Lorgar stood his ground, unmoving. Anger rose on his face, his originally delicate and graceful features becoming slightly distorted. Resisting fate is a dangerous thing, Conrad Kurz, don't say I didn't warn you. When the future changes, you will lose your ability to foresee the future. You don't want to lose the guidance of precognition from now on, do you? Conrad Kurz's figure paused, his silhouette lingering on a certain floor tile for 0.1 seconds. At that instant, he showed a hint of hesitation. But immediately, he moved again, and even more swiftly, more fiercely. Bolter, melt-a-gun, power axe, electromagnetic grenade, plasma gun. All the weapons he could find nearby were picked up by Conrad Kurz and thrown into the battle. Click, click, click. The weapons in his hands made crisp sounds, indicating that their ammunition was depleted. Conrad Kurz casually tossed the bolter aside, preparing to search for new weapons. A wall woven from lightning blocked him, and the surrounding sea of fire quickly enveloped him, making the air viscous. Immense atmospheric pressure acted upon Conrad Kurz, making his steps difficult. Are you done with your tantrum, Conrad Kurz? Lorgar clasped his hands together. Conrad Kurz was forced to remain in place. His skin began to peel in the high temperature and pressure, and crimson blood, as soon as it seeped from his body, was evaporated by the flames. His hair and fur had long since turned to nothingness, and his robes had also vanished into thin air. He clenched his fists, his fingertips cracking, staring intently at Lorgar, with both hatred and understanding in his eyes. I refuse the fate arranged by you and your master. Conrad Kurz roared, his eyes bloodshot, fury surging in his chest. I have seen through your tricks. You know I detest evil, and cannot tolerate even a speck of sin. You fear me becoming the backbone of demon eradication. You are terrified of the justice in my heart. I will not negotiate with you like others, I only want to kill all of you. Kill all demons. Kill all sinners. It is precisely because of my extreme justice that you, and your masters, you are all afraid of me. Conrad Kurz roared as he charged towards Lorgar, letting the crimson flames and lightning entwine him. Bang! A fist burned to black charcoal landed heavily on the Shinik shroud, its fierce power even causing Lorgar to instinctively retreat half a step. Bang 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 bang. Conrad Kurz wildly pounded the Chinook shroud, screaming at the top of his lungs. To destroy me, you damned scum didn't hesitate to pay a heavy price to grant me the ability to foresee the future. Bang 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 bang. Conrad Kurz's hands broke off at the roots, his wrists turning into bayonets striking the Chinook shroud. To dismantle my beliefs and distort my justice, you frequently interfered with the future I saw. As Conrad Kurz moved, his wrists, forearms, and upper arms successively turned to ash, followed by his feet and legs. In the end, he could only float in the sea of fire, supporting his head with his torso, launching headbutts at the Chinook shroud. Die, 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 all evil, die. Lorgar stared blankly at the disfigured Primarch on the ground, and inexplicably smiled, with a hint of self-mockery. There's really nothing I can do with you. Lorgar waved his hand, dispelling the sea of fire and lightning, and brushed off the dust on his shoulder. If I had known your sense of justice was so firm, I wouldn't have gone to all this trouble to come here. Since that's the case, then go die with your justice. Lorgar lifted his right foot. The foot, encased in ceramite combat boot, began to deform, with crimson fleshy tendrils and purple feathers growing wildly in the gaps. A grotesque, spiky maw appeared on the sole of his foot. The maw wriggled, stretched, expanded and contracted towards Conrad Kurz's head, like a gaping abyss about to swallow its prey. At this moment, Conrad Kurz was utterly defenseless. He lay on the ground, glaring at Lorgar with hatred, wishing he could tear him to shreds alive. But he could do nothing, only watch helplessly as the foul-smelling maw swallowed him. Just then, a situation Lorgar had not anticipated occurred at the scene. From the shadows to his side, over a dozen pitch-black figures suddenly darted out, rushing forward like lightning, silent bullets raining down. At the same time, Lorgar paused, almost imperceptibly, and the Chinook shroud protecting him burst like a bubble. Pfft! A Chinook fluctuation flashed past, and Lorgar's head instantly exploded, his body riddled with hundreds, even thousands, of bullets. Linio and the previously teleported individuals acted simultaneously. Linio's brain freeze technique stunned Lorgar, headshot technique took Lorgar's life, while the other group used silenced bolt guns to riddle Lorgar like a sieve. These people really came to help Conrad Kurz. Linio had no desire to linger in battle, leading his team away from the combat zone, and looked back at the Space Marine in black power armor. They had no insignia or numbers on them, their most striking feature was the iron halo on their power packs, which was deliberately designed into the shape of a scale. They split into two teams, one group treated Conrad Kurz, while the other maintained vigilance, searching for the uninvited guest who had just used headshot technique to kill Lorgar. Linio was preoccupied with Lorgar's resurrection using Slaanish's blessing, and had no interest in delving into the origins of these black-armored strongmen. He returned to the Bang Bang spaceship at top speed, activated multiple anti-detection force fields, and headed straight for the edge of the star system. He opened the system interface and found Big Black Tooth's simulation archive. Linio quickly completed the archive loading and ordered the fleet to come for rendezvous. The Olaner fleet and the 85th Expeditionary Force were still engaged in battle, unable to spare attention for the returning pirate privateer. Before long, Linio led his fleet into the webway at another location. After a series of operations, the jumping off a boat kid's head was placed in an amniotic fluid tank in the cell. Linio eagerly anticipated seeing Lorgar resurrect in the jumping off a boat kid. But he was destined to be disappointed, the jumping off a boat kid showed no abnormalities. Linio was not surprised by this. There was nothing to be done, the webway was too overpowered, and any Chinook ability based on the warp could not take effect within the webway. Forget it, there will be another chance to deal with Lorgar later. Linio stood with his arms crossed, deep in thought, the image of Conrad Kurz pounding the Chinook shroud appearing in his mind. As a cloud hammer, Linio felt he owed Conrad Kurz an apology. Due to his lack of understanding of what happened to Conrad Kurz, Linio had always thought Conrad Kurz was a perverted serial killer at heart. The words Conrad Kurz uttered in anger made Linio realize that the truth was probably not so. Conrad Kurz was very likely influenced by chaos, which led him to self-degenerate. Moreover, the interference he experienced was more subtle than that experienced by Horus, Lorgar, and others. It seemed to be disguised as the ability to foresee the future, and a psychological suggestion to firmly believe in the foreseen future. Looking back now, it was truly remarkable that Conrad Kurz could suddenly awaken when facing Lorgar. It seems this guy isn't bad at heart. I wonder if those Space Marines in black power armor can save Conrad Kurz. Chapter 267. The story begins in the 41st millennium. Terra Palace, Golden Throne. The Emperor outlined psychic patterns in the air with his fingers. The rift leading to the Nightfall opened again, and black armor warriors poured out. Conrad Kurz was left with only his head and torso, unconscious. He was immersed in a miniature amniotic tank, escorted back by black armor warriors. Not far away, the webway gate emitted the low rumble of an anti-gravity vehicle. Land arrived at the throne in his exclusive vehicle, an anti-gravity land raider filled with medical supplies and equipment. Behind the raider, an anti-gravity flatbed trailer was towed, carrying a black metal box, over 3 meters long, 2 meters high, and 2 meters thick, looking quite heavy. Your Majesty, the bionic body you requested has been completed. Land jumped off the vehicle and bowed to the Emperor, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over the dozen or so black armor warriors and Conrad Kurz in the amniotic tank. As a renowned Mechanicu's archmagos, Land was very familiar with gene seed primarches. Conrad Kurz's combat power was definitely among the top primarches, yet at this moment he had lost most of his body and was on the verge of death. If a Primarch was injured to such an extent, what kind of heavy losses must his army have suffered? Land was secretly alarmed, vaguely realizing that something extraordinary had happened to the Imperium of Man during his time researching warp energy monocrystals. Land, I need you to install the bionic body for Conrad Kurz and heal his injuries. The Emperor gently stroked the amniotic tank, his eyes somewhat complex. Land bowed again. As you wish, Your Majesty. I will personally treat Conrad Kurz. Begin now, perform the surgery right here. The Emperor waved his hand, and the bacteria and dust in the air were eliminated by psychic power. A large sterile area, meeting the requirements for surgery, appeared below the steps of the throne. Medical servo-automata accompanying Land transported equipment and supplies, setting up the surgical platform. Land opened the metal box on the anti-gravity flatbed and retrieved bionic body components from it using the mechanical arm on his mechanical backpack. The first component was a nearly translucent tube, appearing to be an artificially created digestive system. The second component was an artificial spine, with slightly glowing white conduits beneath its translucent casing. One artificial item after another was placed on the operating table, forming a complete human shape, from an artificial skull to artificial tonsils, and everything in between. Land looked at these bionic components, both satisfied and full of anticipation. They could be said to be works of art combining Mechanicu's bionic physiology with warp energy monocrystals. Whether in terms of anti-etheric nullifiers properties or manufacturing process, they were the pinnacle of existence. For example, artificial muscle fiber bundles. Traditional muscle fiber bundles adjust the contraction and extension of fibers through electric current, achieving similar force and braking effects as native muscles. If subjected to electromagnetic pulse interference, the effectiveness of muscle fiber bundles would be greatly reduced. The improved artificial muscle fiber bundles were vastly different. Land used extreme electrolytic pressure casting technology to electrolyze monocrystal powder into an aerosol, and then, through pressurization and frequency reduction, pressure cast the aerosol into a monocrystal film. This film possessed nearly perfect ductility. 1 gram of film, in its natural state, was roughly the size of a grain of rice. It could be stretched into a 3 square meter plane, yet its anti-etheric nullifiers and insulation effects would not be weakened in the slightest. Such exquisite manufacturing craftsmanship could only be achieved by the Mechanics. While the Orc's I reckon power was powerful, Land could guarantee that no Orc could replicate the extreme electrolytic pressure casting technology. Sir, the surgery is ready. A medical servo-automata handed over a scalpel. Land began the surgery. Conrad Kurz's condition was very poor, his cardiopulmonary function had almost ceased, surviving solely on the residual oxygen in his brain and torso. Fortunately, a gene seed Primarch's blood oxygen concentration was naturally much higher than that of an ordinary person. Land connected Conrad Kurz to a ventilator, using an artificial heart and lungs to replace his native organs. Conrad Kurz's heartbeat and breathing gradually recovered. His brain became active, and his 5 senses began collecting environmental information. The scene before his near-death experience lingered in his mind, Lorgar Aurelian's foot rapidly enlarging in his hallucination. Die! Conrad Kurz roared hoarsely through his breathing mask, suddenly opening his eyes. The surgical light emitted a strong glare, piercing Conrad Kurz's eyelids, making the figures in front of him appear fragmented. You are safe, Conrad Kurz, Land tried to soften his tone. Do you still recognize me, Conrad Kurz? I am Land, Archmagos of the Mechanics. We met on Mars 22 years ago. Land. Conrad Kurz gasped for breath, wanting to sit up and look around, but found that he had already lost both hands and feet. He gradually recalled the battle. He had hammered Lorgar Aurelian's psychic shield like a madman, and it was then that his limbs were pulverized by flames and impact. Lorgar Aurelian, where is Lorgar Aurelian? I think I saw Lorgar Aurelian's head explode earlier. Is he dead? Conrad Kurz mumbled his questions. Land's heart skipped a beat, only by immense willpower did he manage to keep his fingers from trembling. Lorgar Aurelian's head exploded. Another gene seed Primarch severely wounded. Who caused 2 Primarches to be so severely injured at the same time? Land turned his head to look at the Emperor standing not far away. The Emperor gestured to the Black Armor Warriors. The leader of the Black Armor Warriors walked towards the operating table, removed his helmet and placed it at his waist, revealing a resolute face and a nail on his forehead. Conrad Kurz, I am Monret, Captain of the Truth Tribunal, WarHammer Chapter, Team 0. My team and I rescued you from Lorgar Aurelian's grasp. Your memory is not mistaken, Lorgar Aurelian's head was crushed by someone using the headshot technique. We did not find the etheric nullifiers who used the headshot technique, and Lorgar Aurelian did not die from it. Land started to understand. It felt like 2 Primarches had a conflict, and then a mysterious etheric nullifier snatched Lorgar Aurelian's head. Land did not interrupt, continuing the surgery. Conrad Kurz recalled the scene of Lorgar Aurelian's head exploding, muttering. Even so injured, he didn't die on the spot. What sustained him? Monret looked at the Emperor, who nodded in assent. Conrad Kurz, I'm sure you know that Lorgar Aurelian is no longer the Lorgar Aurelian he once was. Many powers not his own have appeared on him. One of these powers can grant him the ability to be reborn at a specific location after death. Conrad Kurz narrowed his eyes, a glint in them. So, I still have a chance to kill him with my own hands. Yes. Monret paused. In fact, the Truth Tribunal's WarHammer chapter was specifically prepared for you to eliminate Chaos Daemon. Land's movements froze, then returned to normal. His intelligence told him that what Monret meant was that Lorgar Aurelian, Gene Seed Primarch of the Word-Bearers Legion, had turned to Chaos inimical powers. My goodness. I've only been in the webway for a few months, how could such a big change have happened outside? Truth Tribunal? I haven't heard of this Imperial Department. Conrad Kurz looked puzzled. Monrad said. This is a recently established secret department, whose main purpose is to crush the conspiracies of Chaos Daemon. Land performed the surgery, Monrad introduced the Truth Tribunal, and Conrad Kurz lay on the operating table listening. Surgery for Primarchs and Space Marines was somewhat different from that for mortals. For mortals, the most taboo thing in surgery was anesthesia awareness, meaning that during surgery, the patient's motor nerves are paralyzed, but consciousness is clear, and the patient can clearly perceive surgical steps such as cutting, ligating, puncturing, and applying medicine. Surgery for Primarchs and Space Marines had to be performed while conscious, anesthesia and unconscious states would instead cause negative effects. With Monrad nagging beside him, Land didn't have to worry about Conrad Kurz falling asleep. After nagging for over 3 hours, Monrad finished explaining all the details of the Truth Tribunal, and the surgery was successfully completed. Conrad Kurz's new body possessed extremely low mass and extremely high defense, and it also had the ability to grow. Artificial organs ensured the continuation of life, monocrystal film endowed him with unparalleled etheric nullifiers resistance and various energy resistances, and the Primarch's unique gene samples were implanted into his gene glands, promoting his body's continued growth and close integration with the artificial organs. Of course, the Primarch's gene glands were not Land's doing, they were finished products provided by the Emperor. It was no exaggeration to say that the current Conrad Kurz could probably punch through Lorgar Aurelian's psychic shield with a single blow. The anti-etheric nullifiers properties of the monocrystal were no joke. Conrad Kurz put on his clothes with the assistance of a medical servo-automata and sat up. As his vision rose, a golden figure came into view. Conrad Kurz then realized that the Emperor had been standing nearby, observing his surgery the whole time. Father. Conrad Kurz's voice trembled, recalling the withered bones on the throne and the despairing death aura that surrounded them. This scene was so shocking that whenever Conrad Kurz thought of the Emperor, this image would uncontrollably appear in his mind. Conrad Kurz knelt on one knee, weeping uncontrollably, unable to distinguish whether he was repenting for his past sins or heartbroken by the illusory scene on the throne. You may leave, let me speak with Conrad Kurz for a while. Everyone quickly tidied up the area, making space for the Emperor and his child to speak. The Emperor reached out and pulled Conrad Kurz up. You saw that scene, didn't you? Yes, father. Why are you so severely injured, sitting on the throne like a skeleton? Conrad Kurz suppressed his turbulent emotions, unable to resist asking. The Emperor's prophetic abilities far exceeded those of a gene seed Primarch. The Emperor must also be able to see the scenes he could see. That is the conspiracy of the Chaos Inimical Powers. They want to turn the galaxy into a slaughterhouse for humans and Chaos Daemon, for their own amusement. The Emperor led Conrad Kurz to the bottom of the throne's steps. I will tell you what the Chaos Inimical Powers conspiracy is, and how they manipulate the fate of the Imperium of Man to satisfy their desires. I will also tell you that such a future has been changed. And the ones who changed it are your two brothers, Alfarius and Omega. Conrad Kurz was stunned. Father, this is the first time I've known I have such two brothers. The Emperor was not surprised, his expression calm. In fact, you are the first child to know of Alfarius and Omega. The other Primarchs are not yet aware of the existence of this pair of twins. Twins? Conrad Kurz murmured, growing even more curious about these two brothers. Father, what did they do? The Emperor stopped at the steps of the throne, a look of reminiscence in his eyes. They did many things. It all starts from the 41st millennium. The 41st millennium. Isn't it the 30th millennium now? Conrad Kurz was startled but did not interrupt the Emperor, listening intently. Thump, thump. Inside a certain compartment of the wolf knife. A huge fleshy sack was suspended in the air by vines, contracting rhythmically like a heart. Crimson handprints protruded from the surface of the fleshy sack, the owner of the hands struggling to tear the membrane, wanting to break free from the sack's restraints. A teeth-grinding tearing sound echoed as Lorgar Aurelian emerged from the gap, thick liquid dripping from his body, his howling armor returning. A gaze shot directly from the warp. My lord's loyal servant, Conrad Kurz's fate has been altered, I cannot find his whereabouts. Your first attempt has failed. Lorgar Aurelian wiped the liquid from his face and looked at the ethereal blue-bird man. Prophet, this is within our plan, failure is merely a part of the plan. The blue-bird man was none other than the Tsiange Greater Daemon, Zeal Faex, the Shadow Weaver. It nodded slightly, its wings fluttering. You are right, failure is also part of the plan. Tell me what happened. A group of space marines wearing black power armor used some psychic means to dismantle my psychic shield and crushed my head. Lorgar Aurelian pressed his forehead, gently shaking his head. The afterimage of his head exploding lingered in his mind. This feeling was unpleasant. Fortunately, under the blessings of the four gods, he could be reborn infinitely. While confronting Conrad Kurz, I sensed an extremely strong psychic fluctuation. Someone opened a portal on the ship, remotely delivering the black armor warriors. I think the one manipulating the battle from behind the scenes must be this etheric nullifiers who opened the portal. Lorgar Aurelian slowly raised his hands, psychic light gathering on his body. His exclusive power armor, the armor of the word, appeared first, followed by the power backpack, force field generator, cloak, helmet, and finally the howling armor on his shoulders. Unlike before, where the howling armor only covered his shoulders, it now spread from his shoulders to the upper part of his chest, and the painful faces on the armor's surface also increased. The etheric nullifiers who opened the portal is very powerful, I suspect it was the Emperor or Malkador himself. That group of black armor warriors took Conrad Kurz, sending him to the Emperor or Malkador. That's why you couldn't sense Conrad Kurz's location. Lorgar Aurelian analyzed logically. Zeal Fayex, the Shadow Weaver agreed. It seems this failure has not dampened your morale. Of course not. Lorgar Aurelian smiled slightly. Using one death to uncover the false Emperor's hidden moves, this calculation is profitable no matter how you look at it. Next time I act, I will surely succeed, and I will have an extra helper. No sooner had he spoken than a psychic light shot from the distant warp, pointing directly at Lorgar Aurelian. See, my helper has arrived. Lorgar Aurelian extended his right hand towards the psychic light, drawing the other party into his hand. This light was pulled out of the warp by Lorgar Aurelian, turning into a round ball of light. The ball of light underwent a strange transformation, and a tall, one-eyed giant quickly materialized. He wore an ocean blue robe, one eye perfectly intact, the other no longer present, only a scarred hollow, and his crimson hair resembled a mane. The moment before the giant appeared, the environment around Lorgar Aurelian transformed into a prison cell, and Lorgar Aurelian himself became ragged and wounded, while Zeal Fayex, the Shadow Weaver vanished. When the giant fully materialized, he did not see the triumphant Lorgar Aurelian, but a severely wounded good brother in urgent need of rescue. Chapter 268, Angren, the first on the Primarch's must-kill list. Among his many Primarch brothers, Lorgar and Magnus were the most congenial. This might have stemmed from a certain rebellious streak. The false emperor forbade Lorgar from delving into faith and proclaiming the theory of the emperor as god, yet Lorgar insisted on doing so. The false emperor forbade Magnus from traversing the warp and from expanding his Liberium without restraint, but Magnus paid no heed to these words, continuing as he pleased. Such rebellious behavior fostered a mutual appreciation between Lorgar and Magnus, who often communicated telepathically in private. Just like now. My brother, you look gravely wounded. How dare the Orc Emperor injure you like this? Magnus roared in anger, his remaining eye filled with fury. Lorgar, bound by chains, sat cross-legged on the ground, covered in wounds. Several of his fingers were missing, and the wounds were blackened and festering, making him look utterly miserable. He raised his head and said weakly. Magnus, be careful of URG and his Orc army. They have gained immense power from the warp. Don't linger here too long. They will find you through the warp's fluctuations. Magnus' expression was solemn as he knelt, carefully examining Lorgar's injuries. Quickly, tell me where you are. Your children are going mad searching for you. I will tell them your location so they can rescue you as soon as possible. Lorgar responded weakly. Sorry, I'm not sure where I am either. Those orcs injected me with some kind of psychic suppressing shamanic potion. If your psychic power wasn't strong enough, I wouldn't even be able to sense your message from the warp. This is troublesome. Magnus looked around. His appearance here did not mean he was actually present. What he could see was limited to Lorgar's field of vision. Lorgar could not move or go to other rooms, so Magnus naturally could not observe other places. I need to give you a warning, Magnus. Lorgar forced himself to rally, struggling to sit upright, but gasped as his wounds twinged. URG has a very strange orc boy under his command. His etheric nullifier's mastery is excellent, and he also possesses incredibly skilled alchemical shamanism. I personally saw him use my fingers to concoct an alchemical potion. After URG drank this potion, he became stronger and more robust. Magnus' eyes flickered as he mused. This seems to be using your fingers as the main ingredient for alchemy, to refine a potion that enhances physical strength. Yes, but that orc's strangeness doesn't stop there. Lorgar raised his right hand, showing his two missing fingers. He used my thumb to make a body-strengthening potion, and my index finger to make a shape-shifting potion that can turn into me. The effect of the shape-shifting potion greatly surprised me. The drinker can even mimic my appearance, tone, voice, and etheric nullifiers. I strongly suspect that the Ulaner orcs might impersonate me and do things that damage the Imperium of man's prestige. Then I must quickly inform Terra. Magnus' heart sank. His figure began to flicker, as if the communication signal was unstable. Lorgar, ZZZZT. Magnus' voice had noticeable static. The warp is becoming turbulent, a storm is brewing. ZZZZT. I will convey your message to Terra and the word bearers Liberium. ZZZZT. Hold on. We will rescue you as soon as possible. ZZZZT. Magnus vanished in a wisp of illusory green smoke. Lorgar chuckled softly, dispelling his etheric nullifier's disguise. The surrounding scene returned to normal, and Zelfix appeared. Your acting is as excellent as ever. Zelfix pecked at his feathers, speaking slowly. Don't forget to return to high heaven before the 188th heartbeat. When the 188th heartbeat arrives, you will encounter Angren upon leaving high heaven. My lord's loyal servant, may everything align with the times. I await your good news. You will have your wish, prophet. Lorgar bowed slightly. Zelfix's figure vanished without a trace. Soon after, the Wolf Blade led the Ulaner fleet into the warp, leaving a chaotic mess behind. Conrad Kurz's 85th Expeditionary Force was completely annihilated, with no survivors. The bodies of the Space Marine and mortal soldiers were all taken away by the Ulaner fleet. Their ships, gunboats, and fighters were also dismantled into scrap in a very short time and departed with the Ulaner fleet. Thick dust floated in low Earth orbit, shrouding the entire planet in gloom. The Ulaner fleet concentrated and destroyed what they could not take with them, resulting in the scene of black clouds covering the sky. The 85th Expeditionary Force carried the elite of the Night Lord's Legion. Their demise was certainly a loss for the Imperium of Man, but for Conrad Kurz, who bore the sins, it was also a form of liberation. And so, Alpharius and Omega temporarily delayed the Imperium of Man's demise. Terra Palace, beneath the golden throne. Father and son sat on the steps, engaging in a heart-to-heart conversation. The Emperor had just finished recounting a magnificent story. The protagonists of the story were the Alpha brothers, the most mysterious and difficult to categorize among the 21 Primarchs. The Alpha brothers charged into Nurgle's garden and rescued the Ildari's god of life, Aisha. This action angered Nurgle, and the Alpha brothers were hunted. They escorted Aisha into the webway but were severely wounded while intercepting Nurgle's demons. On the verge of death, the Alpha brothers received aid from the God Emperor and sent a prophecy to me in this current era. The Emperor paused. I don't need to elaborate on the content of the prophecy, it's simply about the chaos inimical powers inciting rebellion within the Imperium of Man, stirring conflict among the Primarchs, and causing the galaxy to burn fiercely in war. I am already aware of all this and have made targeted arrangements. The chaos inimical powers conspiracy cannot be achieved, but they will change their strategy. No matter how they change their strategy, they must corrupt a few Primarchs and kill a few Primarchs as much as possible before they can achieve their ultimate goal. Father, do you want me to lead the Truth Tribunal's Warhammer chapter to prevent the chaos inimical powers from corrupting and killing my brothers? Conrad Kurz asked with fervor. The thought of slaying demons ignited a fire within him, filling him with drive. Yes, child, but not entirely so. The Emperor patted his knees and stood up. When I created you, I was negligent due to some trivial matters, allowing the chaos inimical powers to pollute the genes and souls of some Primarchs. These Primarchs are destined to betray us. Angren and Fulgrim are the most typical examples. Conrad Kurz didn't like these two Primarchs, so he wasn't deeply moved. He stood up with the Emperor and asked. So, which Primarchs need protection? All Primarchs except Angren and Fulgrim need protection. The Emperor smiled inexplicably. This also includes Corvus Corax. I know you have some past grievances with him, but I think, the current you, will no longer see him as an object of jealousy. Conrad Kurz was slightly startled, then smiled with relief. Yes, father. Conrad Kurz and Corvus Corax, the only two Primarchs with long, straight black hair. Both equally abhorred evil, both equally harbored a sense of justice. Conrad Kurz possessed a cursed precognitive ability, often tormented by false visions of the future. Corax had no such worries, lived an easier life than Conrad Kurz, and was better than Conrad Kurz at punishing evil and helping the weak and poor. In a sense, if Conrad Kurz had not been cursed, Corax would have been his mirror image. Conrad Kurz was once tormented by visions, lamenting his unfair fate while harboring jealousy towards Corax. The situation was different now. Conrad Kurz had the courage to resist his future fate. He was confident he could do better and more outstandingly than Corax. I need you to quickly assemble a Warhammer chapter army of at least 100,000 Space Marines. For troop sources, supplies, and ships, you can discuss all logistical issues with Malkador. Conrad Kurz accepted the order, nodding. Yes, father. I have one request. I wish to change the recruitment planet. You may, no problem, this is within your control. The Emperor asked. How do you plan to deal with Nostramo? Nostramo was the homeworld of the Night Lord's Legion. When the Chaos Inimical powers stole Conrad Kurz from Terra Palace, they threw Conrad Kurz onto Nostramo. Conrad Kurz originally thought his arrival on Nostramo was just an accident. But after hearing his father's story, he deeply realized that this was a conspiracy by the Chaos Inimical powers from the very beginning. First, they endowed him with the ability to foresee the future, then twisted the future visions he saw, and finally, by leveraging the harsh environment and the deeply rooted evil nature of Nostramo's people, they forcibly made him psychologically warped. Everything was a conspiracy of the Chaos Inimical powers. Therefore, Conrad Kurz decided. I want to issue an exterminatus on Nostramo and completely sever ties with it. But rationality tells me that not all Nostramones are beyond redemption. Transferring the governorship of that planet to Guilliman might be the most suitable choice. The Emperor patted Conrad Kurz's shoulder. Go, child. Malkador is waiting for you outside the palace. Yes, father. Conrad Kurz knelt on one knee, bowed, and then strode away. The Emperor watched Conrad Kurz receding back, his facial features softening considerably, as if a great burden had been lifted from his heart. Monret. Your Majesty. The black armor warriors lifted his optical camouflage cloak and came before the Emperor. Tell me the entire process of Lorgar's head being crushed by the headshot technique. Your Majesty, this happened very suddenly. Monret patted the bolter at his waist. We fired anti-etheric nullifier's bullets at Lorgar. When the bullets were halfway there, Lorgar suddenly froze, his etheric nullifier's shield disappeared at that moment, and immediately after, his head was crushed by the headshot technique. We used various scanners to search for the whereabouts of the mysterious etheric nullifiers, but only found residual etheric nullifiers fluctuations. Monret took out a data slate and opened a document. When we rescued Lord Conrad Kurz, we took the opportunity to check the 85th Expeditionary Forces database. We originally wanted to see the 85th Expeditionary Forces Liberium roster, but we unexpectedly discovered that when the 85th Expeditionary Force was fighting the Ulaner Orcs, an Orc privateer fleet appeared at the edge of the battlefield. The leader of this fleet was Big Black Tooth, and he launched 10 boarding pods at the nightfall. This was the only variable in this battle. Monret handed over the data slate. When the Emperor saw the name Big Black Tooth, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. If he remembered correctly, Wasn't Big Black Tooth already tricked to his death on a star by the Tribune Ra Endymion? Why was there another Big Black Tooth here? Etheric nullifier's fluctuations appeared around the Emperor. He activated his prophetic ability to check Big Black Tooth's recent situation and future. So that's how it is. The Emperor understood, dispelling the etheric nullifier's fluctuations. Don't mind this orc privateer fleet, their appearance is merely coincidental. As for the etheric nullifiers who crushed Lorgar's head, the Emperor thought for a moment and said. From his behavior, he is not allied with chaos and might be an agent of the secret cult. There's no need to pursue his whereabouts for now. Go assist Conrad Kurz in familiarizing himself with the Truth Tribunal. The secret cult unknowingly took another fall. As you command, Your Majesty. Monrad put away the data slate and turned to leave. The Emperor gazed at the throne, falling silent. Boss, news. Beast excitedly ran into the bridge of the wrench. Crone of the Blood Raven clan just contacted me, they found Angren's whereabouts in the Goran sector of the Taiping Star territory. Oh. Linyo withdrew his gaze from the viewport, took the data slate from Beast, and carefully examined Crone's intelligence. Over the past few days, Linyo had been immersed in leading the hunt for Webway graveyard demons, striving to quickly make up for the integral deficit caused by the headshot technique. He utilized the Webway's convenience to widely spread his informants, gathering gene seed Primarch information from various corners of the galaxy. Angren and Fulgrim had the highest priority, for these two gene seed Primarches were inherently chaos-aligned. Linyo planned to use sealing techniques to seal their warp essence within their reality bodies, then bring them into the Webway for research. First, he would thoroughly research the warp essence, then consider how to deal with Angren and Fulgrim. After dealing with these two, he would then go find the other Primarches. Angren truly is a battle-crazed lunatic, he's already conquered 3 Xeno-worlds in a row, and he doesn't even rest, going straight for the 4th. Linyo marveled at the intelligence on the data slate. If this gene seed Primarch didn't have the nails in his head, he wondered if he could still be as insane as he was now. I'll have the witch doctor inform Big Black Tooth, so Big Black Tooth can go meet Angren. Linyo returned the data slate and continued to monitor the battle in the Webway graveyard. Beast squirmed, not leaving. Linyo glanced at him, what do you want? Just say it. Boss, I'm so tired of smashing ugly stuff that I'm about to throw up. I want a change of pace. Beast's face fell, looking gloomy. Oh, I see. Linyo rubbed his head. This kid Beast had fragments of weird boy genes, he wasn't purely single-minded and had more complex emotions. Constantly unleashing firepower on ugly stuff, other orcs wouldn't feel uncomfortable, but Beast would feel like he was butterfly stroking in a cesspit. To be honest, if Linyo wasn't trying to farm simulation points more efficiently, he wouldn't have come to the Webway graveyard to supervise the battle between the orcs and the ugly stuff. He also didn't like facing ugly stuff all day. Alright then. This time, you'll go with Big Black Tooth's fleet, but you'll have to change your attire and disguise yourself as one of Big Black Tooth's subordinates. Waik. Alright, boss. Beast gesticulated wildly, as happy as a 500 or 600 pound child. Chapter 269, Titans are made of paper. In the past few days, the circle of governors in the solar system of the human empire has been buzzing with several major news stories. The Word-Bearer's Primarch was captured, and the Word-Bearer's Legion was ordered by the Emperor to return to their home planet, Kalkus, for inspection by the Custodes. The Ulanov Beast Emperor led a Greenskin army to attack the 85th Expeditionary Force, leaving no survivors. The Primarch of the Night Lords is suspected to have been captured by the Beast Emperor. The investigation into the Word-Bearer's Legion concluded earlier yesterday. The Word-Bearer's Expeditionary Force can now leave their home planet and continue expanding the Empire's territory, or they can search for their Primarch's whereabouts. The appearance of Beast Emperor URG contradicts the previously circulated news. It was previously widely rumored that URG and his wolf knife were trapped in the southernmost part of the Taiping Star territory. But now, he attacked the 85th Expeditionary Force, spreading his fearsome reputation through brutal slaughter. The number of Primarch captives in his hands may also have increased from 1 to 2. The one who most wanted a face-to-face confrontation with URG was none other than Horus. This rogue traitor Primarch, acting on behalf of the War Council, was supposed to rescue Lorgar, but was misled by false information and is now heading to the Taiping Star territory. What's worse, Terra cannot contact Horus and his psyker. This phenomenon is easy to understand. Let's take an analogy. There are 2 cars on the highway. One car is moving at full speed, driving rapidly from west to east. The other car departed a few days later. Although also moving at full speed, no matter how hard it rushes, it cannot catch up to the first car. Horus's 63rd Expeditionary Force is advancing at full speed within the warp, and the message sent to him from Terra is also traveling at full speed. Their speeds are roughly the same. Only when Horus leaves the warp will Terra's star message catch up to him. Presumably, when Horus learns that he has been tricked by false information, he will be furious. Linyo, as the mastermind behind the scenes, didn't feel anything was wrong. It's still better than Horus being corrupted by Lorgar. He rested on Paraplanet, overhauling and improving the Big Black Tooth fleet in preparation for killing Angren. The first priority was the inventory of seal yeast. The consumption multiplier for different fungi abilities is universal. That is to say, brain freeze technique requires consuming 81 times the base consumption to put a Primarch into a brain freeze state, so the consumption multiplier for seal yeast is also 81 times. The only difference is that the base consumption for different fungi abilities varies. When Linyo faced Lorgar previously, he calculated the consumption of the sealing technique and got the number 810 million tons. Angren's standing is not as high as Lorgar's, so the consumption to seal him should be less than 810 million tons. Therefore, while the big black tooth fleet was resting, Lienyo went all out, frantically cultivating seal yeast. The nutrients needed for cultivation are the feces of squigs, orcs, and Gretchen. Some people use feces to make egg tarts and pizzas, Lienyo uses them to fertilize seal yeast, which is very reasonable. With the help of fungal simulation, Lienyo spent nearly a month consuming all the feces on Paraplanet and the Webway forward base, obtaining a full 1 billion tons of seal yeast. Of course, it wasn't just feces consumed, conventional nutrients, such as carbon, nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, water, etc., were also used in the simulation process. Lienyo did the math and found that the cost of cultivating seal yeast using feces is far lower than purifying them. He simply issued an order that from then on, the poop-scooping Xiaozi only needed to collect feces and not purify them. Periodically, Lienyo would possess Wujiboy sake, using fungal simulation to convert the feces into seal yeast. This both dealt with the pollution caused by waste and stably produced seal yeast, a true win-win. Xiaozi, check the ships, we're ready to depart. Lienyo, possessing Big Black Tooth, stood on the command platform and waved to Beast. Let me introduce everyone, this is my newly recruited enforcer, Meng Guan. Beast, wearing airtight Ken-like armor, grunted gruffly as a greeting. Lienyo activated the simulation service for Beast. Beast's current body is not his original body, he is merely possessing this current body in the form of consciousness, following Big Black Tooth's actions. Doing this has two benefits. First, there's no need to worry about casualties, especially among important personnel. Second, when Beast is not acting alongside Big Black Tooth, Meng Guan will still remain with the fleet, protecting Big Black Tooth closely. The Orc pirate fleet departed, passing through the Webway node near Paraplanet, heading directly to the Goran Star District where Angren was located. This Star District has a name, but its name is not the surname of the Star District governor, it comes from the powerful local Xenos civilization. This is a half-human, half-insect creature. The upper half is human, and the lower half is similar to a spider, with a bloated abdomen and furry, segmented long legs. Within the 20 light-year sided Star District cube, 5 planets are occupied by the Goran people. Angren began conquering this place a month ago, successively slaughtering 4 of the planets, and is now attacking the 5th. Angren personally oversees the 13th Expeditionary Force, participating in every massacre against the Goran people. When Lienyo led the pirate team to arrive, Angren was on the ground fighting a decisive battle with the Goran people. Boss, the shrimp have spotted us. Eastern Finder Boy said, typing on the keyboard. 2 Indomitable class cruisers are approaching us. I also detected auger matrix signals from these 2 ships. Activate the anti-scan field, activate the Mao-Ge quietly field and the optical stealth field. Don't bother with the shrimp. Alright. The fields activated, and the 5 greenskin pirate ships entered stealth mode, actively evading detection by the auger matrix. This action was perceived as a threat by the 13th Expeditionary Force. Macro cannon barrages roared in, exploding where the greenskin pirate ships were last located. Shell fragments and explosion shockwaves enveloped a spherical space over 10 kilometers in diameter, but failed to force the 5 greenskin pirate ships out. The Indomitable class cruisers serving as reconnaissance vanguards didn't give up, running at full power and maximizing their auger matrix output, searching everywhere for the pirate ships' whereabouts. The Indomitable class cruiser is the absolute favorite reconnaissance ship of the Imperial Army and the Space Marine Legion. It combines the firepower and scanning precision of a battleship with mobility no less than a light cruiser. In just half an hour, they scanned the entire 1,000-kilometer radius around the planet but still couldn't find the greenskin pirates. Search away, keep searching. The Mao-Ge quietly field isn't that easy to crack. If the human empire's deep space remote sensing technology were as outstanding as molecular physics, the empire wouldn't have to rely on psychers for interstellar communication. Lienyo watched the blind searching of the Indomitable class cruisers and chuckled inwardly. The pirate fleet had actually already reached the lowest point of the near-surface orbit. At this distance, the ships can advance to bombard the ground or retreat rapidly, making it very suitable for sniping Angren. A mere Primarch, no matter how strong he is, cannot withstand macro cannons and lances. Special Operations Team, attention. Begin cracking the 13th Expeditionary Force's internal communication channel and find Angren's exact location. Lienyo issued the order. 5 minutes later, the Special Operations Team sent back a message. Boss, the 13th Expeditionary Force is sending a group of Big Beak Xiaozi to the ground, saying they're going to support the Primarch. I reckon if we follow this group of Big Beak Xiaozi, we can find Angren's location. Big Beak Xiaozi are Gretchen wearing Terminator armor, named for their larger size compared to regular Gretchen. Lienyo listened to the intercepted communication recording from the Special Operations Team, confirmed the information was correct, and turned to call out to Beast. Meng Guan, you and Ti Guan go to the ground to confirm Angren's location and guide the orbital bombardment. If the bombardment isn't successful, we'll use the backup plan. Okay. Beast walked towards the external hatch, followed by a steel orc dressed similarly. This steel orc is Ti Guan. With a thought, Lienyo switched his consciousness to Ti Guan's body. Beast noticed Ti Guan's unusual movement and turned his face, showing a smile. Heh, boss, you're here. Let's go. Don't let your guard down. Killing a gene seed Primarch is not an easy task. Lienyo led the way, and Beast stopped being playful, becoming serious. The two came near the external hatch and activated optical stealth in the Mao-Ge quietly field. Lin Yo instructed. We're not taking the bang bang flyers and clickety fighters. We're jumping directly. Trust me, with me here, we won't die. Okay, Beast replied. Lin Yo opened the external hatch, and cold gale poured into the ship. Lin Yo leaped down, and Beast followed closely. The two performed a freefall from over 100 kilometers above the ground. Lin Yo flipped his hands, continuously casting fungi ability, vibration art. The cold wind formed an eggshell-like outer layer, protecting the two. Swift airflow schemed along the air shell, minimizing the heat and vibration generated by friction, while also limiting the descent speed to a safe range. A mage's bare-handed aerial insertion is that simple. This operation should have gone smoothly, but just as Lin Yo descended halfway, the bridge sent him an urgent message. Oh hey, Meng Guan and Ti Guan, you need to hurry up. The Ulanov Orc fleet is crashing the party. The Ulanov Orc fleet? Why are they here again? Lin Yo twisted his body in midair, looked at the near-surface orbit behind him, and couldn't help but gasp. Alaner's fleet scale was beyond imagination. The wolf knife was prominently present. Besides this flagship, Alaner also had no less than 300 ships, completely overwhelming the 13th Expeditionary Force. The 13th Expeditionary Force had successively captured 4 alien worlds, suffering severe depletion of ammunition and personnel. As soon as they made contact with the Alaner fleet, they were at a disadvantage. For a time, the near-surface orbit was filled with the fireworks of gunfire and exploding ships. Lin Yo composed himself and led Beast down rapidly into the ruins on the ground. Wait here for a bit. I'll go back to the ship to direct the operation. Okay. Lin Yo originally planned to use air-to-ground bombardment to eliminate Angren, which would save the cost of headshot technique. However, with the appearance of the Alaner fleet, Angren on the ground would be alerted by the Alaner fleet. With the 13th Expeditionary Force having lost control of the near-surface orbit, no matter how foolish Angren might be, he would never stand idly in the open, waiting for orbital bombardment from the Alaner fleet. Angren would find a place to hide. As a result, the success rate of Big Black Tooth's orbital bombardment would significantly decrease. Fortunately, Lin Yo had prepared several backup plans. He switched his consciousness back to Big Black Tooth's body, issued the order for the fleet to move away from the planet and observe, then switched his consciousness back to Ti Guan. Alright, done. Let's go. Lin Yo used the finder to track the engine signals of the Big Beak Xiaozi. The signals pointed to some glowing spots in the air, which were the flames formed by orbital drop pods' friction with the atmosphere. Lin Yo and Beast rushed to the drop pod landing point and saw a group of Big Beak Xiaozi oil boys and a Steel Big Machine Boss. A Steel Big Machine Boss is a Titan. The Titan before them was a Warhound-class Titan, painted red, with a wolf head pattern on its armor plates, indicating it came from the World Eater's army's good friend, the Ash Wolves Titan army. The oil boys and Big Beak Xiaozi escorted the Titan away from the landing point, quickly approaching Angren. Lin Yo and Beast followed behind, but didn't dare to get too close. The Warhound-class Titan's auger matrix was very powerful, with performance comparable to a battleship. When the distance between the two sides was less than 1 kilometer, there was a small probability that the Mao-Ge quietly field could be penetrated by the Warhound-class Titan's auger matrix signal. Boss, more people are coming down from the sky. Beast looked up at the sky, pointing at the dense glowing spots. Lin Yo glanced and slightly frowned. They were the Ulanov Orcs bang bang flyers and clickety fighters, in very, very large numbers, visually estimated at no less than 1,000. Among them, one fighter was the largest in size, almost comparable to the smallest greenskin frigate. Lin Yo recognized that it was URG's exclusive aerial insertion vehicle. Bang! Rumble! URG's fighter landed first, creating a massive meteorite crater. Following closely were drop pods hitting the ground like raindrops. Intense vibrations spread through the ruins, kicking up clouds of dust. The Warhound-class Titan activated its void shield. Its mid-range laser cannons quickly charged, and bright blue beams shot out. 2 super heavy bolters roared simultaneously. The Big Beak Xiaozi found high ground in the ruins to unleash firepower, while the oil boys hid behind cover, accurately firing with giant hand cannons and melta-bolters. This kind of firepower was simply not enough against Alaner's airborne troops. A massive dark figure charged at the forefront, enduring the hail of bullets. A chain sword over 10 meters long slammed onto the void shield with a clang. Sizzle. Sparks flew, and eerie ripples appeared on the void shield. The saw teeth rotated at high speed, cutting through the void shield with a deafening roar and crashing into the Warhound-class Titan's cockpit shell. Clang. Sizzle 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 sizzle. A wrist 3 meters thick, pulling the chain sword, cut down the Warhound-class Titan from top to bottom. The devastating momentum shocked the Big Beak Xiaozi and oil boys. The machine spirit is wailing. The sacred skeleton was just cut down like that. Damn it. Where did this orc come from? Its height actually reached 14 meters. Is this still an orc? The Big Beak Xiaozi and oil boys shouted in alarm. The giant orc let out a deafening roar, responding to them with a whirlwind of sharp blades. Kill, kill, kill. Kill all the shrimp. Bring Angren here to see me. Chapter 270, The Milky Way's number 1 coward. URG, corrupted by chaos, was very strong. The Chaos Beastmen who airdropped to the ground with him were not bad either. The Chaos Weird Boys possessed a telekinetic ability shield, capable of drawing universal shinic material from surrounding orcs to summon lightning storms to bombard enemies. The Chaos Choppa Boys were greatly enhanced by Kern, with wings on their backs and reversed legs. The big choppas in their hands were comparable to power swords, capable of easily slicing through ceramite armor. The Chaos Boom Boys fired bio-ammunition. Targets hit would grow a large number of vines and mushrooms on their body surface. Slender vines and mycelium would penetrate armor gaps, root into the shrimp's body, and suck nutrients like vampires, growing vigorously. Within seconds, they would transform the shrimp into a rotten walking corpse wearing ceramite armor. The strength of the Chaos Beastmen was beyond doubt, but their appearance was truly too ugly. This is the first time I've seen such ugly orcs, Beast marveled, holding binoculars and looking as if watching a good show. Boss, look at those orcs. They're furry and have leaves growing on them, like they haven't bathed in dozens of days. Are Ulanov orcs all this bad? I'm really disappointed. I thought they were as clean as us para-orcs. Linyo rolled his eyes at Beast. Do you think all the Xiaozi in the world have a boss as good as me? I'm telling you, Ulanov orcs are pretty much like wild wolves in the wilderness. They eat poorly, sleep little, and fight day and night. Where do they have time to bathe? In the entire Milky Way, I'm the best to my own Xiaozi. Yes, yes, boss is right, Beast chuckled, shaking his binoculars. Oh no, boss, we're in trouble. The Gretchen big guys are all dead, no one can lead the way for us anymore. Don't worry, that Xiaozi Angren will come to us on his own. Linyo fiddled with the data slate in his hand, tracking the communication signal. Before the Warhound class Titan died, it sent a warning message to Angren. This communication signal was captured by Linyo. Judging from the signal's transmission parameters, Angren was in a nearby underground area, not far from URG. Linyo figured that with Angren's warlike nature, he would definitely rush to the surface to fight URG. Wouldn't it be wonderful to fish in troubled waters then? However, things did not go as planned. Linyo successfully tracked Angren's signal. That guy had been hiding 300 to 400 meters underground, motionless like a shrinking turtle. Around him were signals from about 2,000 Gretchen, and life signals from no less than 10,000 mortal soldiers and tech priests. The mortal soldiers were in motion, seemingly digging tunnels. Combined with the previously appearing Warhound class Titan, an answer was obvious. Angren and his troops were blocked underground by a collapse and needed large engineering machines, such as a Warhound class Titan, for rescue. The Chaos Beastmen were not to be trifled with either. The Chaos Weird Boys quickly discovered the situation underground by monitoring sound wave changes. URG immediately ordered Angren to be dug out. The Chaos Weird Boys joined forces to cast spells, absorbing a large amount of universal Shinic material, forcibly separating the soil, and carving out a passage leading underground from the ruins. Just like that, the Chaos Beastmen and Angren met face to face. But even so, the great melee Linyo had anticipated still did not happen. Angren, come out and face me. The underground passage was illuminated by spotlights, and faces filled with fear emerged from the depths of the passage. URG stood at the passage exit, the light shining from behind him into the passage, outlining his giant-like physique into a massive black shadow. The Chaos Beastmen around him were grotesque, casting twisted and dark shadows in the passage. The mortal soldiers who were digging the tunnel were startled, shrinking back uncontrollably, but were blocked by the World Eaters of the 13th Army and forcibly held at the very front of the line. Angren, come out and face me. URG roared again. I heard that you are the Milky Way's #1 coward. I thought it was a joke. I didn't expect you to be this timid. Hiding behind shrimp, what kind of gene seed primarch are you? You're not even as good as the weakest Gretchen under me. URG took a step forward and roared. Come out. Face me. Your fleet is dying. Don't you want to defeat me? Turn the tide of battle. URG's roar echoed in the underground passage. The faces of the mortal soldiers were filled with despair and sorrow. They naturally knew what was happening in low orbit. The scale of the Ulanov orc fleet far exceeded that of the 13th Army. Before long, the army would be completely annihilated, and those underground would become meat on the chopping block, to be slaughtered by the Ulanov orcs at will. In this situation, let alone mortal soldiers, even space marines and gene seed primarches had nowhere to escape. Gentlemen, at this point, only fighting to the death and not retreating can preserve the dignity of the Empire. A voice sounded in the internal communication channel, but the speaker was not Angren, but Captain Karn of the 8th Company of the World Eaters Army. Karn had a cold and talkative style. When Angren led the resistance army to fight a decisive battle with the slave owners' army in the city, the Emperor suddenly teleported Angren onto the ship, saying it was to prevent Angren from dying in the ground war. The Emperor's action did save Angren, but it also led to the slaughter of Angren's resistance army by the slave owners' army, with no survivors. Note 1. Angren was in pain and angry, refusing to talk to the Emperor, and was locked in a small dark room to calm down. One captain after another from the Warhound army entered the small dark room, attempting to communicate with Angren. They were all killed by Angren, until Captain Karn of the 8th Company appeared. Karn was also attacked by Angren, but he displayed extremely thick nerves and extremely tough resistance to being beaten. While being beaten, he calmly talked incessantly. His continuous nagging was far more powerful than fists hitting flesh. Angren was so impressed by Karn's talkativeness and resistance to beating that he agreed to take over the army. Since then, the 12th Army, originally named the Warhound Army, was renamed the World Eaters Army. Angren greatly disliked his army and his subordinates. Only the suggestions of Karn and a few others could enter Angren's ears. I suggest we split up. I will lead men to attract URG's attention, and Macer Varen will escort the Primarch away. Karn's suggestion was refuted. Macer Varen, captain of the 12th Company, immediately objected. No. You are responsible for escorting the Primarch away, I will cover the retreat. It's decided. The 8th Company and the Honor Guard go with you, the Mortal Soldiers and the 12th Company stay. The two most important captains of the World Eaters had a disagreement. Neither of them minded dying for the Primarch, but exactly who would carry out this glorious task was not for them to decide. Karn looked towards the rear, and Macer Varen looked as well. Angren was wearing red power armor, with a spider fang as thick as 30 centimeters stuck in his chest. That was the counterattack launched by the Gorgon Spider Queen before her death. This fang was precisely lodged between the Primarch's 2 hearts and 3 lungs, the barbs on the fang almost piercing his heart. This was the reason Angren had not shown himself. Angren looked at the 2 captains he valued most, and made a difficult decision in a hoarse tone. Macer Varen, cover the retreat. Karn, come with me. Yes, Lord. Macer Varen and Karn responded in unison and immediately mobilized their subordinates to prepare for a breakout. Linio overheard their internal communication through eavesdropping and couldn't help but shake his head. If Sanguinius were trapped here, Sanguinius would definitely choose to cover the retreat himself, letting his children escape, or everyone would fight to the death together, either dying in battle or being rescued by reinforcements. Only Angren, this outwardly strong but inwardly weak coward, would choose to use the lives of his subordinates to cover his retreat. The roar of shuttles came from the sky. 5 heavy personnel shuttles and 3 gunships flew from low orbit, ready to pick up the Primarch. 8 manned aircraft circled above the Chaos Beastmen's heads, then dispersed. To prevent Angren from escaping, URG detached a portion of his orcs to attack the aircraft. Macer Varen roared the slogan of protecting the Primarch's escape and launched a surprise attack on URG. Angren, on the other hand, slipped away via another route. His life signal took a detour underground, first going to a depth of 5 to 600 meters, then moving diagonally upward, emerging from the surface at another corner of the mountainous city ruins. URG had never expected a Gene Seed Primarch to run away. Never. When Macer Varen led the 12th Company and the Mortal Soldiers to charge forward, URG was single-mindedly focused on the battle. Macer Varen was definitely a worthy opponent. His individual combat ability was outstanding, he could dodge out of URG's attack path before the big choppa was even pointed at him. At the same time, he could also spare some attention to closely monitor changes on the battlefield, timely reminding his warriors to block the orcs and prevent the enemy from discovering the truth that the underground area had been vacated. Such a person would certainly not be unknown in the human empire, which revered martial prowess. Linio went offline to check some information and confirmed that he had encountered a truly undefeated captain. Macer Varen had served for over 300 years and had never suffered a defeat. He had never lost a duel and had never been defeated in commanding troops. What was even rarer was that this captain possessed a strong sense of honor. In the World Eater's army, which took pleasure in slaughter, he was the only captain who explicitly opposed the indiscriminate killing of innocents and civilians. Admittedly, Linio felt a stir of compassion. Beast, you go follow Angren. I'll find a chance to possess you and deal with that coward. Boss, what about you? Beast asked in confusion. Linio pointed at Macer Varen, who was clashing blades with URG. I figure this Xiao Ziyi is a talent. I want to see if there's a chance to save him. Holy crap, boss, he's a Gretchen. Beast exclaimed in surprise. Linio waved his hand. What's wrong with being a Gretchen? You have to remember, Beast, in our pair empire, we need to make as many friends as possible and as few enemies as possible, uniting all forces that can be united. Only then can we take down the rotten stuff. Understand? Oh. That makes so much sense. Make as many friends as possible. Beast instantly understood and patted his chest. Boss, don't worry, I definitely won't lose track of Angren. I'm leaving now. Beast ran off in invisibility, chasing after Angren's life signal. Linio switched his consciousness back to Big Black Tooth. 5 greenskin pirate ships were waiting at a distance of 2,000 kilometers from the surface. Linio activated Fungi ability, Mental Link, precisely controlling the helmsman Xiao Ziyi and gunner Xiao Ziyi on each ship. The 5 pirate ships charged towards the planet, passing through the edge of the battlefield where artillery fire raged, and plunged into the atmosphere. Under intense friction, thick smoke billowed from the ship hulls. At this point, trying to conceal their identity was useless. But it didn't matter. Before this journey, Linio had thoroughly disguised the 5 ships. Their appearance was no longer that of greenskin pirate ships, but standard Ulanov ships, which meant a wasteland style with exposed engines. Their ship identification codes and communication identification codes had also been changed by Linio to those of Ulaner. URG, taking a break from the fight, looked up at the sky and saw that his own ships were coming to help, so he didn't pay much attention. You've got some skills, URG stared at Macer Varen, tightening his grip on the big choppa. The feathers on his neck stood on end, emitting blue-purple light. If you can block this strike of mine, I'll leave you a complete corpse. URG locked onto the rapidly moving Macer Varen. The chain of the chainsword chopper ran at high speed, faint electric light grew brighter, and countless electric snakes entanglement the blade. The air was pierced by the enormous voltage, and lightning spread from the choppa to the ground, forming bright beams of electricity. URG swung his blade fiercely. Every sharp point on the serrated chain was enchanted with lightning, evolving into sharp lightning prongs. The earth-shattering swing was powerful, swift as thunder, and carried a wide range of lightning bombardment. Macer Varen dodged at extreme speed, but was firmly held in place by the magnetized air. His ceramite armor became a burden at this moment. The warriors of the 12th Company were also affected. Seeing this earth-shattering thunderous strike about to engulf himself and his comrades, Macer Varen felt fear for the first time in battle. No. Boom 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 boom. Rumble 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 rumble. 5 greenskin pirate ships, 15 broadside smoothbore macro cannons, 15 huge shells loaded with plasma explosives, exploded simultaneously above URG's head. The golden plasma storm instantly neutralized the electric charge in the air, causing the lightning on the chainsword Big Choppa to vanish. The magnetic force binding the ceramite armor disappeared. Macer Varen and the warriors of the 12th Company were blown away by the explosion's impact, the Chaos Beastmen were sent tumbling, only the Weird Boys and URG were unharmed under the protection of the telekinetic ability shield. Linio struck once and retreated 1,000 miles. The 5 greenskin pirate ships left the battlefield, activated various stealth fields, and disappeared into invisibility. Macer Varen and his comrades quickly recovered from the shock and ran off without hesitation. They were only staying to cover the retreat, not to fight a decisive battle with URG. By their reckoning, they had held back URG for 10 full minutes. Lord Angren must have already boarded a shuttle and returned to the fleet. If they didn't leave now, were they supposed to stay and die? Linio quietly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Macer Varen and his men retreating. He activated vibration art, using the air to propel himself to rendezvous with Beast. Beast, how's Angren doing? Boss, something's happened. Something very strange. Chapter 271, The First Primarch Figurine. Something's wrong? What's wrong? Linio asked while rushing. Beast replied. There's a shrimp who looks very powerful stopping Angren. The shrimp is pulling out the nails on Angren's forehead. I don't know what Angren was thinking, why would he install such long nails on his forehead? They've pulled out nearly 10 centimeters and they're still not finished. The nails on Angren's head should be the butcher's nails. Linio, as a cloud hammer, has some understanding of this. It is said that Angren has the least impressive growth experience among all primarches, and is full of contradictions everywhere. According to legend, after the landing pod touched down, Angren encountered black bean sprouts, defeated them directly by tearing them with his hands, and his combat power exploded. But soon, Angren was captured by Nuceria slave masters and became a gladiator slave, making a living by fighting matches all day long. This is very strange. The combat power of the Nuceria slave masters is actually stronger than the black bean sprouts. Is this reasonable? What's even stranger is that when Angren later resisted the slave masters, his combat performance was greatly reduced, at most like a super soldier after the high ground defense tower fell. From these experiences, Angren can be said to be the weakest primarch. But when the Emperor forcibly took Angren onto the ship, Angren, out of extreme anger, killed several company captains of the Custodes and the Warhound's army. His combat power instantly transformed, as if he had become a different person. This is very strange. Angren couldn't even defeat the Nuceria slave masters, how could he suddenly kill Custodes? Could it be that those slave masters are even more powerful than the Custodes? A upmaster who likes to analyze plot said that the reason for this is related to the butcher's nails on Angren's forehead. The more pain, the more anger. The more despair, the higher the enhancement from the butcher's nails, and Angren naturally becomes more powerful. Ordinary people might be in so much pain they die after their pain index reaches 100. But Angren, as a gene seed primarch, can withstand a pain index far beyond ordinary people, possibly tens of thousands of times, thus the enhancement from the butcher's nails is beyond imagination. The butcher's nails weakened Angren, and the pain the slave masters gave Angren was not enough, so Angren's strength decreased first and then increased, but not enough, thus he was weaker than before the butcher's nails were implanted. When the Emperor forcibly took Angren away, leaving his companions on the planet's surface to die, Angren at this time endured unimaginable pain, and thus became exceptionally powerful. In a sense, Angren is truly a born masochistic holy body. Linio composed himself and reminded in the communication. Beast, although Angren is cowardly, he is still a gene seed primarch after all, tearing Ra Endymion with his hands is not a problem, you should stay away from the battlefield, don't get caught in the fight. Okay, boss. But the problem is there was no fight. That shrimp who just appeared is really awesome, he used telekinetic ability to fix everyone in place. Beast's voice sounded cheerful, completely like he was watching a good show. Linio raised his eyebrows, that sudden appearance of the etheric nullifiers was likely Lorgar. After meeting up with Beast, Linio used binoculars to observe the situation 3 kilometers away from a distance. He really guessed correctly, Lorgar alone overturned Angren's guards and the World Eater's 8th Company, and was currently torturing Angren. Angren was fixed in place by telekinetic ability, veins were popping on his forehead, and the butcher's nails were being pulled out bit by telekinesis. The World Eater's 8th Company warriors around were furious, but unable to move, they could only watch their primarch being humiliated. Linio arrived quite coincidentally, the butcher's nails were about to be completely pulled out. With a squelching, wet sound of mucous membrane sliding, the butcher's nails, measuring a full 20 centimeters, detached from Angren's head, with some red and white matter still hanging from the end, which was nauseating. Angren was in so much pain he was close to passing out. Lorgar, however, held the butcher's nails with telekinesis and lightly taunted. Angren, I heard that most of your combat power comes from this nail. Without it, you are the weakest among us. Come, prove to me that this is a rumor. As long as you can break through my telekinetic ability shield, I will spare your child. Lorgar casually flicked his hand, throwing the butcher's nails onto the ground, and released Angren. The World Eater Primarch fell to the ground and struggled several times but couldn't get up. Get up, Angren, attack my telekinetic ability shield. Lorgar nudged Angren with his toe, making him lie on his back on the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Lorgar heavily kicked Angren's chest with his heel, and then ground his face with his foot. Get up, you trash, after losing the nail, do you have no desire to fight at all? Then there's nothing I can do. My master doesn't need garbage. I'll count down 5 seconds, if you don't stand up and fight, I will kill you and all your children. Lorgar sneered and curled up the corner of his mouth. 5, 4. Click, click, click. Angren dug his fingers into the ground, trying to stand up, but was firmly held down by Lorgar's foot and telekinesis. 3, 2. The countdown continued. The World Eater's 8th Company were consumed by rage, the warriors squeezed roars from their throats. 8th Company Captain, Karn's face was red with anger, his hair stood on end, and he pulled the trigger with all his might. 1. Bang. The heavy bolter spewed flames of fury, and the bolt rounds exploded sparks on Lorgar's telekinetic ability shield. You damned scum, your opponent is me. Bang 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 bang. Karn strode forward, fired all his bolt rounds in one go, drew the chain sword from his waist and charged up. The warriors of the 8th Company successively broke free from the restraint of telekinesis, and also raised their guns and fired without hesitation, charging forward with their swords. Move your foot. World Eaters never admit defeat. The 8th Company swarmed forward, hundreds of bolters unleashing firepower on Lorgar. The telekinetic ability shield fluctuated violently, but remained as stable as before. Lorgar stepped on Angren on the ground, spread his hands upwards, and clenched his fists forcefully. Swish 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 swish. Countless sharp earth spikes shot out from the ground, pinning the ceramite boots, piercing the chests of the 8th Company warriors, and hanging them in mid-air. In just a short second, most of the 8th Company warriors on the scene were killed or wounded, with only a few avoiding the attack from the earth. Karn was the fastest to rush in front of Lorgar, the chain sword in his hand roared loudly, the toothed chain cutting at high speed on the telekinetic ability shield. Scum, let go of the Primarch. Why did you betray the Empire? Karn was seething with anger, sternly rebuked, and wildly swung the sharp sword in his hand. Lorgar flipped his hands, palms facing the charging 8th Company warriors and Karn, and bright lightning shot out. Crack! The violent lightning net instantly enveloped the 8th Company warriors, the insulation layer of their ceramite armor was burned through, and black smoke and electric sparks sprayed out from the armor at the same time. Crack! Another large area of the lightning net exploded, and all the 8th Company warriors except Karn were melted into molten red iron. No! Lorgar! Why are you doing this? Karn's eyes were wide with rage, he roared crazily, and swung the red-hot chain sword fiercely. At this instant, a brutal and fierce gaze was cast from the warp dimension. This gaze was filled with strange red telekinetic ability fluctuations. It passed through the layers between several dimensions and acted upon Karn and his weapon. Karn was immersed in anger and did not notice the change. But Lorgar's face changed dramatically, like facing a ferocious beast, he flashed back, awkwardly avoiding Karn's full-strength blow. Bang! Rumble! The chain sword flashed red light, the sword body collided with the ground, and forcefully cut out a gully several meters deep into the ground. Fortunately, when Lorgar dodged, he used telekinesis to move Angren with him, otherwise Angren would very likely have become the first Primarch to die at the hands of his child. Karn did not realize he had almost accidentally killed the Primarch, and just blindly pursued Lorgar. The melee weapon in his hand transformed with each attack, and the crimson telekinetic ability light reformed the chain sword from the outside in. Lorgar recovered from his shock, gazed at Karn's weapon, and nodded slightly. It seems my master has chosen you, not this coward in my hand. Lorgar looked at Angren in his hand, his gaze lingering on the other party's painful and angry eyes. I once said I would help you get rid of the pain caused by the nails. I did it. I didn't intend to ask for anything in return, but since Karn is so outstanding, he can come with me. Lorgar expanded his telekinetic ability shield, sending Karn flying out. Karn, flying in midair, was just about to adjust his balance, but was locked by telekinesis and forcibly fixed in the air. Lorgar threw Angren onto the ground, grabbed Karn from a distance, and drew a circle in the air with his other hand. A portal emitting telekinetic ability light opened, Lorgar took Karn through it, and the portal closed afterwards. Angren lay on the ground, his fingers trembling slightly, wanting to stand up, but unable to move. Although removing the butcher's nails did not harm his life, it permanently destroyed a part of his nervous system. Simply put, he was paralyzed, the kind that loses feeling below the neck. Sigh. Angren heard a sigh. Two greenskin figures lifted their invisibility cloaks and appeared beside him. One of the figures squatted down and looked at him through the observation slit on the helmet. You're a Primarch, how can you still cry? Look, what kind of Primarch cries like you, with your whole face covered in tears? The other figure supported his knees and bent down. Boss, I feel like he looks very painful. You carry him on your back, we'll go back to the ship first and talk. Linyo injected Angren with anesthetic, and then activated seal art, preparing to transfer Angren along with his warp essence into the webway. System message popped up. You are about to activate seal art on Angren. Starting to calculate the consumption of seal yeast. The final consumption is 520 million tons of seal yeast. Current inventory, 1.01 billion tons. Confirm activation of seal art. While observing Lorgar ravaging the World Eater's 8th Company before, Linyo tried to activate seal art on Lorgar, and was surprised to find that the consumption for him increased from 810 million to 1.2 billion. Linio also didn't know what was going on. But it doesn't matter, sealing Angren is still not a problem. Confirm activation of seal art. Linio silently chanted in his heart. A faint telekinetic ability fluctuation came from within Angren's body. His warp essence is being sucked out from the warp by seal art and integrated into his body. A progress bar appeared in Linio's field of vision. Seal progress, 1%. Before the progress reaches 100%, please do not enter areas that can isolate the warp, such as Geller field, reality bubbles, webway, etc., otherwise the seal will fail. Failed seal will not refund the consumed seal yeast. The seal progress bar's increase speed was neither fast nor slow, increasing by about 1% per minute. Beast transferred Angren onto his back. Linio possessed Big Black Tooth and controlled the fleet to come and pick them up. The previous orbital bombardment infuriated URG, and the Chaos Beast Emperor was currently commanding a frigate formation to pursue Big Black Tooth's fleet. Linio spent a great deal of effort to drive an invisible custom WASBomb blastojet from the ship to meet them. But just as he and Beast stepped into the fighter, a portal suddenly opened behind them. Linio looked back, pushed Beast into the cabin without a word, and then used vibration art to throw the custom WASBomb blastojet into the sky. Hey? Your reaction speed is quite fast. Lorgar walked out of the portal and let out a light exclamation. He raised his hand and pointed to the sky, preparing to crush the custom WASBomb blastojet with telekinesis. Linio put both hands out, palms facing the ground under Lorgar's feet, and clenched his fists forcefully. The clods of earth were bound into a cage by vibration art, rising from the ground, covering Lorgar completely, and then rapidly contracting inwards. The custom WASBomb blastojet took the opportunity to slip away, and Linio faced Lorgar, who was at least alpha level, alone. Lightning exploded, the earth cage burst, and rubble flew everywhere. Lorgar's figure appeared. He glanced at the shuttle, which had turned into a small dot, and his gaze moved down, landing on the orcs in front of him. Interesting. You are clearly not a weird boy, yet you can use telekinetic ability. Let me guess, you wouldn't happen to be a cult agent, would you? Cult agent? Alright, if you say so. Linio's voice came out muffled from his bucket-like helmet. I am a cult agent. What's up? Do you want to spar with me? When using fungi ability, Linio would aim headshot technique at himself, but not actually crush his own head, in order to feign telekinetic ability fluctuations. Doing this ensures that fungi ability is not exposed. Since Lorgar said he was a cult agent, Linio simply played along. Our elder said that Angren, that trash, is useless to you anyway, so you might as well let us take him. If you're unhappy, go find our elder yourself and talk to him. Anything else? If not, I'm leaving. Very arrogant, very tough, this is what it feels like to have a cult elder backing you. You can't leave, I just happen to want to meet your elder, take me to see him. Lorgar raised his hand and released a bolt of lightning. The lightning forked halfway, splitting into 2, then 4, then 8, finally turning into a lightning net that pounced on Linio, sealing off the space tens of meters around him. Linio glanced left and right, secretly alarmed. The violent lightning was restrained by Lorgar into tough lightning cables, forming an airtight cage. The data fed back by the finder showed that the voltage of the lightning cage reached an astonishing million volts, truly meaning instant death upon contact. Linio didn't plan to waste time with Lorgar, nor did he want to reveal his trump card. He simply roared, pulled the safety pin of the high-explosive grenade, and put on a show for Lorgar of a fearless cult agent self-destructing. You won't get anything out of me. For the elder. Bang. Linio's body exploded into pieces. Lorgar couldn't stop the agent from self-destructing in time and could only watch as the other party was blown to dust. After the electric light dissipated, the ground was scorched black, and the figure of the cult agent was no longer seen. Humph, what a bunch of lunatics. The next time you meet me, it won't be this simple. Lorgar sneered, opened a portal, and left. Chapter 272, the Warhammer universe splits into 3, Heresy and Apostasy end. More than an hour later, at the edge of the Corfaran Star sector. Big Black Tooth's army used sublight speed travel to shake off the Ulaner army. The sealing progress was about 20% away from being full. Beast was responsible for looking after Angren, injecting anesthetic regularly to prevent him from waking up. Linio possessed Big Black Tooth and commanded the army to head to the webway node. When the charging progress reached 90%, a stronger telekinetic ability fluctuation emanated from Angren. Beast let out a surprised hey. Boss, look quickly, Angren is transforming. Linio turned his head and glanced, obviously stunned for a moment. Angren's body size shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. His muscles, skin, organs, bones, and other things were shrinking in sync, without muscle atrophy but with bones unchanged. Even more surprisingly, Angren became younger, and the luster of his skin changed from rough to delicate and smooth, as if he were rejuvenating. The panel of the sealing technique showed no abnormality, indicating that this was a normal phenomenon when sealing the warp essence. Looking at Angren's nervous system again. The scan results from the finder showed that his injuries were still very serious, and the condition of being paralyzed from the neck down had not changed. It's really strange. Why didn't rejuvenation repair Angren's injuries? Linio scratched his head, unable to understand what was going on for a moment, and could only silently wait for the sealing progress to fill up. About 10 minutes later, the sealing progress reached 100%, and the army entered the webway. Another half an hour passed, and the army arrived at the forward base through the webway node. Linio thought for a moment and did not disassemble Angren into parts like he did when interrogating Corfarin and Erebus before. He had the pain boys bring an amniotic fluid tank and soaked Angren in it whole. Research on the warp essence officially began. Various testing equipment were put to use, comprehensively obtaining Angren's physiological changes, then collecting genetic samples for genetic analysis. The above 2 steps lasted for 15 days, and Linio obtained a series of incredible data. First, according to the Human Empire's common bone age calculation method, Angren's current bone age is 12 years old. That's right, 12 years old. And as time passes, his bone age will not change in the slightest, always fixed at 12 years old. Secondly, Angren's amygdala, prefrontal cortex, anterior cingulate cortex, hippocampus, and hypothalamus, these 4 brain tissues, are in an active state. Anesthetic ingredients have no effect on them. In other words, on the surface, Angren is in a state of anesthetic coma, but in fact, his emotional perception ability and emotional processing ability have been working, only the sensory nerves and motor nerves are paralyzed. Among these 4 brain tissues, the amygdala is the most special, with extremely strong telekinetic ability fluctuations inside. The telekinetic ability reading on the surface of the amygdala reached alpha level. But at a distance of 1 mm from the amygdala, the telekinetic ability reading suddenly dropped to the skin level, which means there is no telekinetic ability fluctuation. This phenomenon is the first time Linio has seen it. In terms of gene samples, the strangeness of the experimental data is no less than that of the amygdala. Angren's gene samples are unremarkable, no different from those of a normal 12-year-old Terra boy. Some kind of telekinetic ability, or a power more profound than telekinetic ability, has concealed the real gene samples. Linio is sure this is not the Blood Bride's gene mask, so it can only be the reason for the amygdala. After checking Angren's physiology and genes, Linio called Isa Trazen over, preparing to look at Angren's soul encoding. Who is this? Isa Trazen wrapped her arms around herself and paced around the amniotic fluid tank, looking curiously at the sleeping human boy. Linio originally wanted to hide Angren's identity, but on second thought, when the soul encoding surfaced, Isa Trazen would naturally know the boy's origin, so it was better to make things clear now to avoid Isa Trazen asking repeatedly. This is the Human Empire, the Primarch of the 12th Army, Angren. Linio said frankly. Isa Trazen obviously didn't believe it. Are you kidding me? I've seen Angren's big, clumsy appearance in the Blood Bride's monkey illustrated book. If you say this boy is Angren, then I'll say I'm the Supreme Prophet. Believe it or not. Linio waved his hand and had the tech boy put the instrument into Isa Trazen's hand. Start reading the soul encoding. Isa Trazen held the instrument in her hand and saw that Linio was confident, believing him a little. Is he really Angren? Genuine. Isa Trazen swallowed, feeling a little awkward. If he is really Angren, I cannot read his soul encoding. Why? Linio frowned. Isa Trazen spread her hands and said. He's a gene seed primarch, a demigod of monkeys. I'm just an ordinary Eldar, how can I read the soul encoding of a demigod? Demigod. Linio's frown deepened. Isa Trazen put the instrument on the table and raised her chin towards the boy. The Ancient Ones created races such as the lizardmen, Eldar, monkeys, orcs, and so on. The Ancient Ones' setting for the lizardmen was extreme materialism, used to replace the star gods and maintain the physical order of the real universe. This plan was abandoned because the Ancient Ones were defeated in the war in heaven. The Ancient Ones created the Eldar to control warp energy and maintain the webway, giving the Eldar extremely high telekinetic ability attainments and teaching them to build the webway and craft world. The Ancient Ones created the orcs with the goal of making you pioneers and combat personnel in the real universe, expanding the territory of the Ancient Ones' kingdom. But the Ancient Orcs were not yet complete when the Ancient Ones were defeated in the war in heaven. The Ancient Ones created monkeys, which you call shrimp, with the purpose of managing the Ancient Ones' kingdom in the real universe. In the Ancient Ones' plan to create monkeys, there was a step to create 21 demigods and one main god for the monkeys. The main god is the current emperor of the Human Empire, and the 21 demigods are the emperor's 21 gene seed primarches. Isa Trazen paused. The 21 demigods each have their own duties, respectively managing a certain aspect of human society. As for what Angren's divine duty is, I don't know. Linio thought and asked. Then what level of soul is Angren? First class. Isa Trazen emphasized. Definitely a first-class soul. Anyone who can be called a true god and a demigod is a first-class soul. As long as their warp essence is not completely annihilated, they can be reborn and create avatars in the real universe. I see. Linio looked at the sleeping boy, vaguely feeling as if he had taken on a hot potato. If you ask me, you might as well stop injecting anesthetic and just communicate with him directly. Isa Trazen pointed to the liquid tube where the medicine was being input and said. A demigod cannot be bound by this kind of material-level medicine. He stays in a sleeping state, maybe because he doesn't want to scare you. You can take it as him showing goodwill. A minute ago, Linio would definitely not have believed Isa Trazen's words. But after listening to Isa Trazen's introduction to demigods, it was hard for Linio not to believe it. Remove the anesthetic tube. Linio gave the order, and the pain boy stopped injecting anesthetic. Half a minute later, the boy in the amniotic fluid tank slowly woke up. He appeared very calm, without irritability, rage, panic, or fear, just quietly looking at the orcs and black bean sprouts outside the tank. After a long time, the boy spoke, his voice was very soft, but everyone present could hear what he was saying. Angren is the stigma imposed on me by the Chaos Daemon, my real name is Ingra. Angra. Lignio murmured. Isa Trazen stepped forward and asked. Angren, no, I should call you Angra. Aren't you a big, rough man? How did you become a child? Someone helped me retrieve a part of my warp essence from the warp, allowing me to complete a regression and transformation. Angra's gaze shifted from Isa Trazen to Lignio. Presumably, you are the one who helped me retrieve a part of the warp essence. Thank you. I owe you a favor. Isa Trazen looked at Lignio in astonishment. You have this kind of ability? If those guys from the craft world Eldar knew, wouldn't they go crazy looking for your help? Lignio glanced at the flustered Isa Trazen, but said nothing. Having a demigod owe you a favor is pretty good. But that's not the point. The point is, why did Angra say he retrieved a part of the warp essence? Could it be that the sealing technique had a bug? Lignio was a little puzzled and asked. Why did you only retrieve a part of the warp essence? Where is the other part? Was it stolen by the Chaos Daemon? You are right, it was indeed stolen by the Chaos Daemon. Angra nodded first, then shook his head. However, it's not the Chaos Daemon of this era, but Gurn of the 41st millennium of the human empire. The four directions above and below are the universe, and the past and present are the cosmos. Our universe is divided into 3 sub-universes. We are currently in the first sub-universe, while the 41st millennium is in the third sub-universe. It's not easy to retrieve the remaining part of the warp essence. I want to ask for your help. Angra's words left Lignio and Isa Trazen in a daze. Lignio raised his hands and waved them repeatedly. Wait, what did you just say? Our universe is divided into 3 sub-universes. You don't know? I thought you would know this very well since you could help me retrieve the warp essence. Angra blinked, his cute face showing confusion, not at all like a bloodthirsty madman. Okay. Then let me explain to you. Angra said. Please answer me a question first, have you heard this prophecy? Let me tell you the truth, he is Alpha and Omega, the perfect cycle of beginning and end, the Lord of flesh and machine. He will be the brightest light in the darkest hour, transforming into the dispeller of ignorance, the mentor of the blindly faithful. He will be the object of loyalty and allegiance, he will bring the welfare of the empire and the happiness that humanity prays for. Devastating war is destined to come, peace is like a lingering echo of the past. Conflict, strife, blood, the galaxy burns in the flames of war, the empire disintegrates in lamentation. You must work together and regard him as a brother, only then can the boundaries of the galaxy be united. Lignio and Isa Trazen both nodded, having learned of this prophecy in advance through their respective channels. Angra continued. Our universe is divided into 3 sub-universes, namely the Age of Heresy, the Age of Apostasy, and the Age of End, corresponding to the 30th to 31st millennium, the 36th to 37th millennium, and the 41st millennium, respectively. You can understand these 3 sub-universes as independent time and space. Taking the Age of Heresy we are currently in as an example. It starts on the 3rd day after the destruction of the perfect city in the 964th year of the 30th millennium, and ends at the last second of the 31st millennium. Angra explained the timeline settings of the 3 sub-universes in detail, helping Lignio and Isa Trazen understand the concept of sub-universes. Lignio knew more about the Age of Heresy and the Age of End, but was somewhat unfamiliar with the Age of Apostasy. Isa Trazen's situation was even worse. She knew the general direction of the Age of Heresy through the Eldar prophets, but was completely confused about the Age of Apostasy and the Age of End. Half an hour later, Angra confirmed that they understood the concept of sub-universes and continued. If a person lived from 964-M30 to the 41st millennium, then there would be an image of this person in each of the 3 sub-universes. But there are exceptions, namely the 5 chaos inimical powers in this world, who can choose which sub-universe to stay in on their own. Gurn is the first chaos inimical powers to be born, and he chose to stay in the Age of End sub-universe. Xianj is the second chaos inimical powers to be born, and he is rooted in the Age of Apostasy sub-universe. Nurgle and Slaanesh are the 3rd and 4th chaos inimical powers to be born respectively, and they chose to stay in the Age of End sub-universe. The only one who chose to stay in the Age of Heresy is the 5th chaos inimical powers, the Dark King, who is the Emperor. What? Lignio's body shook, and he took 3 steps forward in disbelief. What did you say? The Emperor of our current era is the Dark King. Yes. He is the Dark King, the 5th true god of chaos. I don't know exactly what happened in the Age of End, but I can be sure that the Emperor eventually abandoned his physical body and became a chaos inimical powers. Angra's tone softened, comforting. However, you don't need to worry too much. Although the Emperor has become the Dark King, in the Age of Heresy sub-universe, he can maintain his human identity. As long as he is unwilling to become a god, he cannot become the Dark King. In the other 2 sub-universes, he is fixed on the Golden Throne and cannot move freely, which may be the reason why he chose to come to our sub-universe. Then the Horus Heresy. Lignio only felt his mouth dry. Angra said. From the moment the Emperor chose to stay in the Age of Heresy, the Horus Heresy was destined not to happen. The main bodies of the 4 chaos inimical powers are not in our sub-universe at all. At most, there are some of their greater demons here. On the other hand, on the side of the human empire, the Emperor personally sits in the Age of Heresy. It is no exaggeration to say that he alone can completely eliminate all Chaos Daemon in the Age of Heresy. Lignio was so shocked that he couldn't speak. What Angra said was too imaginative, so much so that Lignio didn't even have the thought of doubting it. The so-called universe divided into 3 has never appeared in WarHammer's official history, but it can perfectly explain why the warmer world he is in is so strange. This degree of self-consistency made Lienyo really not want to doubt it. He calmed down and asked. Since the Emperor possesses such great power, why didn't he directly eliminate all hostile alien and chaos daemon in the Age of Heresy? Ungra was silent for a few seconds, took a slight breath, and his expression became complicated. Father. Father wants to save all child. Chapter 273, Why did His Majesty rebel? The Emperor wants to save all his children? Would anyone believe such a thing? It is rumored that the Emperor is the embodiment of absolute rationality, cold and ruthless, full of majesty, unquestionable, and irrefutable. His wisdom is the pinnacle of humanity, his appearance is unparalleled, and his physical prowess and telekinetic ability talent are unmatched, making him the undisputed #1 big brother of the human race. However, in the eyes of Cloudhammer, the Emperor is actually equivalent to a big idiot. Is he rational? Is he powerful? Is he cold and ruthless? Nonsense. If he could truly achieve absolute rationality, why would he still be sitting on the golden throne selling his butt? A truly rational person should see 1,000 steps, 10,000 steps, 100 million steps ahead. For example, knowing that Magnus might destroy the artificial webway with his telekinetic ability phone the moment he was created. That's what you call rationality and wisdom. The Emperor didn't even foresee this. What kind of rationality is that? He's not even as good as DeepSeek. Anyway, in Lienyo's eyes, which of the warmer Cloudhammer and die-hard fans isn't more powerful, cool, and handsome than the Emperor? Getting back to the main point. Ungra said that the Emperor wants to save all his children. To some extent, this statement is credible. Starting from the 41st millennium, the warmer world entered the age of ending. Despair, pain, heartache, alien, and chaos taking turns, doing whatever makes humans uncomfortable. Give the Emperor a chance to start over from the 30K era, and Lienyo believes the Emperor would cherish every gene seed primarch like many reborn individuals. Most primarches can be saved. For example, Conrad Kurz, who was previously taken away by a mysterious black armored warrior. Or Ungra in front of us. Lienyo thought carefully, only Lorgar Aurelian is relatively difficult to save. Ungra just said that the sub-universe of the Age of Rebellion starts on the third day after the destruction of the Perfect City, in 964.m30. In the official history of Warhammer, the Age of Rebellion originally started with the destruction of the Perfect City, so there's no problem with the sub-universe of the Age of Rebellion starting from this point. This directly led to Lorgar's fall to chaos being unavoidable. Since it's unavoidable, accelerate it. When Corfarin was captured by Lienyo for judgment, didn't he say that he, Lorgar, and Erebus once heard a man's voice? That was on the third day after the Perfect City was destroyed. Farron and Erebus were comforting Lorgar. The three were suddenly locked onto by a powerful and majestic telekinetic ability. The other party had a male voice and spoke High Gothic. This person told the three of them, Lorgar, that if they wanted to find true gods, they should immediately enter the Eye of Terror. Just like that, the three of them, Lorgar, followed the man's guidance, entered the Eye of Terror 3 years in advance, and completed their pilgrimage. Lienyo is now basically certain that this man is the Emperor. The Emperor's purpose in doing this is very simple, just like what was said before, since it cannot be stopped, accelerate it. Let Lorgar fall to chaos early, causing the Great Heresy to erupt under immature conditions, severely disrupting the plans of the Chaos Demons. Facts prove that the Emperor's actions were correct, and the current situation is the best example. Lorgar fell to chaos, but failed to corrupt Horus, and could only rely on the Chaos Beast Emperor. Kurz should have been corrupted, but Lienyo and the Black Armored Warrior interfered, and Lorgar didn't succeed. The 8th captain of the World Eaters, Karn, was taken by Lorgar to be corrupted, but that's still better than Angren falling to chaos. Considering all circumstances, the Emperor's strategy of accelerating the outbreak of the heresy has been highly effective. But there is one thing Lienyo didn't understand. Ungra, you just said that the sub-universe of the Age of Rebellion ends at the last second of the 31st millennium, right? So what happens when we reach the end? Lienyo asked. I have the same question. Isa Trazyn, who was beside them, nodded in agreement. Ungra said. After the sub-universe reaches the end of the timeline, it will be annihilated. The webway, warp, and real universe within the sub-universe, mortals, primarches, all living beings, and even demigods, true gods, all matter, all spirit, will all completely turn into nothingness. That sounds a bit scary. Lienyo was a little disbelieving. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. Ungra glanced at Isa Trazyn. You should know the concept of a first-class soul, right? When I was previously unconscious, I tried to penetrate to the last second of the current sub-universe. In the real universe at that last second, I condensed a simple body. After the last second ended, that body was annihilated, and I permanently lost a small portion of my power because of it. Lienyo frowned. So, we are destined to die. When Isa Trazyn heard Ungra's statement, she was initially a bit scared and depressed, but upon seeing Lienyo frowning, she couldn't help but tease him. I don't care, I've already enjoyed myself. But you greenskins, you are naturally missing a part of happiness compared to others, you should be the ones truly regretting it. Your gene technology seems quite impressive, why not consider installing a tap? I can help you unclog it. Black Bean Sprouts is as explicit as ever. Lienyo ignored Isa Trazyn and asked Ungra on his own. Is there any way to avoid annihilation? Ungra nodded and said. Yes, and there are quite a few ways. The warp is the bridge between the three sub-universes. After you are promoted to a second-class soul, you can see the pathways to the other two sub-universes in the warp. If you fail to be promoted to a second-class soul, I am willing to intercede for you with the Emperor. As a true god, he is fully capable of sending you to other sub-universes. My power is insufficient, I can only guarantee my own safety. Alright, let me think. Lin Yo mused that by working black market for the Emperor using ancient crystal fungus, he should be able to exchange for protection from the wise, mighty, handsome, and rational Emperor. Gentlemen, I must go. Ungra nodded from inside the amniotic tank. Thank you again for helping me retrieve a portion of my warp essence. I need to go see some people and discuss countermeasures against annihilation. When you need help, you can contact me using this astropathic communication code. Ungra raised his right hand and outlined a bright light with his fingertip. A shimmering rune emerged from the tank, landed on the table, and formed a clean and tidy parchment scroll, on which the astropathic communication code was recorded. Farewell. I look forward to seeing you again. Ungra waved his hand, his body transformed from solid to ethereal, and finally disappeared into the amniotic tank. Lin Yo watched the other party come and go without a trace, feeling a headache. Ungra said he was going to discuss countermeasures against annihilation with others, and also said the Emperor could help. Isn't it obvious that he's going to catch up with the Emperor? Then won't my little secret be exposed? Lin Yo felt uneasy and secretly wondered if he should take the initiative to meet with the Emperor. Considering he's been supplying him with warp energy monocrystals, the Emperor shouldn't abandon him after crossing the river, right? Hey! Isa Trazen snapped her fingers. If you want to avoid annihilation, I also have a way. There might be gods of our Eldar race in this sub-universe. Oh right, the Eldar also have gods. Lin Yo asked. Are the gods of the Eldar demigods or true gods? Isa Trazen said. Our gods are true gods, but not chaos true gods. They are gods created by the ancient ones, their power is slightly less than chaos true gods, and they are easier to talk to than chaos true gods. They live in craft worlds, not in the warp. Note. Isa Trazen raised her eyebrows. How about it? Consider it, I can contact the seers of the craft world Eldar to see if there are Eldar true gods in this sub-universe. If there are, I don't mind giving you a hand. Isa Trazen raised her neck, looking arrogant, almost shouting kneel and kiss my feet. Unfortunately, her height was more than 2 meters shorter than Lin Yo's, no matter how much she raised her head, she was just like a dwarf. I have my own way, you don't need to worry, go back to work. Lin Yo responded gruffly and turned to leave. Humph. Isa Trazen twitched her lips, crossed her arms, and swayed her hips as she followed. Lin Yo opened the Waa'ak simulation and switched his consciousness to the Blood Raven boss, Kron. According to the trade plan he and the custodes had drafted, the next trade was 3 nights later. Lin Yo prepared to formally visit the human empire through Kron to gauge the Emperor's intentions. Since it was a formal visit, he had to prepare well. 3 days later, 10 o'clock at night. Lin Yo possessed Kron and personally commanded the reconnaissance ship to the Webway city below the Golden Throne. In previous trades, the fleet of Tribune Ra Endymion included 2 light cruisers, 2 frigates and several transport ships. This time, the Tribune's fleet had 1 more ship. That was an Emperor-class battleship, both a warship and an aircraft carrier. Its construction was extremely difficult, even during the Great Expedition when heavy industry was flourishing, there were less than 20 Emperor-class battleships throughout the Empire. In the Imperial Army, only figures of general rank could use it as their personal flagship. The appearance of this ship made Lin Yo realize that the Emperor had foreseen today's meeting. Lin Yo and Ra completed the routine trade and took the opportunity to propose discussing expanding the trade on the other party's ship. Ra readily agreed and sent a shuttle to meet them. Lin Yo brought 5 Blood Raven boys, wearing a full set of greenskin power armor made of ceramite and monocrystals, and boarded the Emperor-class battleship. Lin Yo originally thought it would be a general from the Imperial Army coming to meet him, but he really didn't expect it to be an old acquaintance he was extremely familiar with. The Imperial Regent, the Immortal and Etheric Nullifier known as the Sigil Light, Malkador. This old man was wearing a simple rough cloth robe, dressed plainly, unremarkable in appearance, thin in figure, and seemed to have 1 foot in the grave. But Lin Yo knew that if he weren't replacing the Emperor on the Golden Throne, the other party could live for 10,000 years without a problem. Ungra told me that a group of orcs in the webway saved him. Malkador's eyes shifted, subtly observing the power armor on the orcs, a faint light flickering in his eyes. It seems the orcs he mentioned must be you. It was one of my friends who saved him, not me. Lin Yo strode forward and casually extended his right hand. Hello, powerful shrimp, I am Bloodhand. What's your name? I am Malkador, the Imperial Regent of the Human Empire. The Emperor has assigned me to receive you. Please come with me, the Emperor will see you in another place. Malkador shook Lin Yo's hand with his aged right hand and turned sideways, inviting the other party to follow him. The group went from the lower deck's landing pad to the upper deck's external hatch. The Emperor-class battleship had just docked at a berth near the Golden Gate. Hiss. The external hatch opened. On the artificial webway road outside the door, stood 2 rows of custodes. Behind the custodes were machine sages, servo-automata, and human scientists craning their necks to watch the show. Malkador led the way out. The custodes on both sides of the road raised their halberds and shouted hoo-ha, then struck the ground with the butt, ferrule, of their halberds, producing a crisp, uniform sound. Clang. The momentum was like a rainbow, mighty and awe-inspiring. It was the first time Lin Yo had seen so many Ra Endymion, and he couldn't help but mutter. Quite a big display. Naturally. Malkador walked with a stoop, his voice not loud, but exceptionally clear. You are currently the only orc faction that can supply warp energy monocrystals, so you deserve a grand welcoming ceremony. But I heard you really dislike aliens. Linio asked as he walked. That depends on what kind of alien it is. Malkador chuckled, giving a full smile. Aliens that harm the Empire's interests are naturally our enemies, but if aliens are beneficial and harmless to us, then they can also become our friends. Linio had a complaint he didn't know where to start. After the Emperor experienced an age of ending, his temperament really changed drastically. First, saving all primarchs, then befriending friendly aliens. Tisk tisk tisk. Is this still the Emperor? Someone who didn't know might think it was Guillemon in disguise. Chatting and laughing along the way, everyone passed through the Golden Gate and entered the throne room of the Imperial Palace on Terra. Here, Linio met the man from the rumors. It is said that the Emperor has an ability to appear differently to different people. Whatever you think the Emperor looks like, that's how you will see the Emperor. As a cloud hammer, the image of the Emperor slumped on the golden throne was deeply ingrained. The weight and depth of this image's memory imprint far exceeded the image of the golden armored mighty man from the era of the Great Expedition. Therefore, when Linio first saw the Emperor, the other party was a skeleton standing on the ground, looking very terrifying. You may leave, Malkador, let me have a good talk with this orc. The Emperor gently waved his skeletal right hand, his voice extremely dry and hoarse, like a cracked bellows letting out a desperate howl. Yes, your majesty. Malkador bowed in salute and led the custodes away. As they walked away, it gradually became quiet beneath the throne. You want to avoid the annihilation of the sub-universe, right? Yes. It seems that little boy named Ingrid told you everything. Linio paused and asked. How was your conversation with him? Very good. The Emperor's lips curved upwards, a hint of a smile appearing on his withered face, seeming a little bitter. If I could have communicated with them openly a little earlier, instead of treating them as tools, the age of ending might not have come. Linio neither confirmed nor denied, remaining silent to avoid saying too much and making mistakes. The Emperor said. I will help you avoid the annihilation of the sub-universe. As a price, you will do one thing for me. Linio was waiting for this sentence. No problem. We have a lot of warp energy monocrystals. No. The Emperor shook his head. What I need is not warp energy monocrystals. We can discuss trade proposals regarding that later. What I want you to do is... The Emperor raised his hand and pointed to the throne, saying in a deep voice. What I want you to do is, eliminate the man on the throne. Linio's body trembled, and he roared in his heart. Your Majesty, why did you rebel? Chapter 274 The Emperor says the Divine Emperor is a fake emperor. Yes, you didn't hear wrong. I hope you eliminate the man on the throne, who is the Emperor of the Age of Apostasy and the End Times. I control all the power of the Dark King, so the Emperor in these two sub-universes, the Age of Apostasy and the End Times, is most likely an impersonation by the Chaos Inimical powers. I hope you eliminate them for me. The Emperor's words were astonishing. Linio didn't react at first, thinking the Emperor wanted to give him a free kill. But upon hearing the word Emperor, Linio had a sudden realization. True Chaos Gods can freely choose which sub-universe to reside in. The Emperor before him was the fifth true Chaos God, the Dark King. Influenced by certain laws of the Age of Rebellion, although the Emperor possessed the strength and status of a true god, he could act freely in human form and would not be swayed by the will of the Dark King. The Dark King is a first-class soul. In the official WarHammer history, during the duel between the Emperor and Horus, the Dark King responded to the Emperor's call, using the Emperor as a vessel to descend into the real universe and bestowing power upon the Emperor. From the Emperor's perspective, this process was him embracing his warp essence, abandoning his physical body, and ascending to become a chaos inimical power. But from the Dark King's perspective, as a first-class soul, the Dark King was merely infiltrating the time-space node of the Horus heresy, choosing the Emperor as a vessel for its descent. The Emperor controlling the power of the Dark King is equivalent to being possessed by the Dark King, becoming the Dark King's form from inside out. The Emperor before him had encountered a bug. He possessed all the divine power of the Dark King, yet was not controlled by the Dark King. So the question arises, if the authority of the Dark King is in the hands of the Emperor before him, what authority does the Emperor of the Age of Apostasy and the End Times hold? In the Age of Apostasy and the End Times, the Emperor was called Emperor because he could respond to the prayers of sisters, monks, and warriors like a god, providing them assistance at critical moments. The Emperor before him claimed to possess all the power of the Dark King, so the Emperor who responded to prayers in the Age of Apostasy and the End Times should not possess the power of the Dark King. The divine power of the Emperor in these two eras must come from elsewhere, very likely the chaos inimical powers mentioned by the Emperor before him. But is this really the case? Linio put a question mark in his heart. For this argument to hold true, there are two prerequisites. The first prerequisite. The Emperor before him has mastered all the power of the Dark King. This is a major premise. Only on the basis of satisfying the major premise is there a second prerequisite, which is the minor premise. The divine power of the Emperor in the Age of Apostasy and the End Times must originate from the chaos inimical powers, and not from any other deity. Only after satisfying these two prerequisites, one major and one minor, would Linio consider agreeing to the Emperor's request. But then again, Emperor, you think too highly of me. I'm just someone farming in the webway. Asking me to go to the Age of Apostasy and the End Times to fight the false Emperor seems a bit too outrageous. Linio fell into contemplation. The Emperor spoke. I know what you are worried about. To prove my words, I can send you to the sub-universes of the Age of Apostasy and the End Times for you to personally experience the situation there. It won't be too late to consider eliminating the false Emperor on the throne after you have verified my words. Lianyo spread his hands and asked. You are so powerful, why don't you go yourself? I cannot leave the Age of Rebellion sub-universe. Not only can I not leave, I also need to mobilize most of my power to seal off the warp in this sub-universe to prevent the chaos inimical powers from infiltrating. The Emperor patiently explained many details about the sub-universes. Lianyo gradually realized that this was a battle royale game with gods as pieces. The Age of Rebellion sub-universe has a timeline length of 1035 years. The Age of Apostasy sub-universe has a timeline length of 1983 years. The End Times sub-universe has no end to its timeline, starting from the first year of the 41st millennium and continuing until the sub-universe is naturally destroyed. The End Times are extremely chaotic. Space Marines of the human empire receiving blessings from the chaos inimical powers has become a trend, a custom, a political correctness. Kern, who loves war, Slaanesh, who loves debauchery, and Nurgle, who loves the cycle of life, chose to remain in the End Times. Xianj likes change and schemes, and also likes to impersonate the Emperor, making the Age of Apostasy its first choice. When the Age of Apostasy sub-universe reaches the end of its timeline, Xianj must move its entire family to the End Times to seek continued survival. The Emperor before him is also like this. The Age of Rebellion sub-universe is currently his personal territory. Saving the Gene Seed Primarchs, building a pan-Milky Way human empire, comprehensively strengthening the Primarchs, Imperial Fleet and Space Marines, and finally collectively entering the End Times for a decisive battle against the four chaos inimical powers. If the Emperor's plan develops according to this set, there will eventually be the grand sight of the Gene Seed Primarchs of the 30K era collectively assisting the human empire of the 41K era. As the saying goes, one mountain cannot hold two tigers. To pacify external threats, internal stability must be achieved first. When the Emperor of the 30K era arrives in the 41K era, the first enemy he must face is not the four chaos gods, but the Emperor. Considering the situation in the End Times is too chaotic, the Emperor feels it would be better to first go to the Age of Apostasy sub-universe and develop for 1000 years before the timeline of the Age of Rebellion sub-universe reaches its end. This means he must seize territory from Xianj. I have confirmed that the Emperor of the Age of Apostasy sub-universe is impersonated by Xianj. The Emperor looked at Lianyo with dark, empty eyes. Once you are fully prepared, I will send you to the Age of Apostasy sub-universe. Once you are there, you can freely decide whether to help me. Of course, you can also refuse me. However, doing so will cause you to lose a path to leave this sub-universe, and you will have to seek a way out from other deities. The demands they make may be far less easy than mine. The other deities the Emperor spoke of should be the Eldar ones. Seeking help from the Emperor only requested the elimination of the Emperor. Seeking help from the Eldar deities, the other party might require him to eliminate the four chaos gods, which would suddenly increase the difficulty significantly. Lianyo was well aware of this and did not immediately refuse the Emperor's proposal. I need to go back and discuss it with my buddies before I can make a decision. No problem. The Emperor nodded almost imperceptibly. Before ending this meeting, I would like to make a request. Lianyo asked. Hey, what request? The Emperor emphasized. To save my children, I have done a lot of preparatory work. During the recent operations to save Kurz and Ingra, I received some information. Orcs of unknown identity, mysterious etheric nullifiers, or other characters appeared on the scene, interfering with my actions to rescue the Primarchs. If these people are yours, I hope you will no longer interfere with my work of saving my children. In return, I promise not to interfere with your expansion of the webway. Alright, it seems I was indeed worrying about nothing. Since things have been said to this extent, it would definitely be unreasonable not to give face. Hey, no problem, we understand. Lianyo paused and asked. Then, do you still want the warp energy monocrystals? You are so powerful now, I feel like the monocrystals are useless to you. No, the monocrystals are useful to me. The Emperor's voice was deep. My power must be used to protect this sub-universe, the Primarchs, and myself. I cannot spare too much power to protect the mortals in this sub-universe. Monocrystals can alleviate my worries to a great extent. Okay, I understand. Then I will discuss the matter of trading monocrystals with Ra and Dimi and myself. Lianyo waved his hand. I'm leaving, bye-bye. Goodbye, I await good news. The Emperor waved his hand, opening the Golden Gate and allowing the orcs to return the way they came. As the Golden Gate opened and closed, it became quiet at the foot of the throne. Rustling footsteps approached from afar. The Imperial Regent Malkador, leaning on his staff, slowly walked over. He stood behind and to the side of the Emperor, gazing at the closed Golden Gate, and let out a long sigh. Your Majesty, these are truly a strange group of orcs. They captured Kamarak, mastered the technique for producing warp energy monocrystals, and can even extract warp essence from the warp. In every aspect, they are more powerful than Olaner. My spies have observed them for a long time, yet still cannot figure out their origin. Your Majesty, what do you think is the background of this group of orcs? In Malkador's eyes, the Emperor was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man wearing a coarse cloth robe, just like himself. The Emperor stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze flickering slightly. Don't be afraid to laugh at me, Malkador. Even though I have mastered the power of the Dark King, I haven't been able to see through the details of this group of orcs. Some kind of power is preventing me from seeing their development trajectory and future prospects. Malkador's expression was somewhat solemn. This phenomenon is unusual. The power interfering with you may be no less than that of the Dark King. Could it be the Gork and Mork that the orcs always talk about? But we haven't found Gork and Mork in the warp. The Emperor shook his head slightly. Gork and Mork not appearing in the warp does not mean they absolutely do not exist. It is possible they have placed their warp essence in the real universe, residing within certain orcs. Malkador thought for a moment and nodded. There is indeed such a possibility. If that's the case, we will have to capture Bloodhand and the orc who saved Ingra for research to figure out the situation. The Emperor lightly tapped his chin, a glint flashing in his eyes. We will thoroughly research this group of orcs, but not now. First, according to the plan, we will gather all our children, stabilize our base, and then deal with the aliens in this sub-universe. A hint of coldness flowed in the Emperor's words. Aliens willing to cooperate with me can stay, but they must obey my commands. Those unwilling will all be eliminated. Malkador nodded repeatedly, concurring deeply. Aliens unwilling to cooperate will certainly become a springboard for the chaos inimical powers to invade the current sub-universe. Rather than keeping them to harm the human empire, it is better to eliminate them early to prevent future troubles. On this point, Malkador and the Emperor shared the same view, treating all equally and showing no mercy. On the other side, Linio and Ra Endymion completed this transaction. Both sides agreed that from the next transaction onwards, the trading volume of monocrystals would be increased to 1 million tons. Linio ordered Kron to transport the green light mud to Kamarak and switched his consciousness to space. Space remained in Kamarak, supervising Paris Yaozi in building telekinetic ability engines, repairing the fire heart, translating Isa Trazen's soul encoding, and a series of other tasks. After possessing space, Linio found Isa Trazen in the open-air workshop where telekinetic ability engines were being made and asked directly. I want to contact the pointy-eared prophets through official channels, preferably to speak with the pointy-eared deities. Do you have any good suggestions? Isa Trazen glanced at Linio, curled the corner of her mouth, and teased. What? Did your people suffer a setback with Huang Pitzi? Now you know to ask our Eldar gods for help. If you want to talk, talk, if not, forget it. Also, you are black bean sprouts, not pointy ears. The pointy-eared gods may not like you. Don't keep saying your Eldar gods as if you are very familiar with the pointy-eared gods. Linio retorted irritably. Isa Trazen folded her arms and scoffed. That's why greenskins are greenskins, you don't understand our situation at all. Do you know that the backer behind the Harlequins is the Laughing God? He once extended an olive branch to me. He sent a Harlequin to approach me, wanting to recruit me into the troop. Really? Linio scanned Isa Trazen up and down with a scrutinizing gaze. In orc slang, Harlequins are called flower bean sprouts, the Harlequin troop is called the Flower Bean Sprouts troop, and the Laughing God behind the Harlequin troop is called the King of Flower Bean Sprouts. The Harlequin troop has relatively relaxed requirements for members, as long as they are like-minded, whether they are Dark Eldar, Craft World Eldar, or Eldar Pirates, they can become one of them. Of course, the difficulty lies in being like-minded. Facing Linio's doubts, Isa Trazen was full of confidence and a little proud. How many Eldar do you think possess the legacy of the ancient Ildari now? Before you swept through Kamarak, there were at most 10 people like me whose soul encoding contained ancient Ildari knowledge. To be honest with you, I have carefully recalled my past experiences these past few days. I can confirm that in this sub-universe, there exists at least one Eldar deity, most likely the most approachable among the Eldar deities, the Laughing God, Seguruk. Linio raised an eyebrow. Why do you say that? Isa Trazen held up her index finger. Craft World Eldar prophets must rely on the power of the Eldar deities to receive prophetic revelations. The Eldar prophets I have encountered can all use their prophetic abilities normally. This indicates that there is at least one Eldar deity within the sub-universe. Even if the main body of the Eldar deity is not here, he must have sent at least one avatar to preside. I think it should be the Laughing God, or an avatar of the Laughing God. Linio nodded thoughtfully. That sounds somewhat reasonable. Then how can we talk to the flower bean sprouts? Isa Trazen blinked, smiling like a fox. Do you believe that as long as I send a message using an encoded telegraph machine, the Harlequins will appear? An encoded telegraph machine, a communication device unique to the Dark Eldar in the webway, can transmit messages between different webway spaces. This item could easily be used by Isa Trazen to call for help, so Linio hid it in the forward base in the webway. Linio narrowed his eyes, thought for a moment, and had Beast transport an encoded telegraph machine from the forward base. A moment later, Isa Trazen got her wish and saw the telegraph machine. Under Linio's supervision, Isa Trazen sent a simple message. The recipient's address was precisely the webway node where the Black Library is located. Eldar Stigma, N9876T54. Chapter 275, The Clown is Still a Clown. After sending the message, the two waited for a response. 1 minute passed, and Isa Trazen waited for the clown at her leisure, her face showing excitement at being about to escape. 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes. 10 minutes passed, and Isa Trazen's smile became a little forced. 20 minutes later, the clown still did not appear. Isa Trazen's smug smile disappeared, replaced by flattery. Just pretend I was talking in my sleep before. I'll go direct the tech boys to repair the telekinetic ability engine first. Isa Trazyn was obsequious, changing from arrogant to deferential, which was laughable. Linio, however, suddenly turned his head to look at the corner of the command platform, staring at the transparent light and shadow there. Isa Trazyn noticed the orc's movement and looked over as well. Under their gaze, the light and shadow blurred and shifted, and countless glass shard-like bubbles gathered together, condensing into a colorful humanoid entity. When the light dissipated, the humanoid entity became distinct, and it was indeed a clown wearing an exaggerated costume. It is said that the color scheme of a clown's costume can represent the troop he belongs to. The clown before them had a yellow and blue color scheme. Linio had not researched this area before his transmigration, so he couldn't tell which troop the clown belonged to. Isa Trazyn, have you finally decided to accept our invitation? The clown's gaze fell on Linio. Or are you simply hoping I'll rescue you from this group of orcs? The clown clasped his hands behind his back, his feet spread 120 degrees apart, heels together and shoe tips curled upwards. The mask concealed his true appearance and expression. The clown's fake smile was so exaggerated it was a little unnerving, as if he would plunge a dagger into an enemy's neck the next second. When the clown spoke, he looked at Linio but was only communicating with Isa Trazyn, giving the impression that he didn't take the orcs seriously. Linio wasn't sure if this was the clown's eccentric style, or if the other party truly had the strength to flatten all the Parasiausis. Seeing the clown appear, Isa Trazyn's fawning expression faded, and a joyful and confident smile reappeared on her face. Excellent, Osden, I'm willing to join you. Hurry and rescue me from here, I've had enough of these greenskins. The clown named Osden took out an instrument resembling a pocket watch and shot a scanning beam towards Isa Trazyn. Your condition doesn't look too good, gene mask missing, gene fragments disordered, shoddy gene manipulation techniques almost turned you into a greenskin. Alright, I'll take you now, who told us we like you? Isa Trazyn quickly stepped forward, then suddenly stopped, looking at Linio warily. Why aren't you stopping me? Linio stood with his arms crossed, calm and composed from beginning to end. I said a long time ago, you can leave, but don't modify your gene fragments. There's no problem with you going with the Eldar. But if you modify your gene fragments, you're dead for sure. Don't believe me? Just try it. Try it and you'll die. Don't blame me if you die. The orc's strong confidence made Isa Trazyn feel a chill in her heart. The clown Osden clasped his hands behind his back, stood on his tiptoes, and the smile on his mask became increasingly exaggerated. Greenskin, are you provoking us? So what? Linio's gaze was cold. Osden moved slowly around Linio with steps like a ballet dancer, his voice carrying a hint of mockery. I admit your action of destroying Kumarak surprised us. I also admit your greenskin army does pose some threat to the troop. But don't forget, we are clowns who walk in the shadows and behind the scenes, skilled at taking the heads of enemy leaders from amidst a million troops. And most importantly, we never act alone. Snap! A crisp sound came from the sky. The greenskin electric lamp illuminating the command platform was shattered, and the light on the command platform suddenly became dim. Thump! Another crisp sound. A beam of light shot from above at an angle, forming a pillar of light that enveloped Osden. A ethereal and nimble female voice sounded, as if narrating to herself. Brave Osden insisted on rescuing the distressed Eldar from the hands of the greenskins. His opponents were a group of powerful, savage, and disciplined greenskins. The greenskins would not let Osden take their captive so easily. Osden faced the greenskins' coercion without flinching. Where did the narration and BGM come from? Linio was slightly taken aback, his gaze sweeping around. Below the command platform, the Parasiausis who were tinkering with the telekinetic ability engine were startled. They swarmed up, ready to support their boss. This scene added new inspiration to the narration. The greenskins couldn't wait to teach Osden a lesson. They raised their chainswords and bolters high, just waiting for their boss's command. The narrator's voice came from all directions, making it difficult to discern her exact location. She also seemed to possess some extremely advanced stealth technology, simply using the naked eye, sixth sense and the finder, her whereabouts couldn't be locked down. Linio rummaged in his pocket, took out a green crystal, held it in his hand, and connected it to a power source. Buzz buzz buzz. The green crystal emitted strong light under the effect of the current. Tens of thousands of lights of different spectra illuminated the command platform brightly, making the scene as lively as a rave. This thing was Gork's gaze, a polarized revealing crystal that forcibly breaks stealth states by emitting tens of thousands of lights. Since making this thing half a year ago, Linio had placed one on each important simulation target, always preparing to deal with stealth characters. As the ever-changing lights were emitted, several figures covered in mosaic patterns appeared on the wall not far away. They were swept out by the colored light, clearly panicking. Damn it, how does that greenskin have such a powerful anti-stealth device? I haven't even made my entrance yet. Should we bail, or keep acting? Linio distinguished the voices of these people. There were a total of 4 people on the other side. The voices of 3 of them did not match the narrator's voice, so the one who hadn't spoken yet should be the female Eldar narrator. Acting? Acting what? Acting on my territory, did you get my permission? Linio was also too lazy to bother with this narcissistic, arrogant, and self-righteous group of Eldar, so he casually unleashed a few brain freeze techniques. Freeze, 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 freeze. Including Osden, the 5 Eldar present all froze, inevitably falling into a brain freeze state. By the time they recovered, they had already been tied up tightly by the greenskins and secured to ceramite pillars. The 5 Eldar were momentarily dazed, then shouted in shock and fear. What's going on? Why am I tied up? Greenskins, what have you done to us? My mask, is my mask still there? Linio stood with his arms crossed 5 meters in front of the Eldar, beside the dispirited Isa Trazyn. Linio had heard that masks were the lifeblood of the Eldar. Taking off their masks was equivalent to completely antagonizing the Eldar group. So Linio only had the Xiaozis tie up the Eldar and did not remove their masks. It must be said, the Eldar's physical condition and combat power were indeed very formidable. When Linio had the Xiaozis tie up the Eldar, he found that they could evade the restraints through their body's instinctive reactions even in a brain freeze state. This phenomenon was unique and had only been seen in the Eldar so far. In addition, the Eldar's physical defense was a bit terrifying. Chains made of plasteel and ceramite particles would snap from the muscle's instinctive reaction when tightened around the Eldar. Only chains made of ceramite could barely withstand the Eldar's muscle strength. If it weren't for not wanting to start a war with the Eldar, Linio really wanted to study the Eldar's gene fragments properly. Unfortunately, his tolerance and concessions made the Eldar mistakenly believe there was still a chance to turn the situation around. Greenskins, release us quickly. You're playing with fire. The troop master won't spare you. 3 Eldar shouted, while the other 2 Eldar secretly exerted force. With their nimble hands, they were unlocking the chains where the Greenskins couldn't see, just waiting to break free and teach the Greenskins a harsh lesson. Linio turned his head to glance at the dejected Isa Trazyn. You caused this, you figure out how to solve it. Sigh, how about I send another message and ask the troop master to step in? Isa Trazyn was uneasy in her heart, she wasn't sure if the troop master could handle this orc before them. The opponent's mental telekinetic ability that could make people fall into a dazed state was truly too strange. No need to send a message, I'm already here. A female voice came from the ceiling. A tall figure wearing a yellow and blue costume leaped down, a silver light flashing in her hand. Swish, 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 swish. The silver light flashed, and the ceramite chains binding the Eldar snapped accordingly. The figure and the chains landed at the same time, stopping right in front of Linio. She wore a dark blue trench coat, her helmet had a layer of red horsehair, and the smile on her mask carried a hint of madness. She stood with hands on her hips, twisting her neck as if warming up, her tone sounding arrogant and flippant. You can't handle me with just mental telekinetic ability. Let me take Isa Trazyn, or I'll beat you up first and then take her. Linio remained unmoved, saying calmly. She can leave anytime, but she cannot undergo gene modification surgery. Also, I want to see the spokesperson for your deity. I want to ask about methods to avoid timeline annihilation. Timeline annihilation? You know quite a bit, but I'm sorry, we refuse your request. As soon as the troop master finished speaking, telekinetic ability fluctuations came from a distant place. The troop master stopped twisting her neck, tilted her head to listen, as if communicating with someone. After half a minute, she scanned the orc up and down with a scrutinizing gaze. All right, I've changed my mind. The Lord permits you to go with us to the Black Library. She will meet you there. As for Isa Trazyn, if she can't undergo gene modification, she can't become one of us. Let her work for you for now. When you want to release her, contact us again. So, what do you think? The troop master put her left foot forward, right foot back, and saluted by placing a hand on her chest, showing goodwill. The 5 clowns behind her were stunned for a moment, then reluctantly bowed to the greenskin, even though they didn't understand why the troop master did this. Linio lowered his crossed arms and nodded. I accept your proposal, take me to see the spokesperson. Isa Trazyn won't stay with me for too long. She can leave whenever she helps me repair 5 fire hearts. Really? A spark of hope ignited in Isa Trazyn's eyes. Absolutely true. Lead the way. Linio had the Xiaozis disperse and do what they were supposed to do. A portal opened on the command platform. On the other side was the black gate of the Black Library. Linio followed the Eldar into the portal, leaving Isa Trazyn behind to direct the Xiaozis work. When passing through the portal, the feeling of dizziness lasted for an extremely short time, and in the blink of an eye, Linio arrived in the webway space where the Black Library is located. Here, he saw a figure he was quite familiar with. Erhuina. This female Eldar was extremely powerful, she could open a portal directly to the webway with her bare hands within the warp. Linio seriously suspected she could completely crush Lorgar, who had fallen to chaos. Combined with the troop master's previous description, Erhuina was the spokesperson for the Eldar deity. It was just unknown which Eldar deity she represented. You all go down, let me talk to him alone. Erhuina wore battle armor, the 8 trigrams rune on her chest flowed with faint light, and the black and white fish on it slowly rotated. Yes, Lord. The clowns wearing yellow and blue costumes turned into phantoms and left the place. Erhuina shifted her weight back, bent her knees and sat down. Silver telekinetic ability light outlined a crystal chair, which received her steadily. She sat on the crystal chair with her legs crossed, her arms on the armrests, like a queen. Find a place to sit yourself. There's no fine food or wine here, please bear with it. Linio simply sat down cross-legged, his gaze level with the other party. Erhuina said. I have a habit of observing the webway. The first time you stepped into the webway, I discovered you. Your discipline and initiative far surpass ordinary orcs. Your societal operational efficiency is several times that of the Ulanov orcs, and you have mastered advanced gene technology and the ancient orcs gene template. In my opinion, it's only a matter of time before you know the uniqueness of this world. Erhuina tapped the armrest with her fingertips. Listen up, I can help you avoid the annihilation of the Rebellion-era sub-universe, but I have one request, which is to help me drive out the Emperor and his children from this sub-universe. Lianyo was silent for a moment. How to put it? After witnessing the Emperor's outrageous request, Erhuina's request seemed relatively reasonable. She only asked to drive out the Emperor and his children, not eliminate them. Such a request was at least more reliable than eliminating the Emperor God suspected of being impersonated by a Chaos God. Lianyo was silent for a few seconds before speaking. We talked with Huang Pitzi before. He also made a request. He wants us to go to the Rebellion-era sub-universe and eliminate the Emperor God. He believes that Emperor God is impersonated by a Chaos God. Heh. Erhuina chuckled, her words full of sarcasm. Did he also say that he has mastered the full power of the Dark King, but because he has to protect this sub-universe, he cannot spare the power to eliminate the Emperor God of the Rebellion-era sub-universe? Do you believe these words? Lianyo shrugged. Not entirely, but it seems I have no choice but to believe it. I haven't seen a true god, only a demigod offspring who calls himself Ingra. Ingra told me that the Emperor has mastered the power of the Dark King, and he can maintain human form only because of the sub-universe. Erhuina was not surprised by the name Ingra, she just raised her chin and said. I can tell you very clearly. The Emperor did indeed master the full power of the Dark King. He can maintain human form because he firmly believes he is human, which is why the Rebellion era exists. This is the prerequisite for the existence of the Rebellion era. If the Emperor of this era cannot firmly believe he is human, then the Rebellion era would not exist. If we drive him and his children to the Rebellion era and the end times, we can create a large number of demigods for the human empire in these two eras, allowing them to contend with the four chaos gods. Lianyo nodded thoughtfully. But the problem is, if the Emperor goes to the Rebellion era and the end times, can he still control the power of the Dark King? Erhuina shook her head. He can't control it. When he arrives at the Rebellion era and the end times, even if he only possesses a tiny bit of the Dark King's power, he will immediately lose himself, ascend as the Dark King, and then the Chaos faction will have one more Chaos God. Then what are you going to do? Lianyo asked. Erhuina said. It's simple. The Emperor's children carry their warp essence to the other two eras, but the Emperor permanently leaves the warp essence, which is the power of the Dark King, in the Rebellion era. This way, the Emperor can lead his demigod offspring to fight in the other two eras as a human. And all we need to do is seal the power of the Dark King, prevent it from leaving the Rebellion era, and ultimately let it be annihilated along with this era. This would prevent the birth of a fifth Chaos God and stop the operation of the Chaos Eight-Pointed Star. Lianyo raised an eyebrow, unable to help but exclaim inwardly. Good idea. Chapter 276, Fighting the Bugs 5,000 years early. The Chaos Eight-Pointed Star, an ancient legend. Legend has it that the ancient existence who created the warp devised a process for the Chaos Gods to be born one by one. This process is the Chaos Eight-Pointed Star. Each point of the Eight-Pointed Star corresponds to a Chaos God. Kern was the first to be born, followed by Tsianch, Nurgle, and Slaanesh in order. The Emperor was chosen as a vessel by the Dark King. During the Siege of Terra, the Emperor, using the power of the Dark King, briefly ascended to become a Chaos God and defeated Horus. If the Emperor had not been able to suppress the Dark King's power in time, he would have become the fifth Chaos God, the Dark King. The names of the sixth to eighth Chaos Gods are currently unknown. In any case, for all individuals and factions opposing the Chaos Gods, stopping the Chaos Gods' birth process at the Dark King stage and preventing it from continuing is the best option. The Eldar hoped for this, the cult also hoped for this, and the four Chaos Gods, in order to enjoy a more spacious warp, also calculated against the Emperor in this way. Thus, by the 41K era, a situation where only the human empire bore all the burdens was born. Regardless of humanity's life, death, and despair, various factions forcibly stalled the Dark King's birth process, leaving the Emperor on the Golden Throne to endure everything. Erhuina's proposal was brilliant, capable of almost perfectly dealing with the Dark King. But likewise, her plan was also built upon the tragic fate of humanity. Without the Dark King's power, the Emperor would at most be a golden big guy possessing Alpha Plus level telekinetic ability. To say nothing else, just the main boss of the Orc Wars in the original history could potentially kill him. How could an Emperor of such strength protect his demigod offspring? How could he lead them to attack the Chaos Gods of the Rebellion era and the end times? It's likely that as soon as they entered the Chaos Gods' sites, more than half of the demigod offspring would defect to Chaos. At that time, wouldn't the fate of the human empire still be as tragic as in the original history? Lianyo pondered for a long time, weighing the pros and cons, and asked thoughtfully. Assuming your plan succeeds and the Dark King's power is annihilated along with this sub-universe, will the existing four Chaos Gods be affected in any way? Erhuina said. There will be no effect. The existing four Chaos Gods will still be true gods of the Chaos faction. But if the Dark King can be killed by sub-universe annihilation, then other Chaos Gods should also be killable. We can find a way to lure all four Chaos Gods into the Rebellion era sub-universe, trap them all inside, and let them be annihilated along with the Rebellion era. This way, the end times will at most only have some minor Chaos demons left. Lianyo shook his head slightly. Your idea is very good, it opened my eyes. But Chaos Gods are first-class souls, they can have different avatars at different points in time. You cannot guarantee that they haven't placed avatars in the end times. As long as the avatars exist, they can be reborn. Erhuina said. You are right, so we can settle for the next best thing, let the Emperor and his demigod offspring eternally fight against the Chaos Gods. We will act as referees, ensuring the battle remains balanced and maintaining this situation forever. Alas! Doesn't this just lead back to the desperate ending of the human empire? As expected, this Warhammer world is a cesspool, utterly devoid of hope. Lienyo thought about many issues for a moment. For example, why must the human empire be at the forefront? Why aren't the Eldar on the front line? The reason is very simple, mainly because of Slaanesh. Slaanesh is the bane of the Eldar. His demons only need to simply show their faces before the Eldar, doing nothing else, and they can scare the Eldar into wetting themselves. And the Tio who will be born in the future. Don't look at this civilization as civilized and polite, gentler than the human empire, and more humble than the Eldar. Their cherished faith is a huge hidden danger. Who knows when a warp creature named Greater Good might appear in the warp? If this warp creature happens to be the 6th to 8th Chaos God on the Chaos 8-pointed star, that would be a colossal joke. Considering everything, there is no civilization more suitable than the human empire to stand on the front line against chaos. This is an unchangeable fact. So, can they leave the galaxy and seek development elsewhere? For example, find a way to go to the end times, and then travel far away to settle in other galaxies. The answer is yes, but not entirely. Starting from the 35th millennium, the Great Devourer, the Tyranids, gradually became active in the galaxy. Their appearance here is mainly due to this. In Warhammer official history, a star navigation device called the Pharos was destroyed. The resulting telekinetic ability pulse transmitted out of the galaxy, attracting the attention of the Tyranids. In the current sub-universe, the possibility of the Pharos being destroyed should be small, and the galaxy has a certain chance of avoiding Tyranid invasion. But from now on, exploring other galaxies outwards, it is still possible to encounter Tyranids who are currently devouring everything. After all, a large number of Tyranids must first be lurking around the galaxy for the Pharos explosion to attract them. This is not the worst part. Before crossing over, Lienyo watched a Warhammer popular science video. It said that in the end times, the Tyranids had basically completed their encirclement of the galaxy. This encirclement is a dual encirclement of the real universe and the warp. When we leave the galaxy through interstellar navigation methods such as warp travel and faster-than-light travel, we will always run into the Great Devourer's encirclement. In the real universe, the encirclement is the omnipresent Tyranid army. In the warp, the encirclement is the dark veil cast by the hive mind in the warp. It is a warp barrier that neither human, Eldar, Tio, nor Chaos Gods can overcome. The Tyranids that have arrived in the galaxy are just a few tendrils of the entire species, not the entire Tyranid race. The remaining tendrils and the main hive mind are still devouring everything in various corners of the universe and have not yet arrived. If Lienyo were to say, he might as well explore the starfield outside the galaxy right now, search for traces of the Tyranids, extract their gene fragments, fuse them with orcs to create orc Tyranids that can deceive the bugs, and then go to the end times, bypass the encirclement, and find a safe place outside the galaxy to settle down. The wildness of this idea is no less than Erhuina's proposal. But the more Lienyo pondered, the more he felt this seemed feasible. Imagine this. While the Eldar, human empire, and other races, civilizations, and forces are butterfly stroking in the vast cesspool that is the galaxy, he, relying on having the Great Devourer's genes as camouflage, could freely weave and wander within the Great Devourer's encirclement, going wherever he pleased, solely focused on development, steadily climbing the tech tree. How awesome would that be? Lienyo's heart surged with excitement, feeling as if he had suddenly jumped outside the circle and had a sudden realization. I'll go back and think about it before giving you an answer. Lienyo stood up and pointed to the empty space. Help me open a door, thanks. Erhuina didn't try to keep him, lightly snapped her fingers, activated her telekinetic ability, and opened a portal to Kumarak. Goodbye. When you have news, you can contact me through ISA Trazen. Okay, bye. Lienyo waved his hand and stepped into the portal. After he left, several figures emerged from the nearby shadows. They were the leaders of various troops. Lord Erhuina, you just let that greenskin leave like that? Yes, Lord, that guy is suspected of having mastered a method to extract the essence of the warp, which is a threat we cannot ignore. Erhuina stood up from the crystal chair. The chair constructed by telekinetic ability vanished like a bubble. I know what you are worried about. Don't worry, if that greenskin dares to target us, he will definitely die a terrible death, and the human emperor will not tolerate his existence either. The troop leaders exchanged glances and bowed to Erhuina. Yes, Lord. On the other side, Lienyo returned to Kumarak through the portal. His appearance location was not the open-air workshop of the telekinetic ability engine, but an uncleared urban ruin. Not far ahead, a metal plaque stood in the ruins, inscribed with troop performance location and emitting extremely faint telekinetic ability fluctuations. This should be a portal beacon set up by the clown troupe for conducting theatrical performances in Kumarak. Lienyo thought for a moment and did not destroy this beacon. He took out his noisy box, called a kilocan, and transported himself back to the open-air workshop. As soon as he landed, he received a call from Beast. Hey, boss, Kron has found the whereabouts of a few more gene seed primarches. I've sent the information to your data slate. Oh, okay. Lienyo opened his data slate and looked, immediately feeling bored. As a Cloud Warhammer fan, he genuinely wanted to help the human empire change its fate. He went to great lengths to inquire about the Primarch's whereabouts, planned rescue schemes for the Primarches, customized ships to suit the rescue operations, and even personally spent energy rescuing the Primarches. Yet, in the end, his actions only earned him the Emperor's words, Don't interfere. Alright, alright. After all, the human empire is not the human nation of the Terra era. The genes throughout the empire have long been unrecognizable, compared to the Terra era, they might only have a similarity of 1 to 2%. From this perspective, the human empire should be considered alien, not true human. Lignio used this reason to warn himself not to think about helping the Primarchs, that was the emperor's own business. As a transmigrator with cheats, he should ensure his own survival, rather than relying on Eldar gods and the emperor to avoid annihilation. Beast, in 5 days, return to Paraplanet. I need to convene a meeting to discuss important matters. Okay, boss. Lignio glanced at Isa Trazin, who was directing the Paraxiaozi, then looked at the Fire Heart, which would be fully charged in 6 days. His conviction to leave the galaxy and explore for the Great Devourer grew stronger. Offline. 5 days later. 10 p.m. Terra time, 10 a.m. Paraplanet local time. 15 kilometers underground on Paraplanet, Lignio, possessing Wojiboisake, jumped onto the large round table in the conference room. Sitting around the table were the bosses of the various branches of the Para-Warlord. Garrison Boss A-Long, Frontline Dual Bosses Space and Beast, Chief Mad Doctor, Chief Tech Boss, Chief Navigator Xiao Zi. Anyone who could be ranked in the Para-Warlord could attend this meeting. During this period, they gradually completed their ancient orcs transformation, gaining bodies and brains that would not degenerate. The more they worked, the more they fought, and the more they thought, the smarter, more diligent, and more skilled in combat they became. At the same time, due to the effect of the ancient orcs genes, they became increasingly respectful towards Wojiboisake, the representative of Gork and Mork. Everyone, Gork and Mork have shown us a path. At the end of this path, an unprecedented, super invincible great Yaak awaits us. Lignio's words caused a stir among the people present. Their excellent discipline made them strive to maintain restraint, not shouting Yaak. Lignio continued. The Fireheart will be fully charged in a few days. We need to complete the megalithic transformation of Paraplanet as soon as possible. Here, I authorize Chief Tech Boss Ancient Latin to test the Fireheart. After the test is complete, he can carry out the transformation of Paraplanet under A-Long's supervision. Yes, boss. Lignio turned and looked at Space and Beast. The webway expansion work is progressing very smoothly. The frontline troops have found a safe webway space, which is perfect for relocating our Paraplanet. If there's a chance, we can even use the Fireheart to capture a star and put it into the webway space. Space, Beast, after the megalithic transformation of Paraplanet is complete, you will cooperate with A-Long in the relocation and move Paraplanet into the webway as soon as possible. X2. Space and Beast responded in unison. Lignio pointed his staff at Chief Navigator Xiao Zi Pengpa. Pengpa, tell me, what have you seen outside the galaxy in the past few months? About 6 months ago, when Rendon's extragalactic home planet was discovered, Lignio had instructed Pengpa to actively explore the situation outside the galaxy. This gifted weird boy lived up to expectations, exploring extragalactic space from the bridge of the steel ingot whenever he had a chance, and gaining much. Report, Big Boss. I discovered another galaxy 160,000 light-years away from the galaxy. Shrimp named it Large Magellanic Cloud. Pengpa activated the holographic device on the large round table and projected the scene he had seen. A galaxy significantly smaller than the galaxy appeared in the holographic image. By visual estimation, its planar area was only about 1/20th of the galaxy's. Pengpa zoomed in on a planet within the galaxy. Look here. I found a group of very strange bugs near this planet. They eat everything. Cows, pigs, dogs, stones, iron ore, coal, water, concentrated acid, strong alkali basically, anything edible is their food. What's even stranger is that although these bugs are not warp creatures, there is a shadow of them within the warp. That's a terrifying thing. As soon as I touch this shadow with my consciousness, I get a headache, like my brain is about to explode. In the Large Magellanic Cloud, most planets have these bugs. It's estimated that after they finish eating the planets, they will fly towards our galaxy. Oh, and these bugs possess a very awesome interstellar navigation technology. They can distort space-time using gravity to achieve faster-than-light travel without relying on the warp. Although the speed is relatively slow, I estimate it's only 1/1000th of warp travel speed. Pengpa took a breath, blew a long string of bubbles in his amniotic tank, and finally said. I calculated that if these bugs are heading towards us now, they will reach the galaxy in about 5,000 years. According to Shrimp's method of calculating time, that's something that happens in the 35th millennium. The 35th millennium. Pengpa's calculation result is roughly the same as the timeline in Warhammer official history. Looking at the bug image in the picture again. The ferocious mouthparts, tough carapace, sharp teeth, and claws, all indicate their identity. The Great Devourer, the Tyranids. Of course, these are just a few tendrils, not the main hive mind. Chapter 277, Electric Meter Reversal is the MVP. Boys, listen up, these ugly bugs are called Tyranids, and their other name is the Great Devourer. Lignio, referencing the Cloudhammer's memory, introduced the characteristics of the Tyranids. The social structure of the Tyranids is quite similar to the Internet. The hive mind collectively controls the Tyranids, equivalent to the root server of the Internet. Large Tyranid organisms can directly connect to the hive mind. Small Tyranid organisms have weaker network signals and poor networking ability. In most cases, they can only use large Tyranid organisms as signal relay stations to connect to the hive mind. When engaging the Tyranids, taking out the large tyranid organisms first can effectively reduce the overall strength of the tyranids. After losing the signal, the behavior patterns of small tyranid organisms are similar to ordinary beasts, with significantly reduced reaction speed, destructiveness, and offensive desire. But not all tyranid organisms need to connect to the hive mind to act independently. Gene stealers, commonly known as chicken thieves, have a celestial pattern on their heads and multiple arms. They are the vanguard of the main tyranid forces, responsible for infiltrating biomass-rich planets, scouting the planet's conditions, and guiding the main forces to come and plunder. Chicken thieves can act independently without connecting to the hive mind. However, when they connect to the hive mind, it means the planet is about to be consumed by the bugs, and they themselves will become food for the bugs. Another type of tyranid bug that does not need to connect to the hive mind is the lictor. These are the stealth units of the hive fleet, serving as scouts. Their invisibility comes from camouflage, similar to a chameleon, but with better effect. With Gork's gaze in hand, there's no need to worry too much about being infiltrated by lictors. The biggest characteristic of the tyranids is consumption and evolution. In terms of consumption, their strength is self-evident, they eat a lot, reproduce a lot, and the more they eat, the more troops they have. In terms of evolution, the tyranids possess a type of evolutionary tactical thinking targeted at specific opponents. For example, suppose a hive fleet encounters a para-warlord's fleet. During the engagement, the para-warlord's gauze weapons and monocrystalline armor cause heavy losses to the tyranid bugs, resulting in a failed battle and a hasty retreat. Then, the hive mind will evolve its bugs specifically to counter gauze weapons and monocrystalline armor, giving them an advantage when facing these types of weapons and equipment. The simplest way to counter gauze weapons is to add lead plates. If 1 meter thick isn't enough, add 2 meters, or even 3. Monocrystalline armor, however, is slightly insufficient when facing sonic and liquid attacks. This is mainly because the armor itself must have some gaps to allow the wearer to move freely. The materials filling these gaps are usually weak defensive leather or flexible metal. Based on the above analysis, the next time the para-warlord encounters a tyranid fleet, he will see a group of bugs covered in thick lead plates and having developed corrosive acid-spitting orifices. After hearing my description, you should understand what kind of opponents these are. When we first fought them, we used gauze weapons. The second time, we switched to melta weapons, making their lead plates useless. In the third engagement, they will be equipped with high melting point metal armor. These metals can usually be magnetized, so we will equip electromagnetic weapons to teach them how to be bugs. And so on. For every engagement, our weapons and equipment must be changed to constantly counter them. Linyo finished introducing all aspects of the tyranids in one breath, waving his staff and shouting. In short, to deal with such enemies, we must be able to eat more, fight harder, produce more troops, and evolve more than them. Understand? Waa'ik. The surrounding parabosses were excited by what they heard and all started waa'ing, making the meeting lively. But don't get too excited yet. How to get to the large Magellanic Cloud is still a problem. Pengpa calculated that warp travel would take about 5 years, and even longer if encountering warp storms and turbulence. Then, can we use the webway? Linyo really didn't know the answer to this question. In his impression, no matter how much the Ancient Ones, Citan, and Chaos Gods messed around, it seemed they only fought within the galaxy, and there was no information indicating they were involved outside the galaxy. Linyo thought he should go to the Cosmic Hall and check the situation using the retrieval crystal there. At the end of the meeting, Linyo assigned tasks to each boss, then immediately switched his consciousness to space and set off for the second level of the Ancient One's military fortress. He followed the familiar route and smoothly arrived at the Cosmic Hall. Linyo possessed space, commanding the ship to send a query request to the crystal. The operation interface of the Cosmic Hall appeared on the ship's bridge holographic projection. There were 6 options on the interface. Let me see. Shoot him. Fight him. Repair. Run away. Waa'ik. Electric meter reversal. The first option needed here is, let me see. Linyo clicked it and entered a line of Orc language in the pop-up input box. I want to see if there are any webway nodes in that area of the large Magellanic Cloud. To prevent the Cosmic Hall from the War in Heaven era from understanding modern galaxy names, Linyo thoughtfully added the physical coordinates of the large Magellanic Cloud. This requires consuming 15 tons of monocrystalline. If you have no objection, send the shiny stuff over. There's a chance. If there were no webway nodes in the large Magellanic Cloud, the Cosmic Hall wouldn't ask for monocrystalline. Linyo waved his hand, dispatched a cargo shuttle, and launched the packaged monocrystalline onto the crystal. Okay, I received your monocrystalline. Give me some time to see if there are any webway nodes in that area. Waa'ik. Congratulations, Xiaozi. I found 3 webways there. 2 of them are broken and need to be repaired, but the remaining one is still usable. Not bad, it's better than finding chaos corruption. Linyo checked the 3 webway nodes one by one. They were ordinary webway hubs, with no webway cities or other buildings present. The builders were the Ancient Ones. Webway hubs are generally not large, with a diameter of at most 10 million kilometers, and these 3 nodes were the same. They were located in the center, westernmost, and easternmost parts of the large Magellanic Cloud's planar map, respectively. The usable node was the easternmost one in the large Magellanic Cloud, which was also the farthest from the galaxy. Linyo selected this node and activated the option Run Away. Run Away. Opening a portal to that node requires consuming 150 tons of monocrystalline. The portal lasts for 10 minutes and can accommodate ships up to 5 kilometers long, 3.2 kilometers wide, and 3 kilometers high. Think it over before coming back to me. Currently, the monocrystalline production capacity is 150 tons per day, which just covers the cost of the portal. Linio thought for a moment and decided to dispatch a scout ship to explore first. Just as he was about to call for a scout ship, the sixth option on the Cosmic Hall interface caught his attention. This option was WarHammer40k. Electric meter reversal. After clicking the option, an input box appeared on the interface. Linio had tried entering different information before, but the interface didn't react, and ISA Trazen didn't know what this option was for either. But perhaps it was just a feeling. Linio always felt that the so-called electric meter reversal had a sense of time rollback. How about I try the keyword sub-universe? Linio mused, entering 3 words into the input box. Child universe. This time, the interface reacted. A line of orc slang appeared on it. Hey, Xiaozi, do you know the concept of sub-universes? Linio took a deep breath, his heart pounding faster. The boys on the bridge widened their eyes and exclaimed. WarHammer40k. The sixth option reacted. Electric meter reversal. Electric meter reversal. I want to see what electric meter reversal is. Quiet, Linio pressed his hand down, signaling the boys to shut up, and entered new content on the interface. Yes, I only know the concept of sub-universes. I want to find a way to avoid the annihilation of the sub-universe. Then you've come to the right place. First, tell me, which sub-universe are you in? I'm in the Age of Rebellion sub-universe. Oh. Then you're really lucky. The cost of electric meter reversal in the Age of Rebellion is the lowest among the 3 sub-universes. Now listen carefully, I'll only say this once. Electric meter reversal is a time reset technology invented by the great ancient ones. It can use the energy of monocrystalline to reset the timeline of space-time. Simply put, if you give me enough monocrystalline, I can reset the timeline of the Age of Rebellion to the 964th year of the 30th millennium, 3 days after the destruction of the perfect city. The first reset requires consuming 10.35 million tons of monocrystalline, the second consumption is 10 times the first, the third is 100 times the first, and so on. Come back to me when you've saved enough monocrystalline. Yes. It really is time rollback. The first time rollback requires consuming over 10 million tons of monocrystalline. Linio did a quick calculation. At the current production capacity, he would need to save up for over 200 years to accumulate this amount of monocrystalline. However, although the consumption is large, there is still hope of gathering this expense. Linio composed himself and asked in the input box. I have a question. What is the specific process of electric meter reversal? What else could it be? Of course, it resets everything to the beginning of the timeline. Will true gods and demigod offspring discover that the timeline has been reset? Good question, Xiaozi. You are very cautious, I like that. To be honest, true gods will discover that the timeline has been reset, but demigod offspring cannot. However, in many cases, demigod offspring follow true gods, so if a true god discovers the timeline reset, it is possible that the demigod offspring will also know about it. Linio understood in his heart and asked again. The current situation is this, the Emperor in this sub-universe possesses the power of the Dark King. Flower Bean Sprouts intends to help the Emperor save his child, and allow his child to control the essence of the warp, becoming human demigods. Finally, they plan to drive both the Emperor and his demigod offspring to the other 2 sub-universes. Assuming Flower Bean Sprouts' plan succeeds, and the Emperor and his demigod offspring leave this sub-universe. Then, if I activate electric meter reversal at this time, causing space-time to return to 3 days after the destruction of the perfect city. What will happen? I like you more and more. What wonderful divergent thinking. Xiaozi, you must remember one thing. A sub-universe is a mirror space. You can understand a mirror space as a mirror. A mirror reflects the image based on what is in front of it, while a mirror space forms a sub-universe based on real history. When the Emperor, carrying the power of the Dark King and his demigod offspring, leaves this sub-universe, the sub-universe will reference real history and generate the Emperor and his child. The Emperor generated here will be exactly the same as the one in real history, just a big golden guy who knows a bit of sorcery. His child will also just be ordinary gene seed primarchs, containing only that tiny bit of warp essence that the Emperor used when he created them. Moreover, since most of the warp essence has already been occupied, it is basically impossible for the newly generated Emperor's child to ascend to become demigods. But you must be careful, true gods can discover the sub-universe reset. After you activate electric meter reversal, the Huangpitsi who have already left might come back with his child. When that happens, you will be in danger. They will try every means to uncover the secret of the sub-universe reset. The last sentence was the key point. Electric meter reversal is of great significance. As long as the monocrystalline production keeps up, electric meter reversal is basically equivalent to obtaining eternal life in the sub-universe. The 4 chaos gods and the Emperor who wields the Dark King will definitely be attracted by the time rollback. Is there any way to seal the sub-universe to prevent true gods and demigod offspring from infiltrating? Yes, Xiaozi, yes. When people from other sub-universes come to your current sub-universe, they will definitely appear first within the corresponding warp area of the galaxy. If you find a way to monitor the warp in all directions and eliminate anyone who appears, you can seal this sub-universe. As for how to monitor the warp in all directions? Xiaozi, I don't need to teach you that, right? Weird boys are experts at observing the warp. You just need to cultivate enough weird boys, and you can monitor the warp in all directions. Linio's breathing became heavy, and his eyes flickered with excitement. He saw the hope of turning the age of rebellion into his own backyard. It is no exaggeration to say that electric meter reversal will be the MVP of the sub-universe, and Weird Boys will be the best support. It seems it's time to establish the Thousand Suns clan. Wait, the name Thousand Suns is not very auspicious, and the thought of the Emperor not letting him interfere with the Gene Seed Primarchs makes Lienyo feel very uncomfortable. As a Cloud Hammer, he had some admiration for the Emperor, Primarchs, and Space Marines. But after experiencing so many things, he found that both the Emperor and most of the Primarchs were nothing more than ordinary mortals with power, while many Space Marines possessed noble qualities. His experience since crossing over was equivalent to completing a disillusionment with the Emperor and Primarchs. At this point, using the name of an army to name his paraclan feels somewhat awkward. Since that's the case, the upcoming Weird Boy clan will not be called the Thousand Suns clan. Lienyo pondered for a moment and came to a conclusion. Let's call it the Telekinetic Ability Clan, it's simple and easy to remember. Chapter 278, Departure, Large Magellanic Cloud. Expanding the production capacity of monocrystals does not conflict with acquiring the gene samples of the Tyranids. The former is for triggering the reversal of the electric meter and improving fault tolerance. The latter is preparation for future intervention in the end times, and incidentally, acquiring the Tyranids' interstellar navigation technology. Both hands must grasp, and both hands must be hard. Lienyo planned to start exploring the Large Magellanic Cloud before the Fireheart completed its test. And the establishment of the Flashy clan must be completed before exploring the Large Magellanic Cloud. At the same time that Lienyo was preparing the Flashy clan, the Wolf Knife was about to leave the warp and return to the real universe. In the dim cell, Lorgar, playing the role of an injured captive, communicated with Magnus across the air. Aurelian, hold on. My rescue team is ready. As long as you get the exact coordinates, I can rush to save you. Magnus, wearing a sea blue robe, squatted in front of Lorgar in the form of a telekinetic ability phantom, his face full of concern. Lorgar weakly squeezed out a smile. Thank you, brother. I won't keep you waiting too long. The next time the Wolf Knife returns to the real universe, I will do my best to obtain the ship's physical coordinates. Magnus nodded, his tone heavy. I'll wait for your news, take care. Magnus' figure quickly faded and finally disappeared without a trace. Not long after he left, Lorgar, who was sitting on the ground, chuckled, his brows full of mockery. As Lorgar stood up from the ground, the scars on his body and the filthy cell changed dramatically. Howling soul shoulder pads and gleaming power armor appeared, and the cell transformed into a comfortable scriptorium, decorated mostly with human skulls, the atmosphere sacred and eerie. The 666th heartbeat is almost here. Lorgar pressed his chest and muttered to himself. Fulgrim, are you ready to embrace my lord? I think you've been waiting a long time. Heh heh heh. Laughter echoed on the ceiling of the scriptorium. A blue-purple birdman figure stood out. My lord's loyal servant, I have brought you good news. I have contacted the Lord of Change. Lorgar was excited. Really, Prophet? Absolutely true. Zerfelix, the Shadow Weaver, spread his wings, shaking them excitedly. My lord has conveyed good news to me. He personally divined the process of contacting Fulgrim for you. The divination results show that the strange and mysterious variable has temporarily disappeared, and everything is within the plan. Lorgar was overjoyed. There is no better news than this. Prophet, did my lord reveal the reason for the variable's disappearance? No, but I believe my lord has seen everything. Zerfelix folded his wings. The 666th heartbeat is approaching, go prepare. Also, my lord's void apostles will arrive here within a few months, be ready to receive them at any time. Okay, Prophet. Zerfelix disappeared. A moment later, the Wolf Knife led the Ulaner fleet out of the warp. They arrived at the garden world that Fulgrim had built for pleasure. The builders of this garden world were the Steel Warriors' army. Don't think too poorly of this place. Before turning to chaos, Fulgrim's character was quite good, and he hadn't degenerated to the point of reveling every night. He was a typical performance-oriented personality. To satisfy his desire for performance, he asked the Steel Warriors to build him a meteorite-sized opera house, where he would occasionally exude artistic flair. The Ulaner fleet, which collectively jumped here, obviously did not receive an invitation to the opera house. As soon as they appeared, they started fighting with the Third Army here. The direct confrontation on the battlefield was left to URG, while Lorgar was responsible for a one-on-one exchange with Fulgrim. Just as the two were performing magic on the stage, a teleportation gate opened in the audience. Inside the teleportation gate, Conrad Kurz led the black-armored warriors of the Truth Tribunal and rushed out, forcibly intervening in the battle between the Primarchs. Primarchs basically all have telekinetic ability, and often they just didn't openly use it to save the Emperor's face. Facing the strong Lorgar, Fulgrim naturally also used his telekinetic ability to counter. When the Truth Tribunal appeared, Fulgrim was desperately using his telekinetic ability to protect his opera house. The black-armored warriors activated their iron halos, and anti-telekinetic ability aerosol was sprayed out, dissolving the telekinetic ability of Lorgar and Fulgrim. The two Gene Seed Primarchs faced this anti-telekinetic ability substance for the first time and were caught off guard. Lorgar's flames, lightning, telekinesis, and mental interference were forcibly paused, and Fulgrim's telekinetic ability protecting the opera house instantly disintegrated. Boom. The space opera house could no longer withstand the double pressure of war and telekinetic ability. After losing Fulgrim's telekinetic ability protection, the opera house crumbled, turning into fragments of different sizes, exploding outwards from within. The air pressure was unbalanced, the temperature plummeted, and the silence and coldness belonging to the void quickly enveloped everyone on the scene. Kurz and the black armored warriors were scattered by the violent airflow, searching for a foothold amidst the flying debris. Lorgar and Fulgrim were in a silent state, unable to use telekinetic ability, and could only rely on their power armor and tough bodies to withstand the explosion impact. Lorgar activated internal communication during the violent tumbling, issuing orders to the nearby wolf knife. 3 seconds later, a magnificent lance of light pierced the battlefield, and the ruins of the opera house were submerged in endless light. But this was not over yet. Bang 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 bang. Several muffled sounds came from the remaining atmosphere. Shells with a diameter of 300 meters whistled in, blooming with light in the center of the battlefield. Ocean-like fragments were propelled by the shockwave in all directions, and the remnants of the opera house, which had just been washed by the lance of light, were completely reduced to charred fragments. When the explosion impact dissipated, the opera house, which was originally the size of a meteorite, had turned into cosmic dust, drifting in the void. Lorgar broke through the protective rock layer and crawled out of the artificial meteorite he had kneaded with telekinesis, his clothes slightly dirty, but completely unharmed. Fulgrim was blown into 2 sections, his upper body stuck on the ceramite wreckage, looking miserable. The black armored warriors suffered heavy casualties, with only one surviving, which was Conrad Kurz. Kurz looked at the tragic scene before him, unable to recover for a long time. Lorgar sent a psychic voice using mental telekinetic ability, his words full of contempt. Kurz, go back and tell your arrogant father, what era is it now, and you still want to solve problems with bolters? Do you think my ship's guns and lances of light are just for show? As soon as he finished speaking, 100-meter-wide lightning shot out, blasting Kurz away with a bang, smashing several stone bricks in a row. Fulgrim's body was broken and he had long since fallen unconscious. Lorgar casually grabbed him in his hand, opened a teleportation gate, and returned to the wolf knife. Kurz was embedded in the ceramite base fragment of the opera house, his monocrystal body twisted and deformed, and nutrient fluid maintaining physiological functions seeped from various parts of his body. The Olaner fleet entered the warp with Fulgrim. It was only then that Kurz slowly woke up, barely regaining the ability to move. Calling the Emperor, opening a teleportation gate, Kurz crawled into the palace like a wild dog by the roadside. Oh! Fulgrim was captured by Lorgar. Linio held the intelligence collected by Big Black Tooth, looking like he was watching a good show. Is Huang Pitzi capable or not? Lorgar was clearly going to find Fulgrim, couldn't Huang Pitzi send more people over? Even sending some custodes would be good, why did he only send a few black armored warriors? Or is Huang Pitzi playing a big game? Linio really didn't know what to say. Let go of the urge to help, respect the fate of others. Let Huang Pitzi worry about it himself, he had a lot of serious things to do. Linio pushed open the Weird Boy's hut and, as Wuji Boy sake, came to the territory of the Flashy clan. The preparations for the Flashy clan were nearing completion, just waiting for the Weird Boy to give a speech. In the original plan, the Flashy clan was just called the Flashy clan. But last night, Zalger suddenly slapped his forehead and came up with a suggestion. Which Dr. Greatly, when the Flashy boys use telekinetic ability, their eyes and staffs will glow. I think we can call the Flashy boys clan the Flashy clan. Good idea. Linio immediately adopted Zalger's suggestion. Thus, a Flashy clan with a total number of 3.14 million was born. Linio made 2 unique designs for the Flashy boys' gene fragments. First, the Flashy clan members' fanaticism for Gork and Mork's faith would be higher than that of other paraboys, which was to prevent the Flashy boys from being tempted by the evil gods. Second, the Flashy clan members' telekinetic ability talent, telekinetic ability strength, and the number of telekinetic abilities they could cast would not be progressive. Linio would personally help them learn and forget telekinetic abilities by possessing them. This design was also based on safety considerations. For example, the mental telekinetic ability used by Magnus to destroy the webway, psychic projection. The principle of this telekinetic ability is to use mental telekinetic ability to create a psychic projection of the caster in front of the target person, thereby achieving face-to-face communication with the target person. The webway can block communication from the warp, and psychic projection based on the warp will also be blocked by the webway. If enough warp energy is used for psychic projection, it can break through the webway and forcibly contact specific individuals within the webway. Linio did not want to see his webway destroyed by the Flashy clan. He simply banned all remote calling telekinetic abilities and set the Flashy clan's telekinetic ability list to be clean and concise. Warp navigation, headshot technique, optical stealth, telekinetic ability shield. That's it. Just these 4 telekinetic abilities. The survival method of the Flashy clan is also quite unique. They survive in amniotic fluid tanks in the form of heads, monitoring the warp 24/7. In direct combat, Gretchen will equip the amniotic fluid tanks with mechanical prosthetics and staffs, turning the Flashy boys into Flashy cans. This way, the Flashy boys can participate in combat. Another function of the amniotic fluid tank is to prevent the Flashy boys from being corrupted by chaos. Even if there is only a tiny sign of corruption, the tank will immediately activate the self-destruct program, nipping the chaos corruption in the bud. Oh yeah. Flashy boys, listen carefully. Linio jumped onto the high platform, waving his staff, and shouted to the 10,000 Flashy cans below. Gork and Mork told me, you are different. You don't chop, and you don't boom, but your brains are much better than Choppa boys and boom boys. Gork and Mork want you to keep a close eye on the warp. Once something rotten or other strange things appear, use headshot technique to blow their heads off. Whoever has the best performance, I will represent Gork and Mork and bestow upon him a larger brain capacity, absorb more telekinetic ability materials, cooler. More Wadaik. Your clan boss Pengpa and second boss Pa Ta can prove what I say. Pengpa is the navigator Xiao Zi of the Steel Ingot, also serving as the boss of the Flashy clan. Pa Ta's origin is a bit interesting. When Lin Yo assisted Kurz against Lorgar before, didn't he use headshot technique through jumping off a boat kid? That time consumed a total of 324 million telekinetic ability materials. These materials were converted from the third reward option of the Wadaik simulation. Every 100 simulation points increases the telekinetic ability material limit by 1 and immediately grants 1 telekinetic ability material. After the jumping off a boat kid used headshot technique, he suddenly had a telekinetic ability material limit of 3.24 million. Lin Yo could not waste such a large amount of simulation points. Thus, the current second boss of the Flashy clan, Pa Ta, was born. Pengpa is responsible for staying on Paraplanet, assisting A Long and monitoring the warp. Pa Ta is responsible for training new recruits and managing the clan. After settling the Flashy boys, Lin Yo did not stop, switching his consciousness to Kron, the boss of the Blood Raven clan. As the scene switched, the bridge of the scout ship and the space hall appeared before his eyes. Are the monocrystals ready? Lin Yo looked at the noise kid. Boss, the monocrystals are ready. Beast greatly transported over 300 tons for us, enough to open the teleportation gate twice. In addition, the self-check of the scout ship is also completed, all teams and onboard equipment are normal, ready to depart at any time. The gene fragments of the ancient orcs made the boys' speaking logic increasingly clear. Without Lin Yo having to ask, the noise kid poured out all the information Lin Yo wanted to know. This is where the ancient orcs are superior to ordinary orcs. Very good, pass the order, open the teleportation gate in 3 minutes. Okay. 3 minutes later. The monocrystals were projected onto the crystal, and a teleportation gate 3 kilometers high opened. The scene on the other side was pitch black, without any light. The scout ship sailed into the teleportation gate, and the remaining ships waited at the entrance, ready to respond at any time. Scan the webway space and look for the gate leading to the real universe. Boss, scan completed. I found 5 webway gates here, 4 of which are deprecated and need to be repaired, with no signs of chaos corruption. The remaining one can be opened, and there are no signs of corruption either. Let's go check the situation near the gate that can be opened first. Alright, let's go. The helmsman kid started sublight speed navigation, and the scout ship arrived at the gate in the blink of an eye. The webway gate was covered with traces of time erosion, without the scars of war, the acid of the Tyranids, or chaos corruption. This was good news, at least it showed that the Tyranids had not yet mastered the way to enter the webway. Open the gate, let's go out for a spin. Alright. The helmsman kid pushed the accelerator lever and turned the rudder. The webway gate opened. The scout ship turned into a stream of light and shot out. The scene outside the porthole switched, and the sight before the boys' eyes made them gasp. What the heck? Holy cow! So many bugs. By Gork and Mork, that bug's mouth looks bigger than our ship. Look, there's a super huge bug. Outside the webway gate, there were Tyranids everywhere. The scout ship was like cold water dropped into hot oil, instantly causing a strong reaction. Chapter 279, The Big Greenskin Swindler. Lin Yo had never imagined he would see so many Tyranid ships. At the furthest extent of his sight, there was an ultra-gigantic bio ship that blotted out the sky. It was so immense that its form was the entire background of the view. Closer by, there were the high fleet ships with bio cannons extending from their bows, the Tyranid sirens with chitinous shells covering their upper decks, void crawlers resembling seahorses, seashells, or conch shells with massive maw-like openings, and razor fiends shaped like serrated knives. Basically, every type of bio ship that should exist in a hive fleet was here. They were like participants in an airshow, cruising, rolling, and stopping abruptly in the void, displaying their ferocious arrays of ship cannons. The boys were stunned, staring blankly as the hive fleet ships swarmed towards them like bees. Lin Yo was the first to snap out of his shock. Don't just stand there. Quickly open the netherworld access device. The wind is strong, let's bolt. The helmsman kid sharply turned the rudder. The scout ship made a 180-degree turn and accelerated forward. The netherworld access device shot out a beam, and the netherworld access device opened its gate to the scout ship and the hive fleet ships following closely behind it. The scout ship plunged inside. As the netherworld access device was about to close, the tail flames of 2 hive fleet ships flared, accelerating violently, and they squeezed into the netherworld access device right after the scout ship. Boss. Tyranid's ships followed us in. The Zhao Dongdong boy shouted. Returning to his own territory, Lin Yo was no longer flustered. The portal in the universe hall had not closed yet, and he could call for reinforcements at any time. These 2 hive fleet ships wouldn't be able to escape. Fire the stasis beam to tie up the enemy ships, and call for reinforcements from the universe hall. Waik. Okay. The noise kid and the gunner kid responded one after another. Emerald green beams shot out from the broadside, accurately landing on the 2 hive fleet ships. Affected by the stasis field, the hive fleet ships' cruising speed instantly plummeted to 1/3 of their original speed, and they couldn't travel at sublight speed. The noise kid sent a message to the universe hall, and 5 green orc frigates immediately rushed to reinforce, expected to arrive on the scene in at most half a minute. The hive fleet ships changed course, aiming the bio turrets on their bows at the scout ship. Zzz bang! Zzz bang! The 2 hive fleet ships fired simultaneously, one shooting a large fireball, the other shooting plasma rounds. The helmsman kid yelled "Wa'ik," his hands spinning, rapidly turning the rudder. The scout ship maneuvered in an S shape, narrowly avoiding the enemy ship's close-range fire. Before the Hive fleet ships could fire again, 5 green orc frigates arrived on the scene via sublight travel. Linio opened the local communication channel and ordered. Blow up one, cripple one, and bring me the boarding captain from the ship, I want him alive. The bosses of the 5 green orc frigates responded and immediately began an exciting space dogfight. They performed barrel rolls around the Hive fleet ships, their broadside macro cannons and belly autocannons unleashing firepower. With just one volley, the Hive fleet ship that fired fireballs exploded into scattered debris. After the second volley, the Hive fleet ship that fired plasma rounds had its thrusters destroyed, most of its hull damaged, but the bridge where the ships will resided was preserved. The Greenskin launched a boarding action, forcefully entering the Hive fleet ship's bridge and engaging in a fight with the large and small Tyranids inside. The Parafleet's combat power was now vastly different from before. Battles of this intensity no longer required Linio to personally intervene. He waited on the ship for over 10 minutes, and the Gretchen carried a tall container into the bridge. The creature inside the container bore some resemblance to a squid. It had over a dozen tentacles covered in suckers, and 2 dark, hollow eyes on its bald forehead. Unlike ordinary Tyranids, this creature, known as a Hive ship mother, lacked the hard chitinous shell, ferocious maw-like openings, and other offensive organs. Of course, the Hive ship could also be considered a part of its body, with the bio-turret arrays as its weapons and the ship's shields and chitinous armor as its shell. Its tentacles were the medium for transmitting neural signals. The more tentacles it had, the more ship systems it could control simultaneously. A creature like this, capable of multitasking, definitely wouldn't have low intelligence and might even be capable of interspecies communication. The tech boy attached electrodes to the Hive ship mother, collected its language signals, and then used a universal translator to convert the Tyranid language into Low Gothic. Thus, the Greenskin and the Tyranids had a historically significant exchange. Eat, decompose, reproduce, evolve. You are all food. Behemoth will devour you. Behemoth should be the name of the tendril will. A tendril is equivalent to a space marine legion of the human empire, and the tendril will corresponds to the legion's primarch. Here in the large Magellanic cloud, there is more than one Hive tendril, and Behemoth is just one of them. The Hive ship mother before him was a Hive fleet ship commander under Behemoth. The webway had severed the network connection between the Hive ship mother and the tendril will. At this moment, the Hive ship mother's intelligence level had severely decreased, and it couldn't receive any information from the tendril will. The Pain Boys conducted a series of tests on the Hive mother and made some initial judgments. Firstly, Truth Serum had no effect on the Hive ship mother. Secondly, the Hive ship mother's gene sample was unremarkable and lacked any gene sequences related to interstellar navigation. This was a bit strange. Tyranid's ships are bioships, they are alive, and all their actions are under the direct control of the Hive ship mother. If the Hive ship mother doesn't possess gene sequences related to interstellar navigation, then how do the Hive fleet ships perform interstellar travel? The Pain Boys also discovered another puzzling aspect. The Hive ship mother did not possess gene sequences related to evolution, it could not independently choose the path and direction of evolution. Considering the necessary conditions for biological evolutionary mutation, Linio suspected that the Tyranid's evolution relied on a certain chemical substance. This substance could likely only be secreted by the Hive will. Similarly, the Tyranid's interstellar navigation might also require the Hive will to initiate it. With these questions in mind, Linio devised a strategy to extract information. This strategy was cunning and sly, insidious and efficient, perfectly suited for the current situation. Do you know where this is? This is the webway. The cosmic transportation hub built by the Ancient Ones. With the Netherworld access device, we Greenskin bosses can go wherever we want. Even crossing 2 large star systems only takes us less than half an hour. Isn't that much more efficient than you? How about it? Is it cool or not? Is it awesome or not? Linio stood with his hands on his hips, boasting about his webway technology. The Hive ship mother's eyes were initially fierce, wishing it could devour the Greenskin in front of it alive. But when the Greenskin boss started bragging about webway technology, the Hive ship mother's eyes suddenly became much clearer. For the same distance of 100,000 light-years, warp travel with navigation takes at least 5 years, the Hive fleet's gravitational travel technology takes 5,000 years, but transiting through the webway only takes half an hour. Isn't the saved time better spent eating and drinking? Look me in the eye and tell me loudly, do you want the Greenskin boss's Netherworld access device? Linio pointed to the large iron box in the bridge. That thing had been painted in colorful patterns by the boys, looking like a Greenskin graffiti artwork. Linio was worried that the Hive ship mother wouldn't understand what a Netherworld access device was, so he simply had the boys quickly make a holographic animation. As his finger pointed to the access device, the holographic screen began to play the process of the access device opening the gate. Now the Hive ship mother understood, its eyes becoming even clearer, like a college student who had seen a high-paying job with weekends off. I want the Netherworld access device. I want to dedicate it to Behemoth. Linio waved his hand, telling the Gretchen to drag a spare Netherworld access device and place it in front of the Hive ship mother. Look, I just happen to have an extra one here. How about this, you answer a few questions for me, and I'll give it to you. Ask away, Greenskin. Linio took out a data pad to record. First question, how do you perform interstellar navigation? Narvale, open the wormhole channel, we enter the channel, and begin interstellar navigation. Narvale. Sounds like the name of some kind of hive fleet ship. What does a narwhale look like? Linyo asked. The hive ship mother in the container said. Similar to a whale. Linyo looked at the Zhao Dongdong boy and asked in orc slang. When we encountered the Tyranids before, did the finder detect any traces of narwhales? No, boss. The Zhao Dongdong boy shook his head repeatedly. Linyo thought for a moment, then questioned the hive mother again. You're not trying to swindle me, are you? Why didn't we see any narwhales before? The hive ship mother's tentacle slowly squirmed against the inner wall, making a sticky sound. I'm not swindling you. Narwhales are very sensitive to gravity changes. They are protected inside the ancient ship. Only when we need to open the wormhole channel does the narwhale appear. To obtain the netherworld access device, the hive ship mother introduced its own situation. The Tyranids destroyers are named hive fleet ships. Frigates are called Tyranid sirens. Light cruisers are named void crawlers. Cruisers are given the name razor fiends. The Tyranids battlecruisers, corresponding to the human empire's battleships, are named gorgers. Battleships correspond to the human empire's flagships, their name is hive mothership. Above the motherships, there are ancient ships that are equivalent to the human empire's Gloriana-class battleships. The tendril will of a tendril is generally located within the ancient ship, and the hive mothership is the tendril's most important network node. When he first arrived in the real universe, Linyo had seen a bio-ship so massive it could serve as a background. This ship was the ancient ship. The tendril will named Behemoth resided inside, strictly protecting the narwhale. When the hive fleet needs to make a warp jump, the narwhale will come outside the ancient ship and use gravity technology to lock onto the target planet and open a wormhole channel. At this instant, the target planet of the wormhole channel will experience extremely strong gravity changes, ranging from a magnitude 8 earthquake to plate fractures and planetary deformation. The hive fleet enters the wormhole channel, and when it is about to reach its destination, the narwhale will return to the ancient ship in advance to avoid the stellar gravity field near the destination. Narwhales are very sensitive to gravity. A stellar gravity field is enough to make a narwhale explode. As the narwhale returns to the ancient ship, the wormhole channel closes. At this point, the fleet is still a few light years away from its destination, and they will reach it via sublight travel. This is the entire process of a hive fleet's interstellar invasion of a planet. As a cloud hammer specializing in the field of microorganisms, this was the first time Linyo had such a detailed understanding of the Tyranids' habits. To master the Tyranids' interstellar navigation technology, one must delve into the ancient ship and obtain a close-up gene sample of the narwhale. Linyo decided to undertake this task himself. Second question. Linyo asked while making notes on the data pad. How do you evolve specific organs? For example, your enemies have incredibly deadly laser weapons that can penetrate your vital areas. What specific actions do you take to counter them? The hive ship mother said. Digestion pools decompose useless organisms, obtaining biomass, which is transported to the incubation pools. Behemoth puts gene factors into the incubation pools, and the incubation pools cultivate corresponding species. Linyo seemed to understand, nodding. In other words, the process of evolution is actually decomposition and reshaping, not directly growing corresponding organs on the body. Yes. Linyo noted this down, planning to visit the incubation pools to obtain the so-called gene factors while obtaining the narwhale gene sequence. Since this substance can guide the incubation pools to cultivate specific species, it is likely a high-end genetic engineering material integrating gene editing tools, gene expression vectors, and mutagens, making it highly valuable for research. Linyo asked a few more questions, then waved his hand, telling the tech boy to activate the electric shock device. Zzzzz crack. Crack. A million volts of current filled the container, electrocuting the hive ship mother until it was charred outside and black inside, completely turning into ash. The netherworld access device used to lure the hive ship mother was also pushed back into storage by the Gretchen. Waik. The boss is truly cunning. The more insidious, the more powerful, the boss is top-notch at tricking people. The Gretchen and boys blew rainbow farts. Linyo waved his hand, ordering the fleet to maintain vigilance in place. Listen up, all of you, I'm planning to send a few of the best, most Waik boys to the ancient ship. This mission is very dangerous. I will ask Witch Doctor greatly to lend a hand and ask Gork and Mork to protect the boys. Those who want to go, step forward. All the boys and Gretchen in the bridge simultaneously took a step forward, full of fighting spirit. Opportunities to be covered by Gork and Mork were rare. Compared to death, missing the chance to be protected by Gork and Mork was the most unacceptable thing. Good. You are all very brave. How about this, I will draw lots, fair, just, and open. Whoever is drawn, they go. Linyo was extremely satisfied with the spirit of his boys. The tendril was not stupid. When the webway gate opened earlier, it must have alerted Behemoth. When the webway gate opens for the second time, it is highly likely that the Tyranids will swarm into the gate. Linyo must be careful to guard against this. An hour later. Over 100 parafleet ships gathered here, ready to deal with the Tyranids' fleet squeezing into the webway. 5 Blood Raven kids boarded the shuttle and headed for the real universe. Linyo possessed the boarding captain of the 5-man team and took out a gubbins to swallow. Chapter 280, The Heaven-Defying Tyranid Gene Editing Tool. I want to learn the language of the Tyranids. Gulp. After swallowing the speaking spirit, a system message popped up. You consumed 1 speaking spirit. You are attempting to learn the Tyranid language. This requires consuming 10,000 units of universal Shinic material. Current universal Shinix material is 10/10 units. Linyo clicked on the interface, exchanged 10,000 units of universal Shinix material, and then clicked to confirm learning the Tyranid language. Chirping sounds echoed in his mind, and a few seconds later, the Tyranid language was clear to him. Linyo looked at the 4 blood raven kids beside him. All right, brothers, the mysterious little pill given by which doctor greatly helped me learn the language of the Tyranids. Now let's go outside and meet those bugs. Remember to turn on the full area broadcast immediately after going out. Okay, Captain. The scout ship opened the webway gate. Linyo piloted the shuttle, leading the team into the real universe. As expected, the previous brief encounter had completely alerted the Hive fleet. A vast swarm of bioships surrounded the location of the webway gate, blocking it completely. As soon as the shuttle arrived in the real universe, it nearly collided with a Tyranid harpy blocking the gate. The Blood Raven kids immediately turned on the full area broadcast. Linyo took the microphone and shouted in the Tyranid language. Stop, stop, stop. We're here to trade with Behemoth. Do you want to know how to use the webway gate? The Tyranid language consists of sharp screeches with meaning and tone changed by altering audio frequency and timbre. The chirping sounds emitted by the greenskin spread out through the full area broadcast, received by the various bioships. The nearby Tyranid harpies ignored them, firing plasma blasts and fireballs relentlessly. The shuttle dodged awkwardly within the dense barrage. Just as the next round of bombardment was about to arrive, sharp chirping sounds rang out within the shuttle, and at the same time, the Tyranid harpies' cannons retracted into their hulls, no longer spitting out electric light and flames. Orc, open, webway, otherwise, die. I dare to open the gate, do you dare to enter? Open, webway. I ask you. I dare to open the gate, do you dare to enter? Linyo snorted coldly on the full area channel. I'll tell you clearly, Behemoth, the webway can cut off your spiritual connection with your fleet. Without your command, your fleet is just a bunch of weaklings. We have assembled 5,000 battleships, 10,000 cruisers, and 50,000 frigates in the webway. I'll say it again, I dare to open the gate, do you dare to enter? No matter how fast the para-warlord developed, it couldn't possibly have this many warships. But Behemoth couldn't see the scene inside the webway. Linyo could brag however he wanted. Behemoth's thought process was different from that of normal beings. Seeing the greenskin's tough attitude, it simply gave up on the idea of opening the webway gate and directly ordered the bioships on the front line to attack. Linyo had already planned for this. He instantly switched simulation targets, had Crone in the webway open the webway gate, and then switched his consciousness back to the shuttle, piloting the ship into the gate. When the shuttle flew into the gate, it was followed by 5 Ripper ships, 3 Tyranid harpies, and 1 Void cruiser. A total of 9 bioships entered the webway. In no time at all, these 9 ships turned into dust within the webway. Linyo piloted the ship back to the real universe again, opening the full area broadcast. Come on. Behemoth. Keep fighting me. If you chicken out, you're my grandson. 5 Tyranid harpies roared forward, followed closely by 5 Void cruisers and 10 Ripper ships. Linyo turned around on the spot, plunging into the webway, with 20 bioships squeezing in after him. 10 minutes later, Linyo came out again. Come on, come on. Keep going, keep going. Today I'm going to make you understand one thing, the webway is our greenskin dad's territory. If you're a dragon, you have to coil up, if you're a tiger, you have to crouch down, don't even think about causing trouble in the webway. Behemoth remained silent, only sending out fleets to test the greenskin's strength. In the view of its tendril wool, the value of the webway was immeasurable. As long as the biomass consumed by the fleet could be replenished from other places, without shaking its survival foundation, Behemoth would not give up its pursuit of the webway. Linyo grasped Behemoth's psychology, repeatedly luring Hive fleet ships into the webway to annihilate them. Behemoth constantly increased its investment, and Linyo immediately matched its stakes. The para-warlord had accumulated incredibly rich resources over the past year. It's no exaggeration to say that Linyo himself wasn't entirely sure how powerful the para-warlord's space combat capabilities were, and this was a good opportunity to test them out. Behemoth invested 50 bioships, and Linyo matched it with 50. Behemoth invested 20 Razor Demons, and Linyo saw it through, putting up 20 greenskin battleships. The scale of the battle between the two sides in the webway quickly reached the 300 level. The para-warlord fielded 200 greenskin ships against Behemoth's 100 bioships, with another 400 greenskin ships on the way. After this battle ended, Linyo piloted the shuttle back to the real universe, followed by a bombard ship. He didn't even broadcast, directly firing a thunderous boom, aimed straight at the ancient ship. This thunderous boom was unusual, it came with an atmospheric catalyst that could generate an atmospheric environment while detonating explosives, making it very suitable for void combat without an atmosphere. 2 Ripper ships used as destroyers charged forward to intercept the thunderous boom. Bang! The thunderous boom was detonated prematurely by a bioplasma cannon, and the shockwave from the explosion expanded instantly to over 100 kilometers, continuing to spread outwards at a speed of 50 to 60 kilometers per second. This earth-shattering blow completely enraged Behemoth, and a full 500 bioships swarmed forward. Linyo welcomed them all, specifically instructing Crone to keep the webway gate open a little longer, drawing all the bioships into the treacherous trap. Clang! The webway gate closed. 500 bioships rushed into a minefield filled with torpedoes. Bang 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 bang. 30 torpedoes made from thunderous boom exploded simultaneously, and the massive bio ships were instantly reduced to ashes. Boys, the little bugs only have less than 400 ships left, follow me and charge out to whack them. Linio roared in the fleet channel, put on his Gaomao goggles, activated his fungi ability, spiritual network, and took command of 600 green-skin ships. Among these ships, green orc frigates accounted for the majority, with only 50 battleships. But when Li Ji's will descended upon all the boys and Gretchen, no matter how mixed the green-skin fleet was, it would condense into an invincible steel blade, stabbing directly into the opponent's heart. 600 ships transformed into a long dragon, charging out of the webway gate, enduring the hive fleet's bombardment, and pouncing towards the ancient ship. The bombard ship was responsible for launching thunderous booms into dense enemy formations. Greenskin battleships ran at full power, using void shields to smash open a bloody path. Greenskin cruisers and light cruisers overloaded their macro cannons, spewing out barrages like crazy. Green orc frigates were the fastest, weaving and darting through the gaps in the enemy ships like a pack of wolves, and in no time at all, they reached the vicinity of the ancient ship. Autocannons fired gauze slugs, and radioactive metal particles accelerated by a magnetic field passed through the chitinous shell, directly acting on the bioship's fascia and muscles. Although the ancient ship's outer shell appeared intact, the flesh and blood tissue beneath the shell had already begun to rot. Facing the full-scale assault of the Greenskin army, Behemoth had no choice but to activate the ship shields. The Hive Fleet's shields were not activated casually. They didn't burn plasma energy, but rather biomass that was supposed to be used for breeding the Tyranid army. Every second the shield was maintained would burn tens of thousands of Tyranid troops. For this reason, Tyranid ships used chitinous shells that could grow and repair themselves to protect themselves. Linio didn't give Behemoth a chance to breathe, immediately ordering the remaining fleet to deploy fully. When those 50 frigates, 30 cruisers, and 20 battleships emerged from the webway gate, Behemoth let out a sharp wail on the full area broadcast. Retreat. Retreat, your mother's retreat. Did I let you leave? Keep fighting. Under the dual protection of the spiritual network and the Gaomao goggles, the 700 greenskin ships lost one-third, but their morale was not affected in the slightest. The remaining Hive fleet was cleared away like fallen leaves in autumn, with only the ancient ship left stubbornly resisting. Linio was not polite to the tendril will either. He first used artillery fire to shatter the ancient ship's shield, and then stuffed 4 thunderous boom shells into the ancient ship's interior and detonated them. Bang 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 bang. 4 super huge plasma fireballs completely engulfed the ancient ship. But the tendril will would not completely die out like this. At the critical moment, a manta carrying the tendril will flew out of the ship, trying to force open a wormhole channel. Green orc frigates surrounded the manta, and 3 types of shipborne equipment specifically targeting bioship stasis beams, anti-gravity wave fields, and bioelectric jammers were deployed simultaneously, firmly capturing the manta and the hive wool. Behemoth. Do you want to live? Yes. Hey. Linio was stunned. He hadn't even finished his harsh words, so why did the tendril will immediately grovel at lightning speed? Are the Tyranids all this straightforward? It almost threw Linio off. If you want to live, come to the webway with me, and we'll have a good talk. Don't resist, the more you resist, the worse your life will be. Linio surrounded the manta with his fleet, escorted it into the webway, and at the same time dispatched jumping off a boat kids to board the ship and seize control. After a moment, the parafleet rested in the webway space. Linio possessed space, and in the special interrogation room of the wrench, he met Behemoth. Behemoth was a part of the Hive Wool, equivalent in status to a primarch of a Space Marine Legion. After entering the webway, its connection with the Hive Wool was cut off, and its intelligence inevitably decreased. Linio conducted a gene test as usual. However, this time, he didn't let the Pain Boys do it for him, but did it himself. Behemoth also had an octopus-like appearance. He inserted a probe into the dark eye sockets, reaching the brain, extracting samples with a gene extractor, and then changing locations to obtain several more samples. Linio moved to the adjacent laboratory, ostensibly conducting gene experiments, but in reality, activating the system's fungi gene simulation function and using the Bone Drinker's gene tools to examine Behemoth's gene fragments. Upon seeing this, he was truly amazed. The richness of the tendril will's gene samples was no less than that of the black bean sprouts. Gene fragment, Frag 00000001. Name, Tyranid Geneset Editing Unit. Function : This is a set of gene editing tools built at the molecular level. The tool itself is composed of 100 billion molecules. It can edit a Tyranid-exclusive gene translation carrier called a geneset. The number of molecules in a single geneset cannot exceed 10 billion. This is absolutely outrageous. It's truly outrageous. Up until now, the smallest gene editing tool Linio had used was at least 10 cubic meters in volume. But now, he actually saw a gene editing tool at the molecular level. What is the concept of 100 billion molecules? A quick calculation will show you. An adult human body is composed of roughly 10 to the power of 28 molecules. 100 billion is 10 to the power of 11, which is 1 10 to the power of 18th of 10 to the power of 28. Let's say an adult's volume is 1 cubic meter. How big is 1 10 to the power of 18th of 1 cubic meter? It's probably smaller than a strand of hair. With such a small volume, the Tyranids can actually create a set of gene editing tools. Linio just wanted to say. Tyranid genes, breathtaking. He really didn't know how this kind of creature was born. His exhale: calm down, calm down. Linio took a deep breath, trying hard to suppress the excitement in his heart, thoughts surging in his mind. Since the system judges this to be a gene editing tool, Can it be absorbed by the system? If it can be absorbed. Linio didn't dare to think any further, he was afraid Space's heart couldn't take it. Without further ado, let's get the gene editing tool first. System, using Behemoth's gene fragment as the experimental subject, strip the gene fragment numbered FRAG00000001 from it, replicate 100 million copies, and then use the freeze-drying method to make the gene fragments into dry powder. Experimental parameters set. Fungi gene simulation is about to begin. Please note the following. The experimental subject is not a fungi gene. It must be forcibly converted into a fungi gene using the bone drinker's gene implantation technology before fungi gene simulation can be performed. After conversion, the expected gene expression effect of the experimental subject will decrease by at least 50%. Please select the fungi gene sample to be implanted into the experimental subject. Linio opened the fungus warehouse and found a fungi gene sample that he was most satisfied with. This sample was based on the Almighty Kid's gene fragment as a template, adding Ancient Orc's gene fragments that perfectly fit the template, and strengthening the gene fragments that prevent chaos corruption. It was a top-notch existence in all aspects. Fungi gene sample set. Starting this simulation experiment. The system text refreshed quickly. 10 minutes later, the simulation ended, and Linio held a finger-sized glass tube containing white crystalline powder, which was the freeze-dried powder of 100 million gene fragments. Linio uncorked the bottle, and with anticipation, poured the powder into his palm, letting it come into direct contact with him. As the system message popped up, Linio was ecstatic. The system could really absorb molecular-level gene editing tools. You have come into contact with the Tyranid Geneset editing unit, mixed with fungi gene. Absorbing this tool can permanently unlock a new fungi gene simulation function. Details of the new function are as follows. Name, Orc Geneset Editing Tool. Description: You can use this tool to add biological armor and biological weapons to orcs. Biological armor is made of chitin as raw material and has automatic growth and automatic repair functions. Biological weapons use biomass as energy, with unlimited styles, including bioplasma cannons, bioflame cannons, bioacid cannons, gravity cannons, etc. Since biological armor and biological weapons originate from the Tyranid genes, their power may decrease when applied to orcs. Holy crap! This time, he was really going to turn the green-skinned dads into biological weapons. Linio's heart pounded, and he checked the functions of other gene fragments. Upon seeing the description of a certain gene fragment, the two hearts in his current body suddenly stopped beating. Chapter 281, Warp Nemesis. Gene fragment, frag 00000055. Function, generates a warp projection of the tendril will. Description: Upon activating this capability, the tendril will can adjust the size of its projection in the warp. The warp projection can block warp communication and navigation. The larger the warp projection, the greater the consumption of biomass. Gene fragment, frag 00000058. Function, immune to warp corruption. Description: Affected by this gene fragment, all biological ships and troop types of the Tyranids are permanently immune to warp corruption, including but not limited to 1. Mental and material corruption from warp creatures. 2. All positive, negative, and neutral emotions and wills carried by warp energy. 3. Any mental and flesh-based telekinetic ability directed at warp energy and the warp itself. 4. Any displacement methods that require the assistance of the warp. Note: FRAG55 fragment helps the tendril will create a warp projection, which is equivalent to erecting a firewall and encirclement for the Tyranids in the warp, preventing enemies from escaping, infiltrating, and transferring. FRAG58 fragment makes the Tyranids immune to all positive, negative, and neutral influences related to the warp. Due to this fragment, the Tyranids cannot perform warp navigation. When Linio saw these two gene fragments, his heart skipped several beats. He immediately activated the fungal gene simulation, transferring these two gene fragments to the gene sample of the parakid. Thus, he mastered two gene fragments that could completely rewrite the destiny of the orcs. The impact brought by these two is no less significant than when humans first mastered fire. Gene fragment, warp immune psyker field. Description: This psyker field possesses all the functions of the ancient orc's telekinetic ability, while also being immune to all positive, negative, and neutral influences related to the warp. Gene fragment, paraprojection. Function, creates a warp projection of the para-warlord in the warp. This is a light green warp force field that can shield warp communication, prevent etheric nullifiers from casting spells, and intercept warp navigation. The larger the projection scale, the greater the consumption of universal Shinic material. Linio breathed rapidly, taking great effort to suppress a joyous roar. Now was not the time to celebrate. The final effect of the gene fragments depends on whether their expression process is smooth. Linio left the laboratory and came to the interrogation room. Beast, I've sent the questions I need to ask to your data slate. The job of interrogating Behemoth is yours. I have something very important to deal with. Okay, boss. Beast took out his data slate to receive the data. Linio quickly walked out of the interrogation room, returned to the laboratory, activated the fungal gene simulation, and rapidly cultivated the parakid. Half an hour later, a unique parakid was born in the laboratory. He possessed gene fragments from ancient orcs, para-orcs, and Tyranids, and had a psyker field immune to warp influence. Linio brought him to the bridge, ordered the ship to leave the webway and head to the real universe, activate warp navigation mode, and attempt to enter the warp. The warp entrance opened, and the wrench flew into it. The Parakid, who was immune to warp influence, entered the warp with the spaceship. When the wrench began warp navigation, he followed the spaceship and performed warp navigation. This indicated that although the new psyker field could be immune to the influence of the warp, it did not prevent the owner of the psyker field from entering and exiting the warp and performing warp navigation. Lienyo then put a spacesuit on the Parakid and had him leave the protection range of the ship and the rotten stuff shield, going outside the ship alone. A magical scene appeared. The ubiquitous warp energy actually retreated from the Parakid, using the psyker field as a boundary. A distinct vacuum zone, about 5 centimeters thick, appeared around the Parakid's body, completely devoid of any warp energy. The outline and thickness of the vacuum zone perfectly matched the new psyker field. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Lienyo reached out and supported himself on the railing of the command platform, uttering holy crap 3 times in a row. The boys and Gretchen below the command platform all widened their eyes, staring dumbfounded at the Parakid freely roaming outside the ship, and cried out in surprise. Gork and Mork above. Why can he play outside? Space greatly! Space greatly! I want to swim in the warp too! The boys and Gretchen shouted noisily. Lienyo, however, did not feel the noise. At this moment, a flame was burning fiercely in his chest. When the Orc's psyker field could completely exclude warp energy. When this psyker field completely retained the original functions of the Orcs and ancient Orcs psyker fields. When this psyker field could be massively replicated through genetic technology. When Orcs could live freely in the warp. The entire universe, the warp corresponding to the entire universe, and the webway within the entire warp, would completely become the territory of the Orcs. Looking again at the Para-Warlord's warp projection. It would become a sharp tool for the Parakid to claim territory in the warp. The destructive power and strategic value of this gene fragment could no longer be measured by simple numbers. Lienyo pressed his chest and took a deep breath. Bring the little un outside back. Helmsman, leave the warp and return to the webway. Aye, boss. The wrench picked up the Parakid with the new psyker field, returned to the webway, and rendezvoused with the main force. Lienyo activated the noisy box and asked. Beast, is the interrogation finished? Finished, boss. Kill that bug and use the thunderous boom to clear the battlefield inside and outside the webway. Complete the cleanup within half an hour, then we'll return to Paraplanet to rest. Aye. A moment later, the fleet returned to Paraplanet. Lienyo finished reading the interrogation results on the way, storing the data on his data slate for later viewing. He switched his consciousness to Wujiboisake and broadcast to all territories of Paraplanet and all strongholds of the webway forward base. Boys, I have some awesome news to tell you. We successfully killed a Tyrannid Tendril. Gork and Mork are very pleased about this. They rewarded us with a super cool and amazing treasure. The crew on the bridge of the wrench have already seen the effect of this treasure. It allows us to live freely in the warp without worrying about being eroded by warp energy. Paraplanet and the webway forward base completely erupted. I announce that from now on, except for the basic work to maintain the operation of Paraplanet and the webway forward base, and the testing of the fire heart, all other work is completely suspended. All boys must complete genetic modification within 1 week. With Lienyo's command, the genetic modification project on Paraplanet went into full operation. Previously, when implanting ancient Orc gene fragments into the Parakids, the chief mad doctor had built over 10,000 gene modification stations in one go. After the implantation was completed, Lienyo did not dismantle the gene modification stations. These 10,000 modification stations immediately went into overload working status, and the tech boys frantically built new modification stations. Meanwhile, the testing of the fireheart and the patrol work of the territory proceeded normally. 1 week later, a total of 120 million Parakids, with a total population of 360 million, successfully completed genetic modification under the Para-Warlord. The enormous transformation brought about by this was first reflected on the battlefield of the Webway Graveyard. In the past, Parakids had to be equipped with ceramite armor and monocrystal inserts to withstand the attacks of Webway demons. After the modification, a Gretchen only needed to wear plastic steel armor to duel a Kern Lord one-on-one. When the sharp blades of the Kern demons came into contact with the Gretchen's psyker field, the warp energy on them would retreat as if avoiding a plague god. The Kern great blades, made only of bone material and a small amount of metal mixture, were no match for the plastic steel armor after losing their telekinetic ability enhancement. The Gretchen held a dagger and charged forward. The warp energy on the Kern demon's body actively retreated. With just a forceful swing, the crude dagger made of scrap metal could be inserted into the Kern demon's eye socket, crushing its head and stirring its brains. Only 3 days after completing the genetic modification, the Para-Warlord had already occupied 1/3 of the warp creature corpses in the Webway Graveyard. Another 3 days passed, and the Webway demons were defeated, their lines collapsing one after another, and half of the warp creature corpses fell into the hands of the Para-Warlord. Yet another 3 days passed, and Lienyo dispatched a para-army of 120 million person times, sweeping away the demons with irresistible force, killing the last Webway demon on the final day and taking the last piece of warp creature corpse into his possession. Thus, this Webway Graveyard War, which lasted for more than 4 months, ended with the complete victory of the Para-Warlord. The ancient Ildari production facilities within the Webway Graveyard were scrapped, and the Webway Graveyard was inoperable. But it didn't matter, the Para-Warlord had already made a huge fortune. The supply of warp creature materials increased by 100 times, and the productivity of the Para-Warlord experienced a super invincible explosive growth. The production capacity of warp energy monocrystals reached 10,000 tons per day. The production capacity of magic spores reached 100,000 units per day. Linio's simulation points on his account broke through to an astonishing 7.5 billion. But even so, Linio still did not launch a full-scale invasion into the warp. His focus remained on the webway capital of the Para Empire. Is the Fireheart test complete? Yes, which Dr. Greatly. Purple Bean Sprout built us 3 Firehearts and 10 telekinetic ability engines. Currently, all Firehearts are fully charged and have completed all test items. This is the test result I recorded. Please take a look, Greatly. Chief Tech Guladan sent the data to Wujiboysake's data slate. Linio possessed Sake, carefully examined the data, and silently praised the convenience of Eldar technology. Like most Eldar technological creations, the Fireheart also had an operating interface, and it was relatively intelligent. Take Paraplanet as an example. The total mass of this planet is 5x1021 tons. When using the Fireheart to change the planet's geological structure, the consumption of monocrystals is at least 0.1% of the planet's total mass. When using the Fireheart to transfer the planet, the consumption of monocrystals is at least 1% of the planet's total mass, depending on the planet's composition. The larger the proportion of water, the greater the consumption of monocrystals. According to Chief Tech Guladan's calculation, the cost of transferring Paraplanet to the webway is about 0.2% of the planet's total mass, which is 1x1021 tons. If Ling Bone is used, the cost needs to be multiplied by 10. If warp energy is directly extracted for use, the cost needs to be multiplied by another 10. How much is 10 to the power of 21? Linio counted on his fingers, carefully calculating the number. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions, 10 millions, billions. Damn it, I can't calculate it. Even if the monocrystal production capacity is increased to 100,000 or a million per day, it may not be able to bear such a huge expense. Guladan said. Which Dr. Greatly, Purple Bean Sprout said that we should first use a dimensional pocket to pack Paraplanet, and then use the Fireheart to transfer the planet into the webway. She also said that we could consider completing the megalithic transformation of Paraplanet first, removing the water from the planet, and then sealing it with a dimensional pocket. This could save over 90% of the monocrystal cost. Linio nodded and asked. Then do we have dimensional pockets in our warehouse? Yes, I have already asked Purple Bean Sprout and the tech boys to start repairing them. It is estimated that it will take another half a month to repair them. I calculated the total cost of using the Fireheart to transform Paraplanet, and then using the dimensional pocket and Fireheart to transfer the planet, which is a total of 15 million tons of monocrystals. How many zeros are there in 15 million? Linio counted on his fingers. 15 million is 1.5x107, which is about 3/4 less than the previous cost. There is still hope. Linio pondered for a moment and made some adjustments to the Para-Warlord's current production plan. The monocrystal mushroom farm in the webway must continuously expand its production scale until the daily consumption of warp creature materials exceeds the production capacity. In the most ideal scenario, Linio hopes to move Paraplanet into the webway within half a year. There were 2 reasons for his urgency. One was his own safety concerns, urgently needing a stable and hidden refuge. The other reason was that the conflict between the human empire and chaos was escalating, and the flames of war were likely to reach the solar system within a year. In the half a month since Fulgrim was captured by Lorgar, the degree of chaos corruption in the Ulana Orc Empire had sharply increased. Linio had many orc save files in Ulaner. Starting from half a month ago, he would receive system messages every day about certain orcs being corrupted by chaos, causing their simulation price to increase significantly. Just yesterday, the last orc save file in Ulaner was also corrupted by chaos. Conservatively estimated, the corruption level in Ulaner is likely to reach over 90%. The negative impact caused by this also plunged Epimedius, located in the solar system, into turmoil. Orc fleets frequently visited the subsector where Epimedius is located. Armed merchant ship convoys transporting synthetic starch were horrified to find their destination in flames of war and were forced to turn back. Various signs indicated that the front line of the war between the human empire and the Chaos Beastmen was gradually approaching Epimedius. Linio planned to move Paraplanet into the webway before the war reached there, and then bring over the humans who were relatively important to him. Of course, this would first require respecting their own wishes. As for whether to send troops to help the human empire, this matter could not be decided impulsively, nor could it be influenced by emotion. The decision had to be made based on the reactions of all parties and his own planned arrangements. 2 days ago, when Crone traded monocrystals with R.A. Endymion conveyed the Emperor's message. The Emperor invited Crone to attend a meeting that would determine the direction of the sub-universe. Also invited were the clown troupe from the Black Library. After arranging matters to expand monocrystal production capacity, Linio switched his consciousness to Crone and went to the webway city below the Golden Throne to attend this significant meeting. Chapter 282, The Three Kings Meeting. Kalastar, the Impossible City, the webway city beneath the Golden Throne. The custodes and mechanikus are stationed here, guarding the Imperial Court, studying Eldar technology, and deciphering the secrets of the warp energy single crystal. Linio possessed the Blood Raven boss, Crone, and arrived at Kalastar's spaceport aboard a reconnaissance vessel, accompanied throughout by Tribune R.A. Endymion. The meeting was held in the central garden of Kalastar. White colonnades supported an artificial lake, which was located above the conference table, with a clear, transparent glass bottom. Artificial light sources above the lake projected light curtains, and the light passed through the lake water and the transparent bottom, casting beautiful light and shadow effects on the conference table. The Emperor had put thought into this meeting, but the atmosphere was destined not to be as calm as the surrounding scenery. Lian sat down on a high-backed chair, his gaze sweeping across the 3-meter diameter round table. The Emperor sat opposite him, with Malkador beside him, and Erhuina opposite Malkador. Of the 4 individuals present, 1 was a god, 1 was a human immortal, and 2 were alien. Such a scene would be absolutely impossible in WarHammer history. The Emperor spoke first. Everyone is here. Malkador, please inform our alien friends about the current state of the galaxy. Yes, Your Majesty. Malkador nodded from his chair and gently rubbed his staff. The tip of the staff projected a telekinetic ability light curtain, forming a holographic image on the table. A planar map of the galaxy appeared in the image. The territory of the human empire was colored blue, and that of the Alainer orcs was colored green. Lost worlds not yet reclaimed by the human empire, and planets occupied by Xenos civilization, were marked in grey. From the image, it could be seen that the human empire's expansion speed was far faster than in the main WarHammer history. Currently, only the expansion zones on the edge of the galaxy have not yet been conquered by the human empire. In the main WarHammer history, this scene could only be seen in the first year of the 31st millennium. However, while the human empire expanded quickly, the Alainer orcs expanded even faster and more fiercely. In the center of the galaxy, where planets are most densely packed, the Alainer sector is rooted like a nail. As of today, the planar area of the Alainer orc empire accounts for 1/10 of the galaxy. Its expansion speed is very fast, and the more planets it occupies, the faster it expands. After the Alainer orcs defected to chaos, they completely abandoned food production, making meat squig the most useless squig. Their rations all come from dead shrimp. They eat wherever they go. If they can't kill shrimp, they have nothing to eat. Hunger stimulates desire, desire drives combat, combat brings fluctuations in the psyker field, increased strength, improved combat effectiveness, and a bigger appetite. The power of chaos has twisted their physical structure. To help them convert food into strength and hunger faster after being full, chaos has induced the growth of more stomach pouches and given them more mouth parts. 1 orc, 2 mouths, 3 hearts, 4 stomachs, this is a true depiction of the Alainer orcs. Malkador's voice was low, his face weathered, filled with sorrow. But this is not the worst. Mortal souls are fuel for demons, making their telekinetic ability stronger. Physical nutrients go to the orcs, while mortal souls are absorbed by the demons within the Alainer orcs. When our warriors fight the Alainer orcs, they often need to fight twice. First, defeat the orc. Second, defeat the daemon within the orc. The single crystals provided by Crone have greatly helped mortals, but, alas, due to the limited supply of single crystals, the actual effect is limited. Malkador nodded to Erhuina. However, thanks to the help of the clown, the troops' warriors appear on the most dangerous battlefields, showing the courage and decisiveness of the Eldar to the Empire's warriors. I thank the troop for their assistance here. Erhuina nodded in response. Malkador then looked at Lian. The paraorcs have also contributed to the stability of the Empire. Supplying single crystals is one aspect, another is that you have eliminated many demons entrenched in the graveyards, clearing potential dangers for the Empire's webway territory. Lian's heart stirred, realizing that the human Empire had secretly investigated the para-warlord's intelligence. From Malkador's words, it seemed that the other party had only contacted the para-warlord's webway project and had not yet discovered the para-planet. Of course, it was also possible that Malkador and the Emperor had long known the location of the para-planet but had not played this card yet. In any case, he had to respond on the surface. We were already sworn enemies with those rotten things, it's not about helping or not helping. Lian responded casually and nonchalantly. Malkador switched the holographic image. The planar map of the galaxy changed to Gene Seed Primarch avatars. There were 19 avatars in total, including Alpha and Omega, shown as black avatars with unknown faces. The Primarches of the 2nd and 11th armies were removed and were not included. It is worth noting that, except for Alpha and Omega, the armies commanded by the other Primarches were indicated below their avatars. This confirmed a previous guess by Lian. In this WarHammer world, Alpha and Omega indeed exist, but the Alpha Legion does not. Lorgar Aurelian, Fulgrim. These 2 Gene Seed Primarches have been corrupted by chaos. This is the Emperor's arrangement. Malkador's words were startling. Lian glanced at Erhuina without changing his expression. Seeing that she had no reaction, he suppressed the strange feeling in his heart and continued to listen. With the help of the para-orcs, Angren, the Gene Seed Primarch of the World Eaters, gained control of a part of his warp essence and ascended to Ingra. This deviated from the Emperor's original plan, but considering the para-orcs acted out of goodwill, the Emperor does not intend to dwell on this issue. Malkador moved his fingertip, using a telekinetic ability beam to mark the Primarches with different symbols. There were 2 types of symbols. One type marked the Primarches who, according to the Emperor's plan, should defect to the Chaos faction, including Fulgrim, Angren, Horus, Perturabo, Magnus, and Mortarion. The other type of symbol corresponded to Primarches who would not defect to Chaos and would receive the Emperor's protection, including Guilliman, Sanguinius, and others. The next to be corrupted by Lorgar is Magnus, the Gene Seed Primarch of the Thousand Suns army, followed by Perturabo, Mortarion, and finally Horus. Malkador paused, looking at Lian. Horus should have been corrupted before Lorgar contacted Kurz. But rumors inexplicably appeared in Alainer, saying that the Beast Emperor and Lorgar were trapped in the southernmost part of the Taiping Star territory, causing Horus to rush to the Taiping Star territory for rescue at full speed. Crone, do you know about this? Malkador suspected that the para-orcs were behind it. Lian didn't want to take the blame and shook his head in response. We didn't do it, it was the cult. Malkador and the Emperor exchanged glances, and the latter nodded slightly without speaking. Malkador turned the page. According to the Emperor's plan, after Horus is corrupted, the Emperor will officially lead the loyalist Primarchs to engage in a frontal battle with the Chaos forces led by Lorgar and Beast Emperor Urg. The Primarchs corrupted by Chaos will be saved and restored by the Emperor one by one during the battle. They have been corrupted by Chaos once and have recognized the true nature of Chaos. After returning to the Empire, they will cherish the Empire more than other Primarchs and be more loyal. Do not doubt whether the Emperor can achieve all this. He holds the authority of the Dark King, which is sufficient to reverse the corruption process of any Primarch. Malkador switched the holographic image, showing a planar map of the galaxy. Alanar is currently thriving, but this is only temporary. The human empire will eventually annihilate this group of barbaric chaos lackeys. We have invited the two of you here this time to discuss the future direction of this galaxy after the Ulanar Empire is destroyed. The human empire will retain all areas in the galaxy except for the expansion zones. The craft world Eldar are specifically permitted to settle in the expansion zones in the webway. The human empire will not interfere with their choice of location or their survival. The clown troop of the Black Library will remain the masters of the Black Library. The human empire will not interfere with the operation of the Black Library and the clown troop. In the event of a Chaos Daemon threat, the clown troop is specifically permitted to intervene in the conflict, and the Empire will not prevent you from fighting the demons. Malkador looked at Linyo again. As for the Para-Orcs, you are free to explore the webway and expand your territory within the webway without hindrance. If possible, the human empire intends to start purchasing the webway space you conquer with any resources you need, starting from the near future. The Emperor has only one request, and that is for the Para-Orcs not to enter the reality universe of the galaxy and the corresponding warp areas of the galaxy after the Ulanar Empire is destroyed. Linyo resisted the urge to raise an eyebrow and asked in a muffled voice. Are you saying you want us to live in the webway forever? No, that's not accurate. Malkador shook his head slightly, his gaze sharp. In this sub-universe, your range of activity is limited to the reality universe and warp space outside the galaxy, as well as the webway. If you wish to operate within the galaxy, the Emperor can send you to other sub-universes. There, your activities will not be restricted. Linyo narrowed his eyes and asked. Aren't you afraid that after we go to other sub-universes, we might defect to the Chaos Gods there or be forcibly corrupted by them, and then come back to cause you trouble? The scene became somewhat quiet. The Emperor's face was serious, and he said nothing. Erhuina sat upright in her chair, expressionless. Malkador sighed softly. Crone, it seems you know little about the power the Emperor holds. The authority of the Dark King is destruction. Only true gods are eternal in this world, other beings cannot escape the fate of decline. No matter how many Chaos Beastmen and Chaos Demons come, as long as they are not true gods, they will surely be obliterated by the Emperor's great power. Linyo asked again. I've always wanted to ask a question. Please do. Malkador made a gesture for him to speak. Linyo scanned the three people present and asked. Can the Chaos Gods and Eldar Gods interfere with the reality universe and warp space outside the galaxy? Malkador did not respond but instead looked to the Emperor for instructions. Erhuina's eyes flickered, and she was the first to give an answer. The Eldar Gods live in the craft world and cannot leave the reality universe where the galaxy is located, let alone exert influence on areas outside the galaxy. The Emperor glanced at Erhuina and nodded slightly to Malkador. Malkador said. Erhuina's answer is my answer. The authority of the Chaos Gods is limited to the reality universe and warp space within the galaxy and cannot penetrate to areas outside the galaxy. Linyo asked. Why is this the case? Aren't gods omnipotent? Malkador was speechless for a moment and could only rephrase his answer. Discussing whether the authority of gods can reach areas outside the galaxy is actually meaningless. The nearest large star system is 160,000 light-years away. Existing warp navigation methods cannot reliably guide us there. Humans rely on the light of the astral beacon for navigation. The Eldar rely on divination, which is an upgraded version of triangulation. Then do you know? We Para-Orcs just came back from the large Magellanic cloud. What? Malkador was clearly stunned. The Emperor's posture straightened slightly. Erhuina's pupils contracted almost imperceptibly. I said, we Para-Orcs recently went to the large Magellanic cloud and fought a battle with the Tyranids there. Malkador asked somewhat urgently, can you prove what you said? Linyo scanned the three people. I don't need to prove anything to you. I just want to tell you, stop soaking in this big cesspool that is the galaxy. I have a route in the webway that can send you to other large star systems. Avoiding chaos demons and living a stable life cultivating the land, isn't that better? Why keep wasting time here? The scene fell silent again. The Emperor, Malkador, and Erhuina each had their own thoughts, and no one spoke. After a long while, the Emperor spoke. Let's conclude this meeting here. Please consider my proposal carefully after you return. Before the Ulanar Empire is destroyed, I await your reply at any time. Additionally, Crone, I plan to purchase a safe webway space in the near future. You can discuss the specific transaction details with Tribune Ra and Dimion. Malkador, see our guests out. Malkador stood up and extended his right hand outwards. Gentlemen, please follow me. I will see you out. Linyo stood up and followed behind Malkador. Erhuina walked beside him and said softly. I'll take your ship. I want to see space. Linyo nodded. Malkador pretended not to hear. A moment later, the reconnaissance vessel left Kalistar and sailed towards Kamarak. After a while longer, the ship docked at Camaracas spaceport, and Crone took Erhuina to find space. Lino switched his consciousness to space and waited for Erhuina. Erhuina spoke first. What have you considered about my previous proposal? I'm still thinking about it. Lino crossed his arms, overlooking the massive workshop below. A new telekinetic ability engine was about to be produced, filling him with anticipation. Did Crone tell you that we went to the large Magellanic Cloud and fought a battle with the bugs there? I figure we can settle down in other large star systems and don't need to waste time here with you. Don't you want to avoid the annihilation of the sub-universe? Erhuina asked. Lino scratched his head. Of course I do, but there's no rush. There's still over 1,000 years. We can take our time figuring it out, there will always be a way. Erhuina shook her head with a half-smile. You think beautifully, but reality is harsh. Do you know why we have to stay in the galaxy? Lino replied calmly. Because only here are you gods. Erhuina's smile grew wider. No, it's not because of that. In fact, most other large star systems outside the galaxy are occupied by the Tyranids. The galaxy is the last sanctuary. It is precisely because the galaxy is guarded by gods that it has become the last home for non-Tyranid life forms. Lino said in a deep voice. That's a very exaggerated statement. I don't quite believe it. It's okay if you don't believe it. You have many connections in the webway, so you might as well visit other star systems and see for yourself. The truth will tell you that reality is far more cruel than I said. I'll give you another week to consider my proposal. Erhuina turned in place, her figure dissolving into a mirage and disappearing without a trace, leaving only faint telekinetic ability fluctuations, coming and going like the wind. Lino looked at the spot where Erhuina disappeared, silent for a moment. Chapter 283, Shelter Invitation Letter. Besides the large Magellanic Cloud, what other large galaxies are there around the galaxy? There are two relatively famous ones. The Andromeda Galaxy, whose center is 2.53 million light-years from the galaxy, has a diameter of 220,000 light-years, twice the size of the galaxy. The Triangulum Galaxy, whose center is 2.73 million light-years from the galaxy, has a diameter of 6.1 light-years. Pengpa has currently explored up to 950,000 light-years from the center of the galaxy. According to him, the farther one is from the center of the galaxy, the more Tyranids there are, their presence can be seen on almost every planet. This seems to indirectly support Erhuina's statement. Lino intends to personally verify the situation in the Andromeda Galaxy and the Triangulum Galaxy to find out if what Erhuina said is true. He possessed Crone, piloted a scout ship, and arrived at the Cosmic Hall. First, he spent 2,530 tons of single crystal to open a portal to the webway node leading to the Andromeda Galaxy. There were a total of 3 webway nodes in that place, 2 were broken, and 1 was barely usable. Lino explored for a while and returned an hour later. The scout ship had a few new scratches, and Lino's expression also became several degrees more solemn. He saw an extremely tragic scene outside the webway gate in the Andromeda Galaxy. Against the backdrop of lifeless planets, dozens of Tyranid tendrils were locked in fierce combat throughout the Andromeda Galaxy, solely to compete for the dwindling biomass remaining in the galaxy. Any ancient ship belonging to a random tendril was more than twice the size of Behemoth, and the total number of various bio-ships under its command was at least 1,000. The Andromeda Galaxy was a genuine cosmic graveyard, the aura of death of all living beings stirred up monstrous waves in the warp, but there were no chaos demons or chaos gods in the warp. This was only because as soon as these warp energies were born, they transformed into the warp projection of the hive mind. Any warp creature that rashly entered the shadow would surely die. Next, he looked at the situation in the Triangulum Galaxy. Lino spent 2,730 tons of single crystal to open the transmission and explored the Triangulum Galaxy for 2 hours. When he returned to the Cosmic Hall again, the scout ship was emitting thick smoke, and sparks flickered in the armor seams, with Gretchen shouting loudly to put out the fire. Lino stood on the command platform, leaning on the railing with both hands, his face extremely grim. The situation in the Triangulum Galaxy was even worse. There was only one tendril there. However, the scale of bioships owned by this tendril was conservatively estimated to be over 30,000. It had eliminated the other tendrils and become the overlord of the Triangulum Galaxy. After there were no other tendrils competing for biomass, the overlord stopped draining the swamp. It had transformed the Triangulum Galaxy into a despair-inducing biomass factory. Planets suitable for biomass life were covered with incubation pools that promoted the reproduction and growth of biomass. Batch after batch of alien life forms were born from the incubation pools and then sent onto assembly lines built from bones. The Tyranids stood in rows around the assembly line, like they were eating conveyor belt sushi, feasting on the alien life forms, or directly throwing the life forms into digestion pools. This scene was comparable to a highly industrialized and automated production line for myriad soul banners. The resulting warp fluctuations were less intense than in the Andromeda Galaxy, but the warp energy they carried contained a despair that was unbearable for the Psyker. Almost immediately upon arriving in the Triangulum Galaxy, the Psyker responsible for navigating the scout ship had his head explode, the fragments turning into thick black liquid that filled the entire amniotic tank. More than a dozen Psykers were replaced one after another, all meeting the same fate. In a critical moment, Lino personally stepped in, spending a full 100 million simulation points to exchange for the maximum of 1 million units of universal Shinnick material. Only then was he able to withstand the warp projection and despairing emotional impact caused by the overlord of the Triangulum Galaxy. Just like that, the scout ship escaped the pursuit of the Triangulum Galaxy overlord and returned to the Cosmic Hall. Lienyo gripped the railing tightly, trying to dispel the lingering echoes of despair in his mind. After a long time, he let out a long sigh, and the lines on his face relaxed slightly. From the situation in the Triangulum Galaxy in Andromeda, it is not difficult to see that Erwina's statement is very likely true. The galaxy cluster where the galaxy is located is called the local group. There are 4 main large galaxies here: the Galaxy, the Large Magellanic Cloud, the Triangulum Galaxy, and the Andromeda Galaxy. Except for the Galaxy, the other 3 large galaxies have all fallen, not to mention the medium and small galaxies, which must have long become biomass factories for the Tyranids. As for the situation outside the local group, unfortunately, Lienyo cannot verify it. There are no webways in the star fields outside the local group. It's not that the webway nodes there are broken, but that the ancient ones never built webways there in the first place. The closest galaxy cluster to the local group is the Virgo cluster, and the distance between them is 50 million light-years. The Virgo cluster contains over 1,000 large galaxies comparable to the Galaxy, hence it is called a galaxy cluster. Pengpa can explore 10,000 light-years outwards every teraday. Starting from the edge of the local group and exploring towards the Virgo cluster, Pengpa can see the situation of the Virgo cluster after approximately 5,000 teradays. This shows how vast the space is and how small our galaxy is. But even such a small galaxy is already vast enough for all living beings, even gods. Lienyo temporarily has no way to check the situation of neighboring galaxy clusters. He can only accept Erwina's statement and the fact that the universe is being devoured by the Tyranids. In a sense, the Tyranids are the cancer of the universe. They will transform all living beings with species diversity into the great devourer, spreading like cancer cells. Compared to the Tyranids, the Chaos Gods seem a bit benevolent. Boss, R.A. Endymion has news. That evening, Lienyo possessed the space supervisor ISA Trazen to repair the dimensional pocket. Crone came over to report the situation. R.A. Endymion wants to purchase a sufficiently safe webway space. You can name the price. If the price is right, they will purchase more webway space in the future. Why don't they clear the webway space themselves? Lienyo asked, folding his arms. Crone replied. R.A. Endymion said that the servants of the god of murder have been watching them. Wherever they go, the murder daemon follows. This kind of terrible thing specifically kills humans, and it completely and utterly crushes humans. As long as it's a human, they will be instantly killed by this terrible thing. Unless they can find and kill the avatar of the god of murder hiding in the webway, the risk of shrimp exploring the webway is very, very high. Oh, that's right, I almost forgot about the murder daemon. Lienyo slapped his head, remembering this piece of Warhammer knowledge. The god of murder, Drachnien, is not part of the Chaos factions and is not managed by the 4 Chaos gods. Legend has it that Drachnien was born from the first murder in human civilization and possesses the ability to instantly kill humans. In the official Warhammer history, R.A. Endymion and the oil boys stationed at Kalistar were rooted by this thing. Huang Pitzi rushed to provide support, was at a clear disadvantage in the battle, was almost forced to ascend to godhood on the spot, and in the end could only seal the god of murder within R.A. Endymion and flee in disarray. This shows how much Drachnien restrains Huang Pitzi. Of course, when Huang Pitzi no longer insists on being human and ascends to the divine throne, Drachnien will no longer restrain him. Tell R.A. Endymion that I happen to have a piece of webway space with a diameter of 15 million kilometers for sale. It's empty, with no demons, no ruins, only a safe and reliable webway gate for entry and exit. Lienyo thought for a moment, quickly calculating the transaction price. I reckon such a comfortable and peaceful webway space is worth at least several billion tons of green light mud. Let's trade it for 9 billion tons of green light mud, installment payments are acceptable. Alright, boss, I'll go tell R.A. Endymion right away. Crone thumped his chest and turned to run towards the hangar. ISA Trazen came over and asked. That webway space you just mentioned, weren't you planning to use it to grow mushrooms? You're just selling it to the humans. What's wrong? Do you have an opinion? Lienyo glanced at the purple bean sprout. Aren't you afraid that humans will build a military base there and stab you in the back in the future? ISA Trazen clicked her tongue, looking eager to see the show. Stab me in the back? Hehe, go ahead and stab, I have armor on my butt too. Lienyo tapped the single crystal insert ceramite armor on his back, making a crisp sound. Go back to work. Trading webway is the Lord's business, it has nothing to do with you. TCH ISA Trazen twitched her lips and left. An evening was spent supervising ISA Trazen and the tech boy at work. In the following days, Lienyo, as Crone, reached a deal with R.A. Endymion, transferring a safe webway space to the human empire. The two sides also signed a garrison contract. The Paraorcs dispatched a small fleet to guard the webway gate, preventing the god of murder and its servants from entering the webway space. R.A. Endymion and the oil boys will build outposts near the webway gate to assist in defense. The human empire will provide 10 million tons of green light mud per month American Samoa Commission. The trade contract and garrison contract were signed together and are expected to be gradually implemented within half a month. On the third Terra day after signing the contract, Lienyo received an unexpected piece of news from Ms. Shitana. It was an ordinary morning. Lienyo finished a night of para-life and woke up in his residence in the AP Mite Royal Court District. Ever since the Emperor prevented him from saving the Gene Seed Primarchs, he had lost enthusiasm for life and work as a human. Develop new food recipes? No need. How could the wise and mighty Emperor let his subjects starve? Develop new weapons and equipment? Please, the Emperor is already this strong, wouldn't it be a bit disrespectful if I went and developed new weapons and equipment? Develop new production facilities to improve social production efficiency? No need. If I were to rush to the forefront of production and research at this time, wouldn't I be stealing the limelight from the Primarchs, the machine sages, and the soon-to-be-born Belisarius Call? Forget it. When the Ulanar Orc Empire is destroyed, and the 19 gene seed Primarchs are ranked among the immortals, a scene comparable to immortals arranged like hemp, the human empire will surely flourish under the leadership of the Primarchs and the Emperor. As a small shrimp, I should just live my own life well. Don't seek attention, don't make enemies. Especially don't bring over and use the technology owned by the Para-Orcs, lest I reveal my identity in front of the Emperor and the Primarchs. With this mindset, Lienyo completely lay flat in his position as acting governor. He didn't need to worry about the daily training of the Space Marines. The Ulanar Orc Empire would occasionally send reconnaissance forces to investigate the situation in the subsector. When Clanment led the Space Marines on patrol, they would encounter Ulanar Orc reconnaissance forces every few days, and firefights often occurred. The expanded reproduction of the new synthetic starch, as well as the production and sales of related equipment, also didn't require Lienyo's attention. Isabel and Taituo would handle every detail. Currently, the only thing Lienyo needed to consider was the war between the Empire and Ulanar. The flames of war were burning closer, and the straight line distance from the front line to Epimedius had shortened to about 2,000 light-years. Granite 5, where Lord Vogues is located, is closer to the front line, with a straight line distance of only 1,200 light-years. Lienyo has been frequently dispatching marshals, space marines, and the planetary defense force to Granite 5 these days to maintain local stability. The good news is that since Lienyo transferred Kowloon to assist Delton, the remaining rebels on Granite 5 have significantly decreased. The bad news is that these guys can never be completely cleared out, they always crawl out from dark corners and disrupt social order. Their actions are very methodical, targeting only Lord Vogues' marshals and never ordinary people. This has led many ordinary people who are dissatisfied with the governor to secretly give the rebel remnants high praise, and even use civilian means to tip them off. Vogues tried every possible way to improve the living conditions of ordinary people. However, Granite 5 is a mining world. No matter how much the living conditions are improved, it is impossible for every worker to live the life of a garden world. Yet, precisely because of this, when the rebel remnants spread their propaganda, they used beautiful imperial worlds like garden worlds, agricultural worlds, and paradise worlds as examples. The huge disparity between reality and dreams provided ample breeding ground for the rebel remnants. In this situation, there were not many options left for Vogues and Delton. According to the common practice of imperial governors, replacing a batch of ordinary people to engage in production work is a perfectly normal thing. As for where the replaced people went, go tell the oil boys on the forging world. Lienyo, I have a letter here from the War Council that requires you to personally unseal and view it on the spot. Shitana called. Lienyo answered casually, responding. Okay, lady, I'll be right there. Lienyo came to Shitana's small house. This elderly psyker had difficulty walking, but her hands were quite nimble, and she would knit sweaters when she had nothing to do. He didn't know who she was knitting the sweater for. Lienyo picked up the psyker message on the table and sat down on the sofa. Unfolding the letter, Lienyo examined it carefully, then was slightly taken aback. This seems to be a shelter invitation letter. Yes, you are not mistaken, this is indeed a shelter invitation letter. Shitana pushed up the glasses on her nose and said gently. The War Council predicts that the war between the Empire and the Ulanar Orcs is highly likely to affect the entire solar system, the southern part of the Misty Starfield, and the western part of the Far East Starfield. Terra will establish shelters to protect the Empire's mortal scholars, experts, and other mortals with outstanding scientific achievements. Your invention of the gauze weapons, the new synthetic starch, and the orc spore metabolic enzyme activity inhibitor have earned you this shelter invitation letter. You can bring your family with you and return after the war ends. Chapter 284, The Book of Fate. Madam, if I bring my family into the sanctuary, who will manage Epimedius? Lienyo held the invitation letter, asking with a slight frown. Ms. Shitana said. That depends on your personal safety needs. If you plan to enter the sanctuary to avoid the war before it reaches here, the management of the Nest capital will be temporarily transferred to the Imperial Army. The Imperial Army will implement military control here, and there's no guarantee that Epimedius will remain intact during the war. Judging from the current intensity of the Ulanar campaign, it's highly likely that Epimedius will be reduced to ruins after the campaign ends, and you will need to rebuild the Nest capital. Shitana paused. Of course, you can also fight a decisive battle with the Ulanar orcs to defend Epimedius, and then leave the Nest capital and enter the sanctuary after Epimedius falls. This approach will make your act of seeking refuge more positive and earn you more fame. By the way, I don't recommend you perish with Epimedius. The Empire needs living scientists, not just a line of text on a monument of honor. Lienyo was a bit confused about what the Emperor was up to. Wouldn't it be better to let the Primarchs who should fall to chaos sooner, to let the fallen Primarchs have a change of heart and return to the Empire sooner, and to end the Ulanar campaign sooner? Why did the Huangpitsi want the war to spread to the solar system? Madam, from this invitation letter, I see the War Council's pessimistic outlook on the Ulanar campaign. Is this campaign really that difficult? Lienyo asked in a deep voice, wanting to see if this elderly psyker from the Malkador family had received some inside information. I had the same confusion as you. Shitana put down her needlework, and a thoughtful look flashed in her eyes behind her reading glasses. The current frontline situation puzzles me. The World Eater's Legion Primarch is missing, the Emperor's Children Primarch is captured, and there is a suspicious figure calling himself Lorgar beside the Orc Emperor. And this Lorgar is accompanied by a Karn who calls himself the first company captain of the former World Eaters Legion. Both Karn and Lorgar have undergone severe mutations. The War Council's explanation for this is that the Alainer orcs used sorcery to control and modify Karn and Lorgar, causing them to betray the Empire. It is conceivable that the captured Emperor's children Primarch, Fulgrim, will eventually also undergo mutation and betrayal. The overall strength of the Alainer orcs has significantly increased due to sorcery modifications and the addition of Imperial traders. The Emperor's Children Legion and the Word-Bearers Legion are filled with rage, wanting to rescue their Primarches from orc sorcery. But strangely, the Emperor does not allow these two legions to participate in the Alainer campaign. Shatana touched the back of her head in confusion. Perhaps the Emperor has his own arrangements. Anyway, I, an old fellow, cannot understand his intentions. As for the sanctuary invitation letter issued by the War Council, and the pessimistic outlook behind this letter, I suggest you wait and see. It's not too late to take the letter to the sanctuary when Epimedius is on the verge of falling. Lienyo nodded, contemplating another plan in his heart. Ever since the Emperor forbade him from saving the Gene Seed Primarches, he no longer had much attachment to the human empire. Lienyo planned to take advantage of the Alainer campaign to withdraw from the human empire and devote himself wholeheartedly to the great cause of the Para-Orcs. A convincing fake death would be perfect. If Taiduo and others were willing to live on Para-Planet, Lienyo would naturally welcome them. He would find an opportunity to gauge their reactions before making relevant arrangements. If Taiduo and others were unwilling, Lienyo planned to use this fake death to help them earn a wave of merit and reputation. For example, his death could earn the Weirsi family a medal personally awarded by the Emperor, or even a rogue trader charter. In this way, after his fake death, Taiduo and others could maintain their current status based on his death, without their position plummeting. This could also be considered fulfilling his worldly ties. Madam, I will take this letter with me. Lienyo put away the Psyker letter and rose to leave. On the evening of the same day, Lienyo learned the exact location of the sanctuary, which was the webway space he had sold to the Empire. The Mechanics dispatched a large-scale labor fleet to this place to build a series of space entities in the void, such as outposts, living space stations, artificial ecosystems, and research stations. Lienyo possessed the orcs assisting in guarding the webway space to investigate the origin of the Mechanics personnel. They were transferred from a remote forging world and did not have a Mars background, so they would not be related to the current Mars forging general. In the mainstream Warhammer history, the current Mars forging general, Kalbo Hal, would defect to Chaos under the instigation of the War Master, Horus. Kalbo Hal himself had the basis for falling to Chaos, and Horus's instigation merely provided him with an opportunity. In the current Warhammer world, the probability of Kalbo Hal falling to Chaos is not zero. It is likely this point that caused the Emperor, when ordering the construction of the sanctuary, to deliberately avoid all personnel directly or indirectly related to Kalbo Hal. Without further ado, let's get back to business. Lienyo switched his consciousness back to space. On the assembly platform of the open-air workshop, an Eldar device resembling a black lotus was slowly rotating. It covered an area of over 1,000 square meters, and when operating at high speed, it was like an oversized duct fan, blowing a gale. The wind it blew was not air, but a unique Eldar dimensional compression telekinetic ability particle wind. Objects enveloped by this wind would be compressed to the size of a fist, but their internal structure would not change. This was the Eldar's most powerful spatial compression technology creation, the Dimensional Pocket. Boss, the Dimensional Pocket is repaired. Isa Trazen walked over, one hand on her hip, fanning herself with the other, her forehead covered in sweat. To debug the operating parameters of the Dimensional Pocket, she personally drilled into the base of the equipment, testing the telekinetic ability coding in a cramped environment. That place was stuffy and hot, like a furnace, which led to her current actions. Once the Dimensional Pocket starts operating, it cannot be interrupted, otherwise the objects being dimensionally compressed will be torn apart due to uneven dimensions. Therefore, I suggest you prepare enough single crystals first before starting to compress Para-Planet. Isa Trazen took out a data pad, tapped a few times, and displayed a table. Here, take a look. I've calculated it many times. Compressing Para-Planet requires 500,000 tons of single crystals, transferring Para-Planet with Fireheart requires 100,000 tons of single crystals, restoring the compressed Para-Planet to its original state with the Dimensional Pocket, and the follow-up work after the relocation, requires 500,000 tons of single crystals. That's a total of 1,100,000 tons. To prevent errors in actual operation, preparing 1,500,000 tons should be enough. Lienyo picked up the data pad and looked at it, confirming that the calculation process and results were correct, then instructed. You've performed very well during this time. I've decided, once the number of Firehearts reaches 5, you can leave. Isa Trazen had heard this promise many times, but she still couldn't help but show a comforting smile. Lienyo took out Gork's gaze and threw it to Isa Trazen. Study this thing. From an Eldar perspective, do you think there's any way to improve its detection range? With the promise of regaining freedom first, Isa Trazen was in a good mood. She looked at the green skin device in her hand and said thoughtfully. This thing is used to detect invisible units, right? I saw you use it when the clown troop came last time. I'll study it. Isa Trazen left with the green skin device. Gork's gaze has extremely strong anti-submarine capabilities, but its disadvantage is that its range is too small, covering at most 100 meters around it. When he attended Huang Pitzi's meeting before, this guy, through Malkador's mouth, pointed out the para-warlord's layout in the webway. This made Lienyo realize that there were likely Huang Pitzi's spies around him. Before transferring Paraplanet to the webway, it was necessary for him to carry out a vigorous anti-submarine operation to kick all the informants out, lest they find Paraplanet. Not long after ISA Trazen left, a telekinetic ability fluctuation emanated from the ruins of the Kamarak Opera House and was accurately captured by the Finder. The telekinetic ability fluctuation attracted the attention of the Paralittle UNS, and a patrol went to investigate the situation. Linio picked up the loudbox and said, "Don't worry about her, let her come over." "Okay, boss." A moment later, a figure flew from the air and landed on the command platform of the open-air workshop. It was Erhuina. "A week has passed. How is it? Have you thought it through? Do you want to join me in driving out the Emperor and his children?" Erhuina asked 3 questions as soon as they met. Linio said, "There are 2 things I need to confirm in advance." "What is it?" Erhuina folded her arms and leaned against the railing. Linio held up a finger. "First, how do you plan to separate the Dark King's power from the Emperor and control it?" This question was very critical. In Erhuina's plan, the Dark King's power would be sealed in the Rebellion-era sub-universe and annihilated along with this sub-universe. If the Dark King's power could not be stripped from the Emperor, then the entire plan would be a piece of waste paper. The method of separating and sealing the Dark King is related to our Eldar gods. I cannot go into too much detail, I can only tell you that the chance of success is 100%, there is no possibility of failure. Erhuina's tone was certain. Linio held up a second finger. "Second question, assuming the Dark King loses control after being separated and plans to take all of us with him, what countermeasures do you have?" Erhuina replied. "We can seek refuge in the end times." Linio spread his hands. "So, in fact, there is still a certain chance of failure in separating and sealing the Dark King, right? Otherwise, why would you prepare for both eventualities?" "No, you're wrong to say that. One more layer of preparation, one more layer of assurance." Erhuina emphasized. "Just answer me directly, do you want to join? Today is the last day. I have many other things to do and can't waste too much time here." Linio pondered for a few seconds and said, "I accept your proposal. As an additional condition, I want to lead my little UNS to the end times." "No problem." Erhuina drew a line in the air with her fingertip, opening a portal. Linio and the little UNS cheered and stepped through the doorway. After a feeling of dizziness, he arrived at the Black Library. Looking around, this was not the entrance to the Black Library, but a circular secret room filled with bookshelves and books. A ring-shaped telekinetic ability array was arranged in the center of the circular secret room. In the middle of the array was a reading stand, on which lay a crystal book, heavy, ancient, and decayed, looking as if it would fall apart at any moment under the effects of time. Around the reading stand, semicircular bookshelves were placed in sequence, with the books named after years and months. The Black Library does not allow the weak or the corrupted to enter. Erhuina walked slowly towards the reading stand, muttering to herself. Only those who have grasped the essence of the warp can step into this place. Linio's pupils constricted slightly. Erhuina stopped beside the reading stand, turned to face Linio, and made a gesture of invitation. "This is the core area of the Black Library, the Obsidian Archives. This book is the Black Library's only treasure, the Book of Fate. Only strong individuals who have grasped the essence of the warp and have not been corrupted by chaos can read this book. You can find the answer in the book. Please." Linio did not step forward immediately, but asked in a deep voice. "You mean, I have grasped the essence of the warp?" "Yes." Erhuina nodded slightly. "But why don't I feel it myself?" Linio asked again. Erhuina's voice was calm. "Because you have already treated its ability as a habit. It has penetrated into every corner of your life, as ordinary as breathing. I know you have doubts about the essence of the warp. I can only say this, when you read this book, it will tell you the origin of your warp essence, what its function is, and how you should use the warp essence to eliminate the chaos gods." Erhuina pointed to the Crystal Codex. "Read it, and you will know our plan to separate, seal, and eliminate the Dark King, and you can join in." Linio pondered for a few seconds, walked to the reading stand, and looked at the characters on the book. They were many agile and tiny symbols, requiring concentration to see clearly. Under Linio's gaze, the characters vibrated and changed, rapidly transforming into a language he would never forget. Xiaoyan. Linio saw the Xiaoyan deeply etched into his bones. The first few lines of text on the page stabilized, no longer changing, and the brush strokes became clear. Linio read the content of the text in his heart. "The storyline of the 41st millennium has been modified by me. The following is the modified version. In a certain year of the 41st millennium, I facilitated the fusion of Alpha and Omega, becoming Alphamega. Alphamega has mastered the special ability to transform living beings into his child. He transformed the Bone Drinkers to obtain mental communication capabilities. He transformed the Orcs to obtain the Orcs I reckon power, and transformed the Orcs into his subordinates. He transformed the Tyranids, obtaining a telekinetic ability field completely immune to warp influence, and the ability to evolve biological weapon armor. He led a large army, invaded the warp, and prepared to kill the 4 chaos gods one by one. First, he went after Nurgle." The characters stopped here temporarily, and Linio quietly waited for the rest. Suddenly, he looked around, startled to find that he had somehow arrived in a garden. Chapter 285 The whole story of traveling through time. "What is this place?" Linio murmured in confusion, but found that he couldn't make any sound. Looking down, his body was gone, his head also nowhere to be seen, as if he were a transparent viewing camera suspended in the air. The surrounding plants were twisted and bizarre, wriggling vines weaved through the forest, thick miasma rose from the phlegm-like puddles, everywhere was decay and stench, yet it was also full of vitality and lush green. Thump, 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 thump. Heavy footsteps drifted from afar, and the strange animals in the woods scattered like birds and beasts, as if fleeing from ferocious predators. Under Linio's shocked gaze, a colossal creature rose from the horizon. It was a super-invincible behemoth spanning hundreds of kilometers, its surface covered with trees, hills, waterfalls, and super-giant mushrooms, like a walking mountain range. No, that thing was a mountain range. Countless giant trees, like centipede legs, supported its body, allowing it to move freely through the boundless forest. Ooh, roar. The colossal creature opened its mouthparts, its gaping maw like a shadowy curtain swallowing the sky and devouring the earth. Swift air currents swept in from all directions, drawing everything into its mouth. The puddles, miasma, mushrooms, vines, insects, and many strange-shaped animals around Linio were all swept away by the air currents, becoming sustenance for the colossal creature. What is this thing? Linio was too shocked to speak. If he still had a face right now, he would definitely be staring with his mouth agape. That is Nurgle's Demon Palace, the most important building in Nurgle's garden. Nurgle's source of power is within it. The Eldar goddess of life, Isha, is imprisoned there. A neutral voice, hard to distinguish between male and female, rang out, devoid of emotional fluctuation, like the narration of this performance. Linio looked around, unable to pinpoint the source of the sound, but he saw a large fleet of ships flying from the horizon. Alphamiga's army has arrived. The narration whispered in Linio's ear. Alpha and Omega merged, giving birth to Alphamiga. The latter thus gained mastery over his warp essence and ability to freely transfer his consciousness among all living beings. Alphamiga used this ability to conquer the bone drinkers, orcs, and tyranids, integrating various alien genes into the bodies of his warriors. His troops possess warp projections similar to the tyranids, and can also exclude warp influence like the tyranids. Accompanying the narrator's words, a hazy black light appeared on the fleet. The light rapidly spread outwards, forming a large mass of pitch-black mist. The forests, miasma, sewage, and animals enveloped by the mist melted like ice and snow in summer. The animals let out extremely shrill and painful screams before dying. Alphamiga's fleet has mastered the Bone Drinker's spiritual network. Every one of his subordinates is himself, and he himself is every one of his subordinates. This allows him, as a demigod, to possess countless avatars in the same space-time. Only by killing all avatars simultaneously will he be defeated. This is the confidence behind his daring to challenge the Chaos God. As the narrator's voice fell, the buzzing of engines echoed through the sky. The fleet arrived nearby, and figures flew out from within the ships. Dense crowds of figures almost occupied the entire sky. They flew over Linio's head, looking strange and terrifying, making one's scalp tingle. They wore power armor with blue scale patterns, and helmets with hydra reliefs. Each one looked similar to Alfarius's attire. Their flying ability came from flight packs, and the jet thrusters roared in bursts. They ignored Linio and swooped towards Nurgle's Demon Palace, while the fleet formed an airtight encirclement around the palace, casting a warp shadow over it. Bang 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 bang. The bio-heavy cannons on the ships began bombarding. Plasma and fireballs merged into a single mass, blasting open the palace's shields for the flying units. The scene was fast-forwarded, and the battle images quickly flashed past. After 1 minute passed like this, a great battle that had lasted for an unknown number of days and nights ended. The environment around Linio changed. Nurgle's garden was reduced to ashes by the flames of war, and ship wreckage of various sizes was scattered on the ground. In the open space not far away, Alphamiga was confronting Nurgle. Alphamiga was severely wounded, with many corpses of the same appearance as himself lying beside him. Behind him stood a pitiful-looking female with pointed ears. Facing Alphamiga, Nurgle held a staff, seething with rage. His bloated abdomen opened and closed with his violently heaving chest, and the mouth on his abdomen was full of sharp teeth, with fragments of power-armored warriors still hanging from them. Alphamiga underestimated Nurgle's strength. At the cost of sacrificing all his warriors, he rescued the Eldar goddess of life, Isha, from the Demon Palace and blew up the palace, but failed to harm Nurgle in the slightest. True gods can have countless avatars in countless spacetimes. When an avatar in one spacetime is about to die, a true god can replace it with an intact avatar from another spacetime. This is why true gods cannot be killed. Now, Alphamiga will pay the price for his recklessness. He is exhausted, with no way to retreat. Nurgle will imprison him and Isha together. Isha behind Alphamiga suddenly raised her hand and shot a beam of light from her fingertip, opening a portal. Her speed was extremely fast, and her movements were fluid and natural, as if it had been premeditated. Nurgle waved his staff, releasing a wave of light filled with plague and flies. Isha first pushed Alphamiga into the portal, then immediately cast a telekinetic ability shield to block Nurgle's bombardment, and then slowly and with difficulty walked into the portal. The scene froze at this moment. The narration said. Clearly, Isha was not as fragile as she appeared. During her time in captivity, she accumulated some power, enabling her to help herself and Alphamiga escape Nurgle's control. Nurgle was very angry. He prepared to unleash his ultimate spacetime magic, distorting the spacetime of the Chaos Realm to forcibly drag Isha back. This spacetime magic was very dangerous, but Nurgle was very confident, because he had done this before. Chanting, casting the spell, Nurgle frantically urged his telekinetic ability, but there are always accidents. He felt that spacetime was losing control, and some kind of rift was spreading through the universe. He suddenly remembered that the reason he succeeded in casting the spell last time was because his targets were a group of mortals. But this time, his targets were the Eldar goddess of life, a genuine true god, and a human demigod who had merged with warp essence. True gods are generally unaffected by space-time. Only true gods can influence the space-time of true gods. When one true god unleashes their full power against another true god, the resulting turmoil will be enough to tear apart the dimensions of the universe. Nurgle roared in terror, the garden disintegrated, the Chaos Realm tumbled violently like a washing machine, and the warp and the real universe outside the Chaos Realm were churned into a mess. After a long while, 3 cosmic spaces appeared before Linio, 2 small and 1 large. The 2 smaller ones were the Rebellion-era sub-universe and the Rebellion-era sub-universe, while the large one was the End-time sub-universe. The narration sounded. The universe's dimension split into 3, 2 of which would be annihilated over time, while the remaining one could exist eternally after fulfilling certain conditions. This was just one of the effects of this great cosmic dimensional rupture. At the moment the universe's dimension ruptured, Isha, as a true god, endured the pain of the rupture. She split into multiple parts, transforming into several avatars, scattered across different sub-universes. While she was enduring the damage, Alphamiga was right beside her, and he was also affected. But Alphamiga was only a demigod. He ultimately died because he could not withstand the damage caused by the cosmic rupture. A small part of his warp essence was captured by one of Isha's avatars. This avatar was unfortunate, she failed to enter any of the 3 sub-universes. She was thrown into the space-time rift caused by the cosmic dimensional rupture, traveling through the space-time remnants created by cosmic iteration. The scene before Linio's eyes switched again. Against the dark background, the images of space-time remnants were woven into light bands, drifting like willow branches in the wind. Isha's avatar was unconscious, drifting alone in the dazzling space-time rift. After a long period of drifting, this avatar encountered a space-time where she could land. This space-time belonged to a civilization that transcended the dimensions of the universe. The essence of cosmic iteration is the heat-death phenomenon caused by the increase in cosmic entropy. After heat death, entropy returns to 0, the old universe is annihilated, and a new universe will be born at the cosmic singularity. Outside the universe, space-time remnants created by cosmic iteration floated. These were substances that successfully escaped the heat-death phenomenon. The true method to achieve civilizational perpetuity is not to fight heat death within the universe, but to escape the universe and establish the foundation of civilization in the space-time remnants outside the universe. The civilization encountered by this avatar of Isha was precisely such an eternal civilization, transcending the dimensions of the universe, never to be destroyed, and never to suffer threats such as chaos, corruption or tyrannid disasters. The surrounding environment changed again. After seeing the new scene, Linio's mind completely crashed. He saw the world before he crossed over, tall buildings, blue sky and white clouds, busy traffic, people coming and going, talking and laughing. He also saw himself. That was a gaunt young man with dark circles under his eyes, listless, and stumbling when he walked, tormented by his graduate thesis. He stood by the roadside, yawning and rubbing his eyes, still not recovered from several consecutive nights of staying up late. Suddenly, he noticed a bewildered woman standing in the middle of the road. This person was dressed in strange clothes, with pointed ears and golden hair, like a carefully styled cozer. Linio saw clearly that this person was Isha's avatar. She descended onto this planet, landing right in the middle of the road, looking lost and helpless regarding her surroundings. Just then, a large truck with a red face and a big forehead sped towards them. Linio saw himself rush off the curb, trying to pull the woman away from the truck's path. With a loud bang, 2 figures were sent flying. One was Linio, who was shattered into pieces, his body separated from his head. The other was Isha's avatar, who had regained her senses. Isha's avatar looked at the dead Linio, sighing with guilt and pity. She grabbed a ball of light from her chest and stuffed it into Linio's body. Just as Linio was recovering, a layer of white barrier swept in from afar, sweeping Isha and the soon-to-awaken Linio into outer space. The civilization rooted in the space-time remnants activated its self-protection mechanism, expelling all non-civilization entities from the planet. Thus, Isha's avatar, carrying Linio, flew back to the 3 sub-universes, intending to rendezvous with her other avatars. At this time, the Rebellion-era sub-universe had been occupied by Tsianch, and in the end-time sub-universe, Nurgle was watching covetously, determined to reclaim Isha. Having no other choice, Isha's avatar, carrying Linio, decided to enter the Rebellion-era sub-universe. To avoid being discovered by the Emperor, who possessed the power of the Dark King, Isha's avatar acted separately. Linio was placed by her in the hive world, Epimedius, becoming an ordinary teenager in the lower nest. And Isha's avatar transformed into Erhuina, responsible for attracting the Emperor's attention in the warp of the Rebellion-era sub-universe, covering Linio's smuggling. Now, do you understand the beginning and end of your crossing? Linio. Linio suddenly woke up, staggering back several steps, gasping for breath. Erhuina stood with her arms crossed, leaning against the reading desk, watching him leisurely, a faint smile on her lips. Now you know why when I first saw you, even though you were in a nearly perfect state of invisibility, I could still find you, right? I brought you out of the space-time remnants, and it was also I who made a small part of Alphamiga's warp essence into the magical cheat you can understand the mushroom farm and put it into your body, allowing you to freely research fungi. Linio took a deep breath, barely calming down, his heart still pounding violently in his chest. Why did you do this? Just because I saved you in the car accident. Erhuina shook her head slightly. No, even if you hadn't saved me, I wouldn't have been injured. The divine power I possess was enough to handle that impact. Not only that, but I also saw everything about you in an instant. Your knowledge, your memories, your thoughts, I saw it all clearly. I also felt that the planet you were on was resisting me. I had to find a suitable vessel for Alphamiga's warp essence as quickly as possible, otherwise this mass of essence would dissipate. Therefore, before being expelled by the planet you were on, I chose you to bear Alphamiga's warp essence. This is why you are here. Lienyo was lost in thought, unsure what to feel for a moment. Chosen by an Eldar divine avatar from the Warhammer universe, joining the glorious army of crossers, becoming a legitimate crosser, and even obtaining the cheat he had always dreamed of. This should have been a good thing. But the problem is, this is freaking Warhammer. If it were any other world, it would be no problem for Lienyo to kneel down and kowtow to Erhwina right now. Crossing over to the Warhammer universe's great cesspool is worse than continuing to be a drudge on a space-time remnant planet. Chapter 286, Pal's Move. The sudden revelation of the truth about his transmigration left Lienyo stunned for a long time. There were many things worth complaining about in the Warhammer world, but on second thought, since Aisha's clone could bring him here, would he be able to go back in the future? Thinking of this, Lienyo felt a bit more hopeful and asked. Will I have a chance to return to my original world in the future? Since Elena in front of him knew his background, Lienyo simply stopped using the orc accent and slang, and instead communicated in fluent Low Gothic. Elena nodded and said. I guarantee you will have a chance to go back, and the probability of success is very high. That's good. With hope of returning home, Lienyo quickly calmed down, then looked confused. You are Aisha's clone, right? Why does the clown troupe listen to you? I thought you were the incarnation of the laughing god. Elena replied. Not long after I arrived in the Rebellion-era sub-universe, I contacted Segric in the End Times and promised to look after the clown troupe in this sub-universe on their behalf. I naturally became the leader of the clown troupe. Oh, I see. Lienyo didn't dwell on this question too much. He stepped forward and looked curiously at the crystal book. The text on the pages no longer changed, mainly recounting the beginning and end of a young man from another world named Lienyo transmigrating to the Warhammer world. In the last part of the article, the narration wrote. Lienyo accepted the truth of his transmigration. His transmigration was an accident, he was lucky, but also unfortunate. In any case, Aisha, as a true god of the Eldar and the master of the realm of life, took great care of Lienyo. The gifts bestowed by fate have long been marked with a price in secret. Mastering a small part of Alphamiga's warp essence and possessing the mushroom farm system allowed him to have a smooth journey in the years after his transmigration. Now, he needs to pay a certain price for this to continue retaining most of the functions of his mushroom farm system. His fungi ability, sealing technique, will play an extremely important role in the process of separating, sealing, and eliminating the Dark King. I think he will undertake this task. In the text content of the Crystal Classic, the words fungi ability appeared. With the description of the beginning and end of his transmigration already present, Lienyo's heart didn't ripple much when the book exposed his secret at this moment. After thinking calmly for a few seconds, he asked. Can you see the content in this book? And who wrote this book? Elena mused. Everyone can only see the content related to themselves in the book. As for who wrote this book, legend says that the author of this book is the laughing god, Seguruk. But I asked him, and he denied it. He also said that although he is the keeper of the Obsidian Archive, he does not know the origin of the Book of Fate. Tens of millions of years ago, when he received this book from the Ancient Ones did not reveal the details of this book. Did the book tell you what you should do? Lienyo replied. Yes, I saw this part of the content. I need to use a special ability called the sealing technique to separate and seal the Dark King. Lienyo reached out to the Crystal Classic, and Elena, who was beside him, did not stop him. As his fingertips hooked the edge of the page, obsidian chains suddenly appeared, slamming the entire book shut with a clatter and then locking it tightly. Everyone can only see their own page, perhaps only the author can view all content. Elena was not surprised by the scene before her. She took out a crystal and channeled telekinetic ability into it. A holographic screen projected, and the Eldar text in the image was translated into Low Gothic, showing Lienyo the plan of the true gods of the Eldar. Lienyo read from top to bottom, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. You want to attract the incarnations of the 4 chaos inimical powers to strengthen the Olaner orcs? Won't the Emperor be repulsed by this? The Emperor knows our plan, and he has tacitly approved it. Elena explained patiently. Nurgle, Siench, Kern, and Slaanesh, none of them want the 5th chaos god to be born smoothly, and even less do they want to see him enter the end-time sub-universe. That would only squeeze the living space of the 4 chaos inimical powers. If there is an opportunity to prevent the birth of the Dark King, the chaos inimical powers will certainly not miss it. What we need to do is create an opportunity for the chaos inimical powers to invade the Rebellion-era sub-universe. To obstruct the Emperor, the chaos inimical powers will definitely send powerful clones into our sub-universe. This will hinder the Emperor, but likewise, we can use this opportunity to weaken the strength of the chaos inimical powers. Lienyo thought for a moment and understood. Okay, I get it. We can use the sealing technique to seal the incarnations of the chaos inimical powers, and then use the Emperor's power to eliminate them one by one. Exactly. Elena pointed to the lower half of the holographic image. Additionally, the true gods of the Eldar will send incarnations to assist. I suggest you keep a low profile and not show yourself easily. The laughing god, Seguruk's attitude towards you is friendly, as long as you are willing to help deal with the chaos inimical powers, he will regard you as an ally. The god of death, Iniad's attitude towards you is neutral. It is best to maintain this situation, because he is very extreme on most issues, and his attitude towards you will only change from neutral to hostile, not from neutral to friendly. The one you need to pay the most attention to is the Eldar god of war, Cain. His temper is very volatile, and he might conflict with you. Linio scratched his head. He really didn't know much about the true gods of the Eldar. What impressed him the most was that Aisha seemed to have been severely penetrated by Cain, and at that time, Aisha seemed to be the wife of the Eldar god of gods. Sorry, Cloudhammer really can't remember the name of the Eldar god of gods. There's no point remembering the title of the Eldar's number 1 cuckold, that guy has already been eaten by Slaanesh. Linio was very curious if this scandal was true. That. I have a question. Linio stammered, unsure whether to ask or not. Curiosity prompted him to ask, but reason told him that if he did, he would die terribly. Don't ask. Aelena's facial lines stiffened, her gaze cold. From your expression, I can see the doubt in your heart. If you don't want to ruin our friendship, don't ask such a question. I can only tell you that those are rumors woven by Slaanesh. Oh, I see. Linio nodded blankly, skipping this topic. The scene fell silent. Linio looked at the crystal classic, and the beginning and end of his transmigration appeared in his mind again, causing him to ask. You said earlier that you made part of Alphamiga's warp essence into the mushroom farm system and gave it to me, right? Then the so-called fungi ability is. It's a part of my authority, Aisha said. Alphamiga's warp essence has only one effect, which is to forcibly descend his consciousness onto other creatures and then completely control their bodies, will, and souls. After Alphamiga died, his warp essence split into several parts. The part you possess only allows you to descend onto orcs, all other functions are lost. Except for your Wadak simulation, the other functions are my authority, considered a gift from me to you. Linio's expression became serious, and he nodded. Thank you. Then my psyker field is. Yes, your psyker field also originates from me. Aisha waved her hand, condensing a black veil-like psyker field beside her, which was of the same origin as Linio's. Linio now completely understood the situation. So, his psyker field was also a creation of the Ancient Ones, no wonder it could block the negative effects of the warp. For a moment, Linio's thoughts were in turmoil, unsure whether he should thank Aelena or remain silent. Aelena changed the subject and said. You possess a part of Alphamiga's warp essence, but you haven't fully utilized its effects yet. After you help me seal the Dark King, I will teach you how to improve your soul level. With that part of Alphamiga's warp essence, your promotion to second-class soul is only a matter of time, there are no obstacles. Linio's eyes lit up, this was great. After being promoted to a second-class soul, he would be able to see the paths to the other 2 sub-universes in the warp. I'll send you back. If you need to contact me in the future, just say my name next to the notice board in front of the opera house. Aelena smiled slightly and opened a portal. Linio said goodbye to her and entered the door. After the feeling of dizziness subsided, he arrived in front of the ruined opera house gate in Kumarak, with the notice board serving as a transmission beacon beside him. Linio didn't call for a captain's fighter to pick him up but slowly walked towards the open-air workshop along the path cleared by the boys. In the following period, ISA Trazen improved Gork's gaze, using Eldar technology to expand the detection range to over 10 kilometers. The para-warlord swept through the existing webway space, searching for the whereabouts of Imperial spies. The para-kids found traces of suspicious individuals several times. The other party's movements were very fast, disappearing without a trace almost as soon as they were exposed. Linio only wanted to force back the Empire's spies and didn't intend to slap the Huang Pitzi's face, so he stopped at that and didn't launch a large-scale hunt. Several more days passed, and the para-warlord established anti-potential fields throughout his territory, continuously detecting invisible units around the clock and across all terrain. The Empire's spies were completely forced out of the para-orcs' territory. The Webway forward base significantly expanded production, focusing all efforts on producing warp monocrystals, with capacity gradually increasing to 50,000 tons per day. The inventory of monocrystals steadily rose, reaching over 1.5 million tons in just over a month, at the cost of rapidly depleting the inventory of warp biological materials, necessitating the quick discovery of new sources. Meanwhile, several major events occurred within the human empire. First, the Emperor, while retaining the War Council, separately established the Senate of Terra, publicly stating that he was handing over the governance of the empire to mortals. The authority to appoint and dismiss governors for all imperial worlds was entirely transferred from the expeditionary fleets to the Senate. The harmfulness of this approach goes without saying, the great turmoil in the human empire in official history began from this point. The galaxy was conquered by the Space Marine legions, so why should the control of the imperial worlds be handed over to mortals? Space Marines are also humans, humans have desires. The Emperor's actions undoubtedly stimulated the psychology of the army's rebellion. In the official history of WarHammer, the Emperor might have done this to guard against the Space Marines. But in the current universe, the Emperor knew the harm of doing so, yet he still did it. Linio felt that the Emperor was deliberately escalating conflicts, creating a big mess, just afraid that he would ultimately cause a huge disaster. The second major event, after defecting to Chaos, Fulgrim made a public appearance and, together with Lorgar, shouted the slogan "Down with the false Emperor, make the Space Marines great again." Many Space Marine legions believed their nonsense and openly launched rebellions. The word-bearers, Emperor's children, and World Eaters were the first to bear the brunt. These three armies were ordered by the War Council to remain on their home planet. After hearing Fulgrim and Lorgar's slogan, they split into two forces. One force rushed out of their home planet and headed to Olaner to rendezvous with their Primarch. The other force remained on their home planet, drove away the Custodes, and declared independence from the Empire. The resulting chaos and destructiveness were even more severe than the Battle of Olaner. The third major event, Horus Lupercal was returning. Seeing his good son speeding through the warp, and with the Terra Star language court unable to contact him, the Emperor simply took matters into his own hands, using a moderate warp storm to force Horus's 63rd Expeditionary Fleet out of the warp. After leaving the warp, Horus received a star message from Terra, learned that he had been deceived by messages deliberately spread by the cult, and immediately headed to Olaner to reclaim his ground. Thus, under the Emperor's careful arrangement, Horus's defection to Chaos was officially put on the agenda. The above three major events indicated that the Battle of Olaner was about to enter an accelerated phase, and a man-made rebellion was escalating. Linio's view on these matters remained unchanged. He always believed that allowing a rebellion to occur and Gene Seed Primarchs to defect to Chaos, despite possessing immense power, was absolutely a foolish and unnecessary act. But unfortunately, the one who held the power of the Dark King was the Emperor, not Linio. Although Linio had many complaints about this, he had no intention of stopping the Emperor at all. Moreover, he didn't have time to worry about the Empire's affairs. The day of Paraplanet's relocation had arrived. It was late night in Terra time, and daytime on Paraplanet. Some ships of the Parafleet were distributed in space about 600 kilometers from the surface. There was an additional shipboard device on board that prevented the outward diffusion of gravitational wave changes. Once activated, this device would form a force field surface tens of thousands of kilometers wide, concealing the gravitational changes caused by the shrinking and transferring of Paraplanet. The ships activated the gravitational wave change suppression device, forming a spherical force field outside the planet to completely conceal the changes in gravitational parameters. Between Paraplanet and the local star, 1,200 kilometers from the planet's surface, the engineering ship specially built for the relocation was docked. The appearance of this ship resembled a lotus base, with the center of the flower aimed at Paraplanet, the petals opening outwards. The core of the flower, Paraplanet, and the star were aligned, maintaining a relatively stationary state. The flagship of the Parafleet, Steel Ingot, hovered at the outermost edge of the star system, remotely commanding the engineering ship using the finder. On the bridge of the Steel Ingot, Along, Space, Beast, Guladan, Pengpa, and a series of other important pals gathered. On the command platform, Linio, possessing Woji Boisake, held a staff and calmly gave the order. Activate the dimension pocket, full power. Ong. Chief Tech, Guladan flipped the switch. The petals of the engineering ship lit up with a dawn-like glow. A slender beam of light extended from the star, passing straight through the lens in the middle of the engineering ship. Under the effect of the lens, the beam suddenly became thick, shooting out like a light spear and piercing into Paraplanet's atmosphere. The atmosphere was ignited by this beam of light, and a spherical telekinetic ability veil spread outwards in near-surface orbit, gradually evolving into a massive sphere of light enveloping the entire planet. Wizard Chief, the intensity of the gravitational wave changes is climbing, expected to reach alpha level in 1 minute and 12 seconds. Our gravitational wave change suppression field remains stable, with no signs of losing control for now. Very good. Countdown 30 seconds. After 30 seconds, begin compressing Paraplanet. Ong. Clatter, clatter. Guladan typed on the keyboard, entering parameters, and shouted. Countdown set, starting timer. 30, 29, 28. Time ticked by, and a tense atmosphere quickly brewed on the bridge. When the countdown reached 0, Paraplanet was enveloped in light. The golden light squeezed the planet inwards. The more it was squeezed, the more difficult it became, and the greater the spatial recoil force the dimension pocket endured. Accordingly, the peak of the gravitational wave changes rose sharply. Report, Wizard Chief, detected that the peak of gravitational wave changes has exceeded Alpha Plus level. Our suppression field is operating at full capacity, with an estimated 99.999% probability of perfectly concealing the gravitational wave changes. The probability of perfect concealment is high, but not 100%. There's nothing that can be done about this. In the field of spatial technology, no one dares to make absolute guarantees. The gravitational waves caused by the dimension pocket were very noticeable. In the material realm, it was no less significant than the high-energy particle impact caused by a neutron star's spin. Within the warp, the planet's collapse would stir up unique warp ripples, attracting the attention of beings like Huang Pitzi, Chaos Daemon, and others. All Linio could do now was lead the people on the bridge in praying to Gork and Mork for blessings. Chapter 287, The Pal's New Home. Wizard Chief, the peak gravity wave change has reached Alpha++ level. The suppression field is overloaded. There is an estimated 82% chance of masking the gravity field changes. Chief Tech, Guladan's voice echoed in the bridge. Everyone held their breath, staring nervously at the changing values on the holographic screen. Even the unruly Gretchen closed their mouths, their eyes wide like copper bells. Alpha++ level. This was an even more exaggerated value than Alpha+ level. Without the protection of the suppression field, the star system would have been in chaos long ago. The 3 planets closest to the star would be captured by the PAL planet's gravity field, and the star system would begin to split. The PAL planet's gravity field would directly contend with the star. The sun would likely be torn apart or experience a strong collapse. After this, the star system would either be destroyed in a solar explosion or split into two, with the PAL planet taking a few planets and moving far away. You must hold on, suppression field. Lienyo clenched his staff, his heart pounding. Wizard Chief, good news. The peak gravity wave change has dropped, it's now alpha level. We've controlled the magnitude of the planet's gravitational change. The PAL planet is being compressed by the dimensional pocket, compression progress 1%, 2%, 3%. Gulatin reported loudly. A progress bar appeared on the holographic screen, increasing by 1% per second. In the optical detection view, the PAL planet shrank, and shrank again at a speed visible to the naked eye. The boys and Gretchen cried out in shock. Almost 2 minutes passed, and the PAL planet changed from a planet to a basketball-sized sphere. The beam emitted by the engineering ship had a traction function. The PAL planet entered the ship along the beam. The engineering ship, which had opened like a lotus flower, became a bud, storing the PAL planet in the internal pocket field. Wizard Chief, the PAL planet compression is complete, beginning to correct the star system's gravitational environment. Gulatin quickly operated the panel, his hands and 2 mechanical arms clattering on the keyboard. Without the PAL planet, the star system's gravitational environment would undergo drastic changes. Planets being thrown out of the star system would be a minor issue. In the worst-case scenario, the entire star system could contract towards the Sun, with all planets crashing onto the Sun's surface. The astronomical spectacle triggered by this would be enough to attract prying eyes from all sides. Now, where the PAL planet was originally located, a luminous sphere appeared. That was a false spatial entity created by the engineering ship simulating the PAL planet's gravitational parameters to stabilize the star system's gravitational environment. As Gulatin operated, the luminous sphere contracted inward, shrinking from the size of a planet to the size of a grain of rice. This was a gravitational singularity created by the dimensional pocket. It possessed the PAL planet's gravitational parameters and would slowly reduce its own gravity, allowing the star system to gradually adapt to the changing gravitational environment. It is expected that after 1 year, the gravitational singularity will naturally dissipate, and the star system will form a stable pattern. Begin transferring the PAL planet, requesting to open the webway gate. Gulatin looked at the command console. Lienyo nodded at him. Permission granted to open the webway gate. All right. Gulatin pressed the button. A webway gate appeared near the engineering ship, and the engineering ship flew into it. Lienyo commanded the steel ingot to also enter the webway, leaving the remaining ships outside on alert. The engineering ship and the steel ingot traveled through the webway, quickly arriving at the preset home location. This was a webway node with 2 large gates. One gate led to a forward base in the webway, and the other led to a webway node with only one webway gate. Lienyo named this place PAL Home, and the webway node connected to PAL Home with only one webway gate was named PAL Backyard. PAL Home had a diameter of 500 million kilometers. The engineering ship released the PAL planet in the center of the home. This process was relatively slow, with progress increasing by only 1% every hour. Waiting was the hardest part. Lienyo sent Along, Space, Beast, and others to patrol and clean up, while he patiently waited in the bridge for the PAL planet to complete its decompression. 4 days passed in the blink of an eye. The PAL planet returned to its original state, and the PAL kids and Gretchen were immersed in the joy of their home's relocation. The PAL warlord was upgraded to the PAL Empire on this day. Accordingly, the original clans and tribes were elevated by 1 level. To commemorate this day, Lienyo decided to hold the PAL festival every year at this time. There would be a 3-day global holiday, during which the boys could enjoy drinking, eating meat, and close combat to their heart's content. The fleet stationed in the PAL star system was entirely relocated to PAL Home, with only hidden observation outposts set up in the fringe areas of the star system. At the same time, Lienyo did not forget the Peijing Avengers Alliance. This group of Gretchen was unconventional and good at learning. Although they lacked I reckon power, they mastered a portion of mechanical witchcraft and mad doctor witchcraft through their intelligence and diligent learning and working attitude. Lienyo possessed the Gretchen King, gold coin and relocated the Peijing Avengers Alliance. Once they were in PAL territory, they could no longer be called the Avengers Alliance. Lienyo first isolated the Avengers Alliance Gretchen, performed genetic modification surgery to remove their aversion and desire for revenge against the Orc boys, and then instilled them with the PAL's life and work philosophy. In this way, a group of special Gretchen with online intelligence, down-to-earth nature, and long lifespans were born. They were good at learning and imitating, liked to study theoretical knowledge, and were skilled at using physics and chemistry knowledge in practice to replicate Orc witchcraft. Based on these excellent qualities, Lienyo named the force they belonged to PAL Academy. Any Gretchen who yearned to escape vulgar bad taste, and any Gretchen who yearned to have social status and wealth in PAL Home, could sign up to participate in PAL Academy. After passing the entrance examination designed by the Gretchen Dean, Gold Coin, the Gretchen could study full-time for a year. After a year, a final exam would be held. If they passed the exam, they would continue their studies. If they failed the exam, they would return to where they came from and continue to be Gretchen oppressed by orcs. Gretchen will never be slaves. Waik. When I return after completing my studies, I will make the PAL orcs kneel and call me grandpa. Knowledge changes destiny. Knowledge is the ladder of progress. At the entrance of the academy, the Gretchen raised their arms and shouted. The scene was a hubbub of voices. It was the first time Lienyo discovered that he had so many Gretchen under him who longed to change their situation through learning. PAL Academy could accept orc students, but the PAL orcs did not come to sign up for further study. After all, in the eyes of the PAL kids, learning was useless. Choppa, shooting, banging, fighting, and I reckon power were the proper paths for the PAL orcs. If there was any PAL kid who had developed an interest in learning, it was only Beast, who carried the genetic fragments of a bum kid. Boss, I also want to go to the academy for further study, but I still have to lead the Webway Expeditionary Force to fight. Beast scratched his head, a distressed look on his face. Linio possessed the word boy, sake, sitting on Zalger's shoulder, and smiled slightly. I have designed a remote teaching mode for the academy. After orcs enroll, they can undergo online teaching and don't need to attend classes at the academy. Online teaching is not time limited. When you have free time, you can connect to our PAL home network with a data pad and study anytime, anywhere. Wow. That's so cool. Boss, you're amazing, you can even come up with such a great idea. Beast let out a happy cry and ran towards the registration site. Then I'm going to sign up for the exam. I'm definitely going to get first place. In the direction Beast was rushing, the Gretchen fearfully parted the way, but many of them had a burning fighting spirit in their eyes. This fighting spirit was not in terms of combat strength, but in terms of learning and intellectual competition. In terms of physical fitness, they certainly couldn't compare to Beast, who had undergone multiple rounds of enhancement, but in terms of academic performance, they definitely had a chance to step on him. Linio saw these scenes and felt a sense of relief. Compared to the human empire, he genuinely liked his PAL home. Although the protagonists here were orcs, under his tutelage, they were already very close to civilization and decency. It is worth mentioning the current currency system of PAL home. Alainer orcs used orc teeth as currency. This was a war-oriented currency system. The issuance of currency depended on war, the more combat casualties, the more teeth, and the more abundant the total currency. PAL home was not one-sided, it could fight, produce, research, and trade. Linio originally planned to use precious metals to make currency, but later found it unnecessary. He used genetic editing methods to design a unique orc tooth, named PAL orc tooth. This orc tooth had the following characteristics. First, both PAL orcs and PAL Gretchen could grow PAL orc teeth. Second, in the most primitive state, PAL orcs and PAL Gretchen grew one PAL orc tooth every 3 days. Third, whether it was a PAL orc or a PAL Gretchen, as long as they passed the professional level examination of PAL home, they could be vaccinated with a tooth growth promoter. For example, a Gretchen Scholar. A level 1 Gretchen Scholar, after receiving one injection of the promoter, would grow an additional one PAL orc tooth every 30 days. Another example is a Choppa Boys among the PAL orcs, who increased their professional level through military achievements. A level 1 Choppa Boys, after receiving one injection of the promoter, would grow an additional one PAL orc tooth every 30 days. The fourth characteristic of PAL orc teeth was that after they finished growing, they could be painlessly shed, were fire resistant, water resistant, electricity resistant, corrosion resistant, strong acid and alkali resistant, could be stored for a long time, and carried the genetic characteristic code of the PAL orc or Gretchen themselves. Under this setting, the currency production logic of PAL home changed from war-oriented to professional level advancement. To obtain more currency, PAL orcs and Gretchen had to compete and work hard to improve their professional level. Under this system, whoever formulated the detailed rules for professional levels, whoever controlled the production and use of the promoter, and whoever had the permission to write the genetic characteristic code of the orc teeth, could control this currency system. Undoubtedly, Linio firmly held all aspects in his own hands. Let's go, Zalger, we'll go and see the situation with Fireheart. Next, we will use Fireheart to change the structure of the PAL planet and quickly complete the megalithic transformation. Alright. Zalger carried the weird boy and boarded the rail car. A moment later, in a large workshop more than 10 kilometers underground. The energy engine stably transmitted warp energy to charge Fireheart. ISA Trazen was repairing Fireheart on Kumarak and did not enter PAL home. Tech boss, Guladan came to report the progress. Report, Wizard Chief, Fireheart will be fully charged today. This is the single crystal consumption list for the megalithic transformation. Linio took the data pad and examined it carefully. The megalithic transformation was divided into 3 steps, separating the water body, plate migration, and finishing, consuming 1.5 million tons, 10 million tons, and 15 million tons of single crystals respectively. The consumption was huge. The good news was that single crystals could be added while the transformation was underway, so it wasn't necessary to consume all the single crystals at once. As long as the development of the Webway graveyard and the production capacity of single crystals kept up, the plan to transform the planet using Fireheart could proceed stably for a long time. Beep beep beep. Halfway through reading, the squawk box on Linio's waist emitted a communication notification sound. A long called. Wizard Chief, I just received a message from the PAL Star System Observation Outpost. A magical spaceship has appeared at the edge of the star system. Linio raised an eyebrow and replied. Alright, I understand. I'll go to your place to check the situation later. Okay. The communication ended. Linio finished reading the list in his hand, instructed Guladan to proceed according to the plan, and then came to the garrison base of the home to meet with Elong. In the command room of the base, a holographic screen was suspended in the air, showing Linio the movements of the magical ship. The holographic image was relayed from the real universe into the Webway, with the relay node located near a Webway gate outside the galaxy. There was a hidden outpost there, and the adjacent Webway gate remained open. The observation outpost in the PAL Star system transmitted the image through a squawk box. The relay outpost received the image and transmitted it into the Webway using a squawk box. Thus, PAL Home, located in the Webway, could view the situation in the PAL Star system in real time. A void ship with a shell-like appearance appeared in the image, possessing a round, light white shipborne shield. Its size was similar to a green orc frigate's, so it should be a small spaceship of some magical civilization. The scan results from the finder showed that the main material of this ship was actually rock, not metal. Hiss. Linio drew a slight breath, remembering something. About a year ago, when he first came to the PAL planet, it was still a primitive planet. The primitive civilization on it was being plundered by cold trade fleets. Linio, by chance, rescued a group of primitive. Later, he transferred these people to a planet with a magical civilization. The architectural style and magical characteristics of that planet, such as rock, ocean, and shells, highly matched the magical spaceship in front of him. Wizard Chief. The little un operating the finder said. We have hidden the signal of the gravitational singularity. As long as that ship does not enter within 100 million kilometers of the singularity, it won't discover the gravitational singularity. What you fear is what comes. The magical spaceship activated sublight speed navigation, circling the star system and taking measurements from different angles. Half an hour later, it seemed to have found some clue and sailed directly towards the coordinates where the PAL planet was originally located. Linio was now certain that this ship absolutely came from the magical civilization that had taken in the primitive. A Long said with a booming voice. Do we need to sink it? Linio thought for a moment. Let's see the situation first. Let Pengpa watch the warp. This kind of interstellar communication of magical civilization is mostly done through the warp. Notify the Flashy clan to prepare to intercept the magical spaceship's warp communication and warp navigation with warp projection. Okay. A Long picked up the squawk box and quickly conveyed the order. Linio asked the little un under the command console. Is the stealth assault ship at the observation outpost ready? Report, boss, the stealth assault ship WarHammer is ready and can depart at any time. Linio nodded. Very good. After the Flashy clan seals off the warp, send out WarHammer to make contact with the ship on the other side. I will ask Gork and Mork to bless it. Alright. Chapter 288, Don't play with magic in the Warhammer world, it will lead to misfortune. The so-called Gork and Mork's blessing is the WAAX simulation. Linio opened the simulation interface in his mind, while keeping an eye on the magic spaceship's movements and preparing to switch his consciousness. The magic ship's straight line distance to the gravitational singularity came within 100 million kilometers, and the ship's speed suddenly dropped. Intense telekinetic ability signals emanated from within the vessel. The finder interpreted the telekinetic ability signals in real time, identifying them as a form of telekinetic ability detection method used to acquire spatial information about target objects. A few minutes later, the telekinetic ability signal disappeared. The magic ship initiated sublight speed travel, instantly jumping to within 300,000 kilometers of the gravitational singularity, then entered high-speed cruising mode. Wizard Chief, the magic ship is expected to enter the gravitational singularity's force field range in 5 minutes. Zhao Dongdong Boy reported the data. The magic ship detected the gravitational singularity's presence, but Linio wasn't particularly flustered. The gravitational singularity's force field is an extremely powerful gravitational field space. The closer to the singularity, the higher the gravity multiplier, reaching up to 1,000 times that of Terra's gravity coefficient. This level of gravity already exceeded the gravity escape capability of ordinary ships. To put it simply, once within the force field range, the closer to the singularity, the harder it is to move away from it. The magic ship has been captured by the middle layer of the singularity's force field. It can't fly out. Zhao Dongdong Boy chuckled softly. On the screen, the magic ship attempted to turn around, but it was locked by gravity. Even at full throttle, it couldn't fly away. It then tried to enter sublight speed travel. But under the immense gravity, even if the ship's sublight engines smoked, they couldn't propel the ship away. Excellent, the uninvited guest has stepped into the trap. Linio nodded with satisfaction and instructed. Deploy Mao-Ji's cudgel. Alright, A Long pressed a button on the noise box. The observation outpost was hidden within a small satellite at the edge of the star. At Linio's command, a fissure opened on the satellite's surface, and the stealth assault ship flew out. Linio ordered again. Anonymously contact that magic ship. When the communication connects, hide our communication display here, and then use speaking spirit to transform my voice and language into that of a middle-aged male shrimp speaking low Gothic. Understood, Noise Kid tapped the keyboard. The other party has connected the communication. Counting down 5 seconds to signal access, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The communication screen popped up. On the left screen appeared the magic civilization creature Linio expected, and the right communication screen was pixelated, which was Linio's reason for hiding himself. The creature of the magic civilization was a humanoid life form with small, pearl-like bumps on its skin and slender tentacles on its chin. Its armor was made of coral. Linio thought for a long time and finally remembered the name of this creature. Gensai. Hello, I am Flay. My mother is Funichi. Are you the green-skinned mister who sent 3 primitive to our planet? The male Gensai on the screen was not old, about the same age as a newly adult human, and spoke with a childish and polite tone. Linio did not answer the other party's question. He said in an unquestionable tone. Deactivate your ship's shields and all defensive weapons, and submit to our inspection. You have only one chance to state your purpose before my people board. The speaking spirit transformed Linio's voice into that of a middle-aged male and translated the language into Low Gothic. Suddenly hearing a human voice, the Gensai who called himself Flay was visibly flustered. He had come to find the green-skinned Dada, not humans. To make matters worse, the gravity environment was harsh, and the ship couldn't escape the gravitational field, only waiting to die in place. Flay stammered. We mean no harm. We're just looking for someone. A terrible mutation has appeared on our planet. We want to ask Mr. Greenskin for help. We might have come to the wrong place, can you let us leave? We mean no harm. Whether there was a problem on the ship would only be known after inspection. Linyo again emphasized that his people should board the ship. Flay's face showed struggle and fear, and in the end, he could only accept the mysterious person's arrangement. Mao Ji's cudgel flew near the magic ship. It was equipped with an anti-gravity wave device that could reduce the negative effects of the gravitational field by 99%. The boys on board were special ops boys with shape-shifting abilities, belonging to the Blood Raven clan. Linyo activated the Wadaok simulation, switching his consciousness to the captain of the boarding team. The scene instantly changed, and a boarding team in the style of the human empire appeared before him. They were equipped with spaceflight packs, enclosed power armor, heavy bolters, and holographic helmets. They had no insignia on them, making it impossible to determine their team's affiliation. At first glance, others might have thought this was a boarding team from a Space Marine Legion. This was exactly the effect Linyo wanted. The boarding craft flew out of Mao Ji's cudgel, revealing itself in the magic ship's view. The magic ship opened its shell-like external armor plates, welcoming the boarding craft. A few minutes later, Linyo was the first to exit the hatch, meeting the uneasy Flay face to face. We are the Human Empire Border Patrol. Linyo stated the name he had casually made up, activating the finder inside his power armor to scan every corner of the ship. Suddenly, several scarlet markers appeared in his holographic view. Several warning messages floated next to the markers. Boys, be careful. I've found traces of rotten stuff on this ship. These dirty, smelly bad guys are hiding on the lower deck. Kill them before they smash your heads in. Linyo's gaze narrowed, and he unhesitatingly activated the brain freeze technique. Freeze. 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 All Gensai present were frozen by him. He activated Fungi ability, spiritual network, connecting to the Blood Raven Kid beside him. Without Linyo needing to verbally command, the Blood Raven Kid acted according to his mental instructions. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Non-lethal weapons continuously fired tranquilizer darts, and the Gensai fell one after another. Linyo pressed a button on his waist, activating the optical stealth force field generator, and the Blood Raven Kid simultaneously turned invisible. The group cooperated closely, moving quickly while taking down Gensai encountered along the way. Near the lower deck, Linyo split the team into two. He led 3 Blood Hand Kid directly to the nearest rotten things, while the rest of the boys blockaded all exits on the lower deck. As the distance grew closer, the finder's scan signals became more precise. The virtual markers in the holographic view transformed from dots into clear silhouettes. They were demons with extra limbs and heads, their bodies wreathed in flames, not large, about the size of a 10-year-old boy. Linyo's eyebrows raised, recognizing the origin of these rotten things. 9 times out of 10, they were demons under Tsianch fire demons. When they were fighting for the Webway graveyard, pals often dealt with these rotten things. Slowing his pace, he activated Mao Ji quietly and unfurled the Mao Ji's black hair cloak. Linyo led 3 Blood Hand Kid, moving silently. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Crisp chewing sounds, mixed with the crackling of sparks. 5 fire demons were hiding in the lower deck's warehouse, feasting ravenously. The scene was bloody, and the deceased looked miserable. The souls of the warehouse security were extracted from their bodies, burning in the blue flames above the fire demons' heads. Faint screams lingered in the air. Linyo noticed something unusual on the ground. It was a magic circle drawn with the blood of the dead and magical materials from the warehouse. The more agonizing the screams of the dead, the brighter the light of the magic circle. This was a telekinetic ability ritual. The fire demons continuously tortured the souls, and the ritual magic circle flickered erratically, appearing very unstable with no signs of success. It was right that it didn't succeed. The warp shadow of the Bling Bling clan had already enveloped the nearby warp. Not to mention a telekinetic ability ritual performed by a small fire daemon, even if a greater daemon of Tsianch came, it would be blind. Linyo raised his gun, firing 3 shots in quick succession. The Blood Raven Kid acted at the same time. Heavy bolter rounds enveloped the fire demons, exploding into deadly sparks. After a brief engagement, only 1 fire daemon miraculously survived. Linyo had deliberately left it alive. He threw out a brain freeze technique, freezing the fire daemon, then drew his chain sword and unleashed several sword winds. The rapidly spinning teeth whittled the fire daemon down to a stick, retaining only its torso and head. The Blood Raven Kid reached forward, spraying anti-telekinetic ability medium from his wrist-mounted launcher. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. White aerosol covered the fire daemon, and the flames on its body instantly dimmed significantly. Linyo pulled out an engineering plastic foam spray gun and encased the fire daemon in tough engineering plastic, leaving only its head exposed. He deactivated the brain freeze technique, and a cold glint shot from the red visor of his helmet. Linyo demanded in a cold voice. Speak, what are you doing on this ship? The fire daemon woke up groggily, suddenly realizing it couldn't move, and shrieked in alarm. Linyo swung his hand and slapped it. The fire daemon spat out blue blood beads, its mouth askew, and the blue flames on its body clung tightly to its skin, dim and almost invisible. The fire daemon shouted. You are seeking death. You dare to obstruct my master's plan. Lienyo had dealt with many rotten things and knew how to extract information. Listen up. We have sealed off the nearby warp with telekinetic ability. You are merely a projection of a certain fire daemon in the real universe. After you die, you cannot return to your main body to be reborn. Tell me, what instructions did your master give you? The inability to be reborn struck a nerve, and the fire daemon immediately fell silent, its expression becoming listless. It hastily answered the human's question. My master ordered us to prevent this ship from escaping Paraplanet. At least, before we sacrifice the entire magic civilization, don't let anyone know what's happening there. Tsinch demons sacrificing a magic civilization. That's reasonable. Who is your master? Does he know where this ship is going? My master is the great, mighty, and wise weaver of shadows. You are not worthy to know his name. As for this ship, it has always been under my master's observation. Oh, well, this is a bit awkward now. If Lienyo remembered correctly, he had thwarted the Weaver of Shadows' plans several times. The other party's name in the system interface was Selfix. For some reason, this guy had set his sights on the Gensai, sacrificing the wizards there, and indirectly learned the location of Paraplanet. Consequently, the PAL projection Lienyo used to block warp communications should also have been exposed to Selfix's view. But it didn't matter. Paraplanet had already entered the webway. If Selfix dared to enter the webway, Lienyo would make sure it got a good beating. If Selfix didn't enter the webway and merely lingered in the star system, Lienyo still had ways to deal with it. For one, simply detonating the gravitational singularity to create lethal gravitational waves would be enough to give Selfix a run for its money. Of course, Lienyo didn't know the specific killing effect of the gravitational wave weapon. If he could test it on a greater daemon of Tsinch, that would be even better. After a brief thought, Lienyo shot the fire daemon dead. The Bloodhand Kid cleaned up the scene. Lienyo put away his bolter, frowning in thought. How should he deal with Paraplanet? Studying magic in the Warhammer world is equivalent to being corrupted by chaos, the only difference being a matter of time. Initiating a thunderous boom to eliminate hidden dangers would not be a bad option. Lienyo considered various factors and finally decided to remain unchanged in response to all changes. Isn't Tsinch the Lord of Change? Very well, let's see now whether unchanging is more powerful, or all changing is stronger. Lienyo led his team to find the magic ship's engine, which was a three-dimensional teardrop-shaped magic circle that propelled the ship by ejecting high-temperature particles. It was quite magical, but also rudimentary, inferior to even the lowest-grade ship engines in the human empire, and not worth the time to study. Lienyo set up a positron bomb here, and then led the Bloodhand Kid back to Mao Ji's cudgel. A moment later, a brilliant light erupted, and the magic ship and its crew all turned to ash. Their cosmic dust was captured by the gravitational singularity, compressed into nano-sized particles by the singularity. Only when the singularity dissipated on its own could these dust particles escape the force field's restraint and be free. Mao Ji's cudgel returned to the observation outpost. Lienyo switched his consciousness back to Word Boy Sake, instructing the boys to pay close attention to the movements in the Parastar system, as rotten things might appear there, and then continued to supervise the tech boy tinkering with the fire heart. At the same time, another corner of the galaxy. The Wolf Knife was replenishing supplies at the Ulaner Empire's megalith-class space fortress. Around the Wolf Knife, there was an incredibly dense fleet cluster. There were Ulaner Orcs ships, and also Space Marine Legion's Void ships. Orcs and Shrimp coming together, fighting for the common goal of slaying the false emperor, this was truly a marvel of the Warhammer world. But by understanding the core of the rebellion, and the feelings between the Space Marine and the Primarch, it's not difficult to understand this phenomenon. The fundamental cause of the rebellion was conflicts of interest, or rather, the contradiction between the mortal and superhuman classes. When the Emperor, as the leader of the superhuman class, betrayed the interests of his own class and completely sided with mortals, the rebellion of the superhuman class was a foregone conclusion. Additionally, when the Emperor created the Primarch and Space Marine, he added an unremovable emotional setting to the gene fragments of almost every creation. This setting was: Space Marine must unconditionally love their Primarch, because he is their father. The Primarch must also become hysterical for the sake of caring for his child, even if it means breaking the bottom line. Don't ask why the gene fragments were designed this way. Huang Pitzi just likes this, enjoying being a father but unable to control his children. He deserves his suffering. At the call of the Primarch, 3 Space Marine Legion gathered more than half of their forces here. They followed their Primarch, willingly entering the telekinetic ability ritual under his guidance. The one responsible for presiding over the corruption ritual was none other than the head of heresy, Lorgar. Chapter 289, Space Wolves or Beasts. Seekers of Truth. Hear this. We were once deceived by one who called himself the Lord of Humanity. He is a false emperor who stole divinity, yet was too cowardly to accept it. Recall how much blood we shed for the false emperors, the Great Expedition. We conquered the stars for him with warhammers and bolters, bringing countless worlds into the Empire's embrace. We gave our loyalty. We made sacrifices. We gave our all. And what did he give us in return? A group of short-sighted, cowardly, greedy mortals, sitting in high council halls, pointing fingers at us, the warriors who conquered the galaxy. They defiled the glory we earned with our lives with red tape and petty schemes. We are Space Marines. We are beings beyond mortals. We are the cornerstone of the Empire, the sword of the Empire. Why should we be ruled by these maggots in the dust? Inside the vast spellcaster hall, Lorgar Aurelian stood on a high platform, raising his hands, speaking passionately. Today, he wore a red and white priest's robe, not the soul howler Paul drawn in his exclusive power armor, the armor of truth. Behind him stood two figures. The one on the left was entirely blood red, with a gaping maw on his chest armor, and he wielded a hideous two-handed axe. It was Karn, the captain of the 8th Company of the former World Eater's army. Karn's mouth was sealed with wire, preventing him from speaking. Perhaps his talkative nature after turning to chaos disturbed the chaos god, leading to a gag order. Standing on the right was Fulgrim, the primarch of the Emperor's children. Half human, half snake, with multiple limbs and serpentine blades, his gaze was cold and ruthless. Rather than a human, he looked more like a venomous snake whose gender was hard to discern. Lorgar Aurelian extended his hands to the two figures behind him, inviting them to stand by his side. The Emperor wove the lie of imperial truth, denying the existence of true gods in the universe, that is, the High Lords of High Heaven. He saw the mighty power of the High Lords, and he was deeply afraid. He feared that we would receive the blessings of the High Lords, become beings surpassing him, and expose his false lies. Look at these two blessed warriors beside me. Karn, captain of the 8th Company of the World Eaters, through his courage and faith, received the blessing of the god of courage and war. Now, even without his head, he can still slaughter the false emperor's minions. Fulgrim, primarch of the emperor's children. The blessing of the god of beauty and art allows him to integrate art into combat. Every clash, every strike, every battle is a perfect interpretation of art and victory. The World Eaters are mostly battle-crazed fanatics, and Karn's Kern aura ignited their inner desire for close combat. Unconsciously, the warriors of the World Eaters' army succumbed to Kern's will, their eyes bloodshot, instinctively raising their arms and letting out earth-shattering roars. Then look at Fulgrim. Slaanish's blessing made him appear different to everyone, each person saw what they most wanted to see in him. To those unaffected by telekinetic ability interference, Fulgrim appeared ugly, half human, half snake, sending shivers down their spines. But to those present, Fulgrim at this moment was the epitome of elegance and nobility, truly the most perfect man in the world. The Emperor's children had long been influenced by Fulgrim, and the seed of perfection had been planted in their hearts. This seed was now growing wildly, giving rise to an irresistible craving. Slaanish's power, following the desires of the Emperor's children, permeated their souls. Merely seeing Fulgrim, many of the Emperor's children began to grow strange scales on their bodies. Lorgar Aurelian stepped forward, looking down at the word-bearers below the platform, and was met with intensely fervent gazes. Today, right here, we will embrace true power. Embrace the origin of the universe. The Chaos Gods have opened their arms to us, they see our worth, and they promise us everything we deserve. We will no longer be tools of the false emperor, no longer watchdogs of mortals. We will become our own masters. Masters of the Empire. I, Lorgar Aurelian, hereby swear. We will return to Terra and make the Emperor pay for his betrayal. We will purify the Empire, burning away all falsehood and weakness with the fires of high heaven. Space Marines, my children. We will be the rulers. We will shape the future of the galaxy. Mortals will grovel at our feet, and the false Emperor's lies will be utterly shattered. This is our true destiny. Below the stage, shouts erupted. Slay the false Emperor. Burn the galaxy. Master destiny. Superhumans rule the nation. Enslave mortals. Control destiny. Each word, each phrase, was powerful and resonant. Lorgar Aurelian's words quickly infected everyone present, even the Emperor's children and World Eaters became as fanatical as the word-bearers, with wave after wave of shouts seeming to never cease. The slogans they shouted were improvised, a direct expression of their innermost feelings. Before the creation of the Space Marines, the Emperor's warriors were Thunder Warriors. In terms of execution and brutality, Thunder Warriors were superior, but in terms of stability, they were far worse. They were pure killing machines, extremely unstable mentally, and prone to losing control. To compensate for this flaw, the Emperor implanted more emotional functions into the Space Marines' gene segments, so they could restrain themselves through means like brotherhood, philosophical thinking, and empathy. But this also made most Space Marines as vulgar as mortals. Mortals seek profit, and Space Marines also seek profit, with even greater desires and deeper obsessions. Now, someone has stepped forward to lead the charge, opposing the Emperor's decision to hand over the governance of the Empire to mortals. Space Marines with ulterior motives naturally respond to his call from the bottom of their hearts. Thus, the ritual site was in an uproar, the cheers not subsiding for a long time. Lorgar Aurelian raised his hand and pressed down, activating his telekinetic ability. Beams of light descended from the sky, each beam corresponding to a warrior, and the colors of the beams were red, purple, or a combination of all four colors. Red light pillars shot towards the World Eaters. Purple corresponded to the Emperor's children. The word-bearers served all high lords and could receive multiple blessings simultaneously. Now, open your hearts. Welcome this great blessing. Let the supreme power flow into your blood, reshaping your will. And thus become true chosen warriors of the gods. Lorgar Aurelian took a deep breath, slowly exhaled, and his voice became low. The blessing ritual begins. The light grew brighter. The light pillars completely enveloped the warriors. Onlookers could not see what was inside the light pillars, only hearing eerie chewing sounds and faint screams. Lorgar Aurelian scanned the scene, a smile on his face. Thanks to the false emperor for establishing the Senate, and for transferring the Empire's rule to the mortals of the Senate. Without this move, he might not have been able to attract so many Space Marines today. Lorgar Aurelian had intended to enjoy the grand ceremony, but a telekinetic ability call from another dimension dispelled his thoughts. It's Magnus. It's time to bring this Primarch into our faction. Lorgar Aurelian turned his head and exchanged glances with Fulgrim, both of their eyes revealing a shared smile. Fulgrim extended his black, long tongue, licking his lips, looking parched and eager. The trap is ready, the prey will deliver himself. I can hardly wait. I'll leave things here to you for now. I'm going to find a suitable place to take Magnus' telekinetic ability communication. Lorgar Aurelian turned and opened a portal, instantly appearing in another corner of the megalith-class space fortress. He used his telekinetic ability to change his appearance and the surrounding environment. When Lorgar Aurelian met Magnus before, he had disguised himself as imprisoned and injured. This time, when meeting Magnus, he couldn't use the same disguise. According to the plan from their last conversation, he should now be in the process of escaping his cell, trying to ascertain his current location. Lorgar Aurelian had prepared a set of armor snatched from an orc, with a chain sword at his waist, a greenskin-style twin-linked logging gun in his hand, and a chaos beastman he had killed at his feet. After a quick scan to confirm there were no flaws, Lorgar Aurelian connected to the telekinetic ability communication from Magnus. A beam of light shot from the warp, transforming into the appearance of a cyclops. Aurelian, how are you doing? Magnus looked at the orc corpse on the ground. It seems you've left your cell. But there's still a force around you interfering with my positioning. I can't figure out your location. Do you know where you are? Lorgar Aurelian changed the ammo belt on his twin-linked logging gun, then nodded thoughtfully. I think I know my approximate location. This seems to be a supply point for the Ulanar Orc Empire, perhaps a magnificent space structure. The orcs call it Dog's Tail. It seems to be some kind of orc slang. Dog's Tail, Magnus mumbled, then suddenly remembered something. Oh. I know. So you're in the southern part of the Pamela Star region. Dog's Tail is a megalith-class space fortress that the orcs recently moved from Ulanar. It's heavily guarded, surrounded by many greenskin ships carrying supply materials. Rescuing you will be very difficult, but I think, Horus and I can do it. Okay, I'll find a safe place to stay on Dog's Tail for now. Thank you, Magnus. Wait, what did you just say, you and Horus? Lorgar Aurelian was stunned, joy welling up in his heart, but on the surface, he displayed just the right amount of surprise. Magnus said. That's right. Horus was previously deceived by rumors spread by the cult and mistakenly went to the Taiping Star territory. Fortunately, Terra contacted him and prevented him from continuing to err. At this time, Expeditionary Fleet 63 is heading to the Great Crown. I contacted him yesterday, and he is willing to rescue you with me. Of course, my involvement will be a secret, as Father has not ordered me to participate in your rescue. I understand. Please thank Horus for me. He is so kind, upright, and brave, no wonder the Emperor values him so highly. Lorgar Aurelian said this with a hint of sourness, seemingly still holding a grudge over the Perfect City incident. The situation was urgent, and Magnus didn't bother to comfort the other party. He prepared to cut off the telekinetic ability communication and discuss the action plan with Horus. Hold on, Aurelian. We'll get you out in half a month at most. Take care. Magnus' figure disappeared, and the telekinetic ability communication ended. Lorgar Aurelian dispelled the realistic telekinetic ability illusion, the corpse on the ground and the firearms in his hand vanished. Horus, just the Emperor's dog. Lorgar Aurelian sneered and prepared to return to the ritual site. At this moment, another gaze projected from the warp. Lorgar Aurelian sensed the owner of the gaze and immediately connected to the telekinetic ability communication. This time, a blue-feathered bird, Zelfix, appeared. My lord's loyal servant. I bring you good news. Zelfix slightly spread his wings, raising his neck, and said proudly. At the edge of the galaxy, I discovered an orc force suspected of possessing gravity wave technology and warp veil technology. Their name is Space Beast. I'll give you the coordinates, send a reconnaissance team to investigate. Lorgar knew about gravity wave technology, several super-large weapons on the monolith-class space fortress were based on this technology. But what was warp veil technology? Orcs could use this technology. Lorgar was puzzled by this. Zelfix explained. Don't underestimate the potential of orcs. When they experience atavism due to certain factors, their I reckon power also becomes stronger. After their understanding of the warp reaches a certain height, atavistic orcs are very likely to reckon warp veil technology into existence. Now Lorgar understood. Yes, Prophet, I will dispatch the fleet near the target location to investigate. Zelfix pecked at the feathers on his chest with satisfaction, and his body began to fade. Before leaving, Zelfix instructed. Don't underestimate that group of orcs, their sorcery is highly advanced. Once you complete this mission, I will give you a gift, a reward from the High Lords of Change. As you command, I will not disappoint my lord. Lorgar bowed in salute, respectfully seeing him off. Recalling the prophet's words, Lorgar couldn't help but show a smile. What did the prophet say that orc force was called again? Space Beast. Tisk, how interesting. How could an orc name their force something like that? I almost heard Space Wolves. Could it be that this orc force likes the human empire's Space Marine Legion? Achoo. Linio, possessing word boy sake, couldn't help but sneeze. How strange. He had been playing sake for so long, and this was his first sneeze. Who was thinking about him? Forget it, it doesn't matter. Modifying Paraplanet is more important. Fireheart is fully charged, and the single crystal inventory has rebounded to 500,000 tons, with at least 100,000 tons freshly produced every day from now on. It's time to begin the great work of planetary modification. The first step is to extract the moisture from paraplanet. This step is crucial. Pure water is good, but water with impurities is generally bad, leading to metal rust at best, and breeding mold and spreading pollution at worst. Moreover, water is difficult to compress. By first extracting the water from the planet before modifying the planet's plates, the consumption of single crystals can be effectively reduced. More than 1,000 kilometers from the surface, the engineering vessel once again shot out a beam of light. This light stirred up huge waves on the sea, and millions of tons of seawater were drawn into the void by the light, entering the dimensional pocket inside the engineering vessel. The extracted moisture will be stored in the PAL home's backyard. That place is a relatively enclosed webway space, located behind the PAL home, with only one webway gate. Anyone who wants to enter it must first pass through the PAL home. Linyo arranged several outposts with different purposes near the webway gate, some specifically for alien, some for countering bad stuff, and some specializing in anti-submersible tactics. Without Linyo's permission, no one can enter the backyard. During the period of separating paraplanet's water, Linyo was researching PAL's biological weapons. Here, one must say, Tyranid is awesome. After implanting the gene fragments of biological weapons into the orcs can condense various biological weapons such as bioplasma cannons, bio-flamethrowers, and bioacid guns on their wrists, ankles, chest, and back, greatly improving their combat effectiveness when they don't have conventional weapons, with huge potential. Linyo reckoned he might be able to create orcs with wings on their backs, so that Parakid could cosplay Sanguinius. On the 5th day of water separation, Linyo received a message from Along. Wizard Chief, Pengpa saw a Ulaner fleet in the warp, and they are flying towards our star system. Linyo picked up the noisy box and asked. How many ships do they have? 1 battleship, 3 cruisers, 15 frigates. Okay, I'll be right there. Linyo flew to the garrison base and entered the command room. On the holographic screen, 19 ships were in warp travel, without their bad stuff shields activated, indicating that they weren't worried about being disturbed by subspace demon at all. According to Pengpa's observation, the fleet would arrive at the Paristar system within 3 hours. It was obvious that this fleet was sent by Zelfix, even if it wasn't his direct order, it was certainly closely related to him. Respond to all changes with no change. This was the policy Linyo had set, and he would not easily change it. Since the PAL projection was already exposed last time, there was no need to hide it this time. After that fleet leaves the warp, raise the PAL projection around the fleet to prevent them from leaving and from transmitting messages outwards. Along, dispatch the fleet to ambush behind Asteroid Star, prepare for an ambush. Ong. Along relayed the order. Asteroid Star is the 5th planet in the Paristar system, named for its grey surface, resembling a round rock. 3 hours later, the fleet exited the warp. The weird boy in the observation outpost immediately took action, and a light green PAL projection formed a perfect encirclement around the fleet. Wherever the fleet flew, the PAL projection followed. The fleet on Giant Rock Star moved out. They initiated sublight speed travel, quickly reaching the vicinity of the Ulaner fleet, engaging in a fierce and brief firefight with the enemy. The outcome of this battle was without suspense. The Ulaner fleet was annihilated, with only 3 orc commanders surviving for intelligence interrogation. After an interrogation at the forward base in the webway, Linyo finally learned the full story. Lorgar had instructed URG to dispatch the fleet to investigate. If it didn't succeed this time, there would be a next time. Linyo wanted to see how many fleets the other side could afford to lose. Respond to all changes with no change, completely stable. On the other side. Later that day, Lorgar received news that the reconnaissance fleet had gone missing, and there had been few signs before the fleet lost contact. This indicated that a highly capable, decisive, and very vigilant orc force was lurking in that star system. Things are getting interesting, Lorgar murmured to himself, overlooking the telekinetic ability modification ritual from the high platform in the divination hall. As expected of an orc force that can reckon gravity wave technology and warp veil technology into existence, their degree of atavism is at least not lower than Ulaner, and they might even have touched the threshold of ancient orcs. In that case, I will send 2 more fleets to scout the way. One fleet will be in the open to attract fire, and the other will record battlefield changes, ready to provide support at any time. Lorgar had an idea and was about to give orders to URG, but then he paused, and a brilliant idea emerged in his mind. That's right. This mysterious orc force calls themselves Space Beast, which indicates they have some research into the human empire's army culture, or even a sense of worship. So if I were to draw the Space Wolves army over. Lorgar was delighted with his idea. Space Beast versus Space Wolves. The image alone makes one anticipate. The Space Wolves army has a notoriously bad temper. Almost no one in the Empire, except for the citizens of their home planet and the Emperor himself, likes the Space Wolves. They are the Emperor's savage enforcers, often sweeping through alien worlds with violent, bloody, and terrifying methods. After the Primarchs returned, the Space Wolves, originally known as the 6th Army, reigned themselves in a lot, but acts of accidental killing, indiscriminate killing, and torturing still occurred. But even so, the Emperor did not blame the Space Wolves army and trusted them implicitly. Lorgar was confused about this before he embraced his lord. Zelfix, as the Lord's mouthpiece, explained the reason to him. When the Emperor first created the Space Marine Legion, he designated the 6th Army as Emperor's executioners and instruments of punishment. Absolute loyalty, absolute violence, and absolute purity were characteristics etched into their genetic fragments by the Emperor, and could not be changed. Zelfix frankly stated that among the many primarchs, the most difficult to corrupt was the primarch of the Space Wolves Lemon Russ. The difficulty of corrupting Space Wolves Space Marines was also 10, or even 100, times that of other armies. Lorgar was bound to eliminate the Space Wolves and their primarch in the future. He would take this opportunity to observe how powerful the Space Wolves truly were and what kind of combat sparks would fly when they encountered the Space Beast. How to make the Space Wolves deal with the Space Beast still required careful planning. Although the Space Wolves were crude, this did not mean they were foolish. Their keen tactical intuition and astonishing insight were enough for them to sniff out plots and traps. 5 days later, the Chaos Corruption ritual ended. More than half of the Space Marines participating in the ritual died, unable to withstand the erosion of warp energy, turning into sludge in despair and pain. The survivors became Chaos Space Marines, completely betraying the Empire. The Monolith-class space fortress, codenamed Dogtail, adjusted its layout. The Chaos Space Marine ships left this place, hiding in the asteroid belt tens of millions of kilometers nearby. The Ulaner Orc ships went about their business, docking, resupplying, and repairing. Another 5 days passed. Lorgar, after much inquiry, pinpointed the whereabouts of the 40th Expeditionary Force. This expeditionary force had 80,000 Space Marines, personally commanded by Lemon Russ. Earlier today, they had just conquered an alien world in the northwest corner of the Far East starfield. They were only 2,300 light-years away from the star system where the Space Beast was located. Lorgar used an Orc's noisy box to give an order to the Ulaner fleet near the Space Wolves. He had the fleet change its flag and proclaim the name Space Beast Warlord, then ambush the 40th Expeditionary Force. There was no need to fight the 40th Expeditionary Force to the death, simply getting the name Space Beast and the coordinates of the Space Beast star system into the 40th Expeditionary Force's view would suffice. Given Lemon Russ's personality, he would certainly not be able to hold back his anger and would immediately set off to fight. Hee Lorgar's laughter was dark and low, filled with triumph. Chapter 290, The Wolves Never Flinch. The Space Wolves don't actually like the name Space Wolves. In private, they often refer to themselves as the Root or Pack. Inside Lemon Russ's private hall, prairie tribal-style totem poles stood silently, and the soup pot on the bonfire gurgled. Russ stirred the soup with a long-handled ladle, sprinkling in some seasoning, the firelight flickering across his face. Every time, he would recall the planet where he landed Fenris. It was a standard death world, with an extremely harsh ecological environment. For most of the year, it was cold, hard, and merciless, with biting winds and snow day and night. But when this planet came near the sun of the planetary system, it would become scorching, turbulent, and chaotic. The sun's gravity churned the sea, raising huge waves on the magma lakes, islands disintegrated, and the earth cracked. People spent a short summer amidst geological upheavals and high temperatures, followed by the return of severe cold and snow. Before the weather turned cold, tribes had to find suitable habitats, which often led to bloody conflicts between them. This struggle for survival would never end. This was life on Fenris, primitive and savage. Russ landed there, established a new order, built the Hall of the Gods in Asaheim, the northern continent of the planet, and brought trust to the locals to overcome the ice and heat. Of course, Hall of the Gods was what the locals called it, it was actually the Space Wolves base. The army monastery was built on the highest peak of the continent, reaching near ground orbit and connecting with the space dock. Anyone who could withstand the wind and snow, endure the scorching summer and bitter winter, and reach the foot of the monastery mountain could become a son of Russ and join the Space Wolves. This was a trial of body and mind, bringing about a great transformation, and providing the army with ample new recruits every year. Russ's contribution to the army went beyond that. Before he joined the 6th Army, this army was known for being lawless, often requiring enforcers to carry out execution-style punishments on the battlefield to maintain basic military discipline. Russ taught the warriors how to control their wildness. Engage in close combat, focus on fighting, vent combat desires in offense and defense, unite closely around the Wolf Lord, move with the Wolf Lord, act with the Wolf Lord, and ultimately achieve strict obedience. Only then could the barbaric and rough fighting style be combined with strict discipline, becoming the Emperor's executioners. Thump, thump, thump. Footsteps approached from afar, and a man wearing a wolf head helmet walked in. Russ, while cutting meat with a small knife and adding ingredients to the soup pot, turned his head to look at the newcomer. Wolf, you're a few minutes late. Was something delayed? Wolf, the army's chief wolf priest. Note. He took off his wolf head helmet and sat on a long bench made of animal hide, a strange expression on his resolute face marked by scars. Just now, an Orc's unit attacked a supply ship and was driven away by the patrol. We had no casualties, and the other side lost 2 green Orc frigates. I'm worried this is a sign of a large-scale Orcs raid, so I investigated those 2 green Orc frigates before coming. Wolf paused, the strange look growing stronger. That was an Orc's warlord calling themselves Space Beast, stationed 2,300 light-years away in the Midlook expansion area. What? Space Beast? Russ was clearly stunned, first surprised, then angry. This is defiling the Empire's glory. We don't like the name Space Beast, but that doesn't mean Orcs can imitate it. Notify the bridge, depart immediately after resting. I'm going to severely punish these greenskin. Could it be a trap? Wolf frowned, looking hesitant. I think things are too coincidental. There are many Imperial world around that Orc's warlord's base. Why would they travel so far to attack us? Russ, though outwardly rough, was inwardly meticulous and also noticed the abnormality, asking, "Has anything important happened in the Empire recently?" Wolf shook his head slightly. "The Fleet Star Language Court hasn't received any news yet. We are too far from Terra, so whatever the news, we will receive it at least 6 months late. Fortunately, the astral beacon's light has been very stable recently, and our communication and navigation are unhindered, only the news is delayed." A 6-month delay in news. This was the drawback of communicating through the warp, and it also explained why the human empire operated so bloated and slow. Russ broke the bone stick after shaving the meat off and put it into the soup pot. "Have the bridge calculate the travel time and the impact on Star Language Court communication. As long as it doesn't interfere with our communication with Terra, we'll go to the Space Beast space to check the situation." "Yes, Dada." Wolf used a data slate to relay Russ's order. The two ate and drank by the bonfire, and after a while, the wolf lords of various large companies came to meet, eating and summarizing the recently concluded alien extermination campaign. Later the same day, Expeditionary Fleet 40 began warp travel. Russ left a unit on the planet, appointing one of his human old generals as the planet's governor. "I came, I saw, I conquered, I appointed the governor." This was the Expeditionary Fleet's usual practice. If Russ knew that the Emperor had centralized the appointment and dismissal of planetary governors in the hands of a human-dominated Senate, one wonders what Russ would think. In a blink of an eye, more than half a month passed. That evening, Lienyo was experimenting with biological weapons in the PAL Back Garden Space Research Institute. He developed 2 types of biological weapons. One was a bioplasma cannon, equipped within the PAL Orc's wrist chitin armor. The other was a bioflamethrower, equipped within the PAL Orc's foot chitin armor. The growth, repair, and form of the chitin armor could be regulated through encoding on the gene fragments. After careful design, the most ordinary PAL Choppa boys would have a height of 3 meters, a weight of nearly 200 kilograms, 2 hearts, 3 lungs, and 4 stomachs. Their gene fragments contained the genetic encoding of ancient orcs, which could ensure that their physique and muscle strength would not degenerate even when not fighting and only performing simple manual labor. On their body surface, there was a layer of chitin biological armor similar to a flanged breastplate, leg armor, foot protection, and wrist armor, with the tough texture and defensive power equivalent to plasteel armor, and it could repair itself by consuming nutrients. Inside the wrist guard, there was a bioelectrode with a diameter of about 6 mm, which was the launcher for the bioplasma cannon. Nutrients traveled through the blood to the biochamber of the launcher, where they were converted into bioelectricity, then transformed into plasma rounds through a plasma compression sac, and finally launched. Tests showed that a 6 mm caliber plasma round had power comparable to a heavy bolter round and could serve as a backup weapon. After increasing the caliber later, it should be able to catch up to the destructive power of a plasma gun. Next, let's look at the bio-flamethrower in the foot bio-armor. This thing was formidable. One spray could last for 3 seconds, enough to propel a 200 kg PAL Little Un to a height of 10 meters, completing a spectacular rocket jump. In a low-gravity, lower-density environment, the jump distance would be even longer. Lienyo specifically named it PAL Rocket Boots. Hiss. The rocket boots propelled the Choppa boys across a 10-meter-wide artificial ditch, crashing with a clang into a pile of junk. The chain axe wildly swung left and right, slaughtering the bloodletter that only reached the Choppa boys' waist. A target fell from above the field, a bloodletter descending from the sky, bound to a ceramite base by steel cables. The Choppa boys raised his hand, aimed at the bloodletter, and made the Iron Man-style palm repulsor gesture. Whoosh, bang. The bioplasma round shot out, accurately hitting the bloodletter's head, and foul blood splattered. Beep! A prompt sound came from the loudspeaker, announcing the end of this round of experiments. Gretchen raised the scoreboard and cheered. "Oh yeah! This time the score is 100 points. Choppa boys perfectly completed all the experimental projects set by Wizard Chief. What a thrilling wadaic." This Gretchen was studying in the academy, using more refined language. Lienyo, holding the weird boy staff on the stands, nodded with satisfaction. "Very good, clear the site, prepare for the next round of weapon testing." "All right." Gretchen cleaned the experimental field, and Choppa boys rested nearby. Zalger was originally uninterested in the so-called weapon experiments, but after seeing the effect of the biological weapons, his eyes straightened, and he clamored for the weird boy to arrange such weapons for him as well. Lienyo agreed, but with one prerequisite: studying. As a follower of the Wizard Chief, how could he be a simpleton? He had to be more knowledgeable than a Gretchen, at least. Zalger thought for a moment, did not object, and honestly went to the academy to enroll, starting with basic arithmetic. Thus, the Wizard Chief gained a follower who wore steel glasses and occasionally studied arithmetic with a data slate. With the ancient orc's gene fragments, mental work not only made one smarter but also ensured that one's physique and strength did not decline. Lienyo thought that he could turn biological weapons into weapons of honor in the eyes of PAL. Only PAL Little Un and Gretchen with identity, status, knowledge, and military achievements could possess their own biological weapons. This was like the sidearm on an Imperial Army officer's hip, the medals on his chest, and the epaulets on his shoulders. In this way, he could further enhance the cohesion and centripetal force of PAL, urging them to be more competitive and more wadaic. Only cattle and horses understand cattle and horses. When it came to domesticating orcs into PAL, every transmigrator was adept. Beep, beep, beep. The noisy box sounded a notification, interrupting Lienyo's contemplation of the future. "Hey, Along, what's up?" "Wizard Chief, Peng Pa found an awesome fleet in the warp, composed of Shrimp and Gretchen. They will reach the PAL star system in 5 days at most." A fleet composed of Gretchen and shrimp? Could it be an human empire expeditionary fleet? A string of question marks flashed through Linio's mind. He left the biological weapon testing to the tech boy and took a green orc frigates to the PAL Home's command center. In the holographic display, the massive fleet made Linio's heart pound. He saw no less than 20 battleships, 50 cruisers, and at least 120 green orc frigates and supply ships. Among them, the largest, most stylish, and most impressive ship combined both high Gothic and tribal styles. Linio immediately recognized it as the exclusive flagship of Lemon Russ. During his 2 years as governor, he had frequently checked news about the army and was already intimately familiar with the flagships of various primarches. The fleet's designation was self-evident, it was the 40th Expeditionary Fleet, personally commanded by the Wolf King. Thoughts surged in Linio's mind, and many things came to him at once. The 40th Expeditionary Fleet would not come to the PAL star system without reason, there must be a conspiracy behind it. Furthermore, the PAL star system is located in the Midlook expansion area, where the astral beacon's light is unstable, appearing and disappearing intermittently. The 40th Expeditionary Fleet coming here entails a certain risk of losing contact. Pengpa, has the light of the great astral beacon been stable recently? Linio asked. Pengpa replied from within the amniotic tank. It's incredibly stable, never been this stable. Yes. Could it be that the Emperor instructed the 40th Expeditionary Fleet to come to the PAL star system? Otherwise, how could the astral beacon's light be so stable? But this shouldn't be. If the Emperor wanted to test him, he could have just found Kron. Why go to such great lengths to have the 40th Expeditionary Fleet come here? 6, 7, 8, or even 9/10 of it felt wrong. Linio was more inclined to believe that the 40th Expeditionary Fleet had been manipulated. As for who manipulated the Expeditionary Fleet, it goes without saying, it was most likely Zelfix, or perhaps Lorgar. Regardless of who it was, he couldn't let them succeed. Linio's mind stirred, and an idea formed. Have Kron go to Kalastar and tell the Ra Endymion there that an expeditionary fleet is about to enter our territory. Kalastar is the Eldar webway city under the Golden Throne, where the PAL and the Empire connect. Now that PAL planet has been entirely relocated to the webway, the location of PAL home is a top secret, unknown to any outsiders. The PAL's original star system no longer needs to be kept a secret, it's fine for the Emperor to know. Along, I need to form an honor guard. An honor guard? Along asked with a booming voice. I only know fighting squads. What's an honor guard? Linio pointed his staff at the holographic display. We are currently cooperating with the Shrimp Empire. This fleet is likely being manipulated, which is why they're coming to cause us trouble. If we can avoid fighting them, it's best not to avoid damaging our good relations with the Shrimp Empire. This is where an honor guard comes in handy. Along carried genetic fragments of ancient orcs, and Linio had used genetic means to enhance his intelligence. On the surface, he looked like a pure, simple-minded brute, but in reality, he was smarter than most pals, and he immediately understood the wizard chief's meaning. Linio continued. An honor guard is for showing off our strength and welcoming guests. The purpose is to tell the other side that we are not to be trifled with. It's to make them weigh their options carefully, calmly consider if they've been manipulated, and then decide whether to fight us. In the ancient Terra era, there was a saying, first, polite greetings, then fierce fighting. That's what we need to do. Oh, I get it. I'll find some strong little UNS to make a good impression. I guarantee they'll intimidate those Gretchen. Along rubbed his fists together, a little excited. Intimidating Gretchen with muscle and conquering Gretchen with force would provide different kinds of satisfaction. For some reason, Along felt that intimidating Gretchen with muscle seemed more satisfying. Linio issued another order, calling for Beast, who was fighting the daemon in the graveyard, to return. With Along on the left and Beast on the right, forming a pincer in the middle of the space station, it could be considered giving the 40th Expeditionary Fleet enough face. Of course, the most important thing was to blockade the warp. Linio dispatched more Weird Boy to the star system's observation outposts, instructing them to use PAL projections to cover half of the star system, preventing what happened there from being spied upon by others. As for how to handle his relationship with the 40th Expeditionary Fleet in the end, they would take it one step at a time. In a blink of an eye, 3 days passed. The PAL star system welcomed a massive fleet. They did not conceal their engine signals, boldly entering a star system suspected of having orcs. On the bridge of the Space Wolves Legion's flagship, the Hrafnkel. A tech priest operated the auger matrix, mechanical fingers rapidly tapping on the keyboard, dense pixel characters sliding across the surface of his bionic eye. Current star system spatial information scan complete / data stream integrated / anomaly data stream detected / related data already in database / data similarity 92% / searching for source of discrepancy. The tech priest emitted a static hiss mixed with surprise. Buzz. Anomaly data point detected / natural celestial body previously designated Bone Drinkers Colony Planet 6 has disappeared / anomaly gravity wave detected / warning. Anomaly gravity wave source unknown / estimated to be alpha grade telekinetic ability or equivalent technological construct / recommend elevating fleet alert level to highest. The tech priest's words were transmitted to the command platform via the Voxcaster array. Lemon Russ gripped the blade at his waist, his gaze fixed on the auger matrix's scan results. He had actually been to the star system before. No, that's not right. It wasn't that he had been here, but rather the 6th Legion, the predecessor of the Space Wolves, had been here. Approximately 500 years ago, the 6th Legion had eliminated the Bone Drinkers and their colony here. 500 years later, today, Russ, as the Lord of Wolves, was leading the 6th Legion back to this place. It truly felt like revisiting an old haunt. But the problem was, where did the planet that the 6th Legion had purged go? Without that planet, why were the other planets in this star system still in their proper orbits? Shouldn't they be flying around like marbles? Before Russ could speak, the Voxcaster array transmitted a psyker's gasp of alarm. My lord, ZZZT, our connection to Terra, the connection has been severed. The static was severe, and the psyker's voice was intermittent, but everyone present understood his meaning, and their expressions subtly changed. Has the light of the astral beacon extinguished? How inconvenient, Russ asked in a deep voice. No, my lord, the light of the astral beacon has not extinguished, ZZZT. Someone has, ZZZT, shrouded the surrounding warp with a warp curtain. It's truly unimaginable. This star system actually has etheric nullifiers powerful enough to do this. ZZZT. There was a commotion on the bridge. The Vox Master said. My lord, a message has entered the bridge. The sender's identification code is anonymous, and our thinker array could not decipher their signal characteristics. Shall I open the message? Open it, Russ nodded slightly. The Vox Master pressed a button. The scan data on the holographic display disappeared, and a message written in High Gothic came into view. The message was not long. Its general meaning was an invitation for the Lord of Wolves of the 40th Expeditionary Fleet to meet at a specified location and discuss matters face to face. The message's appendix listed the spatial coordinates of the meeting point, which pointed to the 5th planet in the local star system, a barren, grey planet. High Gothic. The Legion's chief wolf priest, Wolf, let out a surprised sound. We came here tracking a space beast warlord. But why haven't we seen any orcs, and instead received a message written in High Gothic? On Russ's other side, the captain of the 1st Company, Gonner Ganshert, said. My lord, do not trust this anonymous message. We should bombard that area with firepower. Once the Augur Matrix's scan results show it's safe, we can conduct a thorough search. Ganshert was a bearded man with a totem rune on his forehead and deep-set eyes, like a wild man from the deep mountains. The Space Wolves have 13 great companies, with no ordinary company structure. Company captains are also known as Wolf Lords. Ganshert's suggestion was indeed pertinent. Russ had intended to heed his advice, but the arrival of a second message made Russ hesitate. This second message stated that the 40th Expeditionary Fleet should not use force, as it would cause a misunderstanding, and that they were sending the message anonymously because they bore a special mission. My lord, I still recommend an orbital bombardment first, Ganshert insisted on his point of view. Russ pondered for a few seconds, then ordered. First, go to that planet and check the situation there. The fleet collectively entered sublight speed travel, arriving above the planet in an instant. The Augur Matrix operated at full power, penetrating the surface and extending 300 meters underground, scanning the planet thoroughly multiple times. The scan results were unexpected. There were over 100 life forms on the planet, with very strong life signals, but there were no engine signals, radar signals, or fire control signals of any significant scale. Orbital bombardment. Ganshert had just opened his mouth when Russ raised his left hand. The wolves never falter. My command, 1st Company, 2nd Company, Wolf Lords, Wolf Guards, and Chief Rune Priests, lead no more than 50 veterans and descend with me. Ganshert retracted his words and, along with the other 2 Wolf Lords, saluted the Lord of Wolves before turning to leave. The Space Wolves' 1st Company, the Lynx Destroyers, had all veterans equipped with ironclad Terminator power armor, grey in color, with formidable fur cloaks. The Space Wolves' 2nd Company, the Thread Blades, consisted entirely of veterans, additionally equipped with 60 dreadnoughts, and their Wolf Lord was named Hormai Longfang. Ready for action, they began their atmospheric drop. Dozens of Dreadclaw drop pods descended from the sky, plummeting straight towards the ground. As they neared the ground, the meltacutters at the bottom of the drop pods ejected crimson beams of light, burning out channels directly to a depth of 200 meters underground. Bang 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 bang. Accompanied by a series of resonant impacts, echoes reverberated through the underground space, and dust billowed. The drop pods landed successfully and precisely, exactly 100 meters in front of the letter's sender, demonstrating exceptionally advanced drop pod technology. Dust settled, and gravel slid down. Ceramite boots crushed pebbles as over 100 veterans marched out in formation. Lemon Russ led the way, his fur cloak flapping in the wind. The moment they emerged from the thick smoke, everyone saw the figures waiting there and were collectively stunned, instinctively tightening their grip on their weapons. Chapter 291, More Courage Than Brains. Are these orcs? Inside the landing team's internal channel, an old veteran couldn't help but mutter in a low voice. I've never seen orcs so well equipped. Crimson goggles glowed faintly, scanning data fed back to the team's shared vision, revealing the orcs' life signals and armor materials to be astonishing. Nearly 6 meters tall, with a net weight of no less than 300 kilograms, plus 400 kilograms of greenskin ceramite power armor, such a configuration was comparable to a Terminator. Then there were the energy signal reactions from their bodies. Individual shields, power packs, thrusters, force field weapons, heavy bolter rounds, melta bombs, optical stealth cloaks, strange force field signals, and so on. They were fully armed, truly armed to the teeth. If not for their physical outlines and the beast emblem on their chests indicating they were orcs, others might genuinely have mistaken them for elite space marines. Most exaggerated were the 3 orcs leading the charge. The orc on the left had almost no flesh and blood tissue, inside and out, it was all metal signals, like an Iron Man, and its height reached an extremely exaggerated 8 meters, like an iron tower. The orc on the right was just over 6 meters tall. Despite being an alien, it wore a battle robe similar to an ancient Terra Crusader, with a metal tome chained to its waist. The orc in the middle seemed unremarkable at first glance, its 5-meter height was somewhat inferior, and its armor wasn't entirely ceramite, appearing to be mixed with some non-metal, non-stone materials, and its weapons were merely a heavy bolter and a chainsword. Its stance was very relaxed, hands on hips, feet spread wide, seemingly full of openings, yet it gave one the impression of being terrifyingly strong. Lemon Russ. Finally, we meet. Welcome. The center orc placed his right hand on his left chest and bowed his head in greeting. The orcs behind him performed the same action in perfect unison. We are the Space Beast tribe, part of the Para Empire. I am the tribe's boss, Space. The one on my left is the tribe's second in command, Beast. My other companion is... Before Linyo could finish speaking, a cold voice cut in. Orcs, why do you call yourselves Space Beast? Do you not know this is blaspheming the glory of the human empire? The speaker wore Terminator armor and had not removed his helmet. From the emblem on his shoulder guard's curved surface, he was the Space Wolves' first company captain, Gan Shilty. Gan Shilty held a heavy bolter, cocking it with a click-clack. We have nothing to discuss with aliens. Nor will we tolerate another orc empire appearing on the empire's border. Are you ready to face death? Green skin. The first company was the elite of the elite, the extreme of the extreme, the executioner of executioners. Gan Shilty's words were harsh, but they were the heartfelt sentiment of all space marines present. Lemon Russ did not stop Gan Shilty from provoking the orcs. Not only that, he had already secretly decided to eliminate this orc force. These orcs were too strange, appropriate provocation and stimulation might force out their hidden moves. To the wolves' surprise, the orcs, who should have been enraged, remained calm and unbothered, showing no anger whatsoever. Fight, we'll fight to the end. Talk, we warmly welcome. The leading orc stood with hands on hips, his gaze slowly sweeping over the Space Marines' actions, taking everything in, exuding a confident, composed, powerful aura. You have been used by chaos. If you don't learn from this lesson, you will be used again. Gan Shilty raised his bolter. A hand reached out and pushed his gun barrel down. Gan Shilty looked, it was the army's chief wolf priest, Wolf. The Space Wolves had long studied chaos, every wolf priest knew of the existence of chaos demons and understood their cunning and malice. Wolf said in a deep voice. Orc, I understand what you mean. Someone is guiding us into conflict. But aren't you also being used by the mastermind? If you don't want conflict, then withdraw from this star system and stay away from the Empire's border. Gan Shilty moved his gun barrel away from the chief wolf priest's hand, his tone resentful. Why should we be polite to these orcs? They only have 100 or so people on this planet, and we occupy near-surface orbit. They can't escape. Kill them, leave a few alive, ask for the exact location of the Para Empire, and then eliminate the hidden danger. This is what we should do. The first company wolf lord and the chief wolf priest clashed, each holding their ground. Both looked at the Primarch. Lemon Russ released the bolter in his hand and instead pressed the hilt of the sword at his waist. Space wolves loved close combat. When they held blades, it meant they were ready to fight, but when they held guns, it meant there was still room for discussion. Lemon Russ conveyed his command through his actions. The first company wolf lord and chief wolf priest, who had been arguing, immediately fell silent and picked up their respective close combat weapons. Even among the wolves there were disputes, but when the lord of the wolves commanded, none dared to disobey. A murderous atmosphere quickly brewed. The leading orc maintained his posture, his eyes calm, subtly revealing a hint of disdain. Pathetic space wolves. You have merely grasped your power but do not know how to wield it. It is regrettable that you have made the wrong decision. But you are also fortunate. You will not die tragically today because of a wrong decision. Boastful orc, stop your tricks and die. Gan Shilty roared and charged forward. Clang. The side stone wall was shattered by a golden light. Debris flew, and the airflow was chaotic. A golden figure stood between the two sides, its halberd blocking Gan Shilty's attack. Clang. A crisp explosion deafened, and Gan Shilty was forcibly repelled. As the smoke settled, a golden-armored, red-maned figure emerged. Custodes. The space wolves stirred, their blades frozen in midair, caught between advancing and retreating. The custodes held his halberd upright in his right hand, took out a miniature holographic projection with his left, and said in an undeniable tone. In the Emperor's name, I am commanded to prevent this bloody conflict. The holographic projection displayed a screen. It was an edict personally written by the Emperor, every stroke clear and precise. All members of the Space Wolves sheathed their swords and knelt on one knee. The custodes said loudly. The Para-Orc Empire is a secret ally of the Human Empire and enjoys immunity from combat under the Secret Frontline Alliance Covenant. Unless authorized by the Emperor, no Imperial armed force may engage in battle with the Para-Orc Empire. The custodes retracted the miniature holographic projection in his left hand and looked at the Primarch. Russ, do you understand the Emperor's will? Lemon Russ led his warriors to stand up and nodded in response. Yes, I understand. However, I don't understand why Father would shelter these orcs. The custodes shook his head. You are mistaken, Russ. The Emperor is not sheltering the Para-Orcs, but rather sheltering you. These words caused another stir among the wolves. They had always considered their combat strength to be top tier, and they had never stooped to an alien. The custodes walked to the side and said lightly. If you don't believe me, you can challenge these orcs. I imagine they won't refuse. The custodes stood by the sidelines, seemingly convinced that there would be a contest between the two sides. Linio stood at the very front of the orc formation, glanced at Ra and Dimian, and chuckled inwardly. Indeed, while avoiding a bloody conflict, the Emperor wanted to use the space wolves to probe the true strength of the para-orcs, to see how powerful these orcs, who had developed in the webway, truly were. Linio pondered for a moment and did not back down. He also wanted to know the specific combat capabilities of the space wolves. I challenge him. Gan Shilti strode forward, his gaze fixed on the casually posed Linio. Linio snapped his fingers, and a 6-meter-tall orc stepped out from behind him. It wasn't a long, nor beast, but just the most ordinary orc present. Gan Shilti felt insulted, stomping several steps, each heavier than the last, the force field sword in his hand glowing brightly. With the swing of his sword, the sword light surged. The orc rushed in front of Linio, and a dark green shield instantly popped out. Bang! The force field sword heavily struck the green dam, the green shield trembled violently, and the force field sword light flashed rapidly. The orc's right hand swept at its waist, and a chain axe appeared in its hand. Buzz! The saw chain spun at high speed, and the axe blade swept upwards from below, forcing the force field sword back. Gan Shilti dodged the axe blade, just about to turn and counterattack, but as the force field sword had only moved halfway, he felt a strong wind rush towards him. The Terminator armor's void shield generator automatically responded. A steel fist smashed onto the shield with a clang, making an astonishing sound, and Gan Shilti's heart trembled. Before he could think further, a rain of punches came at him, mixed with the whooshing sound of the chain axe wildly swinging. Bang 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 clang 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 buzz buzz buzz. The two sides engaged in fierce close combat, like a storm, their shields flickered at high frequency, almost simultaneously stopping due to overheating, followed by the sound of fist meeting flesh. Bang! 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 Each of the orc's punches struck Gan Shilti's sword-wielding wrist, deflecting the force field sword, never once allowing it to cut his stomach. Bang! With the final explosive sound, Gan Shilti's chest armor visibly caved in, and the chain axe thrust directly at his chest, forcing Gan Shilti to flash back and retreat. The orc's axe missed, and its right elbow shot out, the hard elbow joint rapidly enlarging in Gan Shilti's vision. Clang! A golden halberd blocked the elbow strike. The custodes intervened, declaring the duel over. Para-orcs win. Heavy breathing came from inside Gan Shilti's helmet, and his eyes under the goggles were extremely unwilling. But what did it matter? He definitely couldn't have dodged that elbow just now. He didn't know how the orc in front of him had grown, why its reaction speed was so terrifying, and why its attack method was so simple yet efficient. It was practically a standard killing machine. I reckon, the pointy stick little un isn't as strong as the rotten thing, eh? The orc, carrying an axe, scratched his head, turned, and walked back to his squad, muttering to himself. He was speaking orc cant, and the space wolves weren't provoked. Linio, however, almost burst out laughing. The tall, burly orcs behind him were not ordinary pal kids. They were the elite of the Webway Expeditionary Force, constantly fighting rotten things in the Webway graveyard. Their combat power was off the charts. In the Ulaner Empire, they were definitely on par with the Beast Emperor's Guard. Could a first company captain defeat a Beast Emperor's Guard? Dream on. I want to challenge it. After Ganzird returned, Chief Wolf Priest Wolf stepped out and pointed his sword tip at the beast beside Linio. The beast glanced at his boss, and after receiving his approval, stepped out of the formation. Hello, human. The beast's voice sounded clear and foolish, not like an orc's, and he spoke in low Gothic with clear pronunciation. Wolf was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected the orc he'd pointed at to be so polite, and he hesitated before greeting him. Oh, hello. Let's begin. I am an etheric nullifier. I'll try to hold back. The beast chuckled foolishly. Heh, I'm an etheric nullifier too. Come at me, I can take it. You're an etheric nullifier too. Wolf became serious, extending his right hand forward. A bolt of electricity shot from the sword tip, blocked by the telekinetic ability shield in front of the beast. Slight ripples appeared on the shield's surface, indicating the beast's telekinetic ability foundation was solid and formidable. Linio nodded inwardly, not surprised by this. The beast was an almighty kid, carrying all the excellent genetic fragments of the orcs, which naturally included the weird boy. Wolf shot out bolts of lightning, gradually increasing his telekinetic ability fluctuations to test the beast's depth. The beast's counterattack was simple and unadorned. He locked his gaze on Wolf's head, consumed universal Shinnick material, and activated headshot technique. Whether headshot technique succeeded depended on whether its telekinetic ability fluctuations could affect the target's head. Wolf's telekinetic ability shield blocked the headshot technique's telekinetic ability fluctuations. The beast increased his intensity. More and more distorted light sources appeared around Wolf's head. The telekinetic ability shield bore heavy pressure, evolving from a transparent, egg-shaped shell to a thin film clinging to his skin. Half a minute later, the beast stood unmoving amidst the thunderous bombardment, while Wolf's head was almost completely enveloped by the headshot technique's pressure, just a hair's breadth from being crushed. I surrender. Wolf painstakingly uttered a few words. The beast chuckled, dispersed his telekinetic ability fluctuations, and bowed respectfully in a proper manner. You let me win, you let me win. Since the orc was so polite, Wolf also bowed in return before rejoining his squad. The dueling ground was empty. Lemon Russ's gaze fell upon the orc named Space, eager to try. Space, I challenge you. Russ drew the sword from his waist. Mjolnir. No, your opponent is me. A tower-like figure strode forward, pressing down like a small mountain. A Long's massive body was extremely oppressive. The wolves instinctively tightened their grip on their weapons, and even Lemon Russ's steps involuntarily slowed. Come on, Russ, make your move. I've wanted to fight a Primarch for a long time. The roar of an engine emanated from within A Long, like an earth dragon turning over. Before Russ could respond, a half-meter-wide ceramite gauntlet flashed like lightning towards Russ's face. Bang! A monstrous roar made one's scalp tingle. A huge crater was blasted into the ground where Russ stood, and large cracks appeared on the surrounding floor. Russ's figure flickered, moving 10 meters away, dragging streaks of afterimages as he charged towards his opponent, his sharp blade aimed at the joint on the opponent's ankle. His speed was fast, and his moves were decisive. Mjolnir was also indestructible. But he wore artificer power armor. A buzzing static noise emanated from within A Long. Within 0.1 seconds, the surrounding 10-meter radius was enveloped by a magnetic field, and the artificer power armor was magnetized in an instant. A Long transformed into a giant magnet, attracting Russ, who crashed against A Long's thigh with a thud. Russ tried to break free from the magnetic fields, but he couldn't even lift a hand. The wolves surged forward, anxious and terrified. My lord! Father! Roar! A Long let out an earth-shattering roar. The air compressor in his chest sprayed high-pressure air and sound waves. In an instant, the wolves were stopped in their tracks by the violent sound waves. The walls, ceiling, and floor of the underground space cracked inch by inch. Primarch, you lost. A Long reversed the magnetic field within his body. Russ was flung out like a projectile from a railgun, slamming into the crowd and disorienting his own wolf cubs. Everyone scrambled to their feet, glaring fiercely at the orcs. How dare you insult our Primarch? Orcs, let's fight. Ganzir charged at the front, pulling the trigger of his heavy bolter as he ran. The next second. Bang 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 bang. A series of explosions rang out, all the Space Marines' bolters exploded at the same time. They couldn't fire a single bullet. All the bolter rounds exploded in the breeches. Then, look at their waists. Chainswords, power swords, chinaxes, power hammers, all snapped in half, sparking and smoking black. This sudden scene stunned the wolves. In just a breath, they became toothless, foolish wolves. In the holographic view, the curve representing telekinetic ability readings formed a peak, indicating a brief telekinetic ability fluctuation had just occurred. It was this fluctuation that caused the bolters to explode and twisted every person's blades. Arrogance, conceit, recklessness, stupidity. Did the Emperor not teach you humility when he forged you? A bunch of idiots with only strength and no brains. A cold voice echoed in the underground space. The Space Marines stared blankly at the fragments of their weapons in their hands. Linio's words ignited the wolves' anger. Some clenched their fists, ready to charge and fight, while others looked at the custodes, hoping the Emperor's ears and eyes would act for them. The custodes did not disappoint, shaking their spear tip towards Linio. Orc, watch your words. Hat. Linio scoffed. How many whirlwind torpedoes do you think it would take to destroy Terra? And why doesn't Chaos use whirlwind torpedoes to destroy Terra? You are merely ingredients in the eyes of the Chaos gods, don't take yourselves too seriously. Crack. The custode's long spear snapped vertically into 2 pieces, startling everyone. Goodbye, shrimp. Next time you come here to cause trouble, it won't be this easy. Linio waved his hand. The orcs collectively activated optical stealth and Mao-Ge quietly, disappearing, leaving a group of Space Marines in a daze for a long time. The most affected were none other than Lemon Russ and the custodes. Russ was seething with rage, his eyes filled with murderous intent. The custode's voice was icy, his fingertips trembling with extreme anger. I will report what happened here truthfully. The custodes reached for the miniature holographic projector at his waist, which stored the recording of the entire incident. But he only felt a handful of sand, the so-called recording had silently turned to dust. Looking at the external sensors on the Space Marines and Primarch's armor, some were smoking, some were dripping oil, the video and audio recording functions had already failed. These are a terrifying alien. Russ suppressed his anger, his voice low. I don't understand why the Emperor wants us to endure. With the example of the Ulana Orc Empire, we should have stifled them before the Orc nations developed, rather than forming a so-called secret alliance with them. Ganzir responded. Yes, my lord. We'd best return to low orbit and bombard this planet. Force them out from underground. There are still a few whirlwind torpedoes in the fleet, perfect for destroying planets in a star system. Ganzir's suggestion was approved by the wolves, and everyone nodded in agreement. The custodes glanced at the indignant Space Marines, then gazed at the spot where the orcs had disappeared. Gradually, he seemed to understand something. He seemed to understand why the leader of those orcs had provoked the space wolves. It's incredible, the intelligence of the para-orcs is actually this high. The custodes muttered in an almost inaudible voice. His anger vanished, replaced by a grudging admiration. I will follow your fleet away from this planet. The custodes and the space wolves elite returned to low orbit. A moment later, Expeditionary Force 40 began to unleash its firepower. They fiercely bombed every planet in the star system, letting the fireworks of bombardment fully bloom. At some unknown point, the warp veil blocking warp travel had disappeared. Expeditionary Force 40 could leave at any time after the bombardment was complete. And in the warp corresponding to the star system, several pairs of eyes were observing the real universe from another dimension. The anger in the Space Wolf's heart stirred up a not-so-small emotional wave in the warp. The beings observing the real universe savored the emotional wave, feeling greatly satisfied. The conflict between space beasts and space wolves was exactly the scene these eyes' owners hoped to see.